A year ago, a heroic act of saving a damsel led Wang Chu to successfully fulfill his dreams in the subsequent year. Bah, how shameless. Wang Chu, you are utterly unworthy of our Qingyao. In the face of 1,000 accusations, Wang Chu remained remarkably composed. With adorable children at home and a wife who brings an income, such a life is one that cannot be forsaken. Chapter 1. The Most Powerful Daddy System. Let me tell you, Aunt Sun is introducing you to a high achiever today. If you mess this up, I will break your legs when you return home. Inside the Grand Hotel of Haiqing, Wang Chu recalled the words his parents had spoken to him before he left, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. After graduating from university and spending 4 years abroad, he had expected his parents to cherish him upon his return. However, less than 2 days had passed before he was bombarded with relentless marriage pressure. Old Lou from my workplace is already a grandfather. Today he was flaunting photos of his grandson. Old Lee from my office has a granddaughter who is already capable of running errands. Even the son of your childhood friend is calling for his grandparents. Nearly driven to a nervous breakdown by his parents' incessant nagging, Wang Chu reluctantly agreed to comply with their wishes and attend matchmaking events. At merely 26 years of age, why the urgency? Alas, I remember when I, Wang Chu, was a formidable presence on campus, striking down at the Southern Mountain Nursing Home and kicking the Northern Sea Kindergarten. During my senior year, I even rescued a stunning beauty, basking in the glory of admiration from countless delicate and charming junior girls. Who would have thought I would find myself in such a state of desperation, resorting to blind dates? A dragon in shallow waters is tormented by shrimp. A fallen phoenix is no better than a mere chicken. Just then, Aunt Sun entered, followed by a short and stocky girl. Could this possibly be my blind date? Wang Chu's heart sank, and his face resembled a gourd from the game Plants vs. Zombies. Little Wang, this is the beauty from our unit, Su Lulu, a graduate from the prestigious Daijing University. Lulu, this is Wang Chu, the person I mentioned. Isn't he quite the catch? Wang Chu's mouth twitched. A beauty? Has Aunt Sun indeed begun to speak falsehoods with her eyes wide open? Surely, she must have misunderstood the term beauty. Despite his internal grievances, Wang Chu stood up with a smile, saying, Aunt Sun, it has been a while since we last met. Please take a seat. Aunt Sun waved her hand dismissively. No, I must pick up my grandson from school shortly. You two chat for now. Little Wang, be more enthusiastic. I shall take my leave. Having uttered those words, she hurriedly departed. Wang Chu cast a glance at Su Lulu and said, Miss Su, please take a seat. May I inquire what you would like to eat? Now that Aunt Sun has left, let us be forthright. I shall not partake in this meal. Su Lulu appraised Wang Chu from head to toe, a trace of disdain flickering in her eyes. The entirety of her attire barely amounted to 300 yuan, which clearly indicated that this fellow was not of affluent stock. Miss Su, please proceed, Wang Chu replied calmly. My requirements for a partner are rather elevated. Firstly, I demand a duplex residence of no less than 150 square meters in a prime downtown location, and it must be purchased outright. Furthermore, I shall not reside with my in-laws after marriage. My best friend's boyfriend earns $1 million annually, a golden collar in a publicly listed company. Thus my expectations for my partner cannot fall below that threshold. An annual income of at least $1 million is the bare minimum. Naturally, possessing one's own company would be ideal. As for the vehicle, I do not have overly high expectations, but it must not be below the $1 million mark for a BBA. Most importantly, both the property and the vehicle must be registered in my name. Wang Chu found himself at a loss for words. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her aspirations were rather lofty. Is there an issue? Su Lulu inquired with a hint of condescension. Wang Chu chuckled softly. I do not possess a duplex of 150 square meters, but I do have a villa in the prestigious Dingxing Garden. As for a vehicle, I have no particular desires, though it seems I do not own any BBA, as I personally prefer luxury cars akin to Maybachs. Oh, by the way, do you have an affinity for the sea? I often embark on coastal excursions with my yacht, and I hope my partner shares this passion. A glimmer of astonishment crossed Su Lulu's face. Mr. Wang, what is your profession? I am a locksmith. Are you one? Wang Chu replied with a smirk. You, Su Lulu, no fool herself, detected the sarcasm in his words. With a resounding slap on the table, she declared, Wang Chu, do you find amusement in trifling with me? Perhaps you should gaze into a mirror and reflect upon your own worth. A man with such a narrow mind is destined for a barren future. At that moment, a darling little girl wobbled past and clung to Wang Chu's leg. Daddy, hug me. Wang Chu stood dumbfounded. Whose child was this? And how could she so casually claim him as her father? I never anticipated you were a divorced man with a child. Su Lulu exclaimed, her indignation rising. How utterly repulsive. With a sharp exhale, Su Lulu shouldered her bag and turned to leave. How ludicrous to be on a blind date with a divorced man. Meanwhile, Wang Chu was too preoccupied to pay her any mind. For at that moment, as the girl embraced him, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detection of host contact with daughter. The Supreme Daddy system has been activated. What on earth is this? A system? Is this the fabled system that all protagonists possess? Wang Chu found himself in a state of bewilderment. What perplexed him even further was the revelation that this little girl was his daughter. However, upon closer inspection, he noted the girl bore a striking resemblance to him. But when did I ever have a daughter of this age? Daddy, hold me. The sweet, innocent voice of the little girl melted his heart. Ding. The host has sensed Yeya's wish. Please fulfill Yeya's desire to receive a novice reward. The mechanical voice resonated in Wang Chu's mind once more, and he instinctively lifted the little girl into his arms. Yay! The girl, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, clung tightly to Wang Chu's neck, her initial anxiety quickly transforming into joy. Daddy is holding me. Daddy is holding me. Yeya is so incredibly happy. As she spoke, Yeya planted a sudden kiss on Wang Chu's cheek. He was taken aback. This little girl had taken advantage of him? Simultaneously, the mechanical voice resurfaced in Wang Chu's mind. Due to the host completing a task, a novice gift package is available. Do you wish to open it? Open it. Wang Chu instinctively replied. Congratulations, you have acquired a perfect physique. Charm increased by 5 points, pleasure points by 50. Perfect physique. Possesses an irresistible allure for women. Pleasure points. Can be used as currency in the system shop to exchange for items and skills. A warm sensation enveloped Wang Chu's body, followed by an unprecedented sense of ease. The once present excess flesh has entirely vanished, replaced by well-defined muscles. The face remains the same, yet it now possesses an added aura of ruggedness and allure. Chapter 2. Who could it be? Is this truly the novice gift package? It is astonishingly powerful. Wang Chu distinctly felt the transformation within himself, excitement gleaming in his eyes. However, if the system is indeed genuine, then it implies that this little girl is truly his daughter? Gazing at the child, clinging closely to him, a tender expression emerged in Wang Chu's eyes. Yeya, where is your mother? Although Wang Chu was uncertain about whose child this was, locating Yeya's mother would undoubtedly clarify everything. Just then, 4 burly men descended the stairs with heavy footsteps, each one robustly built, clad in black suits and dark sunglasses, resembling 4 ominous towers. Swiftly, the quartet surrounded Wang Chu. A flicker of wariness crossed Wang Chu's gaze as he tightened his embrace around Yeya. What were these men after? Could it be that he had inadvertently crossed paths with a gang? It's the young lady. What a stroke of luck. Who are you to attempt to abduct the young lady? Release her immediately. You are surrounded. Surrender at once. Wang Chu stared at the 4 imposing figures, then glanced down at the little girl in his arms. Could it be that the young lady they referred to was this adorable little girl? His jaw dropped in shock. At that moment, Yeya's melodious voice rang out, "Don't bully my daddy." Hiss. The 4 men collectively inhaled sharply, the atmosphere suddenly thickening with tension. The predatory glances they cast at Wang Chu transformed into astonishment. I can't believe you are the son-in-law. Young sir, we were in the wrong. Please forgive us. Please wait a moment. We shall report to the master at once. The once enigmatic son-in-law had made his appearance here. Excitement flickered across the faces of the black-clad bodyguards. One of the guards hurried upstairs, while the other 3 remained vigilant around Wang Chu, wary of his escape. On the 2nd floor, an elderly man with hair as white as snow was leisurely savoring his tea. Master, rejoice. The young lady has been found, and so has the son-in-law. The burly man announced in a booming voice. With a clang, the elder's hand trembled, causing his teacup to topple. Ouch, that hurts. Scalding tea splashed onto him, and he leapt from his chair. Master, are you all right? The guards displayed expressions of concern. The elder waved them off. I'm fine. I'm fine. What were you saying? Son-in-law? Where did this son-in-law come from? At this point, his tone had taken on a menacing edge. A man downstairs is holding the young lady, claiming to be her father. The elder furrowed his brow. Bring him up. I wish to see who my granddaughter's husband is. Soon. Wang Chu was escorted upstairs by the bodyguards. Upon seeing Yeya and then Wang Chu, a flicker of surprise crossed the elder's face. What a spirited young man. Perhaps it was due to Wang Chu's increased charm, but the elder found him quite agreeable at first glance. However, why did this young man seem so familiar? Suddenly, the elder's eyes narrowed, as if he recognized Wang Chu. May I inquire your name, young friend? I am Wang Chu, Wang Chu replied calmly. As the elder scrutinized Wang Chu was also examining the elder. Was this man a relative of the little girl? Yet, he found the elder unfamiliar. He was acutely aware that he had never encountered this elder before. Who was the mother of the elder's granddaughter, Yaya? Countless questions swirled in Wang Chu's mind. Young friend Wang Chu, my great-granddaughter has taken quite a liking to you. Might you indulge her with your company for a while? The elder smiled warmly, patting Wang Chu on the shoulder. It's no trouble. I too find Yaya delightful. She is quite charming. Wang Chu nodded, his gaze toward Yaya brimming with affection. However, he yearned to inquire about the elder's granddaughter and Yaya's mother. Yet, to ask directly felt somewhat abrupt, which left Wang Chu in a quandary. Daddy, shall we go see the fish? There are beautiful little goldfish there. Yaya beamed with joy upon hearing Wang Chu would accompany her, tugging his hand toward the direction of the fish. You all, come along and ensure Yaya's safety. At the elder's command, several bodyguards closely trailed behind Wang Chu. Observing their retreating figures, the elder stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. This young man, he had indeed seen before. Though not in person, only through his granddaughter's phone. Moreover, his granddaughter had mentioned that he was Yaya's biological father. Initially, the elder had given up on finding him, but to his astonishment, he now stood before him. The elder was confident that this Wang Chu was the very man from his granddaughter's phone. Investigate who this Wang Chu is. Within an hour, I want a comprehensive report on him. He spread his palm, revealing 2 strands of hair, one thick and coarse, the other fine and delicate. Earlier, when he had patted Wang Chu's shoulder, he had discreetly secured a hair that had fallen there. Hearing the elder's command, his assistant nodded, took the hair, and promptly set about arranging the investigation. Meanwhile, Wang Chu felt a sense of unease creeping into his mind. The truth of Yaya being his daughter seemed undeniable. However, he had no recollection of who her mother might be. If he had led a chaotic personal life, he could accept that. The crux of the matter was that he had always conducted himself with integrity, having only held hands and shared innocent kisses with his one and only girlfriend. Yaya, may I ask you something? Wang Chu's eyes twinkled as he sought to uncover a breakthrough through Yaya. Sure. What does Daddy want to ask Yaya? Yaya replied, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Do you know your mother's name? Wang Chu inquired cautiously. Yaya tilted her head in thought. Mother is just called Mother. Wang Chu's lips twitched. Do you know her full name? Yaya pondered for a moment and said, I don't know, but great-grandfather calls her Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao? Wang Chu frowned. That name sounded unfamiliar. Furthermore, throughout his life, he had never encountered a girl with the surname Xiao. Who could she possibly be? Chapter 3. Taking the initiative, Wang Chu had firmly convinced himself that he was indeed Yaya's father. After all, the system would not deceive him. And the moment he held Yaya, he felt an intrinsic bond coursing through him. Yet, the elder's reaction left Wang Chu perplexed. If he did not recognize him, did that imply he was unaware that he was Yaya's father? Had Yaya's mother not mentioned him to her family? However, the lack of overt disdain when Yaya called him daddy was equally puzzling. One is left to ponder these matters until the arrival of Yaya's mother. Wang Chu mused silently to himself. Despite being burdened with a plethora of questions, he found himself thoroughly enjoying his time with Yaya. An entire hour slipped by without Wang Chu even noticing the passage of time. In fact, he derived a remarkable 50 points of joy from his interaction with Yaya. At that moment, before the elderly gentleman, lay 2 stacks of documents. One contained all of Wang Chu's personal information, meticulously detailing his academic achievements from childhood, evaluations by teachers, accolades received, family background, character, and even the routes he had taken during his travels and the volunteer work he had undertaken. The other was a DNA test report. The elder first opened the latter, and a flicker of shock and delight danced in his eyes. He glanced at Wang Chu, who was engaged in play with Yaya, and exhaled a sigh of relief. I never expected you to truly be Yaya's biological father. He then turned to the first document. After perusing its contents, a look of satisfaction emerged in his gaze. While Wang Chu still fell short compared to the talented youths of the capital, he stood out among ordinary people. Most importantly, Wang Chu conformed to the elder's aesthetic standards. This lad is as handsome as I was in my youth. For him to be my granddaughter's husband is not too shabby. Since he is indeed Yaya's biological father, he must assume the responsibilities that accompany fatherhood. Wang Chu, what brings you here today? The elder inquired kindly after observing Wang Chu play with Yaya. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Wang Chu's face as he confessed, to be honest, my family insisted I come for a blind date. Oh, a blind date. Do you harbor any aversion to such arrangements? How did it turn out? The elder asked curiously. Under the elder's inquisitive gaze, Wang Chu recounted the events that had transpired. A look of wistfulness crossed the elder's face as he sighed heavily. Is something troubling you, elder? Why the sigh? I lament for my granddaughter. She is undeniably a beautiful, gentle, and charming girl, yet due to a past incident, we have arranged numerous blind dates for her, all of which have ended in failure. Wang Chu's heart skipped a beat. So, she too has been subjected to blind dates? A sense of urgency washed over him. If she were to succeed in finding a match, Would his child then call another man daddy? This simply could not be allowed. Does that mean your granddaughter is currently single? Wang Chu asked cautiously. The elder nodded. A wave of relief washed over Wang Chu. Taking a deep breath, he said, Elder, what are your thoughts on me? For the sake of his daughter, for Yaya, Wang Chu felt he could not remain passive and must take the initiative. You? The elder was taken aback, scrutinizing Wang Chu from head to toe. Wang Chu felt a flutter of anxiety. Did the elder find him lacking? I recently returned from working abroad, and while I have yet to establish a career here, the elder interrupted, young man, I have no objections to you. But I do have two concerns. First, my granddaughter has a 3-year-old daughter, which many people find difficult to accept. I have grown fond of Yaya, and I can fully accept that. Moreover, Yaya adores me, does she not? The elder nodded thoughtfully. My second concern is that my granddaughter's job keeps her exceedingly busy, leaving little time for family. Should you two truly become a couple, sacrifices would be necessary on your part, perhaps even necessitating you to become a full-time caregiver for Yaya. That would be quite unfair to you. Wang Chu shook his head. I do not see this as an issue. In any family, someone must bear a greater burden. If her job prevents her from caring for the household, I am willing to take on the responsibility of looking after Yaya. A spark of interest lit up the elder's eyes as he smiled. If you can accept these two conditions, that would be splendid. However, I must first consult with my granddaughter. If she agrees, I will arrange for you to meet. Wang Chu sighed in relief. May I ask how to address you, elder? What is Yaya's mother's name? My surname is Yun. You may call me Grandfather Yun. As for my granddaughter, I shall leave it to you both to discuss upon your meeting. Grandfather Yun chuckled. I cannot overstep my bounds. Wang Chu nodded, excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of finally meeting Yaya's mother. Daddy, I'm hungry. At that moment, Yaya leaped into Wang Chu's embrace. Then let me order you something to eat. This is the Grand Hotel of Haiqing. What is there that we cannot procure? Suddenly, Wang Chu's phone rang. Wang Chu, have you lost your mind? You claimed you have a child? Well then, you'd better bring that child back here. If you cannot, don't bother coming home. His mother's voice boomed through the phone. Wang Chu felt a flush of embarrassment. It was undoubtedly that troublemaker, Su Lulu, who had spilled the beans. How childish to tattletale at this age. Just as Wang Chu was grappling with how to respond, Yaya's excited voice chimed in. Daddy, is that Grandma's voice? I want to talk to Grandma. Grandma, can you hear me? Yaya's adorable voice reached his mother's ears, leaving her momentarily speechless. You little rascal, what is going on? Is this girl the daughter you mentioned? Wang Chu hastily replied. I'll explain everything when I get home. The situation is a bit complicated right now. Daddy, can I talk to Grandma? Yaya pleaded, tugging at Wang Chu's hand. Wang Chu relented. Mom, Yaya wants to speak with you. How about I hand the phone over to her? After saying so, he placed the phone in Yaya's hands. Yaya grinned as she held the phone. Hello, Grandma, it's Yaya. I miss you so much. Watching Yaya chat animatedly with his mother, Wang Chu felt a sense of relief. However, he knew he would have to explain Yaya's situation to his mother thoroughly later, which was sure to be a headache. His mother's temper was quick, and if he failed to clarify things, he would undoubtedly face her wrath. Moments later, Yaya returned the phone to Wang Chu. Daddy, Grandma invited me to her house to play. Can I go see Grandma? Wang Chu couldn't help but smile ruefully. He indeed wished to take Yaya home to meet his parents, but the elder still had no idea that he was Yaya's biological father. Would he truly agree? Wang Chu, it seems Yaya genuinely adores you. If it's convenient, would you allow her to visit your home? A look of surprise crossed Wang Chu's face. Really? Is that permissible? Of course. Yaya likes you so much, and you have affection for her as well. I have no concerns about her visiting you, the elder chuckled. I have matters to attend to, so I must entrust Yaya's care to you. His heart racing with excitement, Wang Chu nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will take excellent care of Yaya. After exchanging contact details, Wang Chu cradled Yaya and exited the Grand Hotel of Haiqing. He had arrived alone, but was now heading home with a daughter in his arms. It felt as though he had stepped into a different reality. However, something seems amiss. The old gentleman's surname is Yun, so why does Yaya's mother bear the surname Shao? Could she perhaps be the granddaughter? Wang Chu shook his head, too apathetic to ponder further. Chapter 4. I will. As Wang Chu stepped through the threshold with Yaya in his arms, both his father and mother stood in stunned silence. His mother, initially wielding a rolling pin, and his father, brandishing a belt, were utterly captivated by Yaya's adorable visage the moment they laid eyes on her. Wang Chu, is this really Yaya? She is simply too cute. His mother's affection for the little girl was unmistakable. Her earlier intentions of merely extending a polite invitation now forgotten, as she never anticipated Wang Chu would actually bring her home. With a thud, his mother tossed the rolling pin to his father, exclaiming, "Put that away. What if you frighten the child?" His father's lips twitched. Just moments ago, she had insisted on teaching Wang Chu a lesson. But now, the atmosphere had shifted entirely. Hello, Grandma. Hello, Grandpa. I am Yaya. The little girl greeted them with unabashed enthusiasm. Welcome, Yaya, to our home. His mother beamed, her heart instantly softened by Yaya's presence. Originally intending to reprimand Wang Chu, she now resolved to postpone any scolding until after Yaya's departure. Wang Chu sighed in relief, thankful that he had managed to bring Yaya home. Given the earlier tension, he had half expected an all-out confrontation. "Mom, is there anything to eat at home?" Wang Chu inquired. "There's nothing for you," she retorted. "I meant for Yaya." Wang Chu couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. "Are you hungry, Yaya? What would you like to eat? Grandma will cook it for you, all right?" His mother's demeanor shifted dramatically as she focused on Yaya. Yaya giggled with delight. "As long as it's made by Grandma, I'll eat it all up. How about I make you a delicious egg custard? It's sweet and delightful. I guarantee you will love it," his mother declared, taking Yaya with her into the house. Just as Wang Chu prepared to follow, his father caught him by the arm. "What is the meaning of this? Why have you brought someone else's child home?" Wang Chu explained, "It's a bit complicated. I promise to clarify everything once Yaya leaves." "What do you mean by clarifying?" Old Wang's dissatisfaction was palpable. Wang Chu inhaled deeply. "This child is mine, but I am currently uncertain who her mother is." "What?" Old Wang was taken aback. He and his wife had assumed Wang Chu's mention of a child was merely a ruse to evade potential matchmaking. Given their understanding of Wang Chu, they never believed he would engage in such reckless behavior. But now, not only had he fathered a child, he was also unsure of the mother's identity. When had Wang Chu's private life become so scandalous? The family's reputation was in jeopardy. It's complicated. I have said I will provide a satisfactory explanation once this matter is resolved." Wang Chu sensed his father's brewing anger. "Fine, but if you fail to provide a reasonable explanation, beware of my belt." Yaya was having a splendid time at Wang Chu's home. She not only enjoyed the delectable egg custard, but also played cards with Grandma and watched cartoons that her mother usually prohibited. If it weren't for the encroaching dusk, she would have been reluctant to leave. "Yaya, it's time to go home. Taigong is waiting for you outside," Wang Chu gently announced as he lifted her. A wistful expression crossed Yaya's face. "Will Daddy come with me?" Wang Chu chuckled awkwardly. "Daddy can't leave right now, but I promise that whenever you come looking for me, I will be right here waiting for you." "How does that sound?" "Really? Then I will come to find Daddy tomorrow, okay?" "All right, I will be waiting for you, Yaya. Let us make a pinky promise. Those who lie are little puppies. I would never deceive you, Yaya." At that moment, old Master Yun's car was waiting at the street corner. Wang Chu quickly carried Yaya outside. "Grandpa Yun, I am returning Yaya to you," Wang Chu said, though he was reluctant to part with her. Old Master Yun smiled gently. "Yeah, it's time to get into the car. We must head home." "But I don't want to leave Daddy," Yaya protested, her large eyes glistening with tears. "I finally found Daddy." Wang Chu's heart ached as he wiped the tears from her face. "Yaya, you promised Daddy you would come back tomorrow. We made a pinky promise. Tonight, you must sleep well, and tomorrow, Daddy will take you to the amusement park, all right? I want to play in Mickey's house." "Okay, I promise you." "I want to play in the sand at the beach." "Absolutely." "I want to ride the bumper cars." "Of course." "I want to ride the roller coaster." "That's a no-go. It's too dangerous." After agreeing to many of Yaya's requests, she finally released her hold around Wang Chu's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Daddy, I'm leaving now. I will come to find you tomorrow." As the car gradually pulled away, Wang Chu stood rooted to the spot, watching until it turned the corner and vanished from view. He then turned back with a heavy heart. "Did you have a wonderful time at Daddy's house tonight, Yaya?" Old Master Yun asked softly in the car. "It was so much fun. Grandma's egg custard was delicious, and she has a big cat that is so much fun." Seeing Yaya so animated brought a flicker of contentment to Old Master Yun's eyes. It seemed that for a child to thrive, the presence of a father was indispensable. Returning to his home, Wang Chu felt an unsettling atmosphere permeating the air. What on earth is going on here? Seeing his mother once again brandishing the rolling pin and his father holding the belt, Wang Chu felt a chill run down his spine. "What is this? Your father just informed me of everything. Don't you think you owe us an explanation?" His mother inhaled sharply, her teeth clenched. "Is Yaya truly your child? My granddaughter?" Wang Chu nodded. "If all goes as expected, she is indeed your granddaughter. Yaya is 3 years old, which means 4 years ago, you had just graduated from university. You did such a thing to that girl and then just walked away? How could you betray everything I've taught you? Now tell me, who is Yaya's mother?" Faced with his mother's fury, Wang Chu weakly replied, "If I say I don't know, will you think I'm lying?" With a swift crack, his father swung the belt, producing a sharp sound in the air. Wang Chu shivered and quickly added, "Yaya's mother is named Xiao Yao. A very beautiful and lovely girl." "Xiao Yao? Why have I never heard you mention her before? You're not deceiving me, are you?" His mother's brow furrowed in suspicion. Wang Chu felt tears welling up. He couldn't recall when he had ever interacted with a girl named Xiao Yao. "I don't care what you think right now. The bloodline of the Wang family must return to the Wang family," his mother asserted firmly. "I don't care what methods you use. I want Yaya to recognize her roots, and I want Xiao Yao to become my daughter-in-law. Do you understand?" Wang Chu took a deep breath and replied earnestly, I will. Chapter 5. I feel stronger. Qingyao, are you still busy? Grandfather, I have just finished work. What is the matter? Is it because Yaya has been disobedient? Yaya is quite obedient. There is something I wish to share with you. I have recently encountered a commendable young man. Grandfather, I have assured you that I am well aware of my romantic life, so please refrain from interfering. This is different. Yaya likes him as well. When will you return to meet him? Let's discuss this when I return. As she hung up the phone, a strikingly beautiful visage revealed a solemn expression. She pondered which suitor had managed to sway her grandfather and win Yaya's favor. It was almost too cunning. Humph. No matter who you are, if you think to approach me with such despicable tactics, I shall never acquiesce. At the Wang residence, it seemed that Yaya's delightful charm had uplifted her mother-esque spirits, thereby sparing Wang Chu from a bout of maternal scrutiny. Once back in his room, Wang Chu reminisced about Yaya's adorable demeanor, her soft voice, and the sweet fragrance that enveloped her, causing a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. This is my child, Wang Chu. I have already missed the first 3 years of her life. I shall not miss out on her growth any longer. Xiaoyao. Is your name truly Xiaoyao? Who exactly are you? Wang Chu sighed softly. For years prior, he had just separated from his ex-girlfriend and had taken a long time to recover from the heartbreak, making it implausible for him to have any intimate encounters with other girls. Could it be that something had accidentally transpired during a drunken escapade with his close friends at a bar? Wang Chu's mind was in disarray. The memories of 4 years ago were no longer vivid, and he truly had no idea whose child Yaya was. Let it be. Grandfather Yun mentioned he would discuss my situation with Yaya's mother. When I meet her, I believe all will be clarified. Wang Chu exhaled and decided to check the system. Since the strongest dad system had been bound to him, he had yet to thoroughly explore its functionalities. The system shop was currently devoid of items, which puzzled him. What good is having over 100 joy points if there is nothing available? Ding. The host has 1 free lottery draw opportunity each day. Would you like to proceed? Items won in the lottery will automatically enter the shop and can later be purchased with joy points. The host may spend 10 joy points for an additional lottery draw. Understanding dawned upon Wang Chu. That explained the emptiness of the shop. I shall proceed with the lottery, he declared decisively. A free daily lottery was an opportunity too good to pass up. Ding. The lottery is in progress. Congratulations. You have won a strength pill. Strength pill permanently increases the user's strength. Effects are cumulative. Wang Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. A strength pill right from the start. Use it immediately. The pill vanished, and he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, as if every muscle was joyfully trembling. I feel stronger, he murmured, suddenly fearful as he touched the top of his head. Thankfully, his hair remained intact. At that moment, there was now a singular item in the shop. Strength pill. Permanently increases the user's strength. Effects are cumulative. Price, 20 joy points. How expensive? Wang Chu grimaced before exchanging for 5 strength pills. After swallowing the last, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Your strength has reached its peak. It can no longer be enhanced. Have I truly reached my peak already? Wang Chu was content with the transformation, stifled a yawn, and lay down. He eagerly anticipated the scene of meeting Yaya the next day. The following morning, upon awakening, Wang Chu felt an oppressive weight on his chest, as if something were pressing down upon him. Could it be that the large orange cat my mother raised has slipped into my room? Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback. Before him was a face radiating an angelic smile. Daddy, you're awake, Yaya exclaimed, perched on Wang Chu's chest, her face beaming with joy at his awakening. Wang Chu rubbed his eyes in disbelief and asked Yaya, when did you arrive? Daddy, I'm so embarrassed. I've been here for half an hour, and you were still sleeping. Yaya giggled, her laughter filling the air with delight. Wang Chu carefully got out of bed and lifted Yaya into his arms. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was only 6:30 a.m. Had Yaya come over at 6? That's rather early, he mused. By the way, Yaya, who brought you here? He inquired. It was great-grandfather who brought me. Then he left. Yaya rubbed her little belly. Daddy, I'm hungry. Let us go out for breakfast. Wang Chu carried Yaya outside. At that moment, his mother had already prepared the meal. Yaya, come eat. You little rascal, hurry and wash up. You look quite disheveled. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow at the evident double standard. Once he had finished washing up, the family gathered to eat together. While Wang Chu was feeding Yaya, his mother quietly asked, Wang Chu, was the elderly gentleman who brought Yaya here her mother's grandfather? Wang Chu nodded. A hint of concern crossed his mother's face. Their family must be quite well off, right? Wang Chu thought for a moment. Anyone who could afford to have several bodyguards certainly held a significant status. He nodded again. Then your chances of marrying Yaya's mother must be quite slim, right? Wang Chu chuckled bitterly. Mom, please don't worry. I will fulfill the promises I made to you. Moreover, Yaya is my child. Now that I know, I will never let her go. Seeing Wang Chu's resolute expression, His mother finally felt reassured. The Wang family was just an ordinary household. If the other party truly belonged to a wealthy family, could Wang Chu genuinely hope to reconcile with the girl? However, pondering such matters now was futile. After all, his son had initially made a grave mistake. Nevertheless, his mother held one steadfast belief. No matter what, Ye must return home. And he must earn the girl's forgiveness and bring her back to the Wang family. After the meal, Ye looked up at Wang Chu with eagerness. Daddy, are we going to the amusement park today? Indeed. Yay, that is wonderful. Ye's face lit up with joy. Daddy, let us hurry. Chapter 6. The accident. Wang Chu drove his father's old car towards the largest amusement park in Haicheng. All the while, Ye was bubbling with excitement in the back seat. Daddy, does the amusement park have lots of fun and delicious things? Wang Chu laughed as he drove. Yes, didn't I promise Ye yesterday? Today, we will have a splendid time. Yay, Daddy is the best. Ye's eyes sparkled with joy. Wang Chu's heart swelled with warmth. Ye, has your mother taken you to the amusement park before? Ye shook her head. Mom is always busy with work. She often says she will take me to the amusement park, but it has never happened. Sensing a hint of melancholy in Ye's demeanor, Wang Chu couldn't help but chastise himself. Why did he have to bring this up? Yeah, if we head to the amusement park later, what should we try first? Wang Chu resolved to redirect her attention. I want to ride the bumper cars and the carousel first. Indeed, after the topic shifted, Ye's spirits noticeably lifted. As Wang Chu's vehicle approached an intersection, a sports car suddenly darted out from the side, zipping right in front of him. Startled, Wang Chu slammed on the brakes. An expletive nearly escaped his lips, but he swallowed it down. He couldn't utter foul language in front of his daughter. It would tarnish his image in her eyes. Fortunately, he had been driving slowly. Otherwise, that sports car would have undoubtedly collided with his. It wasn't that he was particularly concerned for himself. But Ye was in the car. What would he say to her mother if anything happened? What's so great about driving a sports car? Running red lights? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Wang Chu silently scoffed. Then, a loud crash echoed. The reckless driver, having run the red light, seemed to lose control and crashed directly into a small sedan waiting for the green light. The impact triggered a chain reaction, causing collisions with 5 or 6 other vehicles. In an instant, the entire intersection was choked with traffic. The front of the sports car was mangled, and it had flipped over, creating a scene of utter devastation. Wang Chu gasped in shock. Though it didn't concern him directly, as he prepared to maneuver around the blockage, he heard Ye's voice from the back seat. Daddy, there's been an accident. Are you going to save people? Ding. Mission issued. Become Ye's superhero by rescuing all those involved in the accident. The corners of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. A superhero? What kind of ridiculous task was that? Rescuing people from an accident was perilous, wasn't it? Ye, do you really want Daddy to go help? He asked, turning to her. Ye replied earnestly, yes. Mommy says you're a superhero who always protects the world, so you can't come home. Looking into Ye's hopeful eyes, an overwhelming surge of courage welled up within Wang Chu. If it were just him, he could easily ignore the situation and let the traffic police handle it. But now he had to step up, in front of his daughter. He couldn't back down. He was her superhero. I'll park the car nearby, and then go help. You need to stay in the car and wait quietly for Daddy to return. All right. Ye clapped her hands joyfully. Okay, Ye will be very good. Wang Chu wasted no time, pulling the car into a public parking space before dashing toward the accident scene. The area was already teeming with onlookers. The drivers involved in the crash had exited their vehicles, awaiting the police, except for the 2 cars most severely damaged. The sports car had completely flipped, trapping the driver beneath. The door of the struck sedan was also mangled, and its driver lay unconscious, bloodied, and unable to escape. Several well-meaning individuals attempted to help, but the deformed door was beyond their strength. After several fruitless attempts, they retreated, recognizing the danger posed by the gasoline pooling on the ground. While explosions were uncommon in accidents, the fear instilled by countless movies made most people wary of approaching too closely. There's no way to open that door. We'll have to wait for the police, someone remarked. Even when they arrive, they'll need the fire department to handle this. That door is too deformed for anyone to open. What if that driver is unconscious? He has a lot of blood on his face. If he doesn't get help soon, his life could be in danger. Hearing those words, Wang Chu's heart sank. It seemed the situation inside was dire. Make way, make way. Wang Chu squeezed through the crowd and rushed towards the 2 vehicles. Young man, come back. It's dangerous. Someone shouted from behind. But Wang Chu paid no heed, reaching the sedan first. Indeed, the driver was unconscious and bleeding profusely. Hey, wake up, he called, banging on the door. But there was no sign of consciousness. It seemed he'd have to resort to force to get it open, having taken a strength-enhancing supplement earlier. Wang Chu knew he possessed great power, though he was uncertain of his limits. He took a deep breath and punched the side window with all his might. The once sturdy glass shattered into fragments. With both hands gripping the door, he braced himself against the car's frame and exerted all his strength to pull the door open. Observers shook their heads in disbelief. The door had been severely deformed. It was impossible to pull it open. If it were that easy, so many others wouldn't have failed. Is this a joke? If he could just force the door open like that, he'd be a superhero, not a human. Many admired Wang Chu's bravery, but they doubted his efforts would bear fruit. Yet, at that moment, with a resounding crack, Wang Chu somehow yanked the mangled door off its hinges. The crowd fell silent, all eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. How was this possible? Was this feat achievable by mere human strength? Does anyone want to lend a hand? We need to get the person out, Wang Chu shouted, with the door now ajar. Some eager bystanders rushed forward to assist him in the rescue. With the door open, the injured driver could be extracted. Next, Wang Chu would need to assist the driver of the sports car. Although this driver was the cause of the calamity, human lives were at stake, and Wang Chu couldn't turn a blind eye. Chapter 7. The matter resolved. The sports car lay completely overturned, with the driver's compartment crushed beneath. The difficulty of this rescue far surpassed that of the previous vehicle. Wang Chu surveyed the scene, uncertain how to extract the trapped individual. However, he believed that if he could flip the car over, he might resolve the issue. The door didn't seem too deformed. It might still be operable. Circling the sports car, Wang Chu positioned himself on one side, centered his energy, and located the vehicle's pressure points, preparing to lift it. Look, what is that person trying to do? Is he really going to flip that car? My goodness, is he a superhero? The crowd was skeptical. He didn't appear particularly strong. How could he possibly generate such power? This car weighed over a ton. How could anyone lift it? Though many doubted Wang Chu's capability, several pulled out their phones to capture the moment. 1, 2, 3. Wang Chu took a deep breath and, with all his might, felt every muscle in his body quiver as he exerted his strength. Gradually, he managed to lift the sports car off the ground. As he gently set the vehicle down, the driver's door swung open. A young woman with long hair stumbled out, disheveled. Despite the blood on her forehead, she was fortunately not in any mortal danger. Truly, luxury cars are built with impeccable safety features. Zhao Ruo felt as though she had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. She had intended to return home swiftly, but was taken aback when the car's braking system failed. This was the cause of such a grave accident. After the car rolled over, she found herself trapped inside, convinced she would perish within its confines. Little did she know that someone had righted the vehicle, allowing her to escape with her life. As she prepared to seek out her savior, Wang Chu had already vanished from sight. At that moment, the police and ambulances arrived. Even reporters rushed to the scene. Everyone, please step aside to avoid obstructing traffic. The doctors are ready to assist the injured. Soon, the police erected a cordon while the ambulances transported the wounded to the hospital. As the reporters sought to uncover the identity of the heroic rescuer, it became apparent that Wang Chu had quietly slipped away. Such humility. A true embodiment of grace and character. Please, interview me. I witnessed everything. That man is nothing short of a superhero. He first pried open the deformed car door, then righted the overturned sports car. The beautiful reporter's lips quivered with disbelief. I seek authentic reports, not embellished tales. How could a mere mortal accomplish such feats as lifting a car door with one hand and flipping a sports car? What expression is that? Do you doubt my words? Ask others. If I speak a lie, I shall never find a girlfriend in my life. By the way, I even have a video of him saving the day. After viewing the footage, shock and excitement danced across the reporter's face. This was monumental news, a sensational scoop. A car accident, typically a negative headline, could be transformed with the inclusion of a lone hero who, with extraordinary strength and courage, rescued the trapped driver. This would undoubtedly capture public attention. Moreover, as Haicheng was currently evaluating its status as a civilized city, the emergence of such a heroic figure could not only mitigate the accident's adverse connotations, but perhaps even establish him as a symbol of the city. Yes, that is how it shall be portrayed. Meanwhile, after completing his heroic act, Wang Chu quietly departed, not out of a disdain for fame, but rather to avoid letting trivial matters encroach upon the precious time he wished to spend with Ye. Besides, his act of saving a life was merely a fulfillment of his duty to Ye and the system's task. Upon returning to the car, Ye gazed at Wang Chu with sparkling eyes. Daddy, you are truly amazing. You really are a superhero. Wang Chu felt a surge of happiness, flexing his arm. Of course. I shall forever be Ye's superhero. Though once I protected the world, now my sole mission is to safeguard you. Ye shook her head. Daddy, you're mistaken. You must also protect Mommy. Wang Chu was taken aback for a moment before kissing Ye gently. Indeed, from now on, I shall protect both you and Mommy. Is that agreeable? Having lost some time due to the rescue, when Wang Chu and Ye finally arrived at Haicheng's largest amusement park, it was already bustling with visitors. After purchasing tickets, Wang Chu carried Ye into the park. Upon entering, They encountered a small children's stage nearby, where performers donned fairy tale costumes and were energetically entertaining the audience. Excitement danced across Yeya's face. Daddy, I want to see this. I want to see this. Wang Chu glanced around and noticed that other parents were accompanying their children, but they were positioned at the back of the crowd, making it difficult for anyone to see clearly, especially for Yeya. Wang Chu turned to her. Yeya, would you like to experience the feeling of being lifted high, like riding a noble steed? Yes, Yeya exclaimed eagerly. Wang Chu hoisted her under her arms and placed her on his shoulders. Yeya's eyes widened in amazement as her view opened up dramatically. However, without her father's embrace, she felt a bit anxious and clung tightly to his head. Wang Chu chuckled. Fear not, Yeya, Daddy will keep you safe. Her eyes sparkled with joy. Perched on her father's shoulders, she could see everything more clearly. The previously towering adults now seemed shorter than her. This sensation was entirely new to her. Filled with wonder, Daddy, you're incredible. A nearby chubby child gazed enviously at Yeya and tugged at his father's hand. Daddy, I want to ride like that little girl too. I want to ride a noble steed. The boy's father, of slight stature, could only offer a resigned smile in response. Daddy, look, the princess is so beautiful. Do you think the princess can defeat the evil sorcerer? Daddy, if the princess is in danger, you must protect her. While Wang Chu was unfamiliar with the fairy tale Yeya referenced, he thoroughly enjoyed their exchange. The emotional fulfillment from this connection brought him immense peace and warmth. In a predictable turn of events, the princess and her companions triumphed over the evil sorcerer with justice and love, culminating in a joyous conclusion. After the performance, Yeya, still enchanted, continued to murmur about the princess and the dark magic, clearly captivated by the tale's allure. In the following hours, Wang Chu guided Yeya through bumper cars and the carousel, filled with her laughter and delight. However, after their carousel ride, Yeya's expression turned a bit sour. What's wrong, Yeya? Are you feeling unwell? Wang Chu inquired with concern. Yeya softly replied, Daddy, I need to go to the bathroom. To the bathroom? Wang Chu realized that they had been out for over 2 hours, and as a young child, Yeya surely could not hold it much longer. A mistake, indeed. All right, Daddy will take you to the bathroom, okay? Yet, upon arriving at the restroom, Wang Chu found himself in a predicament. On one hand, the restrooms were overcrowded with visitors. On the other, he couldn't possibly let Yeya enter the women's restroom alone. What if she were to get hurt or encounter a trafficker? Yeya, how about going with Mommy to the men's restroom? Wang Chu cautiously suggested. The men's restroom was less crowded, and he could keep an eye on Yeya. But Yeya looked utterly resistant. Daddy, Mommy told me that I'm a girl and can't go to the men's restroom, she stated seriously. Wang Chu felt a headache coming on. He had never encountered such a situation before. What to do? Time was of the essence. Daddy, I can't hold it any longer. Yeya stamped her feet, her large eyes brimming with anxiety, tinged with a hint of moisture. Wang Chu felt completely bewildered. He had no idea what to do. Surely, he couldn't venture into the women's restroom, or he would undoubtedly be branded a pervert. On the other hand, Yeya vehemently refused to enter the men's restroom. Moreover, he agreed with Yeya's mother's teachings and wished to uphold her values in her eyes. System, I urgently need your assistance. Do you have any solutions? Wang Chu silently thought. Unfortunately, the system remained utterly silent. However, Wang Chu recalled that upon completing his previous task, he had not only earned 50 points of joy but also received a system reward. Opening the system rewards, he found, ding, task completed. Congratulations. You have received a pair of adorable bunny-eared red hoods. Bunny-eared red hoods. They maintain a comfortable temperature around the wearer and effectively shield against harmful radiation. What a splendid item, yet utterly useless. Wang Chu glanced at Yeya, a sense of urgency welling up within him. Daddy, I can't hold it much longer. Hearing her words, Wang Chu gritted his teeth. For the sake of his daughter, he had only one path left to tread. He surveyed the queue outside the women's restroom and finally spotted a young woman with a child at the front. Wang Chu swiftly removed his outer jacket, revealing a snug undershirt, and approached her. Excuse me, I have a favor to ask. The young woman turned to him, her form-fitting undershirt accentuating his perfect physique. This man has quite the physique, she thought to herself, though she maintained a facade of composure as she replied. You called? What is it? Wang Chu quickly explained. I'm out with my daughter, and she urgently needs to use the restroom, but it's inconvenient for her to go to the men's. The young woman glanced at Yeya beside Wang Chu, and without hesitation, she cheerfully said, I understand. Hand the child over to me. I will take her to the restroom. Wang Chu sighed in relief. Thank you so much. No need for thanks. The woman stole another glance at Wang Chu's muscular outline, her cheeks slightly flushed. Finally, a resolution was at hand, and a hint of embarrassment crossed Wang Chu's face. He never imagined he would find himself in a position of compromising his pride. Yet for Yeya, he felt it was worth any sacrifice. Once the woman escorted Ye into the ladies' room, Wang Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief and donned his jacket. As he waited by the restroom entrance, a hesitant voice called from behind, "Wang Chu?" He turned to see a familiar figure, and a shadow crossed his previously cheerful face. It was indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. How had he ended up encountering these individuals? 5 people stood before him, 3 men and 2 women. Among them was Lin Xiaoyun, one of the girls who had recognized Wang Chu, and his former girlfriend from university. Beside Lin Xiaoyun stood Yang Wei, the wealthy heir who had stolen Wang Chu's girlfriend away. At one point, Lin Xiaoyun had been the belle of Wang Chu's class, and he had exerted tremendous effort to win her heart. Wang Chu had believed their relationship would transition from campus to the real world, evolving from youthful innocence to mature commitment, ultimately leading to marriage. However, in their senior year, a close friend discreetly informed Wang Chu that he had seen Lin Xiaoyun with a wealthy heir from school at an upscale restaurant. Initially skeptical, Wang Chu's doubts were confirmed one fateful morning when he saw Lin Xiaoyun laughing and leaving a budget hotel with Yang Wei, their expressions remarkably intimate. It was then he realized that no matter how steadfast one's affections may be, they were no match for the allure of a designer handbag. The adage of joy riding on a bicycle paled in comparison to the comfort of sitting in a BMW. To this day, Wang Chu recalled Lin Xiaoyun's words during their breakup. "Wang Chu, what Yang Wei can give me, you could never provide. I thank you for always respecting me and never forcing me." Exhaling slowly, Wang Chu's gaze soon regained composure. After all, he had long since moved on from Lin Xiaoyun and now had a daughter of his own. "What brings you here?" Wang Chu asked calmly. Lin Xiaoyun appraised him from head to toe, a glint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Although she had successfully ensnared Yang Wei, the wealthy heir, she had not anticipated the significant transformation Wang Chu had undergone over the past 4 years, both in physique and demeanor. He had become undeniably more masculine. "I heard you were quite despondent after our split, and that you went abroad after graduation," Lin Xiaoyun remarked, glancing at Wang Chu with a hint of regret. "But seeing you now, looking well, puts my mind at ease." Wang Chu scoffed softly. Had she truly believed he had been devastated because of her? Yes. He had been heartbroken for a considerable time, but as for his reasons for going abroad, no one could understand better than her wealthy boyfriend standing beside her. "Do you think discussing this now holds any significance?" Wang Chu smirked. "Or perhaps it serves merely to enhance your delicate White Lotus persona." Chapter 9. Apology. Who gave you the audacity to speak to my fiancé in such a manner? Upon witnessing his fiancé being disrespected, Yang Wei could no longer contain his anger. "Wang Chu, do you think you amount to anything? In my presence, you are nothing. Is that so? In my eyes, you scarcely register beyond a mere nuisance." Wang Chu shrugged nonchalantly. Yang Wei was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury. "Wang Chu, have you not learned your lesson from 4 years ago? With a single word from me, you will find no place in Haiqing. What is the matter? Are you intending to employ the same tactics from 4 years ago against me?" Wang Chu chuckled mockingly. "Do you truly believe Haiqing is under your family's control? How laughable. Wang Chu, you've gone too far." Lin Xiaoyun bit her lip, her eyes revealing disappointment. "I had hoped that after leaving you, you would strive for success. But it seems you remain unchanged." "I'm grateful that I have not changed," Wang Chu replied calmly. "Unlike some, who forget their initial intentions along the way." Yang Wei stepped forward, seizing Wang Chu by the collar. "You'd best show respect to my fiancé, or I'll make you aware of the world's treacheries. Do you understand?" Wang Chu gazed at the menacing Yang Wei and sighed. "You know, I actually quite admire you." This unexpected statement left Yang Wei momentarily stunned, wondering if Wang Chu was trying to appease him. "I once thought you were merely playing with Lin Xiaoyun. Yet here you are, engaged. Impressive. It's rare to find a devoted wealthy heir like you. I realize my previous judgments may have been somewhat biased." Yang Wei was bewildered, struggling to decipher whether Wang Chu was complimenting or criticizing him. "Brother Wei, this guy is mocking you and your fiancé." One of the bystanders could no longer contain himself and cautiously interjected. Yang Wei was somewhat incensed. That scoundrel Wang Chu showed an utter lack of regard for him. "Let go of me, Dad." At that moment, Ye emerged from the restroom and beheld Yang Wei grasping Wang Chu by the collar. She rushed over to push Yang Wei away. "Where did this little brat come from? Get lost." Yang Wei glared, shouting furiously. Ye was taken aback, her large eyes reflecting a hint of fear, yet she gritted her teeth and stepped forward, declaring, "I won't allow you to bully my dad." "Your father?" "Wang Chu." Yang Wei glanced at Ye, then at Wang Chu. "Wang Chu, so this is your little bastard." Before Yang Wei could finish his sentence, he received a sharp slap from Wang Chu. "You dare strike me?" Yang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Wang Chu seized Yang Wei's hand with a grim expression. Upon hearing Ye's voice, he had initially wished to disengage from these ruffians, as his time was valuable and he wanted to be with Ye. However, He never anticipated that Yang Wei would have the audacity to insult Ye as a bastard. No one dared to bully Wang Chu's daughter in his presence. Ouch, that hurts. Yang Wei was about to unleash a tirade. But he suddenly felt as if his wrist were caught in a vice, an immense force threatening to crush it. Apologize to my daughter. Immediately. Wang Chu fixed his cold gaze on Yang Wei. Yang Wei gritted his teeth. You want me to apologize to your little bastard? Dream on. Before he could finish, Wang Chu tightened his grip. Yang Wei let out a pained howl, his entire arm nearly immobilized. Let go of young Master Wei. Release my brother. The two other men, witnessing Yang Wei being struck by Wang Chu, brightened. Wasn't this a splendid opportunity to ingratiate themselves with young Master Wei? They rushed forward without hesitation. Upon seeing the two men charge at him, Wang Chu's lips curled into a cold smile, and he swiftly delivered 2 kicks. The strikes landed squarely in their abdomens, sending them flying. With 2 loud thuds, they crashed to the ground, writhing in pain as if their very organs had shifted. Apologize, or I will crush your hand. Wang Chu reiterated. Wang Chu, enough? Do you even realize what you are doing? Lin Xiaoyan stepped forward, exclaiming, Can you not leave me utterly disappointed? Wang Chu glanced at Lin Xiaoyan, a mocking glint in his eyes. Lin Xiaoyan, when I liked you, your words held weight. Now that I no longer do, what do you think you are worth? Besides, I have a daughter now. You don't really believe you possess such charm that I would forever remember you, do you? Lin Xiaoyun's complexion paled. Disbelief etched across her face as she regarded Wang Chu. The Wang Chu of yesteryear had been a paragon of warmth before her. When had he ever spoken to her in such a tone? Even during their breakup, his demeanor had not been as harsh as it was now. Was all of this merely due to Yang Wei's slander against that little girl? I will give you 5 seconds to contemplate. Let us see whether your bones are tougher than your words. Wang Chu said once more to Yang Wei. The excruciating pain coursing through Yang Wei's body rendered him incapable of enduring it any longer. I was wrong. I apologize. Is that not sufficient? Yang Wei's face contorted as he struggled to force a smile. I'm sorry. I should not have insulted you or shouted at you. Wang Chu released his grip. Get lost. Yang Wei's wrist bore a deep bruise, and his entire arm felt sore and numb. He could hardly lift it. Wang Chu, very well. Just you wait. As long as I, Yang Wei, am in Haiqing, I will ensure you cannot survive here. Freed, Yang Wei felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. As a wealthy scion of Haiqing, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet, he found himself powerless. They were no match for Wang Chu. Let us go. Yang Wei cast one last contemptuous glance at Wang Chu before coldly stating. Lin Xiaoyun and her companions followed behind him, but before departing, Lin Xiaoyun shot Wang Chu a lingering glance, her eyes betraying a myriad of emotions. Yeah, do not be afraid, Daddy is here. Wang Chu gently soothed as he lifted Ye into his arms. Ye wrapped her arms around Wang Chu's neck, nodding vigorously. Daddy, Ye is not scared. The bad guys were scared away by Daddy. You are the best. Wang Chu sighed in relief, pleased that this incident had not left any lasting shadows in Ye's heart. He turned his gaze to a woman standing a distance away. Thank you for your assistance earlier. Wang Chu expressed his profound gratitude. Without her help, he truly would not have known how to handle the situation. The woman's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Not at all. The earlier display of Wang Chu's fierce protection of Ye stirred something within her. This man was undeniably captivating. Ye, have you thanked the auntie yet? Wang Chu inquired. The young woman immediately replied. Ye already thanked me. She is such a polite and adorable girl. Wang Chu affectionately ruffled Ye's hair, then produced a red, bunny-eared hat from his hand. This is a hat I just bought for you. Do you like it? Ye's eyes widened in delight. The charming red bunny hat was simply exquisite, especially the little bunny design on the red cap, which utterly won Ye's heart. Daddy, Daddy, I want to wear this little red hat. Ye exclaimed joyfully. Wang Chu placed the hat on Ye's head, and an invigorating breeze enveloped her, dispelling all heat, leaving her feeling both intrigued and elated. Daddy, look at me. Am I pretty? Ye gazed at Wang Chu with eager anticipation. Wang Chu pinched her little nose playfully. Ye is the most beautiful. At that moment, the 5-year-old girl accompanying the young woman displayed an envious expression. She too yearned for such a lovely hat, which appeared simply stunning. Wang Chu noticed her longing and pulled out another small red hat. This hat shall serve as my token of gratitude. Oh, that is too generous. The young woman quickly declined. I merely lent a helping hand. I specifically bought these for my 2 children. It is merely a small gesture from me. So please do not refuse. Wang Chu chuckled. If it weren't for you, I truly would not have known how to manage. The woman hesitated momentarily, but upon witnessing her daughter's eager eyes, she accepted without further protest. You are out with the child alone. Where is her mother? The woman cautiously inquired. Wang Chu casually responded. Her mother is quite busy with work and does not have much time to spend with her. So I make it a point to be with her more. A flicker of disappointment crossed the woman's eyes. It turned out he was unlike her. for he had a wife. With a sense of regret lingering in the air, they quickly parted ways. Yeah, what would you like to do next? Daddy will spend the whole day playing with you, all right? Yes. Yeah planted a kiss on Wang Chu's cheek. Yeah loves Daddy the most. At that moment, in a quaint courtyard on the outskirts of Haiqing, the small courtyard was brimming with an array of vegetables, and in the corner, a few resplendent rose bushes were in full bloom. A hobbled old man reclined on a rattan chair at the entrance, gently fanning himself with a palm leaf. His gaze was fixed upon the majestic mountains in the distance, his eyes seemingly laden with untold stories. At that moment, a sleek black sedan appeared silently before the courtyard. Yun Lao stepped out of the car and spotted the elderly man lounging in the chair, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. Yang Dao. The once half-closed eyes of the old man widened in astonishment as he lifted his head to behold Yun Lao. Upon seeing Yun Lao's aged visage, the elder hesitated for a moment, then tentatively inquired, "Are you Yun Tunmian?" Yun Lao erupted into hearty laughter, tears welling up as he chuckled. "Indeed, it is I. I am Yun Tunmian." The old man, filled with exuberance, rose unsteadily from the rattan chair and made his way toward Yun Lao, who hurriedly approached him. They embraced tightly, two souls reunited after decades apart. "Yun Tunmian, I never thought I would have the chance to see you again in this lifetime," exclaimed Yang Dao. "I too have searched for you for so many years, and at long last, I have found you." Yang Dao's full name was Yang Limin, and his nickname, Dao, was bestowed upon him by Yun Lao during their youth, stemming from his fervent wish for an abundance of steamed buns. Conversely, Yun Tunmian was a moniker given to Yun Lao by Yang Limin, as Yun Lao had a penchant for wonton noodles in his younger days. They were once comrades in the revolutionary struggle, and now, over 60 years had swiftly passed. Those spirited young men had transformed into frail elders. "Dao, have you been here all these years?" Yun Lao's eyes glistened. "Why did you not seek us out?" Yang Lao smiled wistfully. "During the ambush battle, my leg was shattered by an explosion, and I lost consciousness in the grass. It was the locals who rescued me. I lay on a clay bed for 6 months before I could barely walk again. At that moment, I knew I would never return to the battlefield." Yang Lao sighed. "So I resolved to remain here, guarding the site where our comrades sacrificed their lives, engaging in conversations with them to stave off their solitude." Yun Lao's expression grew somber. "Indeed, the ambush was exceedingly fierce. I still carry 3 bullet casings within me. We began with over 100 men, and in the end, scarcely 20 remained. Our retreat was so chaotic that we did not even have the chance to recover our fallen comrades." Yang Lao chuckled softly. "Come, allow me to show you a special place." Half an hour later, the 2 elderly men ascended the mountain, supporting each other as they climbed. The bodyguards followed behind, their expressions tense, fearful that anything might befall the 2 elders. Eventually, they arrived at a cemetery. "After I recovered, I only located 50 bodies. The rest were unidentifiable." Yang Lao's voice was subdued. Yun Lao gazed at the small mounds before them, the foremost bearing a stone tablet. The 165th Regiment's death-defying company engaged the enemy in Haiqing, fighting for 8 hours and 32 minutes, holding off over 10,000 enemy troops, claiming the lives of more than 1,000 foes, and suffering 93 casualties, successfully covering the retreat of the main force and the villagers, thus completing the mission. In honor of the death-defying company's soldier Yang Limin. Below, the names of all the soldiers from the death-defying company were inscribed: Zhang Taizhu, Chen Megan, Zhou Fatsai, Wang Damon. As Yun Lao looked upon the now faded names on the monument, tears streamed down his weathered cheeks. Slowly, he raised his hand to render a formal military salute. Yang Lao did the same, and the bodyguards behind them saluted solemnly. The verdant hills are the final resting place for loyal souls. There is no need for horsehide to wrap their corpses. Old comrades, I, Yun Jiangwo, have come to pay my respects to you. I apologize for my tardiness." Yun Lao's voice trembled with emotion. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yun Lao addressed Yang Lao. "Dao, I have come with a proposition." Unbeknownst to them, the sun had begun to set. Wang Chu, accompanied by the reluctant Yaya, departed the amusement park. "Papa, where are you taking me to play tomorrow?" Yaya asked with eager anticipation. "We shall go to the seaside. How does that sound?" Wang Chu replied with a smile. "I promised Yaya we would visit the beach." "Yay, that's wonderful. Papa is the best," Yaya exclaimed. "Can you tell me a story?" Wang Chu felt a pang of embarrassment. Telling stories is not exactly my forte. Chapter 11. A visit on returning home. Yun Lao's people were already waiting downstairs. As Wang Chu entrusted Yaya to them, his heart brimmed with reluctance. After returning to the country, he had never felt such joy. Yaya was like a small angel, filling his heart with warmth. "Papa, aren't you coming home today? Mama is not here, and I want you to stay with me while I sleep." Just before leaving, Yaya, with tear-filled eyes, grasped Wang Chu's hand. Other children get to listen to their papas tell stories at night, I want that too. Wang Chu felt a sharp ache in his heart, though he yearned to stay. It simply wasn't feasible at that moment. He needed to speak with Yaya's mother and clarify matters first. Yeah, once Mama returns home, Papa will come back, all right? From now on, Papa will take you out to play every day and tell you lovely stories at night, okay? Then let us make a pinky promise. When Mama comes home, you will come home. Yaya extended her little pinky. After sealing the promise, a smile finally graced Yaya's face. Papa, I'm going home now. Remember to take me to the beach tomorrow. She waved at Wang Chu as she climbed into the bodyguard's vehicle, watching the car carrying Yaya disappear into the distance. The smile on Wang Chu's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of wistfulness. Just as he was about to turn back toward home, he noticed a city bookstore in the distance. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. Hello, do you have any fairy tale books? That's a wrap. Today, as filming has concluded, everyone can disperse and take a break. With the director's announcement, everyone on set exhaled in relief. After an entire day of shooting, they were utterly exhausted. Yun Qingyao sat in a chair, rubbing her wrists and knees. Today, they had filmed the pivotal scenes, and she felt as if her entire body was falling apart. Qingyao, are you all right? Do you need to take a day off tomorrow? At that moment, the director approached her, concern etched upon his face. Yun Qingyao smiled softly. I'm fine. I am an artist and actress, and it is my duty to fulfill my responsibilities as an actress. This little hardship is nothing. The director gazed at her with a hint of admiration. You are the most unpretentious star I have ever met. Director, you flatter me. Please, go attend to other matters. I'll just take a short rest. Yun Qingyao replied with a smile. At that moment, her manager, Sister Chun, approached, her expression slightly troubled. Qingyao, that guy is back. Yun Qingyao frowned. Lin Zifeng? He truly is persistent. Lin Zifeng was a super wealthy heir from Daijing and Yun Qingyao's most ardent admirer. It was unclear how he had learned of her filming location, but he had been lurking nearby for some time, frequently dropping by. Given his affluent background, the production team dared not offend him. Cloud Qingyao felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What kind of mischief had he concocted today? She inquired. Sister Chen replied. He has bought a plethora of items and is treating everyone in the crew to a meal, claiming it's a visit. Cloud Qingyao retorted in anger. What does he think he is to me? A visit? If this gets out. Sister Chen sighed. Since you have consistently rebuffed his advances, he is bound to devise alternative tactics. Cloud Qingyao took a deep breath. It seems my previous rejections were not sufficiently resolute. Sister Chen, follow me. Meanwhile, outside the set, a young man wearing sunglasses was enthusiastically calling out. Everyone, feel free to eat. I've prepared a small gift for each of you. As long as you cooperate with our Qingyao on set, I, Lin Zifeng, will ensure that no one goes unrewarded. As he spoke, he pulled down the tarp from a cart behind him. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The cart was piled high with the latest model of smartphones, each valued at around 5,000 yuan, and there were at least 100 of them, meaning the total worth was no less than 500,000. What a generous display. These small gifts are my way of thanking you all on behalf of Qingyao. Lin Zifeng proclaimed. Envy glimmered in the eyes of many. Such extravagance during a visit was indeed rare. Typically, one would bring along some drinks or fruit. But who would be generous enough to present 500,000 worth of gifts? Lin Zifeng is truly extravagant. Many thanks. Ah, Sister Qingyao is so fortunate. If I had someone like Lin Zifeng interested in me, I would have agreed long ago. I doubt many women could withstand such an onslaught from him. He is not only gentle, but also wealthy. I've heard his family is worth at least 100 billion. As Cloud Qingyao appeared, all eyes turned to her. Everyone expected her to be taken aback by Lin Zifeng's lavishness, perhaps even secretly harboring feelings for him. However, to their surprise, Cloud Qingyao's expression was far from pleased. Indeed, it was quite dismal. Qingyao, I've come to see you. Lin Zifeng, oblivious to the atmosphere, stepped closer as if seeking praise. I understand how hard you work, so I've reserved a couple's meal at the Yunyu Grand Hotel. Shall we go eat together? Cloud Qingyao inhaled deeply. Lin Zifeng, how many times must I tell you? Please refrain from such self-indulgent gestures in the future, all right? I'm merely considering you. Fostering good relations with the crew, which could benefit you. Lin Zifeng chuckled awkwardly. Cloud Qingyao shook her head. No need. I can handle my own affairs. Sister Chun, please transfer 1 million to Lin Zifeng. Consider these gifts my treat for everyone. Sister Chen nodded. All right, I will do so immediately. Lin Zifeng hastily interrupted. Qingyao, I genuinely like you, and I sincerely wish to do something for you. Am I really lacking 1 million? ISNT that a slap in my face. Cloud Qingyao replied resolutely. I must clearly inform you that I am not interested in pursuing any romantic relationships at present, and I do not wish for any rumors to circulate regarding this matter within the crew or beyond. If you cannot accept this, please do not appear before me again. Sister Chun, transfer the funds immediately. After delivering this command, Cloud Qingyao turned and walked away. Sister Chen cast Lin Zifeng a helpless glance. The atmosphere on set grew tense. What was anticipated to be a grand declaration of love had turned into a stark revelation that Cloud Qingyao seemed indifferent to Lin Zifeng's advances. At that moment, Lin Zifeng's phone rang. Lin Zifeng, the roses are ready. Forget the roses, throw them all away. Lin Zifeng's mood soured significantly. Chapter 12, 10 consecutive draws. Qingyao. Don't you think your attitude was overly cold just now? Sister Chen caught up with Cloud Qingyao, cautiously inquiring. Cloud Qingyao halted her steps. If I hadn't acted that way, Lin Zifeng would undoubtedly continue to pester me, and if word got out. But which popular female artist lacks rumors? Isn't there is saying that a celebrity without scandals isn't a true celebrity? Others are others. I am myself. Cloud Qingyao shook her head. I'm a bit tired. Please take me back to the hotel. Half an hour later, in the hotel, Cloud Qingyao had finished her evening routine. Clad in a comfortable bathrobe, reclining on her bed. After reviewing her lines and scenes for tomorrow, the night had grown late. At that moment, her phone rang. Upon seeing the name on the screen, a rare softness and smile graced Cloud Qingyao's face. Upon answering, she was greeted by the adorably mischievous visage of Yaya. Mama. Upon seeing Cloud Qingyao, Yaya's eyes sparkled with joy. Mama, when will you come home? Cloud Qingyao shifted into a more comfortable position, smiling. What's the matter? Do you miss Mama already? Yaya blinked. Yes, Yaya misses Mama. But didn't Mama say she would be away for about a month? It's only been less than a week. Cloud Qingyao's tone turned slightly apologetic. Although she longed to care for and accompany Yaya, she also had her own dreams. Thus, she found herself persistently torn between the two. Fortunately, Yaya was very understanding and did not behave like other children who would cry and fuss. Otherwise, Cloud Qingyao would truly be at a loss. A hint of disappointment crossed Yaya's face. With more than half a month still to go, did that mean Daddy wouldn't be home for half a month to sleep with her? Noticing Yaya's mood faltering, Cloud Qingyao quickly changed the subject. What did you do today? Do you have any happy news to share with Mama? At the mention of this, Yaya's face lit up with excitement. Mama, let me tell you, today I went to the amusement park with Daddy. There were so many people at the amusement park. Daddy even lifted me onto his shoulders. And I felt so tall. Daddy took me to ride bumper cars, but he didn't know how to play and just got bumped by me. Hee. For lunch, Daddy took me to eat fish. It was so delicious. With every word Yaya spoke, Cloud Qingyao's expression darkened further. She never anticipated that her grandfather would allow that man to take Yaya out to play alone. This was utterly outrageous. She hadn't even had the chance to take Yaya to the amusement park herself, and now her daughter's first experience had been stolen by a man? What troubled her even more was that it had only been a day, and Yaya had already grown so fond of that man. If they continued to interact for another half-month, the consequences were unimaginable. That scheming man was evidently employing a strategy to win over her daughter first, after which he would certainly attempt to win her over as well. She would never allow that to happen. Cloud Qingyao took a deep breath, and after finishing her conversation with Yaya, she dialed the director's number. Director, I have something to request. I need to take 3 days off. I assure you I will return to keep up with the progress. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Cloud Qingyao took a deep breath and began to pack her belongings. Soon, Sister Chen arrived. Qingyao, what are you doing? Is something wrong? Are you leaving the production team? I have a personal matter to attend to. I will return in 3 days. Sister Chen, I entrust this place to you. With those words, Yun Qingyao lifted her suitcase and was about to make her exit. Wait a moment. If you go out like this, what if the paparazzi spot you? Sister Chen said. Exasperated. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. At that moment, within the Wang residence, Wang Chu had sequestered himself in a small room, engrossed in a fairy tale book he had purchased. Subsequently, he activated the recorder and stood before the mirror, taking a deep breath. Once upon a time, there was a little white rabbit that lived a carefree life on the vast prairie. 5 minutes later, he completed the tale in front of the mirror. Eagerly, Wang Chu played back the recording, only to be met with an unfamiliar and rather unpleasant voice. Wang Chu gasped, is this really my voice? How could I possibly tell a story to Yaya with such a sound? Do I truly lack the talent for storytelling? Doubt washed over him, yet he quickly rallied. For Yaya, this father must forge ahead. It's merely storytelling, merely a matter of having an unpleasant voice. With diligent practice, improvement is surely within reach. Wang Chu inhaled deeply and resumed his practice. Outside the door, his parents were eavesdropping. Dear, what do you think our son is muttering about in there? Is he possibly under some sort of duress? Don't be ridiculous. Didn't you see him come home with a pile of books? He.s. likely reading. Reading what? He.s. mumbling away. He never used to do that when he read. His father queried, perplexed. Fairy tales. That little rascal is quite dedicated. His father chuckled. His mother scoffed. Dedication means nothing. When will he bring Xiao Yao home? That would signify success. All right, Let us go to bed and let him mutter alone. His father yawned and took his mother away. Wang Chu practiced for a solid hour, feeling as though his throat was on fire. Yet his storytelling ability showed no sign of improvement. It was utterly flat, devoid of emotion and variation, entirely incapable of captivating an audience. This was exceedingly difficult. Wang Chu lay on his bed, a pained expression etched on his face. He had not anticipated storytelling would be this arduous. System, do you possess a means to enhance my storytelling skills? Alas, the system offered no reply. Truly, it was a heartless system. However, a thought struck Wang Chu. He realized he had yet to conduct today's lottery. Instantly, excitement surged within him as he sprang from his bed. System, I wish to participate in today's lottery. Ding. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, you have won super combat skills. A wave of unfamiliar knowledge flooded Wang Chu's mind. He blinked in astonishment. Super combat skills sounded impressive, yet it was not what he needed at this moment. Glancing at his joy points, he noted he had 150 remaining. A single lottery draw costs 10 joy points. I shall conduct a 10 consecutive draw, Wang Chu stated resolutely. Chapter 13. Celestial Melody. A 10 consecutive draw costs merely 100 joy points. As long as I can obtain the skills I require, it will all be worthwhile. After all, joy points can be replenished through Yaya. Ding. The system is conducting the lottery. Wang Chu felt a thrill of anticipation in various games. A 10 consecutive draw invariably yields rare skills or items, did it not? He was quite excited about this draw. Moments later, the system finally provided an answer. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a bottle of enchanted spring water. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a set of children's swimwear. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a token of appreciation from the system. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations. You have received another token of appreciation from the system. Thank you for your patronage. Wang Chu's expression darkened as he noted that 7 consecutive thank you for your patronage notifications had appeared. Was this system developed by a low-budget company? How could there be so many thank yous? Was this not a scam? Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Celestial Melody. The final notification left Wang Chu momentarily speechless. Celestial Melody? At last, a credible skill. Enchanted spring water. Possesses magical properties that can mildly enhance physical constitution. Each bottle sells for 5 joy points. Children's swimwear. Prevents seawater erosion, reduces drowning risk, and features a location function. Each set sells for 30 joy points. Celestial Melody. Enhances your voice, making it more melodious and magnetic. Wang Chu felt a refreshing coolness in his throat, akin to sipping divine nectar. Ahem. Once upon a time, there was a little white rabbit. This time, as Wang Chu spoke again, he was astonished by his own voice. It sounded clearer, softer, and his emotional delivery seemed remarkably more precise. If his voice had previously merited a score of 60, it now undoubtedly reached 99. This was worthwhile, truly worthwhile. Excitement shone on Wang Chu's face. Tomorrow, he would surely tell a wonderful story to Yaya. The mere thought of Yaya smiling with joy as he narrated filled his heart with sweetness akin to honey. In the opulent villa complex of Ding Shenghuayuan, the most luxurious in Haiqing, Yun Qingyao trudged into the villa. Xiaoyao, why are you back? Did you not say you would be occupied for a month? Elder Yun inquired, astonished at Yun Qingyao's return. She rolled her eyes, thinking that if she didn't return soon, her precious daughter would belong to someone else. Grandfather, since you're still awake, I have something to ask you. Taking a deep breath, Yun Qingyao continued. Did you send Yaya to that boy you mentioned yesterday? A smile crept onto Elder Yun's face. Yes, didn't Yaya tell you? She was so happy today. I have never seen her so cheerful. Grandfather, Yun Qingyao emphasized. Are you not afraid that he might treat Yaya poorly? Not at all, rest assured. Moreover, I have discreetly assigned someone to follow them. I am well aware of their activities today. Elder Yun waved his hand dismissively. Oh, by the way, since you're back, I will arrange a meeting for you tomorrow. You will be quite surprised. Yun Qingyao furrowed her brow, perplexed by what kind of enchantment the boy had cast over her grandfather to earn his trust in handing over Yaya. Initially, she had not taken Wang Chu seriously. However, the situation had changed. She now perceived a profound threat from his existence. Grandfather, I do not know who this person is, nor do I wish to know. I take a deep breath. I will not allow Yaya to meet him again. How can you so easily dismiss someone you know nothing about? Elder Yin replied with a slight smile. Isn't it worth giving each other a chance? There is no need. But in that case, Yaya will be very upset. Children will cry for a couple of days and be fine. Yun Qingyao gritted her teeth. Better to endure short-term pain than long-term suffering. Do you not wish to know why Yaya is so fond of him? Upon hearing this, Yun Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. Old Master Yun patted her shoulder gently. I understand that you are a headstrong child, but sometimes you must delve deeper to uncover the truth of a situation. How about this? Why not meet him tomorrow? If you find it unsuitable, I shall never interfere in your affairs again. What do you say? Yun Xingyao furrowed her brows slightly before responding. All right, but there is no need for you to make arrangements. I shall handle it myself tomorrow. Meanwhile, on the local evening news in Haiqing. Good evening, viewers. This is Haiqing News. Today, a series of car accidents occurred on Rinmin Road, triggered by a luxury sports car experiencing brake failure. Fortunately, the vehicle was not traveling at high speed, and no casualties were reported, thanks to the assistance of bystanders. The driver was safely rescued. Among the rescuers was an anonymous man who single-handedly saved 2 drivers. Here is footage provided by enthusiastic onlookers. Subsequently, the television displayed a scene of a man prying open a deformed car door and righting an overturned vehicle. If anyone has information regarding this heroic individual, please contact our station. The news concluded, leaving all viewers in a state of shock. Surely this is a fabrication. How could anyone possess such strength? Indeed, the deception is far too blatant. This is supposed to be a local government media outlet, and yet they would publish such a story? It's utterly ridiculous. The young man in the video doesn't appear to be particularly strong. If he truly had such power, why not compete in a strongman contest? Under the official WeChat account of Haiqing News, countless viewers expressed their dissatisfaction with the report, as everyone believed it to be false. It is impossible for someone to single-handedly pry open a deformed car door or to right an overturned vehicle. That is not human. That is superhuman. At that moment, in the hospital, the truth was undeniable, for I was not unconscious. I witnessed everything clearly. On the hospital bed, a young woman with a bandaged head spoke to the middle-aged man beside her. Dad, you must help me. The middle-aged man nodded. Rest assured, my daughter. I, Zhao Guangyao, am not one to forget a kindness. He saved my daughter, and I shall repay him, no matter what. The woman nodded, her eyes glinting with anger. Was someone responsible for the brake failure in my car? Chapter 14. The meeting. Zhao Guangyao shook his head. Initially, I suspected foul play against the Zhao family, but my investigation revealed it to be a mere brake failure. The woman was stunned, struggling to believe. Dad, are you saying I spent millions on a car with defective brakes? As it stands, that seems to be the case. Zhao Guangyao was equally exasperated. What a predicament. The woman gritted her teeth. Might I, Zhao Ruo, will settle the score with you. That night, Wang Chu slept soundly, indulging in an extensive dream. In his dream, he possessed an enormous amusement park filled with characters from fairy tales, princesses, little rabbits, and even a talking big-faced cat. He frolicked with Yaya in this magical realm, where her laughter resonated joyfully. Yet, amidst this dream, a graceful woman lingered, though Wang Chu could never discern her true visage. Nonetheless, each glimpse of that hazy figure enveloped him in warmth. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock rang. Wang Chu blinked awake, realizing it was already 6 o'clock. But why had Yaya not come over today? He frowned. Could it be that she was too tired from yesterday's adventures and was sleeping in? After freshening up, he stepped out of his bedroom to find the dining table laden with a lavish breakfast. Shrimp porridge, steamed chicken rolls, and silky steamed egg pudding. What a feast. What occasion warrants such a spread? Wang Chu mused, ready to savor a piece of chicken roll, only for his chopsticks to be swatted away by his mother. Why the rush? Yaya hasn't arrived yet. Are you just hungry? Wang Chu blinked. So, all this is prepared for Yaya? Of course, it's for my precious granddaughter. You're merely benefiting from her presence. His mother replied matter-of-factly. His father chuckled nearby. Your mother spent the entire day yesterday lamenting that she hadn't prepared anything delicious for Yaya, so she rose early to whip this up. Wang Chu, gazing at the feast, felt a twinge of frustration. Perhaps Yaya has already eaten. No way. You must call and ask when Yaya is coming. His mother insisted. Wang Chu sighed, feeling somewhat diminished in the family hierarchy. Ever since his mother learned that Yaya was his child, his status at home had plummeted in an observable manner. Now, he was barely above his father, and perhaps even overshadowed by the family cat. He sighed deeply and reluctantly pulled out his phone. However, before he could make the call, the doorbell rang. Could it be Yaya? Wang Chu's eyes brightened as he dashed to the door and opened it. Standing outside was a young woman wearing a mask. Though obscured, her presence captivated him. She was tall and slender, her exposed skin radiating a delicate, fair glow, while her long hair added to her allure. Who could she be, arriving so early in the morning? Was she perhaps a salesperson? Excuse me, whom are you looking for? Wang Chu inquired. The woman seemed momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixated on him, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. Daddy, I'm here. At that moment, a small head popped out from behind the woman, adorned with a little red hat, exuding an adorable charm. Yaya, come in. Wang Chu quickly crouched down to scoop Yaya into his arms. Yaya, did you think about Daddy last night? He asked. Yaya earnestly replied. Of course. Did Daddy think of Yaya? Absolutely. Wang Chu assured her. Will Daddy be able to stay with Yaya tonight and tell her a story? A hint of embarrassment crossed Wang Chu's face. I can tell you a story today, but let's not discuss that now. Grandma has prepared delicious food. Let's eat together. His mother beamed upon seeing Yaya. Yaya, come sit beside Grandma. Then, noticing the masked woman standing behind Wang Chu, his mother expressed surprise. What a graceful young lady. Could she be Yaya's mother? Wang Chu, who is this person behind you? Wang Chu turned to glance at the masked woman, a hint of awkwardness on his face. I apologize for not introducing you earlier. This is, the woman interjected. I am Yaya's tutor. My name is Qingqing. Yaya's tutor? A flicker of confusion crossed Wang Chu's eyes, yet he maintained his politeness. Please, come in. Would you like to join us for a meal? The young woman shook her head. Yaya and I have already dined, so I shall refrain from eating. Her mother's face revealed a look of disappointment. Had all her meticulous preparations been in vain? Noticing her grandmother's dejection, Yaya blinked and said, Grandma, did you make all of this? It looks so delicious. May I have just a little more, just a tiny bit? At last, a smile graced her mother's face. Then I shall serve a little to Yaya. If she cannot finish it, she can share with Grandma, shall we? All right. Yaya chirped brightly. Wang Chu let out a sigh of relief. Had Yaya refused to eat entirely, his mother would surely feel quite disheartened. Miss Qingqing, you needn't wear a mask at home, right? Wang Chu remarked, noticing the young woman still adorned with a mask. She shook her head. I've recently caught a cold. To avoid spreading it to you, I think it best to keep the mask on. Wang Chu shrugged. Suit yourself. It's not I who feels unwell. Since Yaya had already eaten, she was satisfied with just a little, leaving the remainder of her meal before Wang Chu, who devoured it eagerly. Daddy, let us go play by the sea. I want to build sandcastles. Wang Chu smiled. All right, once I tidy up, I'll take you there. How does that sound? At that moment, the lovely Qingqing spoke up. I'll join you today. Wang Chu paused, surprised that she would accompany them. It seemed somewhat inappropriate, considering they were father and daughter on an outing. Yesterday, Yaya mentioned your plans to go out. If I'm with you, you won't feel awkward or embarrassed when Yaya needs to use the restroom, right? Wang Chu suddenly understood. That was why old man Yun had suggested Qingqing accompany them. He hadn't even considered this. Indeed, he was not a very competent father. Chapter 15. The beach. The sun shone brightly upon a cloudless sky. Gentle breezes caressed the air, and the heavens appeared limitless. Truly a splendid day for a beach outing. Before 9 o'clock, Wang Chu had taken Qingqing and Yaya to the first seaside bathing beach. The city of Haiqing earned its name because it stands by the sea. And what attracts visitors from all over the nation is its renowned sandy beaches, deemed the finest in the entire realm of Jiuzhou. Surrounded on three sides by mountains and facing the sea on one, the bay features crystal-clear waters with gentle waves, a smooth and gradual slope, and soft sands, accommodating thousands of swimmers in its shallow waters. Moreover, it boasts a plethora of uniquely styled buildings, shaded pathways, and charming cafes, making it not only a favored destination for couples, but also the top choice for family outings, especially now, as the weather warms. Restless young ladies are eagerly revealing their long, fair legs, rushing toward the embrace of the ocean. If one could ignore the sight of the older women, this place would indeed resemble paradise for men. Squatting outside the changing room, Wang Chu observed the increasingly scantily clad beauties, murmuring to himself, "Oh, so Mr. Wang has an affinity for this sort of thing?" Understandably so. Tall, elegant women are indeed a sight for sore eyes. Wang Chu glanced at Qingqing. Aren't you going to change into your swimsuit? She shook her head. No, I've been under the weather. I don't wish to go into the water. Your cold is due to a lack of exercise. You should be moving about more. Wang Chu replied with a smile. Though Qingqing's face remained obscured, Wang Chu was certain she was a stunning beauty. It seemed somewhat unreasonable for such a lovely lady to come to the beach so thoroughly bundled up. Qingqing smiled gently, but did not respond further. You're out. Where's Yaya? Wang Chu craned his neck to look behind him. I've already helped Yaya into her swimsuit. She is currently admiring herself in the mirror, Qingqing remarked, casting a glance at Wang Chu's well-defined physique, which exuded a certain allure. Her eyes subtly shifted. It was undeniable that Wang Chu's perfect form radiated charm at that moment, drawing the attention of several girls who had cast sidelong glances his way. Daddy. At that moment, Yaya's bright voice rang out from behind. Turning, Wang Chu caught sight of Yaya leaping into his arms like a dove. Daddy, do you think Yaya is beautiful? A warm smile spread across Wang Chu's face. My Yaya is the most beautiful. Now let us go play in the sand and water. Clad in a child's swimsuit drawn from the system, Yaya resembled a little sprite. Her creamy skin was delicate to the touch, and the little red hat atop her head made her appear as though she had stepped straight out of a painting. Throughout their journey, everyone who beheld Yaya, men, women, the elderly, and children, displayed a hint of envy. What kind of perfection must one possess to have such a daughter? Wang Chu's own allure was almost overshadowed. After purchasing a beach shovel and other toys, Wang Chu and Ye settled down on the sand, ready to unleash their creativity. Daddy, I want to build a huge castle. All right, I shall construct a tall wall around your castle to protect it. How does that sound? Good. Thus, the father and daughter duo immersed themselves in the sandy endeavor, tirelessly digging away. Qingqing, observing from a distance, felt a warmth in her heart. What a harmonious scene it was. A smile graced her lips as she found a spot beneath a beach umbrella to sit. Eventually, with Wang Chu's help, Ye's grand castle was completed. Though it appeared rather rough around the edges, both were filled with joy, for it was the first creation of their father-daughter collaboration. Just then, a girl passing by unexpectedly slipped, leaning precariously toward Wang Chu. He hadn't anticipated such a turn of events and instinctively lunged forward to shield Ye. With a thud, the girl landed squarely on their creation, utterly demolishing the unsightly castle. Startled, Qingqing immediately sprang to her feet. When she confirmed Ye was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief, though her brow was furrowed. I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. I just slipped. The girl scrambled to her feet, her face adorned with regret as she spoke hurriedly. Wang Chu assessed her. She appeared to be in her 20s, her features still retaining a hint of youthful innocence, exuding a certain charm. However, what drew the most attention were the curves she possessed. Wang Chu couldn't help but feel slightly dizzy as she bowed in apology. It's all right. Just be careful when you walk. Wang Chu replied with a hint of resignation. This was a public space after all, and since she had apologized, it would be unreasonable to demand more. Daddy, my castle is ruined. Ye gazed at the collapsed structure, her lips pouting and her eyes glistening with tears. Wang Chu felt a pang of sympathy. Ye, shall Daddy help you rebuild it? The girl's face also bore a trace of remorse. I'm really sorry, little sister. How about I help you build it together? My skills are quite good. With that, she crouched down, ready to assist Ye in reconstructing the castle. Wang Chu furrowed his brows slightly, contemplating how to decline the girl's advances when a shadow approached. Ye, your sister has apologized. What should you say? Qingqing had come over, looking intently at Ye. Ye sniffled. It's all right. I'll build an even better castle with Daddy later. Qingqing nodded and addressed the girl. Dear lady, I believe your approach was unintentional. Surely you did not mean to intrude, correct? The girl looked up at Qingqing, feeling an overwhelming and domineering aura emanating from her, which made her tremble with trepidation. Of course not. How could I possibly have done it on purpose? The girl replied awkwardly. Qingqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was merely an accident, so you need not apologize excessively. If I'm not mistaken, your friends are over there, right? Don't keep them waiting. The girl's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly stood up. I'll take my leave now. My apologies. Her departure was somewhat clumsy. Wang Chu blinked, oblivious to the fact that, in a fleeting moment, the two women had exchanged barbs. He merely sensed an odd tension in the air. Qingqing crouched down. Yeah, come. Let us build a grand castle together, shall we? Chapter 16 Qingqing, Yin Qingyao? Rongrong, what do you think? Isn't that guy incredibly handsome? Upon returning to her companions, the women eagerly bombarded her with questions. Rongrong patted her chest, still shaken. You have no idea. You didn't feel it. But that masked girl's gaze was as if she intended to devour me whole. Is that for real? She can't possibly be that handsome guy's wife, can she? Very likely. I mean, if I had such a handsome husband and an adorable daughter, I wouldn't let him out of my sight either. Wang Chu, however, remained unaware of the girl's musings, puzzled by Qingqing's sudden desire to join the castle-building endeavor. Yet, since she wished to assist, he certainly would not refuse. Soon, with the combined efforts of the trio, a larger sandcastle was erected. Ye's fair pink face was speckled with fine sand. Daddy, I want to take a picture with teacher Qingqing. Wang Chu patted his beach shorts. Yeah, I didn't bring my phone. Qingqing smiled, retrieving her phone from her bag. Let me take a picture of you too. Yes, yes. Ye wrapped her arms around Wang Chu's neck, making a V sign towards the camera. Wang Chu mirrored her gesture. Qingqing stepped back a couple of paces, counting down. 3, 2, 1. Just then, a man behind her shoved her forward. In a split second, Wang Chu dashed forward and caught Qingqing, who was about to fall. What are you doing? Though she felt soft in his embrace, Wang Chu was filled with fury. Had he not acted swiftly, she would have tumbled into the sand. What's wrong? Who told your girl to block our path? 3 delinquent youths with brightly dyed hair quickly surrounded them. Blocking your way? This is a public area. Do you think you're in your own home? Wang Chu replied coldly. Apologize, or this matter will not end well. Not end well? Oh, we are so terrified. The youth on the left exaggeratedly declared. What? If we don't apologize, are you planning to gang up on us? I'm so scared. The youth in the middle eyed Wang Chu with disdain and scoffed. Listen, brother, there's nothing going on here, so don't go looking for trouble. Wang Chu took a deep breath. So you're not going to apologize then? Apologize? You're not a child anymore. Can you not be so naive? Do you think you're still in school? But if you let us touch your girl, I might consider apologizing. With a swift motion, Wang Chu kicked the speaker, sending him flying. The youth landed hard, howling in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. How dare you lay a hand on our brother? The middle youth exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before erupting in anger. Looks like you don't plan on leaving here alive today. Do you know what you and a teddy bear have in common? Wang Chu calmly replied. The youth paused, instinctively asking, what? All your skills are in your mouth. You've never lost a verbal battle, nor won a physical one. Boss, he is insulting us. The youth beside him murmured. Wang Chu chuckled softly, turning to Qingqing. Take Ye and step back a bit. I'll handle these little ruffians. Qingqing nodded, retreating a few steps while holding Ye's hand. So, are you planning to fight me one-on-one or all at once? Wang Chu flexed his wrist, having just unlocked super combat skills yesterday. He felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of a confrontation. Let us all go at him. The delinquent leader growled. He realized his opponent was no ordinary foe and that one-on-one, he might not stand a chance. As the two delinquents charged at him, Wang Chu's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. They were indeed mere ruffians, relying solely on brute strength without any finesse. So many openings. Wang Chu shook his head. With a couple of swift kicks, he sent them crashing to the ground, howling in agony like their companion. Truly, none of them can fight, Wang Chu lamented, having barely exerted himself before they all fell. The scuffle quickly attracted attention, and a crowd began to gather. While many were in awe of Wang Chu's formidable strength, some harbored doubts about his identity. Why does he look so familiar? I too feel like I've seen him recently. Could he be a celebrity? Probably not. But he was indeed very impressive just now. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, he is the hero from yesterday's car accident. Car accident? Hero? These two phrases instantly jogged the memories of many. Judging by Wang Chu's ability to dispatch 3 delinquents with a few kicks, could the footage from yesterday be genuine? The commotion soon caught Qingqing's attention, and a flicker of wariness crossed her eyes. Could she have been recognized? Impossible. She had done her makeup and had worn a mask the entire time. There was no reason for anyone to identify her. If they did recognize her, a hint of concern appeared on her face. At that moment, the security personnel from the beach arrived. Is there a fight? Where are they? Wang Chu's expression changed. He quickly scooped up Ye and grasped Qingqing's hand. Let us get out of here. When the security arrived, they found only 3 delinquents writhing in pain on the ground, while the instigator, Wang Chu, had already vanished. Can you let go of my hand now? Once they reached a secluded corner, Qingqing calmly inquired. Sorry. Wang Chu chuckled awkwardly, releasing her delicate hand, having just sprinted away in haste. I couldn't help but notice how soft Qingqing's hands were. Why did we run just now? She inquired, perplexed. Wang Chu blinked and replied. The security at the beach had arrived. But why did we have to run? They were the ones looking for trouble. Qingqing protested. Wang Chu retorted with exasperation. True. They were instigating, but I was the one who struck first. If I hadn't fled, I might have been taken to the station for AT session. Oh, Qingqing nodded, then added. Thank you for your help back there. Wang Chu waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. After all, you are Ye's tutor. I couldn't just stand by and watch you being bullied. At that moment, Wang Chu's expression shifted, a glimmer of doubt flashing in his eyes. This was prompted by a voice echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 1 point of pleasure from Yun Qingyao. Chapter 17. Recognized while the pleasure points were minimal, they unveiled a significant truth. The girl wearing the mask was indeed named Yun Qingyao. Yet that name seemed strikingly familiar. Wang Chu felt a sense of déjà vu regarding the name, but couldn't quite place it. Perhaps it belonged to a protagonist from a novel. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. What are you looking at? Yun Qingyao perceptively noticed the flicker of confusion in Wang Chu's gaze and feigned calmness as she questioned him. Wang Chu smiled slightly. I was merely curious. Don't you find it stifling to wear a mask all the time? Yun Qingyao blinked her large eyes at him, remaining silent. Wang Chu felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and waved his hand, saying, never mind. If you're not bothered by it, I won't pry. It's just a pity that I Haven T captured a photo of the grand castle Ye and I built. Ye looked up at Wang Chu. Daddy, you were so amazing just now, driving away that bully in just a few moves. In her excitement, Ye nearly let slip something she ought not to have mentioned. She cautiously glanced at Yun Qingyao, relieved to see no sign of discontent from her, and then beamed with joy again. What Ye didn't understand was why her mother had explicitly instructed her not to let Daddy know about her true identity. Of course, Daddy is Ye's superhero. Wang Chu chuckled. So, what shall we do next, Ye? I want to go to the water park. Ye's eyes sparkled. Wang Chu grinned. All right, Daddy will take you there. He then turned to Yun Qingyao and asked, are you joining us? The water park required tickets, and if Yun Qingyao chose not to go, Wang Chu wouldn't need to purchase her entry. I didn't bring a swimsuit, so I'll pass. I'll wait for you at the milk tea shop. Yun Qingyao replied, shaking her head. Wang Chu didn't press the issue, After all, he was merely asking out of courtesy. Though he couldn't help but feel a tinge of anticipation about seeing Yun Qingyao in a swimsuit. The water park boasted numerous attractions, and it was impossible for Wang Chu to take Ye on every ride. After enjoying a few, Ye began to tire, prompting them to find a place to rest. Ye, Daddy has a few questions for you. Will you answer honestly? Ye nodded eagerly. Sure. What does teacher Qingqing usually teach you? And when did she become your teacher? At that moment, Yun Qingyao was comfortably sipping her milk tea in the shop. After a day of hanging from wires, her body felt nearly broken, and she was grateful for the opportunity to rest for a couple of days. However, she hadn't anticipated that the person her grandfather mentioned would turn out to be Wang Chu. A smile crept onto her face, her eyes filled with nostalgia. Suddenly, she noticed reporters approaching from a distance, and a hint of wariness crossed her features. Reporters? Could it be that her identity had been exposed? If that were the case, Ye's identity might also be compromised. Yun Qingyao furrowed her brow deeply. Yet to her surprise, it seemed the reporters were not targeting her after all. Ye, after we go out, what do you want to eat? I want spicy chicken nuggets and crispy prawns. All right, Daddy will take you to eat. Just as Wang Chu and Ye exited the water park, a wave of exclamations erupted. He is out. He is finally out. A throng of people surged forward. Wang Chu was startled. Could these individuals be accomplices of those three little rascals? But upon closer inspection, he realized that these individuals, armed with cameras and microphones, were indeed reporters. Excuse me, are you the hero who rescued people at the accident scene yesterday? A strikingly beautiful female reporter thrust her microphone almost into Wang Chu's mouth. Accident scene? Rescue hero? Wang Chu frowned. I'm sorry. You've mistaken me for someone else. His primary task today was to accompany Ye for some fun. He had no intention of letting anything interfere with their precious time together. The reporters were momentarily taken aback, but why would he deny it? He was indeed the hero from the accident scene. Yet, they had finally located Wang Chu and were not about to let him slip away easily. Sir, you are clearly the hero from yesterday. Why are you denying it? High City is currently promoting your courageous act of saving others. Would you be willing to spare some time for an interview? Could you share your thoughts at that moment? Weren't you scared? Wang Chu felt exasperated. These reporters were indeed relentless, bombarding him with questions. Moreover, it seemed that if he didn't confess, they wouldn't relent. However, Wang Chu glanced at Ye, truly not wanting to squander time on such matters. Fine, I admit it. I was indeed at the accident scene yesterday saving people. Wang Chu took a deep breath and continued. However, as you can see, I need to accompany my daughter for some fun. I really don't have time for an interview. Perhaps we could schedule another time? The female reporter quickly responded, we won't take too much of your time. Wang Chu's expression turned cold. I'm truly sorry, but I really don't have time. We can arrange another time, but I won't be giving interviews today. Seeing Wang Chu's resolute attitude, the female reporter had no choice but to relent. After scheduling a time for the interview, they finally withdrew. Upon entering the milk tea shop, Wang Chu spotted Yun Qingyao seated by the window. A complex expression crossed his face. Qingqing, it's nearly noon. Shall we go for lunch? Yun Qingyao nodded, but just as she was about to speak, the shop's door was suddenly flung open, and nearly 20 individuals rushed in, encircling Wang Chu and the others. Get lost, you irrelevant people. Our brother Fa needs to deal with something, shouted a man with yellow hair, barking at the patrons enjoying their milk tea. The surrounding couples hurriedly fled, their faces etched with panic. The shop's door was locked tight, and both the curtains and rolling shutters were drawn. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Kid, you've got some audacity, daring to lay hands on my people. A man in his 30s appeared before Wang Chu, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his eyes glinting with malice. Boss, it's this brat who beat us up. The three ruffians, previously beaten by Wang Chu, pointed at him and shouted furiously. Chapter 18, The Duration of a Song. Wang Chu secretly cursed under his breath. Were these three miscreants still haunting him? Unable to defeat him, they resorted to calling for reinforcements? Where was their sense of professional ethics? However, the confined space posed a significant disadvantage, especially since he had to protect Ye and Yun Qingyao. Although Wang Chu had acquired super combat skills and, bolstered by the strength-enhancing pills, his power far surpassed that of these petty thugs, he was still outnumbered. Moreover, he needed to safeguard Ye and Yun Qingyao, which complicated matters. Hey, why are you so quiet now? One of the thugs, who had previously been beaten, smirked with a sense of arrogance. Dare to touch me again, and see what happens. The thug's finger jabbed repeatedly at Wang Chu's chest, saliva nearly splattering onto Wang Chu's face. Wang Chu frowned. What do you intend to do? If it was merely an apology, he might be able to accept it. A man should be able to bend when necessary. What was a little loss of face for the sake of his daughter? What now? Fa Good chuckled. You struck one of my men, which tarnished my reputation. A man lives on his pride, and you've sullied mine. I must reclaim it. I'm offering you two choices. First, kneel down and crawl under my legs, and we'll consider this matter settled. Second, I'll break the leg you used to kick my man. Wang Chu's expression darkened. Kneeling and crawling. He was no Han Xian. He would never accept such humiliation, especially in front of his daughter. As a father, he could not allow her to have a negative impression of him. As for losing a leg, that was out of the question. Clearly, a reasonable discussion was not on the table. A glint of ruthlessness appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. Is there truly no other way apart from these two options? I could offer some compensation to the three of you. Who the hell would want your lousy money? Compensation? The blonde thug retorted coldly. If we're talking about compensation, why not offer your wife to us? I reckon she would be quite delightful. With a swift motion, Wang Chu kicked out before the thug could finish his taunt. This time, however, he exerted 80% of his strength, unlike the previous encounter where he had only used 40. He was concerned that using full force might result in a fatality. Nevertheless, the blonde thug was sent flying, crashing into his comrades behind him. Wang Chu's decisive kick left everyone present utterly stunned. Was this fellow a fool? With nearly 20 ruffians present, what audacity did he possess to strike out? Did he truly see himself as some sort of Terminator like Schwarzenegger? Fa Gu momentarily froze, only to be jolted back to reality by the anguished cries of his men. Anger crept onto his face. Get him, break his arms and legs, and let him learn what it means to face death. Yet, as he spoke, Wang Chu had already lunged forward, his fists raining down like a torrential storm upon the throng. With the combined might of super combat skills and immense strength, Wang Chu single-handedly thwarted the advance of 20 assailants. Mommy, I'm scared. Seeing Wang Chu in combat, Yeya's eyes revealed a hint of panic. Yun Xingyao grasped her hand tightly, whispering, Don't be afraid, Yeya. Daddy is a superhero and will surely protect you. As she glanced at Wang Chu, who stood valiantly before them, a gentle warmth filled her gaze. Whether 4 years ago or now, during the most perilous moments, he had always shielded her. Was this fate? Despite the overwhelming odds, Yun Xingyao felt no fear, for before her stood a mountain capable of safeguarding her. 3 minutes may seem brief, merely the duration of a song. Yet for Wang Chu, it was a revelation of his true strength. He had anticipated being at a disadvantage against 20 foes, yet as the battle ensued, he discovered their weakness. Despite their numbers, none were a match for him. The advantage of super combat skills exposed their every flaw, rendering their attacks utterly ineffectual. 3 minutes later, the ground lay strewn with groaning ruffians, their wails echoing throughout the milk tea shop. Fa Gu finally lost his composure. Was this man even human? How could one person so effortlessly defeat 20? This was untenable. He had to flee. Better to preserve the mountain than to worry about firewood. However, as he turned to escape, despair washed over him as he found the milk tea shop's door firmly shut. Originally intended to prevent Wang Chu's escape, it now stood as an obstacle to his own. Running away, Fa Gu? Wang Chu's calm voice drifted from behind. Didn't you come to salvage your reputation? What? You've changed your mind. Fa Gu turned around, his face betraying embarrassment. No. What's wrong? Am I the type to refuse a favor? Wang Chu's expression soured. Come here. I'll grant you that favor. Fa Gu felt a wave of bitterness wash over him as he glanced at his writhing subordinates, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Wang Chu, don't think you're impressive just because you can fight. In this society, strength means nothing. Fa Gu retorted coldly. Wang Chu narrowed his eyes. Do you know me? Fa Gu froze, hastily denying, I don't know you. I'm here for revenge on behalf of my men. I never mentioned my name. Yet you just called it out. That indicates you are aware of who I am. So this so-called revenge was meticulously planned by you? Your men sought trouble deliberately? Wang Chu inhaled deeply, stepping forward. Tell me, whose orders are you following to provoke me? I didn't tea. Fa Gu stammered, panic rising within him. With a resounding slap, Wang Chu struck his face, leaving a distinct mark on his left cheek. If you remain silent, I won't hold back next time. Wang Chu's voice lowered ominously. Who is it? Fa Gu felt a burning pain radiate from his face, yet he stubbornly insisted, no one instructed me. I am. Another slap, this time with increased force. Fa Gu spat blood, a few blood-stained teeth among it. At that moment, his phone rang. Chapter 19, The Hidden Puppet Master. Fage's heart raced. A call at this time? However, before he could react, Wang Chu had already snatched the phone from him. Young Master Yang? I believe I've uncovered who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Wang Chu sneered before answering the call. Chen Fa, have you completed the task? It's merely dealing with a Wang Chu. Why is it taking so long? Yang Wei's irate voice blared from the phone. Wang Chu cast a knowing glance at Chen Fa, who was drenched in cold sweat, seething with silent rage towards Yang Wei in his heart. At that time, Yang Wei merely mentioned wanting to deal with an oblivious little scoundrel, yet he did not clarify that this scoundrel was one who had resorted to underhanded means. Damn it. Has he gone mute? Why the silence? Don't tell me you can't even handle a mere little scoundrel. Yang Wei's voice continued. I don't care what methods you employ. I want Wang Chu to be utterly unable to survive in Haiqing. Do you comprehend? Wang Chu sighed. Addressing the phone. I say, Yang Wei, I am still your senior, and your actions seem rather unscrupulous, don't you think? You, Wang Chu, how did you come by Chen Fei's number? Where is Chen Fei? A hint of astonishment crept into Yang Wei's voice. Wang Chu glanced at Chen Fei. Chuckling, you mean Brother Fei? I've had a friendly exchange with him. We are now good brothers who have fought without knowing each other before. Do you really think Brother Fei would heed your words against me? What a joke. On the other end of the line, Yang Wei's eyes revealed a flicker of shock. Wang Chu had a friendly exchange with Chen Fei? What nonsense. However, after his initial surprise, Yang Wei was soon consumed by rage. Wang Chu, you better clarify who you think you are. Wang Chu chuckled. Isn't it said that women are like universities? We both graduated from the same institution, so of course. I am your senior. You are courting death. Although he had indeed stolen Wang Chu's girlfriend, and the original one at that, Wang Chu's current demeanor made Yang Wei feel as though he was the one who had picked up a cast-off shoe. Naturally, he was infuriated. Enough of your futile howling. Wang Chu laughed lightly. Do you think Haiqing belongs solely to the Yang family? Do you believe I am still the same Wang Chu from 4 years ago? You intend to drive me out of Haiqing? I await your attempts with bated breath. After Yang Wei angrily hung up the phone, Wang Chu tossed the device to Chen Fei. Let us leave. This place is no longer suitable for us to linger. Since Chen Fei had brought people to stir trouble, Wang Chu had lost all interest in continuing to enjoy his outing with Ye. Half an hour later, in a private room of a restaurant, Wang Chu was carefully peeling shrimp for Ye. After satisfying her hunger, Ye quickly succumbed to drowsiness and lay down on the adjacent sofa, drifting off to sleep. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the little one was asleep, it was time to discuss some serious matters with Yin Qingyao. There are only the 3 of us in this room. You needn't wear your mask any longer, right? Wang Chu glanced at Yin Qingyao. Aren't you going to eat it all? I'm currently on a diet and prefer to skip meals. Wang Chu sighed. I truly don't understand why you insist on wearing a mask. Is there some scar on your face? Rest assured, I, Wang Chu, am not that superficial, especially since you are Ye's mother. A flicker of surprise appeared in Yin Qingyao's eyes. How did you know? Wang Chu scoffed. Do you think Ye could keep that from me? She's merely a 3-year-old child. With just a casual inquiry, she revealed everything. Meanwhile, the soundly sleeping Ye was blissfully unaware that her most beloved daddy had so easily betrayed her. Yin Qingyao cast a helpless glance at Ye before removing her mask. Initially, Wang Chu had assumed that Yin Qingyao must have some flaw in her appearance, which is why she always wore a mask. However, once she unveiled her face, the entire room seemed to be illuminated. Flawlessly exquisite, a peerless beauty. At that moment, it felt as though no words could adequately encapsulate her beauty. She descended like an angel upon the earth. How beautiful, truly beautiful. Wang Chu murmured to himself. A smile graced Yin Qingyao's face. Wang Chu. It's been a long time. Wang Chu blinked. It has indeed been quite a while. I apologize for our previous encounters, but when did we first meet? Although Yin Qingyao was undeniably stunning, Wang Chu resolved to voice the doubts gnawing at him. Ye is my daughter, yet Yin Qingyao truly did not register in his memory. With Yin Qingyao's beauty, if they had met before, it was impossible he wouldn't remember. Yin Qingyao smiled and retrieved a piece of paper from her small bag. Please take a look at this. Wang Chu accepted the paper with suspicion, unable to suppress a gasp. This was, astonishingly, a paternity test. It clearly stated that he was Ye's biological father. But when did Yin Qingyao have this done? This was somewhat alarming. However, this paternity test relieved Wang Chu. He had been worried that if Yin Qingyao denied him as Ye's father, he would be at a loss for an explanation. Now it appeared that such concerns were unfounded. I imagine you have some questions in your mind. I heard from my grandfather that Ye has recently been quite attached to someone, but I never anticipated that person would be you. Yin Qingyao gazed gently into Wang Chu's eyes. Wang Chu. Do you remember that night 4 years ago at Dongfang Film City when you rescued a girl who had fallen into the water? Yin Qingyao's words struck Wang Chu like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the doubts he had harbored for so long. 4 years ago, at Dongfang Film City. At that time, Wang Chu had just borne witness to the harshness of reality, having seen his beloved girlfriend fall into Yang Wei's embrace. Heartbroken, he had chosen to break up. Yet, breaking up did not mean his heart was unscathed. On the advice of a close friend, Wang Chu opted to travel to ease his mind. Dongfang Film City was the last stop on his journey. While he was enjoying the evening breeze, strolling over the small bridge by the moat, he suddenly heard someone shout that someone had fallen into the water. Under the moonlight, he saw a figure struggling in the middle of the river. Without hesitation, he leaped in. The winter waters were frigid, and Wang Chu exerted every ounce of strength to rescue the drowning individual. Yet, by the time he pulled her out, the girl's lips were already pale and she was unable to speak. With no other choice, he took her to the hotel where he was staying. However, when he awoke the next morning, he found that the girl had vanished. Could it be that the girl was Yin Qingyao? Yet, back then, Yin Qingyao had resembled a drenched chicken, a far cry from her current appearance. Chapter 20, I will support you. Was that girl really you? Wang Chu found it hard to believe. Yin Qingyao playfully blinked. Yes, are you surprised? Surprised is an understatement. This is nothing short of thunderous. Yet, I did not engage in any impropriety with Yin Qingyao. I am not that kind of rogue. Could it be that I acted wildly at night? Otherwise, how could Yaya have come to be? As this thought crossed his mind, a look of guilt appeared on Wang Chu's face. I'm sorry. Wang Chu took a deep breath, speaking solemnly. Yin Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed her eyes. Why are you apologizing to me? Wang Chu inhaled deeply. Because I have, after all, caused you harm. You must have had a difficult time these years and harbored resentment against me, right? Yin Qingyao gazed at Wang Chu's eyes brimming with remorse, seemingly beginning to understand something. It appeared that Wang Chu was under a misconception. Yin Qingyao had secretly fled to Dongfang Film City, driven by her dream of becoming a star, unbeknownst to her family. She had believed that with her own talent, she could compose a moving tale of triumph. After all, novels and films often depict such scenarios. Yet reality dealt a heavy blow to Yin Qingyao. Not only did she fail to realize her dreams, but she also found herself entangled in a disreputable drinking party orchestrated by her unscrupulous director. Shockingly, she discovered that her drink had been spiked. Fortunately, she detected the danger in time and fled, only to inadvertently fall into the water while evading her pursuers. At that moment, Wang Chu came to her rescue. As for the events of that night, the effects of the drug kicked in at midnight, while Wang Chu, suffering from a slight fever, had taken cold medicine and was sleeping like a log. Thus, throughout the ordeal, it was Yin Qingyao who took the initiative, leaving Wang Chu entirely unaware of the circumstances. However, perhaps it is better for Wang Chu to be under this misapprehension. Explaining the situation to him would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment for Yin Qingyao. As for feelings of hatred, I can honestly say I have never harbored any animosity towards you. After all, were it not for you, I might have perished in that river long ago. Yin Qingyao gazed at Wang Chu and inquired, now that you are aware of Yaya's true identity, what do you intend to do? Wang Chu inhaled deeply. Knowing that Yaya is my daughter, I must embrace the responsibilities of a father. He then cast a glance at Yin Qingyao. If you are willing, I will also take on the responsibility of caring for you and our daughter. But is it merely a matter of responsibility? Yin Qingyao brushed her long hair aside, her fleeting allure momentarily disarming Wang Chu. Gulp. Wang Chu swallowed hard. Her casual gesture was utterly captivating. If I were to say I have fallen in love with you, would you consider me a lecherous man? Wang Chu hesitated to ask. Yin Qingyao blinked. What's the matter? Given my appearance, it wouldn't be surprising if you fell for me, would it? Goodness, she certainly knows how to boast. Nevertheless, Yin Qingyao possesses a clear understanding of her own beauty. All right, I admit, the moment you removed your mask, my heart skipped a beat. Wang Chu confessed, palms upturned. After all, she is the mother of his daughter. And considering their past intimacy 4 years ago, alongside Yin Qingyao's transformation into a stunning swan, it would be unnatural for Wang Chu to remain unaffected. Upon hearing Wang Chu's response, a satisfied smile graced Yin Qingyao's lips. Very well, let us now discuss matters of importance. She took a deep breath, as Yaya grows. It is essential for her to have her father by her side, so I hope you can become a full-time stay-at-home dad. Full-time dad? Wang Chu blinked in surprise. What do you mean by that? Given my work commitments, I sometimes only return home once every few months, which severely limits my ability to care for and accompany Yaya. Therefore, I hope you can sacrifice your career and focus on our family. This way, I can devote myself wholeheartedly to my work. Wang Chu pondered this. A flicker of apprehension crossed Yin Qingyao's eyes, for she recognized the weight of such a request on any ambitious man. After all, asking a man to forfeit his career and aspirations to become a full-time caregiver is not merely a personal dilemma. It also subjects him to the scrutiny of family, relatives, and society at large. Could Wang Chu truly agree to her proposal? May I ask what your current profession is? Wang Chu hesitated before inquiring. What profession requires months of absence? Yin Qingyao looked at him, astonished. You don't actually know what I'm doing now, do you? Should I? Wang Chu was taken aback, recalling her previous appearance at Dongfang Film City. Are you still involved in the entertainment industry? He couldn't help but frown. Yin Qingyao nodded nonchalantly. Wang Chu took a deep breath and advised. They say the entertainment industry is a treacherous mire, rife with complexities. What would happen if something were to befall you? Observing Wang Chu's earnest demeanor, a slight smile appeared on Yin Qingyao's face. But if I don't work, how can I support Yaya? Will you take care of me? I will. Wang Chu replied without hesitation. Yun Qingyao was momentarily stunned, then beamed. All right, let me think it over. If I truly can't make it, you must remember your words today. At that moment, Yun Qingyao's phone rang. She glanced at it and told Wang Chu, it's my agent. She then answered the call in front of him. Wang Chu admired Yun Qingyao's profile, feeling a wave of astonishment. He never imagined that Ye's mother was the very girl he had saved 4 years ago. Wait, something seems amiss. Wang Chu suddenly remembered that Yun's family always travels with several bodyguards, indicating they must be of considerable standing. If that is the case, then Yun Qingyao. Wang Chu pulled out his phone and entered her name into the search bar, hitting enter. Instantly, a plethora of information about Yun Qingyao flooded his screen. Yun Qingyao, an artist under the Yunsang Star Entertainment Company, debuted 3 years ago, releasing 3 albums, starring in 4 television dramas and 2 blockbuster films. Excelling in 3 domains of entertainment, she is a rising star of the new generation. Recently, she has received high praise from directors for her role in the historical drama Dian Jiang Tai. With over 50 million followers on Weibo, she is the leading artist under 30. Seeing this information, Wang Chu was taken aback. Supporting her would be no small feat. Chapter 21. Getting the certificate? Due to the events of 4 years prior, Wang Chu had always perceived Yun Qingyao as an inconspicuous figure in the entertainment world. However, he hadn't anticipated that she had blossomed into a celebrated star with a promising future ahead. This was a far cry from his initial expectations. Considering her current fame, she must earn millions annually, right? How could I possibly support her? A wry smile crept onto Wang Chu's face. Have you finished checking my information? At some point, Yun Qingyao had ended her call and was looking at Wang Chu with a teasing expression. Wang Chu felt a bit embarrassed. Yes? I didn't realize you were so successful now. Indeed. So if you intend to support me, it won't be an easy task. Yun Qingyao stretched, revealing her graceful figure. Due to my family background, I have been doing quite well in the entertainment industry, so I currently have no plans to leave. However, I do not wish for my dreams and career to subject Ye to undue attention and scrutiny. She deserves a healthy and happy childhood. Hence, I hope you can sacrifice yourself to be by Ye's side. Of course, I will cover all household expenses, and once Ye starts school, you can still pursue your own interests. What do you think? Yun Qingyao gazed earnestly at Wang Chu, her voice laced with a hint of plea. Though this request might seem excessive to Wang Chu, she was genuinely struggling to balance her aspirations with family obligations. Wang Chu lifted his teacup and took a sip, then raised his gaze to Yun Qingyao's flawless face. All right. Yun Qingyao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Do you truly have no requests or conditions? Wang Chu shook his head. To encounter you again, to meet my daughter, is already the greatest blessing bestowed upon me by the heavens. As for being a full-time father, that is indeed a source of profound happiness, is it not? A sigh of relief washed over Yun Qingyao's heart. Wang Chu glanced at her and inquired, what do you intend to do about our relationship? Yun Qingyao blinked. What are your thoughts? If possible, I wish to assume the responsibility of caring for and protecting you. However, if you have other intentions, I shall respect your thoughts and decisions. You foolish one. Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes, exuding an enchanting allure that made Wang Chu's heart skip a beat. Yet, since you have left the decision to me, will you unconditionally agree to whatever I decide? Wang Chu nodded, his voice resolute. Indeed. Then it shall be simple. As Ye's father, you must live with us. I have a villa at Dingxing Huayuan, so you must move in with us. Moreover, you have stated that you would take responsibility for me. Coincidentally, I am also single, so we might as well be together. However, before we formally unite, you must pass my test. Wang Chu's eyes widened. Could it be that Yun Qingyao was truly considering being with him? Although they had shared a complicated fate 4 years prior, Yun Qingyao was now a goddess adored by millions, hailing from an illustrious family. Wang Chu had assumed she would not entertain thoughts of him, yet unexpectedly, as he beheld her delicate visage, his heart raced uncontrollably. No problem, Wang Chu stammered, his words somewhat incoherent. Yun Qingyao, with a playful flick of her hair, smiled. If you can accept all this, then shall we go and register our marriage? What? Register? Wang Chu instinctively nodded, only to feel as if he had heard something utterly unbelievable. Register? Yun Qingyao affirmed. Yes, register. Is there a problem? Or do you merely wish to toy with my affections, without any serious intent? No, of course not. Upon hearing the term register, Wang Chu's mind went blank. I just think it might be a bit too swift. Have you truly thought this through? To marry a stunning superstar like Yun Qingyao was an overwhelming joy for Wang Chu. Yet, the suddenness of this happiness left him feeling somewhat dreamlike. Is it too fast? Are you lacking confidence in being a good father? Or perhaps in being a good husband? Yun Qingyao rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Wang Chu. Looking into her clear eyes, a surge of impulsiveness and courage welled up within him. All right, since you've given me this opportunity, I will certainly prove to you that I, Wang Chu, will not only be a good husband, but also a devoted father. His voice was firm and resolute. Very well. Yun Qingyao's eyes brightened like a crescent moon. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 50 points of happiness from Yun Qingyao. Wang Chu blinked, realizing he had just accrued 50 points of happiness, indicating that Yun Qingyao was in excellent spirits. Did this mean she held feelings for him? Unbeknownst to him, Wang Chu still believed he had been the one to hurt Yun Qingyao in the past, completely unaware that it had been her who had taken the initiative back then. Moreover, Yun Qingyao had no intention of revealing the truth to him. If the outcome is favorable, what significance do the process and origins hold? However, a thought struck Wang Chu. As for registering our marriage, I should inform my family. After all, this is a significant matter. He hesitated slightly. Naturally, I must formally pay a visit to your parents as well. Yun Qingyao smiled. Do you think I am such an inconsiderate girl? Wang Chu chuckled awkwardly. Not at all. Yet, hearing her words, Wang Chu felt a weight lift from his heart. Once Yaya awoke, Yun Qingyao took Wang Chu and Yaya to the Century Mall. As the son of my parents, you should know their clothing sizes, right? Wang Chu was taken aback. Are you planning to buy clothes for my parents? Of course. This is my first formal visit. I cannot arrive empty-handed. Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes at Wang Chu. After buying the clothes, I'll also get Annie a set of cosmetics and Uncle a couple of fine wines. Are you trying to win over your future in-laws? After some time, Wang Chu shook off his initial shock and reverted to his usual manner of speaking. Indeed, I must curry favor with them, for I shall rely on their son to support me in the future. Yun Qingyao teased. Compared to the somewhat reserved Wang Chu from before, she preferred the more carefree version of him now. Chapter 22. Rising up the Century Mall is one of the largest shopping centers in Haiqing, featuring a myriad of high-end brands, a place Wang Chu had previously only gazed at from afar. After all, this was not a locale where someone from a working-class background like him could afford to shop. Observing the price tags starting at 5 figures, Wang Chu felt a sense of bewilderment. These items did not appear particularly exceptional. Why, then, were they so exorbitantly priced? However, as he followed Yun Qingyao, he finally witnessed what it meant to spend money like water. Whatever caught her eye, she would swipe her card without even glancing at the price. Truly an extravagant display. In no time, Yun Qingyao had purchased nearly 10 articles of clothing. In a luxury brand store, she set her sights on a belt, exquisitely crafted. Yet, upon seeing the price of 38,000, Wang Chu was rendered speechless. For such a simple belt to cost 38,000? This was daylight robbery. Qingyao, I think we have enough. We've already bought quite a bit, haven't we? Wang Chu whispered. Yun Qingyao turned to him. But for the clothes I bought for Uncle, I still need a belt to complete the set. But that's far too expensive. Wang Chu frowned. It's simply not worth it. Just then, a sales clerk approached. Sir, this is our classic belt from the Xiangxiang brand, crafted from the toughest Highland yak leather using special techniques. Its exquisite workmanship truly highlights one's elegance. The clerk smiled warmly. Of course, this price may indeed be difficult for some to accept, as our clientele is exclusively high-end. Wang Chu felt a bit awkward, scratching his nose. The clerk's words were laced with a subtle sting, clearly mocking him. After all, the total cost of his attire barely reached 4 figures, while the Tiffany watch on Yun Qingyao's wrist was worth hundreds of thousands. Those working in such establishments had long honed their ability to discern who was genuinely wealthy and who was merely pretending to be affluent. It was clear to them from the moment Yun Qingyao and Wang Chu entered with Yaya that the one in charge was the young woman wearing sunglasses. And that man was evidently the pampered boy toy. Yet now, this boy toy dared to disrupt their business? To rob someone of their wealth is akin to killing their parents. The commission from a single sale can be quite substantial, which prompted the sales attendant to approach and utter those words. However, upon hearing this, Yun Qingyao's expression darkened. The reference to an elite clientele? Who was she indirectly insulting? Just because they sold foreign clothing, did they consider themselves superior? Yun Qingyao set down her belt and inquired, "Where's your manager?" The attendant responded with utmost respect, "Miss. Whatever you require, I am at your service." With a sharp crack, Yun Qingyao delivered a resounding slap to the attendant's face, leaving a distinct mark on her fair skin. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Wang Chu was stunned. Yun Qingyao had actually struck someone? Was she standing up for him? A warm feeling and gratitude flickered in Wang Chu's eyes. The attendant, covering her face, wore an expression of grievance. "Miss, what are you doing?" The manager hurriedly emerged from the back. "This customer, I am the manager here. What has transpired?" he asked anxiously. "What has our attendant done to offend you?" Yun Qingyao raised her chin defiantly. "Your staff is indeed quite polite. She dared to insult me." The attendant protested. "Manager, I did not." Yun Qingyao coldly retorted, "So, are you implying that I have wronged you?" "I apologize, miss. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. On behalf of our store, I extend our sincerest apologies for any discomfort caused during your shopping experience." The manager quickly interjected. Yun Qingyao shot a frosty glance at him. If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Chu instinctively grasped her arm. Well, we accept your apology. Let us leave. Though Yun Qingyao wished to say more, she could not resist Wang Chu's strength as he pulled her out. Wang Chu, what are you doing? Yun Qingyao exclaimed. Slightly irritated. I hadn't finished dealing with that attendant. Wang Chu smiled warmly. I understand. You wanted to defend me. But you're mistaken. I simply found her displeasing. Yun Qingyao insisted stubbornly. Wang Chu chuckled, knowing the truth in his heart. Qingyao, do not forget, you are a major star. Although you are wearing sunglasses, if this escalates, your identity will be exposed, and the repercussions would be dire. Wang Chu sighed as he advised her. Yun Qingyao's expression shifted. She had been so focused on avenging Wang Chu that she had overlooked this crucial point. Yet, despite Wang Chu's sound reasoning, she remained steadfast in her refusal to admit any wrongdoing. Humph, you big man, stop dawdling. I still need to buy some cosmetics for Andy. As she spoke, she casually slipped a card into Wang Chu's hand. He was momentarily taken aback. You will handle the payment. The password is 082709. After a brief pause, Yun Qingyao added, that's Yaya's birthday. August 27th, Yaya's birthday. A soft glow of affection flickered in Wang Chu's eyes. He accepted the card without hesitation, understanding that Yun Qingyao was concerned about a repeat of the earlier incident, which was why she entrusted her card to him. Such deep feelings for a beautiful woman. Wang Chu silently resolved to treat and cherish Yun Qingyao with utmost care. Initially, his admiration for her had been a mere infatuation with beauty, driven by the hormonal rush of visual allure. However, he now perceived that beneath Yun Qingyao's stunning exterior lay an even more beautiful and tender heart. In the following moments, they successfully purchased a luxurious set of cosmetics and 2 bottles of 20-year-old Mao Dai. Wang Chu calculated roughly. The total value of these gifts exceeded several hundred thousand. This was exceedingly extravagant. He sighed, choosing to remain silent, for he knew that words would be futile. He would simply have to take good care of both her and her mother in the future. Yun Qingyao held Ye's hand, while Wang Chu struggled under the weight of their numerous purchases. As they reached the lobby on the first floor, a throng of people surged in from outside, at the center of which stood a dazzlingly beautiful woman. Upon seeing her, Yun Qingyao's expression soured instantly. How unfortunate to encounter her in this place. What's wrong? Wang Chu noticed Yun Qingyao's distress and asked. Nothing, just an unpleasant encounter with someone repugnant. Yun Qingyao cast a disdainful glance at the glamorous woman in the crowd. Wang Chu furrowed his brow slightly. What is going on? Isn't she also a star? Not in your league. You truly know nothing about the entertainment industry. Yun Qingyao replied with a hint of exasperation. Wang Chu's face reflected a touch of embarrassment. I just returned from abroad not long ago and haven't taken much interest in the entertainment scene. That woman is Chun Shuling, an artist under Starlight Entertainment. And she is my sworn rival. Yun Qingyao said coldly. When I first debuted, she was already a seasoned artist, and during a program, she openly undermined me. At that time, I had no foundation in the industry. My footage was edited out, and the only 2 clips I had were merely to highlight her. A glimmer of resentment shone in Yun Qingyao's eyes, indicating that she had not forgotten the past. Wang Chu inhaled deeply. So, what is Chun Shuling doing here? Who knows? Perhaps she is here for an event. Yun Qingyao adjusted her hat and said, let us go. I do not wish to see her. Wang Chu walked alongside Yun Qingyao for a few steps before stopping. No, I cannot just walk away. What do you intend to do? Do you want to confront her? Yun Qingyao replied with a hint of helplessness. If she weren't a woman, I would genuinely want to confront her. Wang Chu declared earnestly, I cannot let this go. Yun Qingyao stared intensely into Wang Chu's eyes before bursting into laughter. She linked her arm with his and softly said, all right, the past is the past. We will have time to settle our scores later. Today, I still need to visit my uncle and aunt, so let us not waste precious time on such people. Let us go. With that, she pulled Wang Chu out of the Century Mall. Meanwhile, Chun Shuling, spotting Yun Qingyao's retreating figure in the crowd, furrowed her brow. Why did that silhouette seem so familiar? Could it be Yun Qingyao? But that was impossible. Yun Qingyao should be filming at the theater right now, and she would never be so affectionately close to a man. It seemed Yun Qingyao was exerting too much pressure on her for her to even think of her. Chun Shuling exhaled sharply. In Yun Qingyao's eyes, Chun Shuling was hardly a concern, for her standing in the industry far surpassed that of Chun Shuling. After all, the Century Mall would never be able to attract a star of Yun Qingyao's caliber for events. When they returned to Wang Chu's home, laden with their numerous purchases, both of Wang Chu's parents were taken aback. Did you go rob a bank? Although they did not know the exact value of the items, the 2 bottles of Mao Tai and a set of high-end cosmetics clearly indicated that these were treasures of considerable worth. Wang Chu, clarify this for me. His mother approached, grasping Wang Chu's arm, and whispered, "Who is this young lady, Ching Ching, and why has she brought so many things?" Yun Qingyao removed her sunglasses and hat, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty that left the elder couple utterly spellbound. Their astonishment was palpable. This girl was indeed captivating, no less than the stars gracing the television screens. Wang Chu let out a wry smile and said, "Mom, Dad, allow me to formally introduce you to this remarkable woman, Yun Qingyao, the mother of Yaya. Yaya is our child, and Qingyao, you've met my parents this morning. Hello, Uncle and Auntie." Yun Qingyao greeted with a gentle smile, her face radiating warmth and sincerity. The mother of Yaya? His mother's anxiety surged. Wasn't that the girl who had been left in the lurch by her son? Had she come to confront them? "Auntie," Yun Qingyao continued softly. "Due to some misunderstandings, Wang Chu and I were apart for a time, but we are back together now. As a gesture of respect, I came to visit you today, hoping you could support us in raising Yaya together." Her voice was tender, and her expression earnest. She had observed how much Wang Chu's parents adored Yaya, leaving her with no grounds to think they would refuse. Suddenly, Wang Chu's mother slapped him on the forehead with a resounding thud. He was taken aback. "Why are you being hit when Qingyao is speaking to you? Is this your way of saying you disagree? You scoundrel! How could you let go of such a wonderful girl? I could just strangle you." She glared at Wang Chu in fury before swiftly turning to Yun Qingyao, her demeanor softening as she took the young woman's hand. "Dear, you've endured so much over the years. It's our fault for raising such a wayward son." Yun Qingyao quickly responded, "Auntie, you're too kind. Wang Chu is truly an exceptional young man, and I genuinely care for him." His mother, touched, patted Yun Qingyao's hand. "Good girl. If this rascal dares to mistreat you, just let me know, and I will ensure he gets his comeuppance." Yun Qingyao's eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, Auntie. With your support, it feels as though I hold a powerful weapon in my hand. Wang Chu would never dare to bully me." Wang Chu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had known his mother would take a liking to Yun Qingyao. "Grandma, aren't you going to pay attention to Yaya?" Watching her grandmother engrossed in conversation with her mother, Yaya felt a pang of jealousy. She tugged at her grandmother's clothing, looking up with a pout. "Don't you like me anymore?" His mother quickly scooped up Yaya. "Of course not. You are my favorite granddaughter. How could I not adore you?" Yaya's previously stern face broke into a beaming smile. Wang Chu inhaled sharply. His little princess was quite the jealous one. They say daughters resemble their fathers. But he was not one to harbor jealousy. Had she inherited Yun Qingyao's temperament? Was she also a jealous person? As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at Yun Qingyao, only to find her looking back at him, playfully making a silly face. "That's enough. This is just too adorable," he thought, marveling at how someone who is a mother could still exude such charm. "Auntie, I have something else I wish to discuss with you and Uncle." Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu. "Would you like to say it, or shall I?" Wang Chu cleared his throat. "I'll take the lead on this one." Chapter 24. Confession. Although Yun Qingyao could have easily addressed the matter, Wang Chu felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, proposing to become a live-in son-in-law was no trifling matter, and despite his parents' open-mindedness, he worried that this might sow discord in their hearts. If he were to voice it himself, even if they were displeased, their ire would be directed solely at him, not at Yun Qingyao. "Mom, Dad, since Qingyao's work is quite demanding, at times she cannot attend to Yaya. Therefore, I wish to move in with her, so I can better care for Yaya. Over the past years, Qingyao has borne the burdens alone, and as her father, I have not contributed enough to Yaya's upbringing. I want to make amends as best as I can." Upon hearing Wang Chu's words, his mother understood his intentions and glanced at his father. Old Wang, who had remained silent, nodded. "That's commendable. It shows you still have some conscience. But are you planning to let Qingyao support you?" "Of course not." Yun Qingyao interjected earnestly. "Uncle, if Wang Chu can take care of Yaya, it will enable me to focus entirely on my work. That would be the greatest encouragement and support for me." Wang Chu, slightly miffed, remarked, "Dad, do you see me as a freeloader?" Old Wang shot him a glare and replied, "Fine. As long as you two have reached an agreement, that's what matters. This little rascal has only brought us trouble at home." Wang Chu's lips twitched. His father was unmistakably biased. After hearing his father's words, his mother immediately turned and retreated into the room. Wang Chu felt a swell of emotion. His mother still cared for him. Hearing his father speak so bluntly had compelled her to withdraw. However, moments later, his mother emerged, tossing a small bag in front of Wang Chu. "Here are your change of clothes. Don't forget to take them when you leave." Wang Chu was left speechless, realizing he had perhaps been overly sentimental. "Are you all so eager to push me out?" he retorted, feigning annoyance. Yun Qingyao stifled a giggle beside him. She relished the light-hearted atmosphere. "Dear, the more I look at you, the more beautiful you become, and strangely familiar too." His mother resumed her seat, holding Yun Qingyao's hand, a look of contemplation crossing her face. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" This sense of familiarity had struck her from the very beginning, but she had been too stunned to register it. Now, it was undeniable. Unable to restrain herself, she finally inquired. Yun Qingyao, fully aware that standing before Wang Chu's parents meant laying her cards on the table, responded, Auntie, I am actually an artist. An artist? His mother paused, momentarily taken aback. Are you implying you are in the entertainment industry? Yun Qingyao nodded. Indeed, Auntie, I am an artist in the entertainment industry. A flicker of concern crossed his mother's face. She had not anticipated that Yun Qingyao was part of such a tumultuous world. As the biological child of the Wang family, Wang Chu could sense his mother's apprehension. Mom, Qingyao is a rising star in the entertainment industry. With a solid background, her journey has been smooth sailing thus far. Wang Chu quickly asserted. Among artists under 30, none shine brighter than Qingyao. His father, upon realizing their daughter-in-law was a celebrated star, wore an expression of disbelief. Yet, his mother's demeanor was less than jubilant. If possible, she would have preferred her daughter-in-law to be an ordinary person. As a celebrity, it is inevitable to have many paparazzi around. Under such circumstances, not only can my son not openly be with her, but even the existence of Yaya must be concealed. We will take it one step at a time. After all, this is all the doing of that rascal Wang Chu. I never expected uncle and aunt to be so open-minded. Once they stepped outside, Yun Qingyao let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Even the first time she met the renowned producer, she had not felt such tension and excitement. Wang Chu, carrying his backpack with a hint of grievance, sighed. Of course, they were thrilled to have such a lovely granddaughter. How could they not be happy? With that happiness, they naturally agreed to everything. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Yun Qingyao shot Wang Chu a glance. Wang Chu quickly grinned sheepishly. How could I be? I'm overjoyed. Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes at him. Behave yourself. Let us head home and let you see our new place. Wang Chu nodded, his eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation. Dingsheng Huayuan is the most luxurious villa district in the entire Haiqing. Previously, Wang Chu had only seen a few pictures online. For him, it was a world apart from the outside. Shall we take a taxi? Wang Chu asked curiously. Yun Qingyao shook her head. Taxis cannot enter Dingsheng Huayuan. I've already called for the driver to pick us up. As soon as she finished speaking, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz slowly came to a halt before them. Let us get in, Yun Qingyao said. Wang Chu, well aware of Yun Qingyao's extraordinary status, was not overly surprised and entered the car. Once inside, Yun Qingyao instructed the driver, take us home. Certainly, miss. The driver nodded and started the engine. Wang Chu held Yaya, sitting beside Yun Qingyao. The fragrance emanating from her, reminiscent of orchids and musk, instantly enveloped Wang Chu's senses. In the confined space, he could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from Yun Qingyao, igniting a flicker of fervor within him. Wang Chu had always believed that, even if he was not a paragon of virtue, he was not a hypocrite swayed by beauty. Yet now, he found himself grappling with a compelling urge to draw Yun Qingyao into his embrace. What on earth is happening? I remained unperturbed in the presence of exotic beauties abroad for 4 years, yet upon encountering Yun Qingyao, I have completely lost my composure. Wang Chu felt a twinge of self-contempt. The atmosphere inside the car grew subtly ambiguous. Despite the small child nestled between them, neither dared to break the silence. Daddy, are you going to tell me a story today? Yaya looked up at Wang Chu, her innocent question breaking the tension. Wang Chu nodded. Yes. Whatever story you wish to hear, Daddy will tell you, all right? His voice was gentle, akin to a soft ray of sunshine. Yun Qingyao could not help but glance at Wang Chu, noticing the tenderness in his eyes. He should indeed make a splendid father. After soothing Yaya, Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao, a hint of shyness in his gaze. Is there something you wish to say to me? Yun Qingyao scrutinized Wang Chu. If you have something to ask, just do so. You are not one to be shy, are you? Wang Chu rubbed his nose. In that case, since you've put it that way, I shall ask directly, what you said in front of my parents, is it true? What is true? Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu. I said many things in front of uncle and aunt. Which one are you referring to? The part where you claimed you truly like me. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Yun Qingyao's face flushed crimson. Ahem, did I say that? She shot him a sidelong glance. You must have misheard. Wang Chu insisted. I heard it quite clearly. Yun Qingyao remained obstinate. I don't recall saying that. At that moment, Yaya lifted her head. Mommy, you did say it. Wang Chu rejoiced, thinking, what a wonderful little ally I have. I did not expect such timely support. Go away, what do you know, little child? You must have misheard. Yun Qingyao maintained her stance. I did not. I heard it very clearly. Yaya proclaimed proudly. Yun Qingyao regarded Yaya calmly. Is that so? I remember there is still a piece of nut milk chocolate at home. Yaya's eyes widened, and she could not help but swallow hard. Yaya, repeat that, did you mishear? Yun Qingyao's face was adorned with a warm smile. Yaya hesitated, weighing her options, and ultimately, Her longing for chocolate triumphed over her sense of justice. Mommy, I might have misheard. Will I get to eat chocolate when we get home? That depends on your subsequent behavior, Yun Qingyao said with a triumphant grin. Wang Chu, exasperated, thought. Is she blatantly attempting to win over my little ally right in front of me? This is intolerable. Yet, observing Yun Qingyao's smug demeanor was undeniably delightful. Under Wang Chu's fervent gaze, Yun Qingyao's own eyes darted away. Driver, could you turn on the air conditioning? Don't you find it rather warm in here? Yun Qingyao fanned herself with her small hand, expressing her dissatisfaction. The driver wore a faint smile, knowing the car's temperature was already set to perfection. How could anyone feel hot? Yet, he was astonished that the usually aloof miss was playfully flirting with a man. Should this incident become public, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Mommy, I don't feel hot. A cough. Chocolate. Yiya instantly fell silent. Haicheng, nestled amidst mountains on 3 sides and facing the sea on one, is home to Dingsheng Huayuan, perched on a hillside near the coast. This locale is not only the most picturesque in Haicheng, but also its very heart. The reason Dingsheng Huayuan is regarded as the pinnacle of villa districts in Haicheng is not merely due to the opulence of its villas, but also because every inch of land is precious. The typical affluent individual is often not even qualified to reside here. The vehicle soon entered Dingsheng Huayuan. So this is Dingsheng Huayuan, Wang Chu remarked, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. Luxurious cars were ubiquitous, living up to its reputation as Haicheng's premier villa district. The car stopped in front of a villa. Miss, young master, we have arrived. The driver's words left Wang Chu momentarily stunned. Was he referring to himself as the young master? He glanced at Yun Qingyao, only to find her expression calm. Clearly, she accepted the driver's address, suggesting that he had spoken with her consent. Otherwise, how could a mere driver so brazenly address him as young master? Realizing this, Wang Chu felt a surge of exhilaration. It appeared that while Yun Qingyao might feign resistance, she genuinely recognized him in her heart. As they stepped out of the car, Wang Chu was rendered speechless. Yun Qingyao's villa was evidently grander than the others by a considerable margin, for within the courtyard beyond the villa's entrance lay a quaint playground, clearly designed for Yeya. On the other side lies a small garden styled after the exquisite Suzhou gardens, adorned with intricately carved railings and jade-like stonework, surrounded by artificial hills and flowing water, creating a serene oasis amidst the concrete jungle of the metropolis. What are you gazing at? Yun Qingyao inquired, having noticed Wang Chu's gaze drifting over the garden. Wang Chu chuckled softly. I just observed that plot of land is remarkably flat. If vegetables were to be planted there, it would surely yield a bountiful harvest. Yun Qingyao was taken aback. You wish to cultivate vegetables in the flourishing Huayuan? That is quite an audacious idea. Yet, it is rather intriguing. Do give it your all. Once your vegetables sprout, do not forget to let me have a taste. I wonder if the produce from Huayuan will possess a unique flavor. After her initial shock at Wang Chu's spontaneous notion, Yun Qingyao found it rather amusing. At that moment, the villa's grand entrance swung open, revealing 2 rows of impeccably uniformed servants stepping forth. Welcome, young master. Wang Chu was startled. Were all these individuals employed at the villa? Surely there must be 20 of them. However, he felt a surge of gratitude, realizing that they were undoubtedly following Yun Qingyao's orders. That man is quite handsome, and his physique is remarkable. I had always thought the young lady was indifferent to men, yet here she is, bringing her fiancé home. The servants exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with curiosity. What does this fiancé do that he is deemed worthy of the young lady? Although they remained silent, their expressions reflected their bewilderment. In their eyes, Yun Qingyao was nearly a paragon of perfection, though they dared not voice their speculations regarding Yeya's father. Each held their own theories. Perhaps he was a scion of a prestigious family, an entrepreneurial elite, or the heir to a fortune. Yet, despite Wang Chu's striking appearance, his attire suggested he was not of the affluent sort. Could it be that he was merely a lesser-known heir? He is Wang Chu, Yeya's father, and my husband. Yun Qingyao. From this day forth, he shall be your young master. Even in my absence from Haicheng, he will reside in the villa, Yun Qingyao announced, surveying the crowd. You are to regard him with the same respect you afford me. Should I discover anyone showing him disrespect, I shall not hesitate to be unreserved. Yes, miss. As Yun Qingyao's words reached him, Wang Chu felt an inexplicable sensation wash over him. It seemed he had unwittingly taken a large bowl of soft rice. Is this what it feels like to be supported? It's rather pleasant. Chapter 26. The affluent following closely behind Yun Qingyao, Wang Chu entered the villa. The architecture predominantly featured classic Eastern styles, harmoniously blended with Western artistry, imparting an air of elegance throughout the estate. Miss, the meal is prepared. When shall we dine? A middle-aged woman, around 40, approached. Aunt Wang, I have already dined outside. Yun Qingyao replied, turning to Wang Chu. Wang Chu, this is Aunt Wang. who has cared for me since childhood and is now the housekeeper here. Greetings, Aunt Wang. Wang Chu responded promptly. Good day, young master, Aunt Wang remarked, appraising Wang Chu with a look of approval. Indeed, young master is quite the fine specimen. At that moment, Yaya tugged at Yun Qingyao's sleeve with a forlorn expression. Mommy, what about the promise you made me? What promise did I make you? Yun Qingyao feigned ignorance. The chocolate. Yaya's face lit up with anticipation. Yun Qingyao cleared her throat. You have already eaten at Grandma's house. What more chocolate do you need? Besides, too much chocolate is bad for your teeth. Yaya's lips pursed in disappointment, but Mommy promised. I merely mentioned it would depend on the situation, not that I would definitely give it to you. Yun Qingyao winked playfully. Yaya's spirits dampened. Aunt Wang, please take Wang Chu around to explore and familiarize him with the estate. I will take Yaya for a bath. Yun Qingyao instructed. Certainly, miss. Young master, this way please. Here is the gym, and over there are the Mrs. Study and piano room, where she usually works. This area is the underground wine cellar. Every bottle of wine here is invaluable. Over here is the swimming pool, with water filtered and sanitized daily, meeting drinking water standards. And here is the banquet hall. However, the miss has few friends, so it is rarely used except for receiving elders. As Wang Chu accompanied Aunt Wang on a cursory tour, he transitioned from astonishment to numbness. Is this truly the life of the affluent? Indeed, the joys of the wealthy are beyond the comprehension of those like me, who live in poverty. Aunt Wang, may I ask a question? Wang Chu ventured timidly. How much did this villa cost? Aunt Wang smiled. Young master, the miss acquired this villa for less than 400 million, but subsequent renovations and decorations cost over 500 million, totaling nearly 1 billion. 1 billion? Wang Chu felt his mind whirl at the number. Based on Haiqing's average annual income of 80,000, 1 billion equates to a staggering 12,500 years of labor. That is over twice the span of 5,000 years of history in the Zheozhou realm. Extravagance. Sheer extravagance. Oh, and this does not account for the luxury vehicles in the garage or the helicopter on the rooftop. Aunt Wang added. Wang Chu was taken aback. Aunt Wang, does Qingyao have a helicopter? Yes, due to the nature of the miss's work, she frequently travels across the nation. If she were to rely on commercial flights, it would consume a great deal of time, hence she purchased a helicopter. Wang Chu, struggled to suppress the exclamation that nearly escaped my lips. Truly, the wealthy can afford to be extravagant. Is the entertainment industry really this lucrative? Wang Chu found it hard to believe. Yun Qingyao had only entered the industry 3 years ago. Even with familial support, her meteoric rise to fame in just 2 years enabled her to acquire this billion-dollar villa. Along with countless luxury vehicles and a helicopter, it is no wonder so many people are eager to carve their way into the entertainment world. In addition to being a popular star, the miss has numerous investments, and all of this is built from her own efforts. She has truly worked hard over the years. Aunt Wang remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Fortunately, the miss has found a young master. Now she will have someone to care for her and will not have to bear the burden alone. Wang Chu remained silent, feeling a wave of emotion. Yun Qingyao juggled caring for Yaya while striving for her dreams in the entertainment industry. It was indeed a feat that not every woman could endure. Now that I, Wang Chu, am here, I vow to protect Yun Qingyao and ensure she no longer faces her battles alone. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Chu finally completed the tour of the villa. Upon finishing, one thought resonated within him. Understated luxury. Many aspects, had Aunt Wang not informed him, would have been unimaginable in terms of expense. For instance, the entire structure utilized materials of the highest national standards, aimed at minimizing impurities in the air, ensuring Yaya could grow up healthy and happy. Such meticulous details were abundant, reflecting the depth of love Yun Qingyao harbored for Yaya. At that moment, a small figure came rushing down from upstairs. Daddy, can you come and blow my hair, please? Wang Chu was startled and hurriedly ran up to embrace Yaya. Yaya, be careful. What if you fall? Wang Chu's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Hee. Yeah, however, was unperturbed and let out a tinkling laugh, flipping her wet hair. Daddy, come blow my hair. All right. Wang Chu affectionately ruffled Yaya's hair. Let us go. Daddy will blow your hair. In the bedroom, Yun Qingyao had just finished her shower. When Wang Chu pushed the door open, he was greeted by the sight of an ethereal beauty clad in a bathrobe. Her skin was as fair as snow, translucent and radiant. Long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her lips were a vibrant red against pearly white teeth. Her posture was enchanting, her aura captivating. If during the day, Yun Qingyao resembled a celestial being untouched by the mundane, then after her bath, she exuded an added allure and vivacity. Like a lotus emerging from the water. Observing Yaya clinging to Wang Chu, Yun Qingyao playfully remarked, you used to have mommy blow your hair. But now that you have daddy, you don't need mommy anymore? Yaya giggled, ignoring her mother, burying her face in Wang Chu's chest. Wang Chu felt a secret sigh of relief. Yun Qingyao showed no unusual reaction to his entrance. Could it be that tonight held the possibility of embracing this beauty in slumber? Although he had not entertained such hopes before coming, the mere hint of this possibility now stirred excitement within him. Let me finish blowing Ye's hair, and then I'll blow yours. Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao and said. Yun Qingyao smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Sure, I'll wait for you. Chapter 27, starting from scratch? Picking up the hairdryer. Wang Chu first tested the temperature at the air outlet with his hand, finding it pleasantly warm, and thus began to blow Ye's hair. However, his movements were somewhat clumsy, at times appearing a bit frantic. Yet, Ye paid no mind to these quirks. The fact that Daddy was blowing her hair filled her with a sense of pride that bubbled within her. Alas, with only Daddy and Mommy around, there was no one to whom she could boast. After a moment's hesitation, Ye looked toward Yun Qingyao. Look, Daddy is blowing my hair. Seeing Ye's proud little demeanor, Yun Qingyao wore a puzzled expression. And what of it? She asked, amused. Ye replied earnestly. Your husband is blowing my hair. Aren't you jealous? Yun Qingyao? Wasn't your husband the one who blew my hair first? Aren't you envious? Yun Qingyao's expression darkened slightly. Tonight, I'm going to sleep with Daddy. You won't be able to sleep with him. Are you angry? As Ye's boasting grew more pronounced, Yun Qingyao felt a surge of frustration rising within her. Wang Chu wore an expression of bemusement, finding Ye's chatter quite entertaining. All right, your hair is done. Go play. Wang Chu sensed that Yun Qingyao's patience was reaching its limit and quickly patted Ye's head. Ye stuck her tongue out at Yun Qingyao and scampered off. Come back. Yun Qingyao called softly. Ye's little face froze, sensing that her mother might be upset. What a mess your freshly washed hair will be. Yun Qingyao grabbed a hair tie, squatted behind Ye, and deftly gathered her unruly hair into a small ponytail. There. Now you can go play, Yun Qingyao said with a smile. I thought you were angry. Your face was a bit dark just now. After Ye left, Wang Chu shrugged and remarked, how could I possibly be angry with a 3-year-old? Yun Qingyao settled in front of the vanity. Actually, I know Ye is retaliating against me. Wang Chu blinked, perplexed. Retaliation? Because you didn't let her have chocolate? Exactly. Yun Qingyao nodded. Wang Chu found this hard to believe. No way. Ye is so adorable and understanding. How could she harbor such thoughts? I've been with her for 3 years. Don't let her angelic facade fool you. Deep down, there's a mischievous little devil. Yun Qingyao chuckled lightly. Wang Chu's mouth twitched, and his hand involuntarily shook. You have a strong sense of retaliation? Of course. Yun Qingyao nodded. My kindness is limited to those who treat me well. For those who do not, I will naturally seek retribution. I am no saint. Therefore, Yun Qingyao paused. You must treat me well in the future, or else when I retaliate, even I will be frightened. Wang Chu quickly pledged his loyalty. Of course, I will treat you well. You can rest assured on that. Yun Qingyao smiled, but said nothing. While she did not yet know Wang Chu thoroughly, she trusted her instincts and judgment. Wang Chu would undoubtedly become a competent father and husband. Qingyao, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? It's about your refusal to let Ye have chocolate earlier. Wang Chu took a deep breath. I know you have your own methods of educating Ye, but I still believe that promises made to children should not be broken. Otherwise, they will lose trust in us, right? Yun Qingyao interjected with a light laugh. I'm aware of the story of Zhengzi killing a pig. Wang Chu frowned in confusion. Then why? Because Ye and I have an agreement. No eating after dinner, especially sweets like chocolate. Clearly, Ye said something insincere just to have the chocolate. Do you think I should reward her for that? Facing Yun Qingyao's counterargument, Wang Chu was momentarily dumbfounded. Indeed, what should he do in this situation? Yun Qingyao smiled. Although Wang Chu possessed a gentle heart and would surely become a good father, he still lacked the knowledge of how to educate a child, to raise an exemplary child. Love and companionship are vital, but so too are the methods employed. Clearly, at this moment, Wang Chu lacked certain skills and techniques. Nevertheless, Yun Qingyao believed that Wang Chu would inevitably become a good father. I understand now. One cannot use bribery as a means of educating a child. Wang Chu inhaled deeply. If I were to give Ye a chocolate this time, she would perceive that her actions were correct, which would be detrimental to her growth. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu with a hint of surprise, smiling as she said, Oh, I didn't expect you to grasp that so quickly. Wang Chu replied confidently. I've been the class monitor and the language representative since I was young. These things are trivial for me. Yun Qingyao covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. Wang Chu's expression shifted. Due to Yun Qingyao's movement, he found himself inadvertently catching a glimpse of her alluring figure. With a gulp, Wang Chu felt his throat tighten. Why did you stop moving? Noticing that Wang Chu had halted his actions, Yun Qingyao raised her head in confusion. It was then that she realized Wang Chu was staring at her intently. Oh, you shameless lecher. Yun Qingyao suddenly realized she might have revealed too much. She instinctively tightened her bathrobe, her cheeks flushed, and she quietly cursed under her breath. Little did she know, this gesture only accentuated her alluring curves, enhancing her unique charm. Ahem. Wang Chu felt a parched sensation in his throat and hastily changed the subject. Aunt Wang just showed me around the villa, and I never imagined it would be this vast. Indeed, Yun Qingyao replied, a hint of pride gracing her features. I put considerable thought into this villa. Wang Chu nodded slightly, recognizing the effort she had invested. I heard from Aunt Wang that you started from scratch, and it was quite arduous. Started from scratch? Not really. Yun Qingyao blinked, explaining, the money for the villa came from my eldest brother, the renovation funds were from my second brother, and the helicopter was a gift from my third brother. Wang Chu gasped in astonishment. He had 3 brothers-in-law? Qingyao, you must introduce me to your brothers-in-law. Not for any other reason, but to strengthen familial bonds. Oh, certainly. They've been eager to meet their irresponsible brother-in-law, Yun Qingyao said, her eyes sparkling with amusement. My eldest brother has already informed my second and third brothers that they needn't hold back. As long as they don't kill you, he has ways to save you. A shiver ran down Wang Chu's spine, and he chuckled nervously. Your brothers sure have a sense of humor. My third brother loves to joke. But my eldest brother is quite serious and never engages in frivolity. Yun Qingyao cast a knowing glance at Wang Chu. He chuckled awkwardly. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Perhaps it's best if we postpone the introductions for now. Could you please calm your brothers for me? Look at you. Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes playfully. She understood that Wang Chu was merely jesting with her. After all, she had witnessed his prowess firsthand, aside from her second brother. Neither her eldest nor third brother stood a chance against him. By the way, Qingyao, why haven't I seen Grandpa yet? Isn't he in Haicheng? Wang Chu inquired. He had expected to see the elder at the villa, but noticed his absence. Oh, my grandfather? He's gone to visit an old friend, and probably won't return for a couple of days, Yun Qingyao replied. So that's the case. Wang Chu mused, then asked. I still don't know what your family does. Though he suspected Yun Qingyao's family background was extraordinary, he had yet to learn the specifics from her. Yun Qingyao brushed her hair back and replied softly. Our Yun family isn't particularly remarkable. Have you heard of Muyun Pharmaceutical? Of course I have. Wang Chu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are you suggesting that Muyun Pharmaceutical is owned by your family? If that were true, it would be utterly astonishing. Muyun Pharmaceutical is the largest pharmaceutical group in the entire region, often mentioned alongside Lu Su Pharmaceutical as one of the 2 titans of the industry. It was said that 5 years ago, Muyun Pharmaceutical's market value exceeded $1 trillion, with many well-known medications under its umbrella, such as Baiyun Spray and Luhua Oral Solution, both national staples. If Muyun Pharmaceutical truly belonged to the Yun family, then Yun Qingyao would indeed be a veritable heiress. Indeed. Finally, Wang Chu received this confirmation from Yun Qingyao. His expression became blank. He had assumed the Yun family was wealthy, but he never imagined they were this affluent. He had inadvertently latched onto such a significant connection. How could he possibly explain this to others without being accused of living off someone else's wealth? Although, truth be told, this arrangement was quite delightful. My eldest brother established the largest private hospital in the capital, my second brother enlisted early and currently serves in a special forces unit. And my third brother, with a more flamboyant character, simply wishes to enjoy life and founded Yunshang Xingchun. Yunshang Xingchun. That name sounds so familiar. Wang Chu pondered. Aren't you the one who debuted with Yunshang Xingchun? Exactly, Yun Qingyao nodded. 4 years ago, when that incident occurred, my third brother asked me if I still wanted to be a big star. I said yes, and he established Yunshang Xingchun to fulfill his sister's dream. Yun Qingyao's third brother had actually launched an entertainment agency. This revelation left Wang Chu utterly astounded. Now that was true financial audacity. No wonder Yun Qingyao had skyrocketed to fame in such a short period. She had formidable resources backing her. My eldest brother is quite meticulous and rarely jokes. My second brother is often away and has a fiery temper, while my third brother is just a few years older than me. And I share the closest bond with him. Yet, they all adore me. Yun Qingyao winked at Wang Chu. So if you ever bully me, my 3 brothers won't let you off easily. Rest assured, I will cherish you even more than your brothers. Wang Chu responded promptly. Truly, a dragon begets a dragon. A phoenix begets a phoenix, and a mouse's offspring will burrow. The Yun family boasts a trio of exceptional talents. No, with Yun Qingyao included, it is a quartet. It's not merely about having abundant resources to achieve success. How many individuals in the entertainment industry struggle to gain recognition despite being heavily promoted? To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. By the way, let's visit the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. Yun Qingyao suggested. We should get the paperwork done. Get a marriage certificate? Wang Chu's heart raced. Although he had slowly begun to accept this reality, the thought of such a stunning beauty as Yun Qingyao becoming his wife thrilled him immensely. So does this mean we can sleep together tonight? For some reason, Wang Chu blurted out this question without thinking. Instantly, Yun Qingyao's face turned scarlet. Flustered, She stood up. My hair is dry. I need to check on Yaya. She might be sneaking some chocolate. With that, she stood, tightened her bathrobe, and left the room. Since there were no male servants in the villa, Yun Qingyao had no need to worry about modesty. Left alone in the room, Wang Chu couldn't help but slap his forehead. What were you thinking? If only he had seized the moment today, perhaps he could have embraced the beauty. But now, having laid his feelings bare, it was only natural for Yun Qingyao to feel shy, right? Ugh, has my brain gone awry? Wang Chu sat on the chair, a wry smile crossing his face. At that moment, a notification pinged from the vanity's phone. In her haste, Yun Qingyao had forgotten to take her phone with her. Adhering to his principles, Wang Chu would never tamper with Yun Qingyao's phone, but a glance wouldn't be a crime, would it? He stole a quick look, and his brow furrowed. Yao Yao, I heard you're no longer with the crew. What happened? If it's because of my confession that day, and you're upset, I apologize. I simply like you too much, but I promise I won't act without your consent again, alright? Are you still angry? As long as you're not, I'm willing to do anything you ask. Messages continued to flood in, and Wang Chu's brow knitted tighter. The individual bearing the moniker the summit of the mountain is my peak has incessantly inundated the chat with messages. It appears he is a suitor of Yun Qingyao, and one whom she is disinclined to engage with. From his demeanor, Wang Chu detected a palpable scent of sycophancy. Alas, it is no wonder. Given the exquisite beauty of my wife, he mused contentedly. Perhaps due to his lack of response, the phone rang shortly thereafter. Yao Yao, I sincerely apologize. I did not consider things thoroughly that day. Upon answering the call, Wang Chu was met with the voice of a young man. He cleared his throat. She has just bathed and stepped out. Perhaps you could call back later? Who are you? The voice on the other end instantly turned tense and foreboding. Me? Wang Chu pondered briefly before replying. After tomorrow, she should be calling me husband. A resounding crash echoed as something fell to the floor, followed by the abrupt disconnection of the call. How rude. Wang Chu's brow furrowed. Chapter 29. Surrender in the presidential suite of the Holiday Hotel. Lin Zifeng hurled his phone against the ground with great force, subsequently smashing a nearby glass of red wine in a fit of rage. His mind was consumed by two phrases. She has just bathed and stepped out. And after tomorrow, she should be calling me husband. These words echoed in his mind like the whispers of a demon, driving him to the brink of madness. Who are you? Who are you really? How do you know Yun Qingyao has just bathed? Why will she call you husband after tomorrow? A terrifying thought crossed Lin Zifeng's mind. Could it be that Yun Qingyao had abruptly taken leave from the set to attend a blind date arranged by her family? Yet, even for a blind date, cohabitation would be implausible, wouldn't it? Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Zifeng's heart raced like a stampede of alpacas. Vivid images of Yun Qingyao nestled in another man's embrace flooded his mind. No, this is impossible. Yun Qingyao is not that kind of woman. He inhaled deeply, lifting a glass of water in an attempt to calm himself. However, the next moment, he smashed the glass once more to the ground. How could he possibly find tranquility now? No, I must seek out Yun Qingyao. I must discover what kind of man could snatch her from my grasp. Yeah. It's getting late. Time for bed. Outside, Yun Qingyao glanced at the clock and informed the still enthusiastic Yaya. A look of reluctance crossed Yaya's face as she replied, Mama, I want to keep playing, but we agreed that you must be in bed by 9:30. Yun Qingyao stated earnestly, Do you wish to be a child who breaks promises? Yaya pouted. Had it been any other day, she would have already climbed into bed. Yet, with both her parents at home today, her desire to stay up late surged, and she was resolutely unwilling to sleep. Fearing that she might awaken to find either parent absent, she declared, Then I want Papa to tell me a bedtime story. Upon hearing Yaya's request, Wang Chu readily agreed. Ever since acquiring the skill of a melodious voice, he had eagerly anticipated sharing stories with Yaya. Oh, by the way, your phone received a call earlier, and I accidentally answered it. After lifting Yaya into his arms, Wang Chu turned to Yun Qingyao. Whose call was it? Yun Qingyao's expression remained impassive. It was from someone with the nickname the summit of the mountain is my peak. Oh, it's him. No need to concern yourself. He is merely a self-important fellow. Yun Qingyao remarked to Wang Chu, After you lull Yaya to sleep, let us discuss tomorrow's arrangements. Wang Chu observed Yun Qingyao's feigned composure, a knowing smile gracing his face. This was clearly a subtle indication of the rhythm that suggested they would be sharing a bed tonight. The sudden influx of happiness left Wang Chu in disbelief. However, the immediate priority was to see Yaya peacefully asleep. In Yaya's small bedroom, she lay in bed, her large eyes fixated on Wang Chu. Clearing his throat, Wang Chu asked, Yeah, what story would you like to hear? I want to hear the story of the Magic Castle. Wang Chu was confident, for he had purchased the book on the Magic Castle the previous day and had read it twice. Once upon a time, there was a magical kingdom. He began narrating the tale, his voice rising and falling with dramatic flair, enhanced by his newfound talent. The story unfolded with captivating twists, eliciting gasps and laughter from Yaya. Seeing her so engrossed filled Wang Chu with a sense of accomplishment. However, this presented a dilemma. Yaya was too enthralled to feel the slightest hint of sleepiness. What was to be done? If Yaya couldn't sleep, how could he return to Yun Qingyao's room? Wang Chu took a sip of water. Yaya, let us pause here for tonight, shall we? I will tell you the rest tomorrow. No, I want to hear more. Yaya nestled against Wang Chu's lap, her eager eyes sparkling with desire. Wang Chu sighed in exasperation. But it is nearly 10 o'clock. You should be asleep. Oh, Yaya's enthusiasm waned momentarily. But she quickly perked up. Then I want Papa to sleep with me. That won't do, Wang Chu replied. I would much rather sleep with your mother. Yet, perhaps his tone was too hasty, for Yaya's large eyes filled with tears. Papa, do you dislike Yaya now? This statement filled Wang Chu with immense guilt. He gently wiped away the tears from her eyes and, with a tinge of remorse, said, No, my dearest Ya, you are my favorite. I will stay and sleep with you tonight, all right? Upon hearing his reassurance, Yaya's face brightened instantly. However, Wang Chu looked at her earnestly. I must first speak with Mama. Okay, I will return shortly. Turning around, he was astonished to find Yun Qingyao standing at the doorway. Originally, she had assumed Wang Chu would return promptly, but after waiting for quite some time without his appearance, she could no longer contain herself and stepped out, only to discover Wang Chu engrossed in storytelling with Yaya. This scene filled Yun Qingyao with warmth, as it was precisely what she had always wished to witness. Moreover, after standing at the door for a moment, she found herself captivated by Wang Chu's expressive voice. Qingyao, how about I stay and sleep with Yaya tonight? Wang Chu suggested hesitantly upon noticing her. Yun Qingyao scoffed. Who would care for your presence? Very well, you may sleep with Yaya tonight. Yay, Yaya exclaimed, leaping onto Wang Chu's back. Papa can sleep with me tonight. 10 minutes later, in the darkness, Wang Chu gently patted Yaya's back while humming a lullaby. Yaya, are you asleep? He whispered. Not yet, Papa. Yaya's bright voice chimed in, her luminous eyes shining like stars in the night. Wang Chu found himself both amused and bewildered. How did this 3-year-old possess such boundless energy? Shall we play a game? He proposed excitedly. Yaya nodded enthusiastically. Let us engage in a delightful game of 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Upon my counting to 3, we shall close our eyes, refrain from speaking, and lie still on the bed. Should anyone utter a word or open their eyes, they shall be deemed the loser. If father loses, he must grant Yaya a request. Conversely, if Yaya loses, she must concede to father's demand. Is that agreeable? Indeed, Yaya replied, brimming with confidence. I shall not concede defeat. Very well, 1, 2, 3, let the game commence. Yaya promptly closed her eyes, her petite form lying motionless on the bed. Meanwhile, Wang Chu could not help but chuckle at Yaya's earnestness. Indeed, within mere moments, Yaya's steady breathing could be heard. Good night, my precious. Chapter 30. Off to kindergarten. Although Wang Chu had lost the opportunity to share a tender moment with Yun Qingyao, the warmth and joy of being by his daughter's side, watching her slumber and feeling her attachment, filled his heart with profound gratitude. The following morning, Wang Chu awoke early, but Yaya remained fast asleep. He quietly exited the room, careful not to disturb her. To his surprise, he discovered that Yun Qingyao was already up and entering from outside. You're awake so early? Wang Chu asked, astonished. I always rise early to exercise, she replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. As you know, as performers, we must maintain our figures. One must either control their appetite or increase their activity. I prefer not to torment myself with restraint, thus I opt for more exercise. After her workout, a healthy glow adorned Yun Qingyao's face, her graceful figure veiled within her oversized athletic attire, lending her an air of youthful exuberance. After breakfast, we shall take Yaya to kindergarten, then attend to matters at the Civil Affairs Bureau. I must return to the film set in the afternoon, Yun Qingyao informed Wang Chu. For nearly a month hence, I will be unable to return, so please take good care of Yaya. Wang Chu paused, slightly taken aback. Take Yaya to kindergarten? I thought she wasn't enrolled yet. How could she not be? Yun Qingyao chuckled. She merely took a couple of days off due to a slight cold. But she has recovered and is ready to return. Upon awakening and learning of her impending return to kindergarten, Yaya's face quickly fell into a frown. She wished to continue playing with her parents, not to go to school. Mama, I don't want to go to kindergarten, Yaya pleaded, gazing earnestly at Yun Qingyao. I feel a bit unwell. Can't I stay home for another day? Absolutely not, Yun Qingyao replied firmly. You've played at home for several days. It's time for you to attend school. Seeing her mother's unwavering stance, Yaya promptly turned her attention to Wang Chu. Papa, can I please not go to kindergarten? Wang Chu found the situation amusing yet exasperating. Was it a universal trait among children to dislike kindergarten? Yaya, why don't you like kindergarten? He asked gently, kneeling beside her. Because I'm afraid that when I come home at night, Papa and Mama will be gone. Yeya's voice softened. Wang Chu felt a pang in his heart. It seemed that Yin Qingyao had previously left unexpectedly. Otherwise, Yeya would not express such fears. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingyao's face reflected a mix of shame and guilt. However, as an artist, there were certain circumstances beyond her control. In her heart, she cherished her child. Yet she also harbored her own dreams and aspirations. One cannot have both fish and bear's paws. Yeya, I promise you, I will never leave you again, all right? Wang Chu gently patted Yeya's little head. Think about it. You haven't attended school for days. Your friends at kindergarten must be missing you. You can play with them during the day and spend the evenings with Papa. Doesn't that sound delightful? At his words, a glimmer of hope sparked in Yeya's eyes. And I can share with Papa all the things that happen at kindergarten, right? She asked eagerly. Of course. But you must promise me not to run away. Yeya extended her tiny, delicate finger, and Wang Chu linked his with hers, finally seeing a radiant smile illuminate her face. Yun Qingyao sighed in relief, realizing that Wang Chu possessed a natural talent for fatherhood. Despite her own extensive reading on parenting, she often struggled to communicate calmly with Yeya. After breakfast, Yin Qingyao inquired, "Can you drive?" Wang Chu nodded. "Then you shall drive today. We can take Yeya together. I have several vehicles in the garage. Choose whichever you fancy." Upon reaching the garage, Wang Chu was astounded by the array of luxury cars. Bentleys, Porsches, Lamborghinis, Bugattis, Ferraris, McLarens, dozens of them, resembling a high-end auto show. "Are these all your cars?" Wang Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yun Qingyao nodded. "Some were gifts from my brother, others from endorsements. I've never purchased a single one. Cars don't pique my interest. How can we remain friends with such disparity?" Wang Chu mused. Approaching a modest yet sophisticated Land Rover SUV, the most understated vehicle in the collection. "Let us take this one. It offers ample space for your comfort." Aunt Wang retrieved the keys for the Land Rover from her bag, and Wang Chu noticed that the keys alone filled an entire pouch. Was this what understated luxury looked like for the wealthy? He sighed, reflecting on how, in his youth, he had despised the affluent, only to find himself living a life he once scorned. Though it had come through a stroke of serendipity, he had indeed achieved a life of comfort. Driving the million-dollar Land Rover was a distinctly different experience. The handling was unparalleled, as smooth as fine chocolate. "Qingyao, I haven't inquired yet. Where is Yeya's kindergarten?" From the back seat, Yun Qingyao's voice chimed in, "Victory Road, Windmill International Bilingual Kindergarten." Wang Chu recognized the name. He had heard that the monthly tuition alone exceeded 50,000, a sum unattainable for most families. Yet, considering Yun Qingyao and her family's background, he found it understandable. 50,000 was merely a drop in the ocean for her. In less than half an hour, Wang Chu arrived at Victory Road. "Wang Chu, please take Yeya to kindergarten. I'll wait for you in the car." Yun Qingyao sighed. "You know it's not suitable for me to go to kindergarten at this time." Wang Chu nodded in agreement. As a superstar, if the public learned that Yeya was the daughter of the illustrious Yun Qingyao, it would undoubtedly attract immense attention and scrutiny. Paparazzi would swarm around her, capturing every moment and amplifying it online. Wang Chu was determined to shield his daughter from such pressures. "Rest assured, I shall return after escorting Yeya inside," Wang Chu declared, lifting Yeya into his arms. "Come, today Daddy will take you in." Chapter 31. A Touch of Jealousy. Good morning. Teacher Xiaoyu. Good morning, Xian. Your braids look absolutely lovely today. Did your mother style them for you? At the entrance of the Windmill Kindergarten, a tall woman with a ponytail, clad in the kindergarten uniform, greeted the arriving children with a bright smile. Teacher Xiaoyu. Upon spotting the woman, Yeya, nestled in Wang Chu's arms, exclaimed in excitement, waving her hand. The woman turned, causing Wang Chu to feel a slight surprise. In her early 20s, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, she radiated youthfulness and vitality. "Ah, Yeya, I heard you were feeling under the weather. Are you feeling better now?" Yeya nodded. "I'm all better now, Teacher Xiaoyu. This is my daddy." Teacher Xiaoyu glanced at Wang Chu, a hint of astonishment flickering in her eyes. Yeya had always been brought by a middle-aged woman named Aunt Wang, and this was her first encounter with Yeya's father. "Hello, Yeya's dad. My name is Yumechi, and I am Yeya's homeroom teacher." A smile graced Yumechi's face. "It is a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Teacher Yu." Wang Chu promptly responded. "We are truly grateful for your care towards Yeya at the kindergarten. Yeya is a very sensible and obedient child. We all adore her." Teacher Xiaoyu chuckled. "Now hurry along. Yeya, your good friend Tong Tong was asking about when you'd return yesterday." Yeya's eyes sparkled. "Daddy, I'm going in now." With that, she hopped down from Wang Chu's embrace and dashed toward the kindergarten. "Be careful," Wang Chu called out nervously from behind. Yet, Yeya merely turned back, waving her hand. "Goodbye, Daddy." A look of wistfulness crossed Wang Chu's face. "Please hold on a moment, Yeya's dad." Just as Wang Chu was about to leave, Teacher Xiaoyu called out to him. Is there something I can assist you with? Wang Chu inquired, curiosity piqued. Well, I wanted to discuss something with you, Yumechi replied. Yaya is generally very well behaved. But there was an incident where she had a disagreement with a little boy, which has affected her mood. Did she win the argument? Wang Chu instinctively asked. Yumechi was momentarily taken aback. Was this Yaya's father not quite in touch with reality? Was it really the time to be concerned about who won the argument? Ahem. Wang Chu cleared his throat, realizing he had misspoken. What was it about? They quarreled over a toy, and while the boy said some rather inappropriate things, it was this that caused Yaya to feel downcast. What did he say? Wang Chu's brows furrowed. How dare any child bully my daughter? That's unacceptable. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, Yumechi continued earnestly, but I hope you can find some time to be more present for her, alongside the teachers. I understand your work keeps you busy, but even amidst your commitments, it's vital to provide love and companionship for the children, though they are small. This is the pivotal moment for them to explore the world. Wang Chu, observing Yumechi's earnest expression, could not help but nod. Understood. Thank you for your reminder. Teacher Yu, let us exchange WeChat contacts. I will add you to the parents group, so you can be promptly informed of any class activities or matters concerning Yaya. Would that be agreeable? Of course. Wang Chu nodded in agreement. You seem to be enjoying quite the conversation with that female teacher. Once back in the car, Wang Chu discovered that Yun Qingyao had settled into the passenger seat without him noticing, teasing him lightly. She is Yaya's homeroom teacher, Teacher Xiaoyu. She is quite wonderful and responsible. Wang Chu smiled. And also very beautiful, wouldn't you say? Yun Qingyao continued. Indeed. The moment those words left Wang Chu's lips, he felt a palpable tension emanating from Yun Qingyao. A shiver ran down his spine as he glanced at her, but her sunglasses concealed her eyes from view. Of course, in comparison to my wife, she falls quite short. Wang Chu quickly attempted to remedy his words. Humph. Yun Qingyao let out a cold snort. Let us head home. Are we not going directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau? I would prefer to return home first. Is that a problem? Yun Qingyao retorted, irritation evident in her tone. Also, my throat hurts, and I don't wish to talk. Wang Chu internally lamented. What was this nonsense about a sore throat? It was glaringly obvious she was feeling jealous after seeing him converse with Teacher Xiaoyu. The acrid scent of jealousy was unmistakable, and if Wang Chu failed to recognize it, he would be utterly oblivious. However, he found no reason to be concerned. Yun Qingyao's jealousy was merely a testament to how much she cared for him. What a fortunate circumstance. Throughout the journey, Wang Chu made several attempts to engage Yun Qingyao in conversation, yet she remained dismissive, offering only non-committal responses. Before long, they returned to the flourishing Huayuan community. As they exited the vehicle, a man suddenly appeared before Yun Qingyao. Yao, what was that phone call about yesterday? Who was that man? Yun Qingyao startled, instinctively taking a step back. Seeing someone harassing his wife, Wang Chu stepped forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling several meters away. Are you all right? Wang Chu anxiously inquired, positioning himself protectively behind Yun Qingyao. A warm sensation coursed through Yun Qingyao's heart. As long as Wang Chu was present, she felt invulnerable against the world's threats. This sensation was immensely comforting. I'm fine, Yun Qingyao softly replied. Only then did Wang Chu relax, glaring at the man who was struggling to rise from the ground. Are you out of your mind? What compelled you to rush over here? Wang Chu retorted irritably. Who are you, and why are you here? This is Yun Qingyao's villa. Who is this stranger? Lin Zifeng felt an intense pain in his guts. He had not slept a wink the previous night, with Wang Chu's voice echoing in his mind. Unable to contain himself, he had scoured various avenues to locate Yun Qingyao's villa in Haicheng and rushed over early this morning. Yet, he had not anticipated that upon their first encounter, before he could even ask his questions, he would be kicked out by Yun Qingyao's bodyguard. If this news were to spread, where would his reputation as a wealthy heir from the capital go? Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? You must be seeking death, Lin Zifeng accused, pointing a finger at Wang Chu. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. Was this fool provoking him right at his doorstep? Do you have any idea who I am? I couldn't care less who you are. You're nothing but a wretched bodyguard. Believe me. With a single word from Yao, you will be dismissed. Observing Lin Zifeng's unwavering confidence, Wang Chu felt a twinge of astonishment. Where on earth did this guy's self-assurance stem from? Chapter 32, Bodyguard? Lin Zifeng, what brings you here? Yun Qingyao completely disregarded Lin Zifeng's threats towards Wang Chu, her expression marred by displeasure as she spoke. Lin Zifeng, pointing a finger at Wang Chu, menacingly declared, Yao, your bodyguard is utterly outrageous. I demand that you dismiss him at once. In all my years, no one has ever dared to treat me this way. Yun Qingyao's countenance turned icy. Lin Zifeng, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? To Lin Zifeng, it was merely the matter of firing a bodyguard. Could Yun Qingyao truly allow a mere bodyguard to provoke discord between them? However, What Lin Zifeng did not anticipate was that Yun Qingyao would stand up for a bodyguard. Yao Yao, that is not my intention. What I mean is, but before he could finish, Yun Qingyao interrupted him. Lin Zifeng, please conduct yourself with dignity. Our relationship has not yet reached that level, and the term Yao Yao is not one you are entitled to use. Lin Zifeng felt a surge of frustration, perplexed by the fact that Yun Qingyao's demeanor towards him had worsened compared to previous encounters. Was it truly because of her blind date the day before? Even now, Lin Zifeng believed that Yun Qingyao had undoubtedly acquiesced to her family's matchmaking scheme. I am sincere in my affections for you, Qingyao, and heaven can bear witness. I will treat you well. If you are willing, I can have my grandfather propose to your grandfather right now. Wang Chu, observing from the sidelines, blinked in surprise. While it was a source of pride to have his partner pursued by others, was it not a tad disrespectful for someone to attempt to woo her right before his eyes? Listen, my friend, you are wasting your efforts. She is already taken. Wang Chu stepped forward and placed a hand on Lin Zifeng's shoulder, his tone laced with sympathy. Lin Zifeng retorted in anger. What right do you have to speak here? You are merely a pathetic bodyguard. Get lost. Me? A pathetic bodyguard? Wang Chu blinked, surveying himself. He looked quite dapper and certainly did not resemble a mere bodyguard. What kind of eyes do you have? Is there such a handsome bodyguard? Lin Zifeng, what exactly do you intend to achieve here? Yun Qingyao stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wang Chu, her delicate brows knitting together, her voice laced with frost. If you have come here to cause trouble, I suggest you leave immediately. And do wipe your eyes. He is not my bodyguard. If he is not a bodyguard, then what is he? Lin Zifeng shot a glance at Wang Chu. However, Yun Qingyao's next words shattered Lin Zifeng completely. This is my future husband, Wang Chu. What? Lin Zifeng stared at Yun Qingyao in disbelief. That cannot be. You must be joking. Lin Zifeng could not fathom this reality. He had conducted his investigations and knew that Yun Qingyao had never had any intimate contact with any male. How could she suddenly have a fiancé? Could it truly be that in just a day's time, she had made such a commitment to this man? How could this be possible? You are deceiving me because of what happened last time, aren't you? Lin Zifeng clenched his fists, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Yun Qingyao felt a headache coming on. She was all too aware of Lin Zifeng's affections. However, she harbored no feelings for him whatsoever. And being part of the elite circle, she knew Lin Zifeng's character all too well. If she did not manage to completely disillusion him, he would surely persist. Taking a deep breath, Yun Qingyao spoke calmly. Do you truly think I would stoop to such childish antics for your sake? With that, Yun Qingyao seized Wang Chu's collar and pulled him down. Wang Chu instinctively bowed his head. A visage of unparalleled beauty appeared before him. And then he felt a soft and sweet sensation on his lips. Yun Qingyao had actually initiated a kiss, and on the lips, no less. At that moment, Wang Chu felt as though the entire world had transformed into a rosy hue. An indescribable feeling surged through him, a delightful, sweet ecstasy that arrived like a whirlwind. Just as Wang Chu was lost in this haze, Yun Qingyao withdrew her lips, turning to Lin Zifeng, who looked utterly dazed. I wonder if this suffices to corroborate my words? Lin Zifeng felt as if his heart had been pierced by countless daggers. He had pursued Yun Qingyao for 2 years. The elite of the capital knew it well, yet he had never even held her hand. And now, Yun Qingyao was kissing a rustic man right before his eyes? How could he possibly accept this? Yun Qingyao, Lin Zifeng roared, taking a step forward. Do you find amusement in mocking me? Wang Chu's gaze sharpened, and he quickly stepped in front of Yun Qingyao, protecting her once more. Very well, you will regret this, Yun Qingyao. Whatever I desire, I will obtain. And as for you daring to compete with me for a woman, we shall see this through to the end. Lin Zifeng knew he was no match for Wang Chu, so he left with that ominous threat. Wang Chu smirked, a hint of mockery in his voice. Let me warn you, do not harass my wife. If I discover that you continue to bother her, I will not spare you, regardless of who you are. Very well. Lin Zifeng glared at Wang Chu. If you have the courage, leave your name. Do not be like a coward. Wang Chu, he replied coolly. Remember my name, and now leave this place. Do not push me to take action. Fine, I shall remember you, Wang Chu. Until we meet again. Lin Zifeng retreated, clutching his side, limping away. Meanwhile, Yun Qingyao watched Wang Chu with tenderness from behind. Once Lin Zifeng had departed, she chuckled softly. Wang Chu, do you know who Lin Zifeng is? Wang Chu rolled his eyes. I care not who he is. No one shall bully my wife. Humph, I am not yet your wife. Yun Qingyao's cheeks flushed, but she quickly added seriously, however, Lin Zifeng is quite vindictive. We have embarrassed him today, and with you having struck him, he will not let this go easily. No matter what happens, I will be here for you, Wang Chu replied earnestly. Yun Qingyao nodded. Lin Zifeng is the legitimate son of the Lin family, which primarily operates in the automotive manufacturing sector. The most renowned brand in the country, Hongri, belongs to them. Therefore, if Lin Zifeng truly wishes to retaliate, he may wield considerable resources. Yun Qingyao spoke gravely. So if you sense any trouble, you must inform me. Because we are partners, united to face the myriad challenges and difficulties of the future together, understand? Wang Chu felt warmth fill his heart. He knew Yun Qingyao was concerned for him, which prompted her words. All right, Wang Chu replied gently. I will not be reckless, but I have a small request. What is it? That kiss earlier. I have yet to savor it fully. Shall we continue? Chapter 33. Husband? In response to Wang Chu's shameless request, Yun Qingyao naturally did not acquiesce. The earlier kiss had merely been to dissuade Lin Zifeng, and she had acted so boldly for that reason. Watching Yun Qingyao return to the villa with a flushed face, Wang Chu smacked his lips. It seemed winning her heart and soul would take some time. No worries, good things take time, after all. The stew is already simmering in the pot, so there is no need to rush. Wang Chu chuckled to himself, humming a little tune as he entered the villa. Upon entering the villa, Yun Qingyao stood at the threshold of the bedroom and addressed Wang Chu. Come in, I have something to give you. Once inside the bedroom, Wang Chu was taken aback to discover that Yun Qingyao was holding an entire ensemble of clothing. From the crisp white shirt to the tailored suit, from the tie to the polished leather shoes, he was momentarily stunned. When had Yun Qingyao prepared all this? I bought you a set while I was picking out clothes for my uncle yesterday. Yun Qingyao feigned nonchalance as she continued. We need to get ready for our wedding photos today, so hurry and change. Wang Chu chuckled, thinking to himself how truly fortunate he was to have such a wonderful wife. Without further ado, he began to undress. Hey, why are you just stripping off right here? Yun Qingyao gasped, quickly turning away. You should go to the changing room. Wang Chu shrugged off her concern. Why bother with a changing room? I'm not that fussy. Besides, the curtains are sheer. It's not a big deal. Yun Qingyao felt a rush of exasperation. Was this a matter of not a big deal? It was undeniably too embarrassing. Yet, she couldn't help but steal glances at Wang Chu's well-defined physique in the small mirror atop the vanity. His sculpted body and robust muscles radiated strength, perfectly proportioned in a way that epitomized every woman's ultimate dream of a partner. Yun Qingyao swallowed hard, but soon, she felt a wave of heat wash over her. Yun Qingyao, how shameless you are, stealing glances at a man's body. Yet, she reassured herself, it's all right. Wang Chu is not just anyone. He is to be my husband. After we get our marriage certificate, we will be legally bound. A quick look is nothing to fret over. In her mind, two little figures were bickering fiercely, causing her considerable agitation. Just one more glance, and then I'll stop. She resolved silently. That one glance turned into 5 minutes. It wasn't until Wang Chu was fully dressed that she finally turned around. Wow, you look amazing. A hint of surprise illuminated Yun Qingyao's eyes. Dressed in a high-end suit, Wang Chu's aura had elevated significantly, making her heart flutter like a startled fawn. Not bad, she said, attempting to maintain her composure. Wang Chu glanced at his reflection. Right? I think if I ventured into the entertainment industry, I would easily outshine a sea of young idols. How vain. Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes at him before heading toward the changing room. Wait outside. I need to change too. Wang Chu blinked, perplexed as to why she didn't change right away. I could come in and help you out, he suggested playfully. No need for that. I can handle it myself. With a loud bang, Yun Qingyao slammed the door shut. Wang Chu shrugged, soon to be married, and wondered why she was so shy. I'm quite open-minded, he mused. Yet, he understood that it was natural for girls to be bashful. After all, their relationship was about to take a significant leap, so there was no rush. Half an hour later, Wang Chu was beginning to feel drowsy when the changing room door finally swung open. Yun Qingyao emerged, and Wang Chu's breath caught in his throat. She hadn't adorned herself in extravagant attire. Instead, she wore a simple white shirt paired with an elegant floral skirt. However, her delicate makeup and styled hair made her appear both pure and captivatingly alluring. Let us go, we're running out of time. Yun Qingyao approached Wang Chu. Noticing the expression on his face, she lifted her chin slightly, a hint of pride in her demeanor. Silly boy. Initially, Wang Chu had anticipated that acquiring their marriage certificate with a rising star would cause quite a stir. To his surprise, the entire process was remarkably smooth. Furthermore, they were accompanied by dedicated staff, which left him astounded. This is to prevent any disturbances, Yun Qingyao explained, sensing his astonishment. My career is currently flourishing, and while I don't have to adhere strictly to company regulations, it's better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Wang Chu nodded in understanding. What if we're photographed inadvertently? How do we handle that? You can just say I'm your bodyguard, she replied with a playful glance. Just admit it if we're caught. Wang Chu insisted. What bodyguard? I, Yun Qingyao, am not the type to deny the truth. Besides, that would be unfair to you. Gently, Wang Chu ruffled her hair and murmured, I would gladly be your bodyguard, for life. Yun Qingyao shivered at his words and leaned slightly into his embrace. Special arrangements were made, and soon the marriage certificate was in their hands. Wang Chu gazed at the document emblazoned with a bright red seal, marveling at the smiling faces of the couple it represented, feeling a blend of sweetness and enchantment. Am I really married now? Have I truly found my other half? Thus, the ranks of single individuals in this world have diminished by one. Husband, I'm just back on leave, so I must rush back to the set. I'm sorry to leave right after we got married. A hint of guilt washed over Yun Qingyao's face. It seemed unreasonable to head straight from the Civil Affairs Bureau to the filming location. Yet, Wang Chu was taken aback, for he had just heard her utter the word husband. What did you just say? He asked, swallowing hard. I said I need to hurry back to the set. She clarified. No, not that. The part before. Wang Chu pressed, seriousness etched on his face. Yun Qingyao's cheeks flushed crimson. Husband, she whispered shyly. Instantly, Wang Chu felt a rush of warmth flood through him. No worries, dear wife. Go pursue your dreams. I'll take care of everything at home. You're wonderful. A smile broke across Yun Qingyao's face as she stood on her tiptoes and pecked his cheek before turning to leave. Hey, why the sneak attack? Come at me boldly. Chapter 34. The disheartened Wang Chu. As Yun Qingyao departed, a tinge of sadness crept into Wang Chu's heart. However, her promise before leaving, to grant him a chance to sneak a kiss upon her return, ignited his excitement. Within mere moments, a multitude of schemes for ambushing Yun Qingyao danced through his mind. Hold on, this is excessive daydreaming. Wang Chu took a deep breath, suppressing the inappropriate images that threatened to surface. That said, he felt a profound gratitude towards Lin Zifeng. Without him, would Yun Qingyao have ever kissed him so willingly? As for Lin Zifeng's status as a privileged heir, Wang Chu felt pressure but did not regret confronting him. How dare he attempt to encroach upon what was his? Moreover, as a man, it was imperative to stand up for his woman in such moments. Yet, if the other party truly sought retribution, did he genuinely intend to rely on his wife's esteemed family background? Wang Chu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It is not that he possesses a sense of male superiority, but rather that he feels the chasm between himself and Yun Qingyao has grown too vast. If he were to encounter any difficulties and require Yun Qingyao to intervene, it would be rather unseemly for him. After all, he is a man endowed with a system. Moreover, from their previous conversations, Wang Chu could ascertain that while Grandpa Yun might hold a favorable opinion of him, the three uncles would undoubtedly be formidable adversaries. To truly win the heart of the beautiful lady, he must not only capture her affection, but also conquer the entirety of the Yun family. It seems the difficulty has escalated to a hellish level, Wang Chu mused inwardly. However, he was fortunate to have the system, no matter how challenging the quest. He was undaunted. All right, I have a complimentary lottery opportunity today. I must not squander it. Wang Chu thought to himself. System, I wish to draw my free lottery. Ding, the system is conducting the lottery. Congratulations, you have acquired extraordinary driving skills. Extraordinary driving skills. You will intuitively master all vehicle operation techniques. Even the greatest of drivers will bow before your prowess. In an instant, a torrent of vast knowledge flooded Wang Chu's mind. An abundance of information about driving skills imprinted upon his consciousness. This skill is quite impressive. Wang Chu's eyes sparkled. If it truly unfolds as the system claims, perhaps he could contemplate participating in an off-road rally or an F1 championship. If he could replace Schumacher and emerge as a new deity in the realm of racing, that would indeed be exhilarating. After all, what man does not harbor a dream of becoming a driving god? Nevertheless, Wang Chu quickly shook his head. His paramount task now was to accompany Ye in her growth. It seems this driving god skill may not find its application after all. Yet, it is certainly preferable to the mere thank you for your patronage. Wang Chu glanced at his system interface and discovered that his joy value had surpassed 200, reaching a remarkable 270. In recent days, Ye and Qingyao had provided him with a substantial amount of joy value. Should he indulge in another round of 10 consecutive draws? Wang Chu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Joy value is hard-earned. It is best to conserve it for the time being, for one never knows when it might be needed. More crucially, one ought to wait for a moment of good fortune before drawing. What if he ended up with nothing but thank you for your patronage? At that moment, Wang Ai approached. Young master, the young lady asked me to bring you something. Wang Chu, intrigued, inquired, what is it? Wang Ai handed him a bank card. The very card that Yun Qingyao had used for his purchases yesterday. He had expected to return it to her upon leaving the mall. But now it seemed to signify a formal arrangement for her to support him. The young lady mentioned that this card is for your everyday expenses, and she will deposit 1 million each month into it. Furthermore, the overdraft limit is 10 million, thus ensuring that your daily expenditures will be sufficiently covered. Daily expenses? 1 million a month? Is this the expenditure of an ordinary person? Moreover, does she truly intend to financially support me? Although Wang Chu had agreed to be a full-time stay-at-home dad for Yun Qingyao, he still struggled with the notion of relying on her finances. Young master, I am truly elated. Wang Ai exclaimed. I never anticipated that you would make such a significant sacrifice for the young lady. I must admit, I previously held some reservations about you, but now I sincerely admire you. Wang Chu was taken aback. What did Qingyao tell you? The young lady said you. For her dream and to care for Ye, resolutely abandoned your career abroad to return home as a full-time dad. Such a choice is not one that an average man could make. Wang Chu was stunned. Did she truly say that? Absolutely. Wang Ai affirmed earnestly. The young lady has always struggled, balancing Ye and her career. Now that you are here, she can wholeheartedly pursue her dreams. I cannot express how happy that makes me. Young master, I can see that the young lady loves you dearly, so I hope you will cherish and protect her, all right? Wang Chu sighed softly, accepting the bank card. She is my wife. Naturally, I will cherish and protect her, ensuring she suffers no harm. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Chu had unwittingly become a millionaire. He lay in the bedroom, the faint scent of Yun Qingyao lingering on the sheets, breathing in the enchanting aroma while toying with the bank card. A look of despondency clouded his features. Others pursue wealth and beauty, no, careers and love. But what of him? By sheer happenstance, he had acquired it all, leaving him to ponder what motivation remained for striving in life. Wang Chu let out a heavy sigh, his eyes filled with melancholy. If only he could forego all of this. A stunningly beautiful wife, a sweet and adorable daughter, a life of luxurious leisure. This sense of loss weighed heavily on him. A burden he could not voice. Dingling. At that moment, Wang Chu's phone rang. Hello? Who is this? Wang Chu answered lazily. Mr. Wang Chu, greetings. I am a reporter from Haiqing Television. We had a delightful conversation yesterday. Do you have time for an interview? The soft, melodious voice of the reporter echoed through the phone. Wang Chu's eyes brightened. Yes, I have time now. I will head over immediately. Chapter 35. Live reveal Mr. Wang Chu. However, we will be conducting this interview via live stream. Would that be acceptable to you? Live stream? Indeed. Haiqing Television has an online streaming channel, and our leadership wishes to leverage this trending event to promote our platform. Wang Chu understood. They intended to use him as a means to draw attention. That is perfectly fine. What do you need me to do? Thank you so much. You simply need to follow our host's directions when you arrive. Young master, are you heading out? Wang Ai inquired as she saw him changing into a fresh outfit. Yes, Haiqing Television is interviewing me, so I must go. Wang Chu replied, rubbing his nose. A look of admiration gleamed in Wang Ai's eyes. Ah, I see. Young master, you are truly remarkable. Do you require a different vehicle? A different vehicle? Wang Ai nodded. The young lady mentioned that you may freely dispose of anything in the house. So, if you would like to switch cars, I can provide you with all the keys. Wang Chu's lips twitched. You mean the luxury cars in the garage? Precisely. Wang Ai exclaimed. It would be splendid if you could take care of these keys. As she spoke, Wang Ai placed a bundle of car keys into Wang Chu's hands. Staring at the heavy bundle, he was left utterly speechless. What is the meaning of this life? Ultimately, however, Wang Chu chose not to drive a sports car to the television station, as he still believed it prudent to maintain a low profile. In the end, he selected the understated Maybach from the garage. Subtle luxury is indeed one's true essence. At this moment, an official announcement from Haiqing Television has captured considerable attention online. A close-up interview with the hero who rescued victims from a car accident. Are we witnessing mere sensationalism or genuine facts? Let us unveil the truth together. Recently, the video showcasing Wang Chu's heroic act has created quite a stir in Haiqing after 2 days of circulation, even going viral nationwide through short video platforms. Many have questioned the video's authenticity, with numerous so-called experts asserting that such feats are utterly impossible for a mere human to achieve. Seizing this opportunity, Haiqing Television decided to conduct a live broadcast. This not only shifts the public focus from the accident itself to the hero, but also capitalizes on the current buzz, elevating the station's profile in live streaming. Indeed, once this sensational announcement went live, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded into Haiqing's streaming room, and the numbers kept rising. Where's everyone? I thought we were going to reveal the truth. Relax, it starts at 10 o'clock, and there's still over half an hour to go. I don't believe it. Someone has already exposed it. That video is definitely edited. Exactly. How could one person possibly achieve such a feat? It's all just a ploy to garner attention, exploiting a tragedy without any shame. The television station staff, witnessing the surge of engaged viewers, wore smiles on their faces. The hype had reached a peak, and now all that remained was for the protagonist to make a grand entrance. Meanwhile, the hero himself found himself ensnared in traffic on his way to the station. Why is there so much congestion at this hour? Wang Chu frowned. Glancing at the time on his phone, less than 20 minutes remained. He was a stickler for punctuality, and being late was not an option. After enduring 10 minutes of gridlock, he realized he had only 10 minutes left to reach the station. At that moment, thoughts raced through his mind. The distance to the television station was 8 kilometers. With a city speed limit of 60 kilometers per hour, theoretically, he could cover 10 kilometers in 10 minutes, so time was on his side. The only variables to consider were traffic and traffic lights. 3 routes led to the station, one with 7 traffic lights, another with 9, and a third with 10. On the surface, the route with 7 lights seemed preferable. However, it was a main road with each light requiring a 2-minute wait. Conversely, the route with 10 lights had an average wait time of 30 seconds per light, totaling no more than 3 minutes even if he encountered all red lights. Thus, he deduced that the third route was the most sensible choice. In that moment, Wang Chu's analytical thoughts crystallized, leaving him somewhat astonished. Could this be the transformation brought about by his extraordinary driving skills? With a silent affirmation, he pressed the accelerator and veered onto the third route. Despite the heavy traffic, Wang Chu navigated his Maybach through the congestion like a nimble eel, drawing scornful remarks from surrounding drivers. What's the rush? Trying to reincarnate? Just because you're in a luxury car doesn't make you special. Your future son will surely be a disappointment. Wang Chu felt every muscle in his body tingle with excitement. He relished the thrill of overtaking vehicle after vehicle. It was akin to soaring through a cerulean sky. Finally, a minute before 10 o'clock, Wang Chu arrived at the television station. The staff, initially anxious, beamed with joy upon his arrival. The protagonist was here. This interview was set to be a success. At 10 o'clock, Haiching Live officially commenced. The station prioritized this broadcast, equipping it with the highest quality setup and enlisting the most popular host, Mao Xiaoyan. Since joining Haiching Television, her striking beauty and solid hosting skills quickly won over the audience. Rumors even circulated that CCTV had extended multiple invitations to her. Yet she remained steadfast in her commitment to Haiching Satellite TV. Oh my goodness, it's my goddess Mao Xiaoyan hosting this interview. What a delightful surprise. Who is this host? She is stunning. I'm in love. Clearly, these were viewers from outside the region. Online declarations of love for Mao Xiaoyan. In the live room, Mao Xiaoyan radiated warmth and charm. Having seen the news and footage of Wang Chu's rescue, she was still somewhat skeptical despite the evidence presented. Thus, she had taken the initiative to host this interview, eager to discern whether this Wang Chu was indeed a remarkable individual or merely a sensationalist. Chapter 36. The interview. As the broadcast began, Mao Xiaoyan, adorned in a presenter's uniform that accentuated her graceful figure, greeted the online audience. Good morning, everyone tuning in to Haiching Live. Today, we have the honor of inviting the hero from the accident on People's Road just 2 days ago. Like many of you, I am eager to discover who this remarkable individual is. Please welcome Wang Chu. At that moment, Wang Chu stepped into view. His chiseled features clearly visible to every viewer's screen. Wow, he is incredibly handsome. The audience exclaimed. The previous video was unclear. I had no idea the rescuer was so dashing. I'm smitten. I can't resist a man with such rugged charm. In stark contrast to the female viewers' enthusiastic admiration, the male audience expressed their envy. Is this really considered handsome? Not even close. Let us wait and see. We still don't know if he is a hero or a coward. Anticipation brewed among the viewers. Wang Chu's flawless physique and newfound allure quickly caught the attention of many women. Mao Xiaoyan, upon first seeing Wang Chu, exhibited a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. In a society enamored with delicate young men and pretty boys, individuals like Wang Chu, radiating masculinity, were indeed rare. Mr. Wang. The scene at the accident site on People's Road was extremely perilous. You rushed in and rescued the 2 most critically injured victims, one of whom is now out of danger. The doctors remarked that had he been delayed by even 5 minutes, he would not have survived. Wang Chu clasped his hands together. I'm just glad everyone is okay. What motivated you to act so bravely in such a dangerous situation? Mao Xiaoyan probed. Wang Chu, of course, would not divulge that he was fulfilling his daughter's wish. Such a confession would tarnish his heroic image. Clearing his throat, he replied, my thoughts were quite simple. Really, in that urgent moment, I merely wanted to get the victims out as quickly as possible. I didn't have time to think about anything else. Did you consider the dangers involved? For instance, the possibility of a car explosion or something else? Mao Xiaoyan pressed further. Wang Chu shook his head. Indeed, I never anticipated this. However, upon reflection, I do feel quite apprehensive. Generally speaking, high-speed collisions can easily lead to fiery explosions. But an explosion is not synonymous with a detonation, and there were no sparks at the scene, which indicates a relatively safe situation. Mao Xiaoyan chuckled. You didn't happen to research this after the fact, did you? Wang Chu scratched his nose. Well, that is indeed the case. After all, I am merely an ordinary person and can feel apprehensive too. Mao Xiaoyan's interview progressed smoothly, with the discussions in the live broadcast room becoming quite fervent. The audience's primary concern about the accident scene was whether the video was authentic. Other details were of little interest to them. Nonetheless, Wang Chu successfully captivated the attention of most female viewers and ignited jealousy among the male viewers. Consequently, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room grew increasingly intense, much to the delight of the leaders at Haiqing television station. As long as they maintained their current popularity, the eventual revelation would surely be explosive. It was even anticipated that Haiqing Live would ascend to become a nationally recognized online official media outlet. After all, despite the current proliferation of the internet, there are very few official media outlets with substantial online popularity. At the conclusion of the interview, Mao Xiaoyan remarked, "I believe our viewers have numerous questions for you. Let us randomly select a few inquiries for Mr. Wang to address, shall we?" Wang Chu nodded. The first question was posed by a viewer named Orange Milk Tea, who asked, "Mr. Wang, what type of girl do you prefer?" A hint of exasperation appeared on Mao Xiaoyan's face. Wang Chu felt a bit embarrassed. Do I really have to answer this question? Since it's something the viewers are curious about, I suppose it's not an issue? Mao Xiaoyan glanced at Wang Chu and smiled. I too am quite curious. Wang Chu touched his nose. I would like a girl like Yun Qingyao. This response instantly enlivened the live broadcast room. What? Yun Qingyao? Brother, your taste is quite lofty. Truly a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Does she even know who you are? Your courage is commendable. But it is indeed a bit presumptuous. Why are you all so bitter? What's wrong with liking Yun Qingyao? I refuse to believe you don't like her. I support Yun Qingyao. Let's protect our beloved Qingyao. Unbeknownst to Wang Chu, his words had brought laughter to the viewers in the live broadcast room. The audience quickly divided into three factions. One supporting Yun Qingyao, believing Wang Chu had good taste, another mocking him for his unrealistic aspirations, and a third, unbothered by the controversy, suggesting that Qin Shuling was also quite appealing. Wang Chu was oblivious to the barrage of comments flying across the screen. His mention of Yun Qingyao stemmed solely from the fact that she was, at that moment, his rightful partner. Moreover, he was concerned that Yun Qingyao might be watching his live stream, so expressing affection for his partner was a matter solely between them. Even if she happened to watch the replay later, she would surely feel his love for her, wouldn't she? Now, let us select the second question from our viewers. Mao Xiaoyan cleared her throat, saying, the second question comes from a user named Dr. Jean, who questions the authenticity of the video. This, in fact, is the purpose of our interview. Mr. Wang, would you be willing to accept the challenge from our production team? Wang Chu blinked. What challenge? A situational simulation challenge. Mao Xiaoyan smiled as she explained. Through simulating the scene, we discovered that to pry open the twisted car door, one would require a force exceeding 10,000 newtons, which surpasses human limits. Thus, we would like to conduct a test to measure your strength at that time. What do you say? Instantly, both the viewers in the live broadcast and the staff present focused intently on Wang Chu. Would he be merely engaging in sensationalism, or did he possess genuine extraordinary strength? They were about to find out if he dared accept such a test and challenge. Wang Chu smiled. Sure, I am quite curious to know what my strength limits are. Mao Xiaoyan was taken aback. Are you implying that your performance at that time was not extraordinary, but rather that you still had more to give? Absolutely. Chapter 37. Reining it in. Are you joking? A force of 10,000 newtons equates to being able to lift a ton in the world's strongest man competition. The heaviest weights are only around 500 to 600 pounds. If Wang Chu possesses a ton of strength, that would qualify him for the championship. This must be a ruse. I suspect Wang Chu is misunderstanding what 10,000 newtons means. I am eagerly anticipating how he would fare if he fails. If he truly has 10,000 newtons of strength, I will eat my hat live. Screenshot taken. I await the moment the naysayers are proven wrong. Screenshot taken. Although I do not believe in Wang Chu's strength, what if? Screenshot taken. Suddenly, I am inexplicably looking forward to Wang Chu's test. Soon, the live broadcast transitioned to a specialized testing facility. Mao Xiaoyan addressed the camera. This is a professional testing agency we have enlisted for Haiqing Satellite TV. First, we will measure Mr. Wang's strength with our equipment to ascertain just how strong he truly is. Then, turning to Wang Chu, Mao Xiaoyan added, this is our invited national gold medal fitness coach, Coach Liu. He will oversee the testing process. Hello, Coach Liu. Wang Chu nodded at a tall, imposing man. Coach Liu returned the nod, his eyes filled with disdain. He was well aware of the purpose for which Haiqing Satellite TV had sought him, but as an industry professional, he found it hard to believe that anyone could possess the strength to lift a ton. Was this a joke? Having seen Wang Chu up close, his disappointment deepened. While Wang Chu's physique might be considered impressive by ordinary standards, it was far from sufficient to support a ton of strength in the eyes of a professional. Coach Liu, what should I do now? Wang Chu's face bore a hint of excitement and anticipation. Since taking the strength-enhancing supplement, he had realized his strength was considerable, yet he lacked a clear understanding of its limits. This test would provide an excellent opportunity for measurement. Very simple. You just need to pull on this ring, and the display will indicate your pulling force. Coach Liu said blandly. For an average person, achieving a pulling force of 100 kilograms is already impressive. Wang Chu grasped the heavy machine's pulling ring with his right hand. I will begin the test now. Mao Xiaoyan quickly redirected the camera to focus on Wang Chu. Taking a deep breath, Wang Chu exerted his right arm, gradually pulling on the ring, while the display began to register his strength. The red numbers on the black screen ascended rapidly, 50, 100, 200, 300, until it finally halted at 450. Mao Xiaoyan, curious, inquired, Coach Lu, what does this 450 signify? At that moment, Coach Lu began to question his own beliefs. Upon hearing Mao Xiaoyan's question, he swallowed hard and replied, the unit is in kilograms, meaning Mr. Wang possesses a pulling force of 450 kilograms. Coach Lu's voice was naturally heard by the viewers in the live broadcast room, and the audience erupted in disbelief. A pulling force of 450 kilograms? How could that possibly be? I just checked, and the pulling force of an average adult typically ranges from 100 to 150 kilograms. Wang Chu doesn't seem particularly strong. How could he possess such an extraordinary pulling force? Who would have thought that even a satellite television station would resort to deception? This is utterly ridiculous. 450 kilograms? Didn't it require 1,000 kilograms of force to pry open a twisted car door? Coach Lu glanced at the data on the instrument, and he began to harbor doubts himself. How could this be possible? Could the instrument truly be malfunctioning? As soon as Wang Chu released his grip, Lu stepped forward. Taking a deep breath, his robust right arm swelled with muscle as he exerted all his strength to pull. The numbers on the display surged once more, but this time they settled at 207 kilograms. This meant that Coach Lu's pulling force was merely 207 kilograms, not even half of Wang Chu's purported strength. A look of disbelief spread across Coach Lu's face. The machine was functioning correctly, which implied that Wang Chu's right arm genuinely possessed 450 kilograms of pulling force. This scene was captured authentically by the cameras and transmitted live to the entire audience. Goodness, is this for real? This coach, with such a muscular physique, only has a pulling force of just over 200 kilograms? If Wang Chu truly can pull 450 kilograms, then he is no longer human, but rather a beast in human guise. My husband is incredible. The shameless person upstairs is clearly my husband. How did you manage to achieve this? Coach Lu, unable to contain his curiosity, asked Wang Chu, how is your pulling force able to reach 450 kilograms? How could one attain such a formidable force? Wang Chu furrowed his brows slightly, pondering how to respond to this question. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, it's actually quite simple. Everyone was captivated, eager to uncover the secret behind Wang Chu's immense strength. With a chuckle, Wang Chu remarked, you just need to conserve some of your strength, right? Conserve some strength? What kind of method is that? The audience was momentarily taken aback. And then Coach Lu, with a hint of disbelief, inquired, are you implying that you didn't exert your full strength just now? The surrounding staff were astonished, and Mao Xiaoyan's cherry lips parted in astonishment, exuding a cute and naive vibe. 450 kilograms is not even this man's limit. Then what could his limit be? Perhaps the stars and the sea. Wang Chu sensed the astonishment of those around him, and, feeling slightly puzzled, explained, didn't I just say? I was merely testing the waters. I haven't truly exerted myself yet. With that, Wang Chu approached the pull ring and did a brief warm-up. Without needing a reminder, the camera swiftly focused on him. After completing his warm-up, he took a deep breath and grasped the pull ring again. This time, the relaxed demeanor he exhibited earlier vanished, replaced by a weighty seriousness, as though the very air around him were solidifying. Coach Lu held his breath, fearing that even the slightest sound could disrupt Wang Chu's concentration and affect his performance. With a fierce shout, Wang Chu summoned his strength, and his right arm's muscles bulged, stretching his once loose clothing to its limits. At this moment, the numbers on the display began to climb rapidly, within 3 seconds. The value surpassed 450 kilograms and continued to escalate. 500 kilograms, 600 kilograms, 700 kilograms. Coach Lu's gaze towards Wang Chu was filled with astonishment and a twinge of fear. This was no ordinary man. He was clearly a monster. In the end, as Wang Chu exerted himself to the fullest, the display registered a staggering 1,130 kilograms, indicating that his single-handed pulling force had exceeded over a ton. If he were to use both hands, he could likely reach 2 tons. Even the strongest strongman in the world would find this impossible. This is truly terrifying. Upon witnessing this result, everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Wang Chu in sheer shock. Wang Chu, shaking his arm, expressed his curiosity. What with those looks you're all giving me? Mr. Wang, I genuinely did not expect your strength to be so immense. Coach Lu, filled with admiration, spoke up. Would you be interested in becoming a special coach at our Tianyuan club? As he spoke, Coach Lu handed over a business card. Wang Chu blinked. A coach? I'm not skilled in fitness at all. There are many who can coach fitness, but individuals with your innate strength are exceedingly rare, Coach Lu insisted. You may not be aware, but our Tianyuan Club is the largest high-end fitness club in the nation, primarily catering to entrepreneurs and celebrities. Everyone was speechless. No one anticipated that the renowned Coach Lu would be actively recruiting on site. However, it was understandable. If Coach Lu made no overtures, that would have been quite unusual. I'm sorry, but I'm not particularly interested in becoming a fitness coach. Wang Chu politely declined. What a joke. He had aspirations of becoming a super dad, not a fitness coach. Mr. Wang, I believe you should consider it. Becoming a fitness coach is a promising career, Coach Lu quickly remarked, and with your abilities, you would undoubtedly become a superstar coach in the future. Wang Chu felt a hint of disdain. A promising career? Is there any future in living off my wife? Oh, by the way, many celebrities in the entertainment industry are members of our Tianyuan Club, including Yun Qingyao. It was evident that Coach Lu had watched the previous live broadcast. Wang Chu's brow furrowed slightly. Yun Qingyao was also a member of their club? Sensing Wang Chu's reaction, Coach Lu seized the opportunity. You could serve as our honorary coach at Tianyuan Club. We would never force you into anything. And you would receive a base salary of 50,000 yuan per month. Cough, cough. Salaries have never been a priority for me. Wang Chu accepted Coach Lu's business card, stating, let us discuss this later. Suddenly, Wang Chu contemplated a pressing issue. Although Yun Qingyao wouldn't mind supporting him as a full-time dad, he was still a man. It was one thing to spend Yun Qingyao's money and drive her car while confidently enjoying a cushy lifestyle. But he couldn't just use her money to support his family, could he? If he were to become an honorary coach at Tianyuan Club, at least he could earn some money to buy gifts for his parents. Yes, that was it. This decision was definitely not influenced by Qingyao. However, this exchange was witnessed by the viewers in the live broadcast room, who also heard Coach Lu's words, and they were all in fits of laughter. My goodness. I've heard of Tianyuan Club. I thought the membership fee would be at least $1 million. I used to think Wang Chu was a man of steel. But upon hearing Yun Qingyao's name, he immediately caved. Is he really thinking of pursuing Yun Qingyao? That seems utterly absurd. One must have dreams. What if they come true? Haha, then I would gladly call him the strongest fan. Oh, wait a minute. Isn't there a guy who live streams eating excrement? Everyone, please help to tag him out. Already tagged. Already tagged. The barrage was filled with joy, yet some remained skeptical about the spectacle before them, even suggesting it was a mere publicity stunt orchestrated by Haicheng Satellite TV in collaboration with Tianyuan Club. However, the majority chose to believe the official broadcast. After all, orchestrating a publicity stunt involving a star-studded television station and a nationally renowned fitness club is no small feat. Moreover, if such a scheme were to be exposed, where would Haicheng Satellite TV's reputation stand? Thus, while many netizens were incredulous, they ultimately accepted the notion that Wang Chu possessed innate strength. Mr. Wang, we have one final live simulation. Upon witnessing Coach Lu's unorthodox recruitment approach, Mao Xiaoyan promptly interjected. We have simulated the scene, featuring two similarly distorted car doors, one open mechanically, while the other you will open by hand. Let's compare the results, shall we? Wang Chu felt a twinge of annoyance. Is this really necessary? It seems rather cumbersome. Mao Xiaoyan smiled gently. This reflects our commitment to authenticity. Is that acceptable? Wang Chu shrugged. Well, since I'm already here, I suppose I can indulge your request. Before long, they transitioned outdoors, where two severely wrecked cars awaited them, their doors twisted grotesquely, akin to a scene from a catastrophic accident. One of the damaged vehicles was secured by a fire truck, its chain firmly fastened to the door of the wreck. Once preparations were complete, the on-site commander gave the signal, and the fire truck slowly began to move. As the chain tightened, the door emitted a creaking sound until, with a resounding bang, it was wrenched open. Report. The force exerted to open the door was 9,800 newtons. This amount of force was nearly equivalent to a ton. Wang Chu then approached the other wrecked car and, mirroring his previous actions, gripped the door with his right hand. As his muscles flexed, the door gradually yielded to his strength. With a bang, he cast the open door aside, prompting a thunderous round of applause from the crowd. The evidence was irrefutable. Everyone was applauding the hero. This fervor quickly spread to numerous online viewers, flooding the live stream with applause-filled comments. As the interview concluded and Wang Chu prepared to depart, Mao Xiaoyan called out to him, Mr. Wang, I have some additional information to share with you. She hurried to catch up. What is it? Wang Chu inquired. Here's the thing. Haicheng is currently making significant strides in building a civilized city, and they wish to highlight your deeds as a model case. In a few days, there will be an award ceremony where you will receive a Valor Award, and you are likely to be recognized as one of the outstanding representatives in the construction of Haicheng's civilized city. Wang Chu gasped in astonishment. Really? Does this mean I'm about to become famous? Mao Xiaoyan chuckled, covering her mouth. Mr. Wang, did you not realize? You are already quite famous. In the days that followed, Wang Chu dedicated his thoughts entirely to Ye and Yun Qingyao, leaving him no time or energy to monitor the happenings online. Unbeknownst to him, the story of his heroic actions during the car accident had already gone viral on short video platforms. Otherwise, Haiqing Satellite TV would not have exerted such effort to interview and debunk rumors about him. After all, this incident concerned the honor of Haiqing. As one of the victims was Zhao Ruoxian, the beloved daughter of local magnate Zhao Guangyao. Thus, behind the scenes, this incident garnered considerable attention. Wang Chu's eyes sparkled. He did not seek the limelight for its own sake, but believed that if he excelled, it would make it easier for Yun Qingyao's family to accept him. Although Yun Qingyao had not voiced any concerns, he could keenly sense that aside from old Master Yun, the rest of the Yun family likely held a less favorable view of him. This was understandable, for he had wronged Yun Qingyao, resulting in her unexpected pregnancy and forcing her to raise Ye alone for 3 years. Therefore, although Wang Chu was currently in a dependent position, he wished to demonstrate to the Yun family that Qingyao had chosen him, and he was fully capable of caring for her without causing her further distress. Once the interview was entirely concluded, Wang Chu exited the television station, only to be approached by a girl wearing a summer hat. Clad in a delicate pink dress that accentuated her curves, she sported elegantly long legs adorned with exquisite black shoes, radiating youthful exuberance. Wang Chu stepped aside, not wishing to scrutinize the girl's appearance, for he was now a man with commitments. The first rule of being a devoted father is to refrain from casting glances at other girls. This was not mere pretense. He feared that if he grew accustomed to such sights, he might falter when out with Yun Qingyao. To his surprise, the girl sidestepped as well. Positioning herself before him once more, Wang Chu took another step to the side, only for her to mirror him yet again. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to remain still, allowing her to pass. However, she too remained stationary, gazing intently at him. Wang Chu inhaled sharply. Had she anticipated his movements? Observing her smiling lips, he wondered if she was indeed focused on him. With a sigh, he thought how unfriendly the world could be toward a young man. He had barely exited the television station when he found himself the object of attention from a charming girl. Young men must be vigilant when venturing out, as the world can prove perilous. Wang Chu. The girl extended her hand toward him. I finally found you. Wang Chu sighed. Are you seeking an autograph? Achieving fame is certainly not without its challenges. I've just become well known, and already someone wants my signature? Huh. The girl appeared taken aback. Aren't you stopping me to ask for my signature? Wang Chu questioned, perplexed. We don't even know each other. What do you want from me? With a soft giggle, the girl's large eyes curved into crescent moons. You truly don't recognize me? If that's the case, I might feel a bit hurt. Wang Chu was startled. Miss, some things should not be said lightly. We are not acquainted, are we? How can we not know each other? The girl laughed. We are sworn friends through life and death. Wang Chu realized she was jesting. It seems you truly have made no impression on me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Ruo, the girl you saved 2 days ago. She extended her hand once more. Wang Chu, thank you. Wang Chu exhaled in relief. Understanding the situation now, he had not paid much attention to the appearance of the girl he saved at the time. But he was amazed to discover how stunning she was. No need for thanks, he replied, taking her hand. He felt no need for further pleasantries. Recognizing that he deserved her gratitude, had it not been for him, the severely injured man might not have survived, and she could have faced criminal responsibility. Are you all right? How is your injury? Wang Chu inquired, curiosity piqued, recalling how the sports car had flipped in midair. Of course, I sustained injuries. I've been in the hospital for 2 days. Zhao Ruo smiled brightly and said, Wang Chu, my father wishes to meet you to express his gratitude. Please, come with me. Wang Chu instinctively waved his hand and replied, there's no need for that. I merely happened to be in the right place at the right time. Anyone capable would have lent a hand. No, I must show my appreciation, so you must accompany me. Zhao Ruo blinked playfully and added, otherwise, I shall cry foul. Wang Chu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Very well, where shall we go? He realized that if he refused Zhao Ruo, he could not guarantee what antics she might resort to. After all, he had saved her, and her desire to express gratitude was entirely reasonable. Then let us proceed. Zhao Ruo naturally linked her arm with Wang Chu's. He stiffened slightly. Did she not regard him as a stranger at all? I'm not quite accustomed to someone linking arms with me. Wang Chu gently extricated his arm and smiled. Let us hurry. We wouldn't want your father to wait too long. A hint of disappointment flickered across Zhao Ruo's face. Initially, she had merely intended to find her savior to express her thanks, but upon seeing Wang Chu, she was instantly captivated. Particularly, witnessing his divine strength struck her heart profoundly. She even fancied him to be a hero sent by the heavens, arriving at her side on a rainbow amidst her darkest hour. Thus, she could not help but yearn for closeness with him. Wang Chu found himself at a loss. Was it too much to ask for his perfect physique not to attract so much attention? If misunderstandings arose later, he would certainly find himself in a predicament. Such a petty man. Zhao Ruo murmured softly. Wang Chu, hearing her words, could only manage a wry smile and pretended not to hear. Upon reaching the parking lot, Wang Chu inquired, "Did you drive here?" Zhao Ruo's eyes glimmered with thought. "I didn't drive. I took a taxi. Why don't you just take me there?" Wang Chu sighed. "All right, let us get in." As he opened the door of the Maybach, Zhao Ruo's eyes sparkled with realization. Wang Chu must come from a well-off family. "You sit in the back," Wang Chu calmly instructed as he noticed her settling into the passenger seat. "I already have a wife." Zhao Ruo, feeling somewhat dejected, took her place in the back seat. Gazing at Wang Chu's chiseled profile, she silently vowed, "Wang Chu, you are my hero. I will reclaim you. Humph. That passenger seat will ultimately be mine." Chapter 40. Acquaintances. Following Zhao Ruo's directions, Wang Chu drove the Maybach to a five-star hotel in Haiqing. Just as he parked in an outdoor space, a small beetle turned into the lot. "Qinyao, I heard your date is a major account manager at Xinglong Real Estate, earning over $1 million a year." Su Lulu, seated in the passenger seat, remarked with a hint of envy, "Being beautiful certainly has its advantages, unlike me. The last time Aunt Sun introduced me to someone, he was quite the disappointment." Qinyao, a woman with flowing long hair, chuckled lightly as she drove. "What on earth did this Wang Chu do to you? You've been complaining about him for days. Are you perhaps smitten?" "What? Am I smitten with him?" Su Lulu exclaimed, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Look at him, 26 and still jobless, returning home after failing to make it abroad. Truly deluded himself into thinking he's an overseas elite." Qinyao shook her head. Her friend was wonderful in many ways, but had far too high an opinion of herself. "By the way, I brought you along to help me deal with this suitor." Qinyao explained. "I initially made it clear we were incompatible, yet he persisted after reviewing my profile, which is why I'm here today." Su Lulu's eyes sparkled with envy. "I must say, Yao Yao, why are you so resistant? He may be 10 years older, but he has a car, a house, and an annual income of $1 million. He's quite the social elite. Have you really not moved on from that university heartbreaker?" Mentioning this caused a flicker of resignation in Qinyao eyes. "So, will you help me?" All right, I'll help you," Su Lulu replied, "but just a friendly reminder. Don't miss out on this golden opportunity. After all, you're my best friend." Suddenly, Su Lulu's gaze darted to the side, spotting a familiar figure ahead. "Yao Yao, look over there. That's the disgusting guy I mentioned," Su Lulu exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Qinyao's arm. Taken by surprise, Qinyao's grip on the steering wheel faltered, causing the car to collide into a luxury vehicle beside them. The alarm blared, and both women turned pale. Exiting the car, Qinyao gazed at the luxury vehicle now marred by a significant scratch and sighed. "Oh no, this could cost me several months' salary." Su Lulu also stepped out, examining the unfamiliar license plate. "It's just a scratch. Does it really warrant tens of thousands? Do you even realize how much this car is worth?" Qinyao rolled her eyes. Su Lulu shook her head. She only recognized the ABB license plate, while anything else was beyond her comprehension. Qinyao took a deep breath. "This car is a Maybach, a luxury brand. Even the cheapest models start at several million. Because of your blunder, I'll be eating dirt for months. You'll have to support me." Su Lulu was taken aback. This brand she had never encountered was worth so much. Meanwhile, Wang Chu was walking into the hotel with Zhao Ruo when he suddenly heard the blaring alarm from the Maybach behind him. Turning around, he was dismayed to see a small beetle had crashed into his car. "What terrible luck. Today is the first day I've taken this car out," Wang Chu thought, bemused. "Zhao Ruo, my car has been hit. I'll handle this. Just let me know your room number," Wang Chu said to Zhao Ruo. "I'll accompany you." Zhao Ruo insisted, blinking her eyes. "No need." Wang Chu promptly declined. "You should head up first. I'll manage this." Seeing his resolute stance, Zhao Ruo reluctantly nodded. "All right. My father has reserved a banquet on the 8th floor, room 808. I'll head up now. How am I supposed to contact the owner of this car?" Qinyao wondered aloud as she surveyed the Maybach, her expression tinged with helplessness. Su Lulu scanned the surroundings. "Yao Yao, it seems like there are no cameras around. Should we just leave? Are you joking? This is a 5-star hotel. There's no way they lack surveillance. Besides, we can't just walk away after damaging someone's vehicle." Qinyao replied firmly. "But we have other matters to attend to today." Su Lulu chuckled awkwardly. "If all else fails, I'll leave my contact information." Qinyao sighed. At that moment, Wang Chu's voice rang out. "Oh, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here." Su Lulu furrowed her brow, glancing up at Wang Chu, her heart inexplicably racing. He seemed different from the last time they met. Although there were no discernible changes to his nose or eyes, there was an undeniable sense that his physique had improved. and his facial features appeared more refined, exuding a greater aura of masculinity. No matter how he changes, he remains a worthless individual. Su Lulu incessantly reminded herself that one must not hastily judge a person based solely on their exterior. After all, it is impossible to ascertain whether someone is affluent just by their appearance. As Chun Yao observed a dashing stranger approach, she hesitated momentarily before inquiring, "Excuse me, are you the owner of this vehicle?" Before Wang Chu could respond, Su Lulu interjected with a disdainful scoff. "What? How could he possibly afford a luxury car worth millions? He is simply the fellow I mentioned, who couldn't make it abroad and returned home pretending to be an elite." Chun Yao was taken aback. Was this indeed Su Lulu's suitor from a few days ago? He looked remarkably handsome and spirited, far from the despicable description Su Lulu had provided. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, wondering if Su Lulu had taken leave of her senses. Why was there such animosity emanating from her? Had there been a collision? Wang Chu ignored Su Lulu's remarks and focused on the site of the alleged accident. Annoyed, Su Lulu snapped, "What does this have to do with you? Why don't you just keep your distance? Is this your car?" Wang Chu glanced at Su Lulu. What exemplary driving skills. The vehicle was parked steadily in its space. Yet you managed to hit it? Su Lulu huffed in irritation. Had she not seen Wang Chu unexpectedly, she would never have pulled Chun Yao along. And Chun Yao would never have collided with the car. Ultimately, it all traced back to Wang Chu. In any case, every encounter with him seemed to bring misfortune. "It's my car," Chun Yao chimed in, "but the owner didn't leave any contact information, so I was just about to post my apology." Wang Chu internally nodded. Was it not said that birds of a feather flock together? How could Su Lulu have such an exquisite friend? In terms of looks, physique, and character, Su Lulu could hardly compare to this beauty. Was this the reason why flowers required leaves for support? Why are you asking so many questions? What does it concern you? Su Lulu retorted sharply. Wang Chu cast a glance at her before pulling out his car keys and pressing a button, causing the Maybach to flicker its hazard lights. "To your disappointment, this is indeed my vehicle," Wang Chu stated calmly. "Your car?" Su Lulu was utterly astounded. How could this be possible? Wang Chu was merely a country bumpkin. How could he afford a multi-million Maybach? The scornful words she had prepared lodged in her throat, and she lacked the courage to voice them. "Mr. Wang, is this your car? I sincerely apologize for colliding with it. Please let me know the repair costs, and I will ensure you are compensated in full." Chun Yao's eyes widened in surprise upon realizing that Wang Chu was the owner of the Maybach. This did not align with Su Lulu's description of the rustic fool. Wang Chu examined the scuff marks. Fortunately, Chun Yao had not been driving fast, so the damage to the Maybach was minimal. However, for a luxury vehicle like a Maybach, even minor repairs would cost tens of thousands. Let us say 50,000. We can consider this matter settled. I will take the loss, as I am acquainted with Miss Lulu. Wang Chu chuckled lightly. Su Lulu exploded. 50,000? Why don't you just rob a bank? It's merely a small chip of paint. How could it possibly be that expensive? This is extortion. Wang Chu shot her a sidelong glance but ignored her, focusing instead on Chun Yao. What do you think? Unlike Su Lulu, Chun Yao had some knowledge about cars and understood that the repair costs for a luxury vehicle like a Maybach were indeed exorbitant. "All right, I'll transfer the money to you," Chun Yao offered, but Su Lulu immediately interjected. Yao, are you out of your mind?" P.S. making an outrageous demand. "We cannot yield to such bullying." Chun Yao was bemused. She was not foolish, and it was clear that Su Lulu bore significant resentment towards Wang Chu. However, Chun Yao found herself puzzled. What had transpired that day? Su Lulu had never elaborated, only lamenting about Wang Chu. Yet, from today's perspective, Wang Chu did not seem like an impolite person at all. Yao? Wang Chu glanced at Chun Yao. "I don't even know your name." "I'm Chun Yao. I'm the best friend of Su Lulu." She replied, "Can I transfer the payment via Alipay?" Seeing Chun Yao's earnest demeanor, Wang Chu waved his hand dismissively. "Let us forget about it. Just be more careful while driving in the future. There's no need for you to compensate." "What?" Chun Yao could hardly believe her eyes. "No compensation? Why?" She couldn't help but ask. Wang Chu glanced at Su Lulu. "I'm merely giving Su Lulu a bit of face, after all. We've met before, haven't we?" With that, Wang Chu turned and walked towards the hotel. Wang Chu's refusal to accept compensation was not solely out of regard for Su Lulu. It was also because Chun Yao's name contained the character Yao. Furthermore, Chun Yao had consistently displayed a responsible attitude. This was also why Wang Chu decided to forego the compensation. Of course, the two girls were oblivious to these underlying reasons. "Lulu, I think Wang Chu is quite an admirable person. What on earth did you do to offend him?" Chun Yao mused, gazing at Wang Chu's robust form. Su Lulu, however, watched Wang Chu's retreating figure with a complex expression before turning to Chun Yao. Yao, don't you think Wang Chu has a bit of interest in me? Should I reconsider accepting him?" Chun Yao was taken aback, staring at her friend in astonishment. "For my sake," He is willing to forego 50,000 in reparations. Doesn't that mean something? Su Lulu puffed out her chest. Moreover, he can drive a multi-million Maybach. He must be quite wealthy. How infuriating. He pretended to be a loser last time. Chen Yao couldn't help but smirk. As long as you're happy. Approaching the hotel, with the attendant's guidance, Wang Chu soon arrived at room 808 on the 8th floor. Upon entering, he found only two individuals inside, Zhao Ruo and a middle-aged man around 50 years of age. Wang Chu, this is my father. Father, this is the one who saved your precious daughter. Zhao Ruo exclaimed, bounding over. Wang Chu greeted the middle-aged man. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Zhao Guangyao scrutinized Wang Chu from head to toe, then smiled. Young friend Wang Chu, I am deeply grateful for your assistance in saving my daughter. I have long wished to express my gratitude, and today I finally have the pleasure of meeting you. Truly a remarkable young man, splendid in demeanor. You flatter me. Wang Chu replied modestly. Please, have a seat. Zhao Guangyao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Once they were seated, Zhao Guangyao expressed his gratitude before continuing. Wang Chu, I also watched your recent interview. I was astonished by the extent of your strength. Wang Chu smiled. It's nothing, just a bit of brute strength. You must not downplay it. From what I understand, your strength now surpasses all the strongmen in the world and exceeds the current limits of human strength. After a pause, Zhao Guangyao looked at Wang Chu with a knowing smile. If I'm not mistaken, you will become quite famous and busy in the near future. Wang Chu's brow furrowed. All he wanted was to care for Yaya and had never considered the notion of fame. Moreover, if he became famous, Yaya would be affected. And at that point, even his relationship with Yun Qingyao could be discovered. That would certainly complicate matters. Wang Chu murmured to herself, contemplating how to diffuse the situation. May I inquire what industry you are currently engaged in? Zhao Guangyao asked. Wang Chu snapped back to reality and replied, I recently returned from abroad and now find myself as an unemployed drifter. Oh, Zhao Guangyao raised an eyebrow. Do you have any plans for the future? Plans? Wang Chu shook her head. What do you mean, Uncle Zhao? After a moment's reflection, Zhao Guangyao said, I believe, if you are willing, you could join us at Xinglong Real Estate. However, if you aspire to enter the entertainment industry, I could leverage my connections to assist you, as a way to repay you for saving my little girl. Wang Chu quickly responded, Thank you, Uncle Zhao, for your kind offer, but I am merely a salted fish. My ambition is not that strong, and I have no desire to enter the entertainment industry. As for my act of saving Zhao Ruo, let us not dwell on it. It was within my capabilities. Zhao Guangyao chuckled. Very well. I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude further. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I appreciate it, Uncle Zhao. Wang Chu replied with a smile. Oh, by the way, how has that matter unfolded? Wang Chu inquired. There won't be any repercussions for Zhao Ruo, will there? Zhao Guangyao sighed. Naturally, there are responsibilities to bear. Fortunately, according to the investigation, my daughter's actions were not at fault, as she did not violate any traffic regulations. The true culprit was the malfunctioning brake system of the sports car. Wang Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The brake system malfunctioned? Chapter 42. Where does the confidence come from at this mention? Zhao Ruo's face also contorted with anger. Humph. I once thought that Might was a prestigious luxury brand, but I never imagined it would suffer from brake failure. Wang Chu was somewhat taken aback. He was familiar with the Might brand, for there was one in Yun Qingyao's garage, allegedly gifted to her by an advertiser. Could it be that Yun Qingyao was a spokesperson for Might? Wang Chu was uncertain about this. What do you plan to do, Su Might? Wang Chu asked. Zhao Ruo shook her head. Su, I won't engage in such a futile endeavor. Previous car owners have attempted to defend their rights, yet after more than half a year, they achieved nothing, and instead, the complainants became pariahs. Wang Chu frowned slightly. How could such a thing happen? Quite simply, Might is not a domestic brand. All their data is undisclosed, and their attitude towards us has always been rather arrogant. Acquiring comprehensive back-end data is utterly impossible. Moreover, Zhao Ruo's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. Even if I were to win a lawsuit, I would only receive a token financial compensation. Yet the indignation in my heart would remain unquenched. I nearly lost my life in that accident. I refused to let Might off the hook so easily. Wang Chu felt a chill run down his spine. It appeared that Zhao Ruo harbored a strong desire for retribution. Meanwhile, Chen Yao and Su Lulu were engaged in a matchmaking meeting with a senior client manager from Xinglong Real Estate, a man named Chen Luo. Though he was in his mid-30s, upon reviewing her profile, he was immediately captivated by the young, beautiful, highly educated, and poised Chen Yao. Now that he encountered her in person, he felt even more satisfied. Miss Chen, I am Chen Luo, the senior client manager at Xinglong Real Estate. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chen Luo enthusiastically struck up a conversation with Chen Yao. What would you like to eat? Feel free to order anything. I'm currently on a diet, so I'll just have a glass of lemon water. Chen Yao replied with a slight smile. In contrast, Su Lulu unabashedly seized the menu. Then I shall not hold back. I'll have a plate of wine-soaked chicken feet, a plate of lychee beef, 2 pounds of spicy crayfish, and sesame glutinous rice cakes. And for drinks, let us have some freshly squeezed juice. Chen Luo was left dumbfounded. Who was this diminutive figure, so brazenly disregarding the notion of politeness? This is my dear friend, Su Lulu. Chen Yao glanced at Chen Luo. You wouldn't be upset, would you? Not at all. Chen Luo forced a chuckle. Lulu is quite straightforward. I admire such honesty in a girl. Chen Yao's face brightened with delight. Shall I take my leave? Chen Luo, of course, had no intention of letting Chen Yao go. Only a fool would choose to dine with Su Lulu instead. Throughout the meal, Chen Luo continued to recount his qualifications, the challenges he had faced in his career, and the efforts he had exerted to reach his current success. Chen Yao felt exasperated. She was genuinely uninterested and could only smile in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Lulu was devouring her meal with the fervor of a true foodie, exemplifying the adage that one becomes what one eats. Soon, her table was littered with the shells of crayfish, and the other dishes were nearly emptied. After a while, Chen Yao could no longer contain herself. Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom. I'll go too. After Chen Yao discreetly pinched Su Lulu, she finally regained her bearings. In the restroom, Chen Yao looked at Su Lulu with resignation. Why are you so focused on eating? You should at least help me manage the conversation. You have no idea how awkward I feel. Su Lulu shrugged nonchalantly. You're just too uptight. You could have simply declined him. P.S. Unattractive, much older, and although he earns a decent income, it's only a little over $1 million a year at 36. His car is merely a domestic sedan, and his house is less than 150 square meters, likely still under mortgage. Only a fool would consider him. Chen Yao sighed. Don't be so harsh. It's commendable that he has reached this point without any connections. Are you planning to offer him charity? Su Lulu retorted, in my opinion. We should enjoy ourselves. After all, it's his insistence on meeting us. We might as well indulge. But one must remember that accepting favors makes one beholden. You're overthinking it. Trust me, I'll handle the rest. Just wait for my signal. Su Lulu patted her chest confidently. Stay here. I'll call for you once I'm done. With that, Su Lulu strode back in determination. Hey, Chen Luo, right? I can tell you have an affinity for my friend, but she is not someone just anyone can match. Upon returning, Su Lulu stated bluntly, to be honest, while your qualifications are acceptable, they fall far short of our standards. Not only Chen Yao, but your qualifications don't even meet my criteria. Chen Luo stared in astonishment at the grease-smeared Su Lulu. Where did she derive such confidence? This was utterly absurd. Where's Chen Yao? Where did she go? Chen Luo inhaled deeply. Su Lulu waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry about Chen Yao. She may find it awkward to say certain things. As her best friend, I know that you are wasting your time. At your age, if your net worth isn't in the tens of millions, how dare you seek a partner? Chen Luo's expression soured. Are you out of your mind? Tens of millions? If I had that kind of money, would I need to be here chatting with you? He continued, and as for you, with your short stature, how can you claim I don't meet your standards? Do you think I would even consider you? What? Su Lulu bristled at Chen Luo's words, her anger flaring. You're not much to look at, yet you have such a sharp tongue. Let me tell you, my suitors are far more accomplished than you. Su Lulu declared, holding her head high. What a ridiculous notion. Chen Luo coldly remarked, where is Chen Yao? If she looks down upon me, she can say it directly. Why send you, this jester, to disgust me? Su Lulu, infuriated, retorted, who are you calling a jester? At that moment, Wang Chu and Zhao Ruo descended the stairs, passing by the dining area. Su Lulu's eyes brightened, and she hurried over to Wang Chu, seizing him by the arm, exclaiming to Chen Luo, did you see? This is my pursued object, driving a luxury car worth millions. She then turned to Wang Chu. Wang Chu, I can now offer you a chance to pursue me. Chapter 43. International Strongman Competition. Wang Chu, who had been chatting with Zhao Ruo, was taken aback. What was happening? How had he suddenly become her suitor? And she was offering him a chance to pursue her? What nonsense. He was a married man. However, before Wang Chu could voice his thoughts, Zhao Ruo could no longer restrain herself. With a swift motion, she pushed Su Lulu aside, exclaiming, who do you think you are? What are you doing? This little stout girl had an audacity that was beyond comprehension. How could she claim to give Wang Chu an opportunity to pursue her? Wasn't Wang Chu already married? Seeing Zhao Ruo push her away, Su Lulu's face fell, her displeasure evident. Chen Luo, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, not because of the spectacle of two women vying for a man, but because Zhao Ruo was the little princess of Xinglong real estate. Do not witness. Do not witness. Chen Luo carefully retreated, for witnessing such inappropriate scenes involving his superiors could spell disaster for him. Fortunately, Zhao Ruo's focus was solely on the little stout girl, oblivious to the man beside them. Wang Chu, I believe you owe me an explanation. Su Lulu asserted with conviction. Who is this woman? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. What does her identity have to do with you? And what relevance do you have to me? We are merely acquaintances from a blind date, are we not? Perhaps you are overstepping your bounds. A blind date. Zhao Ruo was taken aback, then pointed at Su Lulu, asking Wang Chu, Brother Wang Chu, when did this happen? How could you go on a blind date with such a woman? Zhao Ruo could hardly fathom it. Wang Chu's physique and demeanor far surpassed this woman. A date with her was a far cry from one with me. Wang Chu, feeling somewhat helpless, replied. It was only a few days ago. Who knew she would lose her mind now? A few days ago? Brother Wang Chu was still on a blind date. A brilliant light suddenly flickered in Zhao Ruo's eyes. This meant that Brother Wang Chu had been single just days prior? In such a short time, how could he possibly have a wife? I understand now. If he has a wife, that must be his excuse for rejecting me. Zhao Ruo pondered, casting a defiant glance at Su Lulu before suddenly clinging to Wang Chu's arm. Wang Chu was startled. What was Zhao Ruo doing? I don't care who you are. Right now, Brother Wang Chu's girlfriend is me. You must not pursue him any longer. Zhao Ruo declared to Su Lulu, I know that with Brother Wang Chu's outstanding qualities, he will attract a swarm of admirers. But before you approach him, shouldn't you take a look in the mirror and ask yourself if you are worthy? Su Lulu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that in such a short span, Wang Chu would find another beauty akin to Chen Yao. Why then had he expressed interest in her in the parking lot? Was he not behaving like a scoundrel? Was he treating her as just another fish in his pond? Bah, scoundrel! Su Lulu glared fiercely at Wang Chu before turning and leaving. This left Wang Chu bewildered. How had he become the scoundrel in this scenario? One must say, Su Lulu's thought process was truly peculiar. Brother Wang Chu, I can't believe you went on a blind date with such a bizarre woman. Zhao Ruo whispered in Wang Chu's ear. I thought you were uninterested in women. Zhao Ruo's warm presence and fragrant scent made Wang Chu somewhat uncomfortable. He subtly withdrew his arm, increasing the distance between them. I am a married man. How could I possibly be uninterested in women? It was merely a misunderstanding with Su Lulu. I should take my leave now. Saying this, Wang Chu quickly made his way out. After some time, Chen Yao, having lingered in the restroom, grew tired of waiting for Su Lulu's call and finally emerged. To her surprise, she found Su Lulu at the dining table, tearful and sobbing. What happened? Lulu, did that Chen Luo fellow lay a hand on you? Chen Yao exclaimed in shock. Looking around, she noticed Chen Luo was nowhere to be found. Yao Yao, I was deceived by a man. He has betrayed my feelings. Su Lulu wiped her tears, lamenting, Wang Chu is seeing another woman. Chen Yao was momentarily perplexed, but quickly recalled. Wang Chu, wasn't he the man who drove the Maybach, the one who had gone on a blind date with Su Lulu? How had she become entangled with him again? Chen Yao gazed at Su Lulu, realizing that the sight of Wang Chu's wealth had evidently stirred something in her. Upon returning to the flourishing Huayuan, Wang Chu received a call from Coach Lu, who informed him that the paperwork had been completed, and he was now the honorary special coach of the Tianyuan Club. What do I need to do? Wang Chu inquired. Nothing at all. Just receive a monthly stipend of 50,000. Wang Chu felt a bit guilty. Mr. Wang, as I mentioned before, we do not impose any obligations on you. Coach Lu chuckled on the phone. All your work is purely voluntary. Wang Chu's expression showed surprise. He had assumed Coach Lu was merely speaking lightly. How could I accept such generosity? This was my prior promise to you. Coach Lu smiled. However, if you are willing, a week from now, Haicheng will host an international strongman competition, and Tianyuan Club, as one of the partners, will be recommending some contestants, so. Wang Chu realized. You mean you want me to participate in this strongman competition? Of course, Mr. Wang. If you prefer not to, that is no issue. Wang Chu contemplated. After all, one cannot simply accept payment without offering something in return. Moreover, he was curious to see how he would measure up against the formidable competitors on an international scale. While his body had been enhanced by the strength pills, he still had no certainty of his standing against the most powerful strongmen in the world. Upon hearing that Wang Chu could participate, Coach Lu's voice brimmed with excitement. Excellent. If you are willing, that would be fantastic. I will send the details to your phone shortly. Shall I come to pick you up next week? No need, just give me the address. I'll find my way there. Wang Chu replied, and please, don't call me Mr. Wang. It feels too formal. Since you're older than me, I'll call you Lu Gu, and you can call me Wang Chu. Coach Lu felt a surge of warmth in his heart and smiled. Very well, Lu Kai will recognize you as my brother. Chapter 44. My Father Can Eat Shit. The interview with Wang Chu quickly gained traction, being recommended across various major platforms. Particularly, the results of Wang Chu's tests on 2 occasions left those who did not witness the live broadcasts in utter astonishment. Were it not for the comprehensive interview footage and the credibility of Haicheng satellite TV, many would find it hard to believe that such feats are achievable by mere human effort. This individual is truly remarkable, almost akin to a monster in human guise. There are fervent calls for relevant authorities to conduct thorough studies on this extraordinary being. It is simply beyond the realm of humanity. Huh, is this truly beyond humanity? There are even more formidable competitors in international strongman competitions, some of whom can even pull airplanes with their bare hands. Is that for real? I can't shake the feeling that perhaps superhumans truly exist in this world. Just now, the Tianyuan Club announced that Wang Chu will participate in the international strongman competition to be held in Haicheng in a week. No way, is that true? An international strongman competition, and at last, a representative from Jiuzhou will appear. I am so eager to see my husband. Go, darling. Ugh, shameless, he is my husband. The online chatter erupted, with men generally expressing admiration for Wang Chu's strength, while simultaneously showing great interest in the upcoming international strongman competition. After all, this event is being held domestically, and a Jiuzhou native is competing. They are also keen to discern just how Wang Chu's strength measures up against that of international strongmen. As for the female netizens, most are captivated by Wang Chu's looks and physique. Although his perfect form may lose some allure through the screen, it still exerts a tremendous impact on numerous women. Thus, their focus largely rests on Wang Chu's attractiveness. Before long, the segment of Wang Chu discussing his views on romantic partners was extracted and ascended the trending topics list. Surprisingly, few people criticized Wang Chu for reaching beyond his means, likening him to a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. After all, Yun Qingyao is the cherished ideal of many otaku, who wouldn't desire a taste of such exquisite beauty if given the chance. More importantly, the majority of netizens do not believe that Wang Chu could ever win Yun Qingyao's affection. After all, Wang Chu is merely an ordinary individual, while Yun Qingyao is a celebrated star, seemingly from two entirely different worlds. Under such circumstances, it is rare for people to express understanding, with many even encouraging Wang Chu to pursue Yun Qingyao and fulfill the desires of countless fans. Soon enough, these trending topics and videos caught the attention of Yun Qingyao's manager, Sister Chen. After wrapping up on set, Sister Chen approached Yun Qingyao with a smile, saying, "Qingyao, let me show you some interesting videos." As she handed her phone to Yun Qingyao, she was taken aback to discover that the protagonist of the videos was indeed Wang Chu, eliciting a hint of surprise in her eyes. Once she finished watching all the videos, she realized they were interviews conducted by Haicheng Satellite TV regarding the heroic rescue at the site of the recent accident. However, this guy does have some decorum. When she observed Wang Chu earnestly declare that the type of girl he admires is akin to Yun Qingyao, a faint smile involuntarily graced her lips. "What's the matter?" "I watched it," Yun Qingyao said to Sister Chen with a chuckle. "My charm is undeniable. There's nothing I can do about it." Sister Chen rolled her eyes, replying, "Is it useful to gloat in front of me? However, I must admit I am somewhat surprised that your fans haven't attacked him. Instead, they are encouraging you to be together." Yun Qingyao's heart stirred. "Oh, is that so? When did my fans become so rational?" "Well, it's not surprising. You've had no scandals since your debut, right?" Sister Chen sighed. "Your lack of rumors has made your fans anxious. Just look at this comment. Hurry up and let Yun Qingyao have some scandals. I'm starting to doubt if she's still relevant." "Exactly. The last time I heard of her in a scandal was 2 years ago with a female friend. With the current trend of pairing up celebrities, why don't we create a couple's narrative?" Yun Qingyao shook her head while listening. "These people are typical hypocrites. If I were to have a scandal, they would surely berate me." Sister Chen recognized that Yun Qingyao spoke the truth but countered, "However, the fans do have a point. Which popular female star today doesn't he have a few rumors?" Yun Qingyao turned to Sister Chen. "Sister Chen, what has been happening lately? Just tell me directly." Sister Chen sighed. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. In the past few days since you've been away, the director approached me and asked me to subtly suggest to you that, for the sake of the film, would you consider accepting some rumors and couple promotions? In the industry, whenever a new film is released, it is common for the lead male and female stars to have some rumors circulating about them. Of course, most of these rumors are fabricated, released by the production team to attract attention. Nevertheless, many lead actors and actresses tacitly accept this approach, as it can enhance the film's visibility and allow them to boost their own presence, making it a win-win publicity strategy. However, Yun Qingyao is different. She has never engaged in such tactics and shuns rumors entirely. Yet, her impeccable work ethic leaves many collaborators both enamored and exasperated. The director also understood that if he were to approach Yun Qingyao directly about this matter, she would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation. Thus, he could only entrust it to her manager while she was away. Yun Qingyao furrowed her brow. "Sister Chen, my principle has always been to reject rumors and avoid sensationalism." "All right, I knew that." Sister Chen sighed. But after the uproar caused by Lin Zifeng's visit, all the news was suppressed by the director, which is why I thought, "I'll handle it." Yun Qingyao frowned slightly, feeling a headache coming on. The entertainment industry's complexities and interpersonal conflicts are indeed vexing. Yet, thoughts of Wang Chu and Yaya brought a soft smile to her face. Before finding Wang Chu, she never engaged in rumors, and now that she has found him, she certainly won tea. After all, I am now undeniably a person with a family. Ding. You have gained 10 points of joy from Yun Qingyao. While waiting for Yaya at the kindergarten gate, Wang Chu was taken aback by the system notification in his mind. What is going on? What is this joy value from Yun Qingyao? Moments later, a message from Yun Qingyao appeared on his phone. You performed well in today's interview. A smile spread across Wang Chu's face, realizing that his public declaration of love during the live broadcast had been noticed by Yun Qingyao. No wonder it resulted in 10 joy points. At that moment, the kindergarten day was over, and children erupted from the building like wild horses. The teachers hurriedly tried to manage the chaos, ensuring that each child left in an orderly manner. Among the throng of children, Wang Chu immediately spotted his little treasure, Yaya. However, she seemed to be engaged in an intense discussion with another little girl. As they drew nearer, Wang Chu could finally hear clearly. My daddy is so amazing. He knows martial arts. Yaya exclaimed proudly. My daddy knows martial arts too, and he can eat spicy food. The other girl retorted with equal pride. My daddy is even better. He can eat anything. Yaya contested. Humph, my daddy can eat poop. Can yours? The little girl shot back, hands on her hips. After a moment of contemplation, Yaya replied, You win. My daddy can't eat poop. Chapter 45. Picky eater Wang Chu exhaled deeply, relieved that Yaya had not succumbed to her emotions and uttered any harsh words. Fortunately, his little daughter was quite considerate. Chi-Chi, what are you saying? When have I ever eaten something so vile? A man in his 30s exclaimed in exasperation. The little girl who had been arguing with Yaya blinked her adorable big eyes and replied, But daddy, didn't you eat something gross at home the day before yesterday? It was yellow. Instantly, the surrounding parents and children distanced themselves from the man, and even the kindergarten teacher cast him a peculiar glance. Yumechi hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to say, Chi-Chi's father, I believe there are certain matters that children should remain unaware of. It's not that I find your preference inappropriate, but some things may influence their understanding. Chi-Chi's father was on the verge of breaking down. I did not eat anything vile. I had durian that day. It was durian. Durian? The crowd collectively sighed in relief, realizing it was merely durian. How could anyone actually eat something so unspeakable? Chi-Chi, you lost. Your daddy can't eat something so gross. My daddy is the best. Yaya proudly declared, lifting her chin. Chi-Chi, somewhat irritated, retorted, My daddy can too. He eats gross stuff. My daddy is the best. The onlookers were left in a state of bemusement, as this was hardly the way to praise one's father. If you're lying, why don't you let your daddy demonstrate, and see if he can eat something so gross? Yaya challenged defiantly. Wang Chu noticed Chi-Chi's father growing increasingly uncomfortable and quickly called out, Yeah, daddy is here to pick you up. Upon seeing her father, Yaya's eyes lit up with joy. Indeed, her father had not deceived her and had come to collect her. She dashed forward, leaping into Wang Chu's embrace like a little sprite. Miss you. Has Yaya behaved well at kindergarten today? Wang Chu asked, smiling as Yumechi approached. Daddy, I was really good. Yaya chimed in enthusiastically. Wang Chu playfully pinched Yaya's nose, saying, Whether you're good or not isn't for you to decide. I need to hear what your teacher has to say. Yumechi nodded. Yaya performed quite well today. However, she has been rather picky with her food. At this, Yaya buried her head in Wang Chu's shoulder, feeling bashful. Picky. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. What happened? Yaya refuses to eat her vegetables. She gave all the greens from lunch to others. Yumechi explained earnestly. At this stage, it is crucial for children to have a balanced diet to grow healthily. Thank you, Mizu. Wang Chu nodded seriously. I will make sure to educate Yaya properly. Worried that Wang Chu might be too stern with Yaya, Yumechi quickly added, Of course, Yaya's overall performance was quite good. Yaya, what exciting things happened at kindergarten today? Share some happy moments with Daddy. On their way home, Wang Chu noticed Yaya seemed a bit glum and couldn't help but inquire. Daddy, are you not angry with Yaya? Yaya looked at Wang Chu, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Wang Chu was taken aback. Why would I be angry with Yaya? But I was picky today. It seemed Yaya was aware that being picky was not right. A smile broke on Wang Chu's face. Since she recognized her mistake, he had no intention of scolding her. After all, Yaya had always been very understanding. He had thought her to be a perfect child, only to discover she disliked vegetables as well. Since you understand that being picky is wrong, why should I be angry? Wang Chu chuckled. I am rather curious. Are you and Chi-Chi good friends? We are not friends at all. Upon mentioning Chi-Chi, Yaya instantly perked up. She tried to take my toy today and even snatched my little red flower during our game. Wang Chu's eyebrow arched. Her relationship with Chi-Chi was not good. Perhaps everything that had transpired at the kindergarten gate that evening was no mere coincidence. Was it possible that Yaya had deliberately instigated the conflict? Ahem. Yaya, tell me honestly, did you purposely argue with Chi-Chi tonight? Yaya turned bashful, covering her face and falling silent. Gasp. Wang Chu inhaled sharply. He had always believed Yaya to be an angel, yet beneath that exterior lay a mischievous little devil. Wang Chu couldn't help but recall Yun Qingyao's words from yesterday. Yaya harbored a playful little demon within her. Truly, a mother knows her child best. As they continued home, Yaya chattered incessantly like a little sparrow, and Wang Chu listened attentively, interjecting with affirmations, which delighted Yaya immensely. Daddy, what are we having for dinner tonight? Yaya's face lit up with excitement. Can we have barbecue? Having barbecue was certainly an option, but he had planned to prepare a special feast for Yaya. A special feast just for me? Yaya's face instantly brightened with anticipation. Daddy, what will you prepare for me? You'll find out at dinner. Wang Chu feigned mystery. Upon arriving home, Wang Chu was astonished to find that Grandpa Yun had returned. Great-Grandpa, Yaya exclaimed joyfully as she rushed towards Grandpa Yun. Yaya, have you missed Great-Grandpa over the past few days? Grandpa Yun scooped her up, playfully tickling her with his beard. Yaya giggled, of course. I missed Great-Grandpa so much that I couldn't eat my lunch today. Wang Chu's mouth twitched. How did Yaya's little mouth manage to be so sweet? Whose genes did she inherit? After all, Yun Qingyao had never spoken to him in such a heart-fluttering manner. Yet, Grandpa Yun's health seemed to be quite robust. Grandpa Yun. Wang Chu stepped forward to greet him. He had been contemplating how to explain his relationship with Yun Qingyao, but to his surprise, Grandpa Yun indicated that he was already aware of everything. Wang Chu, I know about your relationship with Yao Yao. Let the past be the past. You must treat her well moving forward, understood? Wang Chu felt a wave of relief wash over him. I assure you, Grandpa. I will. Grandpa Yun nodded slowly. I shall await the results. Oh, by the way, after you drop Yaya off at school tomorrow, come with me to a certain place. Curious, Wang Chu asked, where to? You'll find out then. That phrase sounded strangely familiar. Chapter 46, Cherishing Food During Dinner. Wang Chu instructed the kitchen to prepare meals only for Grandpa Yun and the others, while he personally took charge of Yaya's dinner. Although Wang Chu had never formally learned to cook, his 4 years abroad had left him unaccustomed to the local fast food of hamburgers and roasted chicken. Thus honing his culinary skills, Yaya sat at the dining table, her spirits high as she began to fantasize about the delicious meal her father would prepare. Would it be shrimp, or perhaps spicy chicken? Oil-braised prawns and salted chicken also sounded delightful. As she daydreamed, Yaya's mouth began to water, and her stomach grumbled in anticipation. As the impatient Yaya waited eagerly, Wang Chu wheeled out the dining cart, adorned with an array of 7 or 8 plates. The first dish presented was garlic broccoli. While the vibrant green of the broccoli, infused with the aromatic scent of garlic, was indeed visually appealing and tantalizing, it was still just a vegetable. Instantly, Yaya's expression soured. The second dish followed, stir-fried lettuce. Much like the garlic broccoli, the lettuce looked delightful, yet it was another vegetable that did not please Yaya's palate. The third dish was sweet and sour cabbage, followed by sautéed asparagus, hand-torn cabbage, and finally, when the cold cucumber salad was set before her, Yaya's face fell completely. She craned her neck to peer at the cart behind Wang Chu. Daddy, is this all there is? Why are there only vegetables? I want to eat meat. Wang Chu gently patted Yaya's head and replied, we have 8 dishes for the 2 of us. Surely that's enough to satisfy? But they were all vegetables. What's wrong? Don't you like vegetables? He inquired. But you know it's not right to be a picky eater, don't you? At his pointed question, a hint of embarrassment crossed Yaya's face. Wang Chu settled beside her and softly said, these dishes were carefully prepared just for you. Don't you like them? After a moment of hesitation, Yaya shut her eyes and declared, I like them. Then why are your eyes closed? Wang Chu countered. Mama said one shouldn't speak lies with their eyes wide open. Wang Chu felt a twinge of frustration. I'll just pop to the restroom. And then we can eat together, all right? However, after Wang Chu left, Yaya quickly glanced around and dragged over the trash can, dumping all the vegetables in front of her into it before sliding the can aside. Upon returning, Wang Chu was astonished to find the plates of vegetables had vanished, while Yaya was munching on a piece of lettuce. Daddy, your dishes are so delicious that I couldn't help but eat them all, she proclaimed with unyielding confidence. Look how clean my plates are. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Had she truly consumed 3 plates of vegetables in the brief time he was in the restroom? Yaya, did you really eat them all? He pressed. Feeling a twinge of guilt but still nodding, she affirmed, I really did. Wang Chu sighed and approached the trash can, where indeed lay the remnants of the 3 plates of food Yaya had discarded. He brought the can over to her, fixing her with a stern gaze. Yaya lowered her head, anxiety flooding her mind as she pondered what would happen if Daddy scolded her. Yet, the sound of reprimand never came. Instead, she watched in bewilderment as Wang Chu emptied the contents of the trash can onto a plate and began to eat heartily. Yaya panicked and rushed to his side. Daddy, those vegetables are dirty. You can't eat them. Please don't. Wang Chu ignored her, continuing to devour the food with gusto. He understood that Yaya had yet to grasp the importance of valuing food. Her focus was solely on what she liked and disliked. And it was imperative for him to model the principle of cherishing food. Seeing her father disregard her pleas and consume the discarded vegetables, Yaya felt an overwhelming surge of regret and anxiety. At such a tender age, she had never experienced emotions so complex. With a sudden burst, she began to cry. "Daddy, please stop eating. I was wrong to throw away the food. I shouldn't have done that." Her sobs attracted the attention of Grandpa Yun, who stood at the staircase. Quietly observing the scene unfold, Wang Chu paused and looked earnestly at Yaya. "Every bowl of rice and every vegetable we eat is the result of farmers' hard work and sweat. Each grain and leaf is precious. I understand you may not want to eat vegetables, but what angers me is first, your wastefulness, and second, your dishonesty with me. I am showing you this to teach you not to waste food. Do you understand?" Yaya nodded. "I understand, Daddy. I won't waste food anymore." A smile broke across Wang Chu's face at her response. "Good. Then let's eat." Yaya wiped her eyes and began to eat the vegetables with gusto, her small form reflecting a hint of eagerness to please, which tugged at Wang Chu's heartstrings. He recognized that teaching the value of food was still a challenging concept for her to grasp. Yet, as her father, he felt a strong duty to instill in her a sense of appreciation for food. The history of our ancestors reminds us that diligence and frugality lead to prosperity, while extravagance leads to downfall. However, Yaya's attempts to curry favor with him brought him discomfort. He realized that his absence in her life over the past 3 years had contributed to her feelings of insecurity. Gently, he stroked Yaya's head, murmuring, "Yaya, I'm sorry." After dinner, Wang Chu engaged Yaya in numerous parent-child games, eliciting peals of laughter from her. They played games, shared stories, and continued until past 9 o'clock. When Yaya finally began to show signs of drowsiness, Wang Chu gave her a bath and then carried her to bed. Once he returned to Yun Qingyao's bedroom, he inhaled deeply, the air still lingering with her scent, as if she were right beside him. He never imagined he would marry so quickly, and to a wife as renowned as a star. Wang Chu retrieved their marriage certificate from the drawer, gazing at their images on it with a foolish smile. If his friends knew, they would surely be envious. Life is indeed full of delightful surprises. Chapter 47, A Major Crisis. He wondered what Qingyao was doing now and if she missed him. Wang Chu chuckled softly and pulled out his phone, searching for Yun Qingyao's name in his contacts. However, after a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the idea of reaching out to her. What if she was still on set? What if there were others around her? What if their relationship was exposed? Although Yun Qingyao had expressed indifference to their relationship being discovered, Wang Chu felt that as her husband, he should protect her dreams. So, he decided not to disturb her and instead focus on Yaya's matters. Wang Chu sighed softly, having always thought of Yaya as a sensible child who required no worry. Yet, it became clear that he lacked even the most basic knowledge of parenting. A 3-year-old, no matter how sensible, could only understand so much. It was through tonight's events that Wang Chu truly realized why Yun Qingyao hoped he would accompany Yaya as she grew. For instilling a correct worldview and values in a child is a continuous and intricate process. Yet, it is precisely because of this that his role as a father holds significance. Wang Chu murmured to himself. At that moment, Yun Qingyao had just finished her bath and lay comfortably on the hotel bed, leisurely toying with her phone. If there were bystanders, they would undoubtedly see the scene of Wang Chu being interviewed on the phone screen. He performed rather well. I never expected him to be so photogenic. Humph. That host named Mao Xiaoyun has such glimmering eyes. She must have taken a liking to my husband. Wow, Wang Chu is truly remarkable. He lives up to being my husband. As I watched the video, memories of Wang Chu flaunting his well-defined muscles on the beach yesterday made Yun Qingyao's cheeks flush. No, I can't think about that. Yun Qingyao tossed her phone aside and buried herself under the blankets. But soon, she retrieved her phone again. Humph, that scoundrel Wang Chu. Now that he's my husband, he doesn't even bother to send me a message at night. Is this how men are? Once they have what they want, they no longer cherish it? As she observed Wang Chu's continued silence, a hint of irritation crossed Yun Qingyao's face. Am I supposed to wait for him to reach out first? This is utterly ridiculous. Gritting her teeth, Yun Qingyao declared, I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't contact me within that time, I shall ignore you. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Soon, the 3 minutes were about to pass. But Yun Qingyao's phone remained silent. Evidently, Wang Chu had not received her silent summons from miles away. Suddenly, her phone rang, and a video invitation appeared. Humph. At least you know your place. I shall reluctantly forgive you. However, as she picked up the phone and saw the name of the caller, Yun Qingyao's expression shifted to one of sheer panic. The video was from her second brother? Wasn't he in close training? Why was he sending me a video? Could it be that he knows about my relationship with Wang Chu? Although the likelihood was slim, Yun Qingyao couldn't shake her anxiety. Taking a deep breath, She answered the call. Second brother, why are you sending me a video so late? Aren't you supposed to be resting? Has your training ended? On the other end of the video, a robust man in military attire, around 27 or 28 years old, flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Yao Yao, I just finished training. They granted me a week's leave, and I was preparing to head home. Yun Qingyao felt a wave of relief. Of course, her brother, who had been in the military, wouldn't he know about her situation? But I want to see my little niece in Haicheng before heading home. Her second brother chuckled. It's been over half a year since I last saw that little rascal. I wonder if she has forgotten her second uncle. What? Yun Qingyao was taken aback. Second brother, you're going to Haicheng? But I'm not in Haicheng. I know. You're a big star. You must be extremely busy. Her brother replied with a smile. I'm just going to see Yaya. I know the way, so you needn't worry about me getting lost. A faint smile crossed Yun Qingyao's face. But her concern lay in the possibility of her brother encountering Wang Chu. Although the circumstances from years ago were understandable, her three brothers still harbored resentment towards Wang Chu. After all, their precious sister had become pregnant with his child, and he remained oblivious to it all. They could not fathom such a situation. As a result, her brothers showered Yun Qingyao with even more affection, treating Yaya as their own. Now, if her second brother were to meet Wang Chu, Yun Qingyao shuddered at the thought. She could not guarantee that her brother wouldn't beat Wang Chu to a pulp. After reluctantly hanging up the video call with her brother, Yun Qingyao was eager to share this news with Wang Chu. However, she quickly dismissed the idea. This scoundrel Wang Chu hadn't even sent her a message all day. It was simply outrageous. Perhaps it would be good for her brother to teach him a lesson. Yun Qingyao blinked. After all, Wang Chu's strength was commendable. The image of him taking down 20 thugs only yesterday remained vivid in her mind. Yes, if you message me today, I'll tell you about what happened with my brother. But if you don't reach out first, then I'll ignore you. With such a beautiful wife at home. And you don't even care? Humph. Yet, as soon as she set her phone down, a look of concern crept over Yun Qingyao's face. Her brother was an elite from the special forces. If he truly became angry, his strength could be indiscriminate. What if he hurt Wang Chu? But surely her brother would know his limits, wouldn't he? After all, he wouldn't go so far as to seriously injure him, right? But her brother's temper was notoriously volatile. No, just having recently married, I cannot afford to become a widow so soon. It's bad luck. Taking a deep breath, Yun Qingyao dialed Wang Chu's number. In that moment, she felt as if she had surrendered. However, the sweet voice of the system rang out from her phone. Sorry. The number you have dialed is currently powered off. Powered off? Yun Qingyao was furious. After all her internal turmoil, Wang Chu had turned his phone off? Forget it. Whatever happens, happens. Fuming, she tossed her phone aside and turned to bury her head in her pillow and sleep. Meanwhile, Wang Chu remained blissfully unaware that his greatest crisis was about to unfold. Chapter 48. Collision of Mars and Earth. Why is my phone powered off? Upon waking up, Wang Chu discovered that his phone had shut down due to a dead battery. He didn't think much of it and plugged it in to charge before heading off to wash up. After freshening up, Wang Chu rubbed his hands together. Today's free lottery draw had yet to commence. System, initiate the free lottery. Beep, the system lottery is in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained the chef's inheritance. From now on, you will be able to prepare delicious meals and bento boxes for Yaya every day. Wang Chu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was the ultimate dad system, with skills tailored for Yaya. But this was excellent. Cooking for Yaya would also help her overcome her picky eating habits. From today onward, the heartfelt bento made by Daddy would officially commence. With newfound confidence, Wang Chu stepped out of his bedroom. Son-in-law, you're up so early. Aunt Wang greeted him with a smile as she saw him come out. Wang Chu was a bit surprised. Aunt Wang, you're up early too. I usually wake up at 5. I've gotten older and can't sleep in. Wang Chu quickly replied, not at all. If Qingyao hadn't told me to call you Aunt Wang, I would have thought you were only 5 years older than me. You look barely older than I am. Aunt Wang chuckled. You have quite the sweet tongue, son-in-law. No wonder the young lady likes you so much. Aunt Wang, you don't need to mind me. I'm heading to the kitchen to make breakfast for Yaya and prepare her bento for today. But isn't the kindergarten providing meals? The food at the kindergarten might not suit Yaya's palate. I've decided to prepare a heartfelt bento for her every day. Wang Chu said with a smile. Aunt Wang's face lit up with a proud smile. Son-in-law truly loves Yaya. Of course, she is my daughter. A hint of affection appeared on Wang Chu's face. Entering the kitchen, Wang Chu first opened the refrigerator to check what ingredients were available, discovering that there was still quite a bit left. Then I'll make crystal dumplings, shrimp and tofu soup, and some colorful beef strips. After all, children need quality protein. After Wang Chu meticulously devised the menu in his mind, he commenced his culinary endeavors. With the legacy of a culinary deity, he deftly handled the ingredients, each chop of the vegetables resonating with a melodious rhythm that was utterly soothing to the ears. In no time, He had crafted a series of translucent, pristine crystal dumplings. Once they were placed in the steamer, Wang Chu turned his attention to preparing the shrimp and tofu soup. Fresh sea shrimp were swiftly cleaned, the veins extracted, and the shells discarded, with the shrimp then chopped into uniform pieces and expertly seasoned. Following this, he began to cut the tofu. To create a delectable shrimp and tofu soup, one must select silken tofu. However, Wang Chu was not merely cutting the tofu into cubes. He employed the method of Wensi tofu. He meticulously sliced a block of tofu with 150 precise cuts both horizontally and vertically, resulting in strands as fine as hair that, when submerged in water, resembled a blooming flower. This technique ensured that the resulting shrimp and tofu soup would possess an exquisitely smooth texture, with the essence of the shrimp enveloping each piece of tofu, certain to win over Ye's heart. The colorful beef strips were considerably simpler to prepare. He first stir-fried the marinated beef until thoroughly cooked, then set it aside to drain. Next, he tossed a medley of vibrant bell peppers and other accompaniments into the pan. And once the vegetables were just tender, he returned the beef along with an array of seasonings, stirring them together with great enthusiasm. In a short while, the colorful beef strips were ready, the vivid strands of bell pepper intermingling with the beef, exuding a delightful aroma that was reminiscent of a vibrant painting. After a full 30 minutes, Wang Chu had completed all the dishes, the delicately wrapped crystal dumplings, the fragrant shrimp and tofu soup, and the visually stunning colorful beef strips. Satisfied with his culinary skills, he carefully placed the breakfast he had prepared on the dining table, covering it with a warming lid. Time was of the essence. It was time to rouse the sleepy head. Wang Chu chuckled softly as he made his way towards Ye's room. Ye, rise and shine. The sun is shining. He gently planted a kiss on her cherubic cheek and whispered in her ear. Ye, blinking sleepily, caught sight of Wang Chu's face and broke into a sweet smile. Daddy, can I sleep just a little longer? She pleaded. No, it's already 6:30. Time to get up, wash up, and head to kindergarten. Ye pouted. But Daddy has prepared a special bento for you today. All your friends will be envious if you don't wake up. Upon hearing this, Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'll get up. Daddy, help me wash my face. Wang Chu smiled knowingly. He was well aware that Ye usually washed her face and brushed her teeth by herself. Yet now, it was evident she was seeking a bit of pampering. All right, Daddy will help you wash your face. How does that sound? At that moment, the front door of the villa swung open, revealing a weary-looking man with a buzz cut, laden with a backpack. After a night on the train, I'm starving. What is that delightful aroma? The man sniffed the air and immediately spotted the warming lid on the dining table. He eagerly lifted it to unveil the crystal dumplings, shrimp and tofu soup, and colorful beef strips. Haha, my dear sister knows I would be exhausted and hungry upon my return, so she prepared this delicious breakfast. Without a hint of hesitation, the man plopped down in a chair, neglecting to wash his hands, and grabbed a crystal dumpling, stuffing it into his mouth. He closed his eyes in bliss. The rich broth was fragrant and savory, and despite the dumpling's delicate skin, it held a delightful resilience. I've never tasted such delectable crystal dumplings before. I wonder where my sister found such a talented chef. I'm envious. Let me try this tofu soup. Wow, it's exquisite. The colorful beef strips were equally impressive, perfectly cooked. At that moment, Aunt Wang entered and paused, her expression momentarily stunned. Second young master, when did you arrive? Just now. The man grinned. Aunt Wang, my sister has hired a remarkable chef. Knowing I would arrive early, she prepared this delightful spread. A chef? For you? Aunt Wang's face registered surprise as she glanced at the nearly empty dishes before the second young master, sensing that events were spiraling out of control. What a pity, though, there could have been more. He lamented, smacking his lips. My appetite is well known to Yao Yao. Please, continue eating. I have some matters to attend to. Aunt Wang hastily retreated upstairs. This was something she needed to inform the master about promptly. Otherwise, it could lead to chaos. Chapter 49. The blaze before Aunt Wang could reach Ye's room. Wang Chu opened the door and spotted her. His face lit up with joy. Aunt Wang, you've come at the perfect time. Please help me style Ye's hair. I simply cannot manage it. Ye's face was washed, yet her hair resembled a chaotic nest after a night's sleep. Wang Chu had attempted to style her hair, but it felt like a hedgehog being attacked by a dog. He was utterly at a loss. Master, I have something important to discuss with you, Aunt Wang began. Wang Chu interrupted. Aunt Wang, styling Ye's hair is the priority right now. Time is of the essence. Please help her, and I'll prepare her bento. With that, Wang Chu hurried downstairs. Aunt Wang was taken aback. Why was the master so impatient? Couldn't he listen to her for just a moment? He was a good person, but she hoped the second young master would be gentle. Who are you? As Wang Chu descended the stairs, he unexpectedly crossed paths with the buzzcut man. And they both paused, asking in unison. Wang Chu furrowed his brow. How audacious for this man to appear in Yun Qingyao's villa. However, upon noticing the military uniform the man wore, Wang Chu recalled Yun Qingyao's words. Wasn't he her second brother serving in the army? Could this man be Yun Qingyao's second brother? I'm asking you a question. Who are you and why are you in my sister's villa? The man's eyes flashed with hostility as he stepped forward. I'm asking you a question. Have you gone mute? Wang Chu frowned. Surely this was the second uncle Yun Qingyao had mentioned, yet his demeanor was quite unrefined. May I inquire if you are Yao Yao's second brother? Wang Chu asked. The man's eyes narrowed. Yao Yao? Who are you? I am Yao Yao's husband, Wang Chu replied calmly. My name is Wang Chu. The man's eyes squinted, disbelief washing over him. This Wang Chu is Yao Yao's husband? What a joke. Yao Yao has never treated any man kindly in these years. Besides, who is this Wang Chu? Suddenly, the buzzcut man's expression sharpened as if he recalled something. What is your connection to Yaya? I am Yaya's biological father. It was no wonder the man relaxed. This fellow was indeed the boy who had been involved with Qingyao 4 years ago. So you are Wang Chu. I had imagined numerous scenarios, but never did I expect to encounter you in this manner. Suddenly, the man with the crew cut staggered, swiftly appearing before Wang Chu, and unleashed a punch aimed directly at Wang Chu's face. This strike was both rapid and ferocious, transitioning from tranquility to a tempestuous onslaught in the blink of an eye. Such a temper from this second brother is truly formidable. Wang Chu let out a faint sigh, instinctively retreating. Yun Er's fist met nothing but air, and a hint of surprise flickered across his face. Even in the military, few can evade a punch from him. Although he had not exerted his full strength, it was certainly not an attack that could be easily dodged by just anyone. What are you doing, second uncle? Is there not a matter we could discuss calmly? Wang Chu expressed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Yun snorted coldly. Discuss calmly? There is nothing to say to a scoundrel like you. Prepare to face my fists. With that, he charged forward once more. Possessing extraordinary combat skills, Wang Chu adeptly analyzed Yun Er's attack trajectory in the blink of an eye, allowing him to evade each of Yun Er's punches, while a single dodge could be perceived as mere coincidence. The subsequent series of evasions was undoubtedly a testament to Wang Chu's prowess. It appeared that this seemingly unassuming Wang Chu was, in fact, a concealed master. A flicker of seriousness crossed Yun Er's eyes. The sudden emergence of Wang Chu stirred a sense of unease within him. This level of skill was not something an ordinary person could possess. Who exactly was Wang Chu, and why had he reappeared by Qingyao's side after 4 years? What were his intentions? Who are you? Yun inhaled deeply. What is your true purpose in approaching Qingyao? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, displeased by the accusatory tone of his second uncle, as if he were coveting Yun Qingyao for some ulterior motive. I am with Qingyao because I cherish her. Huh. Such words may deceive Qingyao, but do you think you can fool me? Dream on. Yun took a deep breath, shaking his wrist. If you do not confess honestly, I shall show no mercy. You do not truly believe that I exerted my full strength just now, do you? Wang Chu felt a flicker of anger ignite within him. Though this man was Qingyao's second brother, it was unreasonable to resort to violence without cause. Had he been an ordinary person, lacking his extraordinary combat skills, he might have already been bruised and battered. It seemed that the second brother was one who preferred to resolve issues through physical confrontation. Coincidentally, I also favor settling matters with my fists. After all, only through such means can I compel fools to converse reasonably. Yun expression darkened. Are you calling me a fool? I never said that. I merely remarked that your behavior resembles that of a fool. Yun both furious and amused, retorted, well then. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Perhaps you have simply encountered individuals of refined temperament. Wang Chu chuckled lightly. Unfortunately, my cultivation does not extend to maintaining calm dialogue with fools. Wang Chu, you have successfully incensed me. Yun inhaled deeply. I shall make you aware of the fury that comes from a warrior. Wang Chu replied nonchalantly. Likewise, I will show you what a father's wrath entails. You consumed the breakfast that was prepared for me, did you not? Indeed, I did. And what of it? That was meant for you. Apart from Yao Yao, no one else has the right to partake. Thus, since you have eaten my food, I shall ensure you regurgitate it. Yun laughed heartily. Very well. I am eager to see how you intend to make me do that. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from upstairs. If you must fight, do so away from here. I cannot have my precious Yu frightened. The old man Yun pointed toward the door. You too, get out immediately and do not return until a victor is declared. Outside, on the expansive lawn, Wang Chu and Yun faced each other, the tension palpable. Wang Chu could distinctly feel the immense pressure emanating from his second uncle, a sensation that no mere ruffian could instill within him. Beep, system task issued. Completely defeat Yun Qingyi, earn his recognition, and uphold the honor of being a father. Reward, random skill, and 100 joy points. Wang Chu paused. The system had issued a task. He was to defeat his second uncle. It seemed that even the system could not tolerate Yun disdainful attitude. Moreover, The rewards were indeed enticing. Wang Chu felt a pang of envy. His total joy points barely amounted to 300, and this task promised 100 in one go. My apologies, second uncle. For the sake of joy points, I must strike with resolute force. At that moment, Yun Urge appeared to Wang Chu as a walking reservoir of joy points. Yun Qing shivered, realizing that Wang Chu's gaze had suddenly turned insatiably covetous, akin to a ravenous dog eyeing a meat bun. Are you prepared? Yun Qing dispelled the strange sensation and spoke to Wang Chu in a low voice. If you leave the villa right now, I may choose not to pursue this matter, considering Yao Yao. Your words are excessively verbose. Wang Chu replied with a light laugh. Do you genuinely believe victory is assured for you? Do you not trust that I need only a single punch to deal with you? What? Yun Qing was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend Wang Chu's assertion. Do you think yourself a one-punch man? Do you not believe it? Wang Chu replied calmly. If I cannot defeat you, how can I possess the confidence to protect Qing Yao? Therefore, if I cannot best you with a single punch, I shall concede. What say you? Yun Qing was livid. Did this fellow not grasp the gravity of the situation? He was meant to be the one in command. Yet here he was, rendered the underdog. What was this patronizing tone directed at the weak? What did he think of himself? Of course, if you lack the confidence to withstand this punch, I advise you to adopt a more amiable demeanor towards me. For Yao Yao's sake, I shall also extend you the courtesy you deserve. Wang Chu continued to taunt, observing Yun Qing's increasingly ashen face. Very well. I am eager to witness the strength of your punch. Yun Qing inhaled deeply, responding slowly. He resembled an enraged lion, feeling insulted as a seasoned special forces soldier. Such an affront demanded retribution from Wang Chu. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and anxious, both men poised like erupting volcanoes, uncertain of what would transpire next. Suddenly, Wang Chu let out a fierce roar, his feet propelling him forward with explosive force, closing the distance to Yun Qing in an instant. With a punch as thunderous as lightning, Wang Chu unleashed a strike that, while not his full strength, still bore an impressive 80% of his power. What a formidable blow! Yun Qing's eyes narrowed. Being no novice, he recognized the potential devastation of Wang Chu's punch. Yet, two choices lay before him. First, he could evade using his agility, with at least an 80% chance of dodging the incoming attack. Second, he could choose to confront the blow head-on, retaliating with his own fist. While the former was the more prudent choice, evading the strike and capitalizing on an unguarded moment. However, with this retreat, would he not be conceding defeat? As the unparalleled warrior of the special forces, Yun Qing could never admit to being bested by someone he found so distasteful. Thus, he resolved to retaliate with his fists against Wang Chu. This was precisely what Wang Chu had anticipated. Although Wang Chu possessed exceptional martial arts skills, he was still uncertain of the true extent of Yun Qing's strength. As a renowned warrior of the special forces, he must surely not be an easy opponent to face. Therefore, in pursuit of victory, Wang Chu resorted to verbal provocation to incite his opponent's fury, forcing him into a head-on clash. After all, bolstered by the enhancements of a potent supplement, his physical strength exceeded 1 ton, far surpassing the limits of ordinary humanity. With a resounding thud, their fists collided mid-air. The tremendous force instantly rebounded onto both combatants. However, Wang Chu's strength was overwhelming. With a crack, Yun Qing's arm was dislocated by the sheer force of the impact. The pain was excruciating, piercing through him. Observing Yun Qing half kneeling on the ground, his arm dangling limply at his side, beads of sweat forming on his brow, Wang Chu felt a pang of anxiety. He had genuinely not anticipated such dire consequences. If Qing Yao learned that he had incapacitated her elder brother, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Yun Qing, earning his recognition and receiving a reward of 100 pleasure points, along with a random skill, traditional Chinese bone-setting technique. Bone-setting technique? A gleam of delight illuminated Wang Chu's face. How considerate of the system. This reward arrived at the perfect moment. Meanwhile, Yun Qing was acutely aware that his arm had been dislocated. The backlash from the impact had been too powerful, dislocating his joint. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to realign his arm with his left hand. Yet at that moment, Wang Chu crouched beside him. Are you here to mock me? Yun Qing scoffed coldly. Wang Chu offered a sheepish smile. Dear second uncle, what are you saying? Am I the sort of person who would do that? I merely wish to see if there's any way I can assist. I possess some knowledge of bone-setting techniques, and it appears your arm is dislocated. I could, no need. Yun Qing firmly rejected. I can manage on my own. Yet, from my observations, your right shoulder is significantly misaligned, and attempting to reset it with your left hand will be quite challenging. If not done correctly in one attempt, it could severely damage the surrounding soft tissues. Yun Qing's brow furrowed tightly. He knew the severity of his injury and recognized Wang Chu's words as the truth. But to accept treatment from the very person who had just defeated him was simply intolerable. Second uncle, we are both among Qingyao's closest confidants. Why must we make this so awkward? Allow me to assist you. Consider it an apology for what just transpired, shall we? Seeing Wang Chu's tone soften, Yun Qingyi's expression also eased. This is you offering to help me, not me begging for your assistance. Wang Chu chuckled, indeed. It is I who voluntarily offers to assist my second uncle. With that, Wang Chu grasped Yun Qingyi's dislocated arm, pulling and twisting it deftly. With a swift motion, there was a crack, and in an instant, the dislocated arm was restored. Is it done? Was it really that simple? Yun Qingyi flexed his arm, discovering no discomfort. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Ding! You have gained 10 pleasure points from Yun Qingyi. Wang Chu blinked, pondering if his second uncle harbored any fondness for him. Although Yun Qingyi's arm had been successfully treated, the atmosphere now felt rather awkward. As a warrior of the Special Forces, it was embarrassing for him to have been unable to withstand even a single punch from Wang Chu. Should this news reach his unit, how could he face the subordinates he had previously reprimanded? What was even more humiliating was that he had intended to teach Wang Chu a lesson, only to find that he was the one who had become the fool. Cough. Second uncle, how about we head back and grab something to eat? Standing here in silence is hardly productive. Who are you referring to as second uncle? Yun Qingyi stubbornly refused to acknowledge that Wang Chu was his sister's husband. Wang Chu grinned. Unless you sever your sibling relationship with Qingyao, you will forever be my second uncle. Is it true that you are my sister's husband? Yun Qingyi bit his lip, still somewhat incredulous. Legally recognized, above board, and without deceit. We are officially acknowledged. Wang Chu winked. Would you like me to show you the marriage certificate? Yun Qingyi felt as though his chest had been pierced by a blade. After dedicating 6 months to rigorous training, he returned to find that his sister had already married. What pained him most was that he had missed it all. Second uncle, I know you cared deeply for Yao Yao. She has always told me that among her 3 brothers, the second brother is the most protective of her. Yun Qingyi's expression softened. That is indeed true. Wang Chu, with utmost sincerity, declared, Second brother, I fully understand your feelings. However, Yao Yao cannot remain your little girl forever, and Yu Yue cannot grow up without a father. I recognize that I have fallen short in my duties as a husband and father in the past, but now that I have this opportunity, I will cherish and care for both of them with all my heart. Rest assured, I will protect them with everything I have, even my life. Listening to Wang Chu's heartfelt words, Yun Qingyi couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, his sister had grown up and even had a daughter. She could not remain their little shadow forever. Suddenly, Yun Qingyi struck Wang Chu's chest with a heavy fist. Let me be clear. If you dare to mistreat my sister, I will not spare you. He warned fiercely. Even if I am no match for you, I will take up arms against you. Wang Chu's lips twitched as images of a valiant warrior returning to protect his sister flitted through his mind, followed by the sight of a legion of troops converging upon Haiqing. It was a terrifying thought. Wang Chu shivered slightly and chuckled nervously. How could that be? Qingyao is the most beautiful woman in my heart, my beloved wife. I would never betray her. That is more like it. Yun Qingyi replied testily. By the way, what did you eat to gain such strength? I've never encountered someone with such power in the military. Regarding this matter, I believe you should check the news articles about me. As the 2 men strolled into the villa, Elder Yun upstairs smiled with satisfaction. Men should be straightforward and decisive. After a good fight, all problems are resolved. Papa, where did you go just now? Upon entering, Yu Yue leaped into Wang Chu's embrace, shaking her little head. Look, does my hair look pretty? Grandma Wang did it for me. Absolutely beautiful. My Yu Yue is the cutest. Wang Chu lifted Yu Yue and playfully pinched her little nose, laughing. Yet, Yu Yue's face bore no particularly joyful expression as she gazed at Wang Chu. But, Yu Yue wants Papa to do my hair. Wang Chu stroked Yu Yue's hair and nodded. All right. Papa will learn. Tomorrow, I will do your hair, okay? Yu Yue nodded happily. Let us dine first, so you may savor my culinary skills. Although the previous portion was mercilessly consumed by Yun Qingyi, Wang Chu had prepared an ample supply, with plenty of crystal dumplings and shrimp tofu soup still left in the kitchen. Just as Wang Chu was about to scoop up Yeye to head to the dining table, Yun Qingyi could no longer suppress a cough. Did this father-daughter duo not realize there were others present? Observing Wang Chu's indulgent demeanor towards Yeye brought a mixture of comfort and jealousy to Yun Qingyi's heart. It was well known that Yeye had previously favored playing with her second uncle, yet here he stood for a full 5 minutes without receiving a single glance from her. This left him feeling quite hurt. Second uncle, are you really my second uncle? Upon hearing Yun Qingyi's cough, Yeye finally noticed that there was indeed someone standing beside her father. A closer look revealed a familiar face. Yun Qingyi grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. It's me, Yeye. Let your second uncle give you a hug. However, Yeye recoiled slightly, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Second uncle, you're too dirty. I don't want you to hug me. Yun Qingyi was taken aback. How could second uncle be dirty? Your face is all smudged. You must not have washed it properly. Ye retorted with conviction. Second uncle doesn't maintain hygiene. Shame, shame, shame. Yun Qingyi was left speechless. His darkened complexion was merely a result of the sun during a closed training session. Yet, in Ye's perception, a dark face equated to poor hygiene and dirtiness. Ye, you shouldn't speak like that about your uncle. Though Wang Chu found amusement in Yun Qingyi's predicament, he felt it was his duty as a father to educate Ye. How could second uncle possibly be dirty? Just look at me. I'm not much different from your second uncle. Ye examined Wang Chu closely and then glanced back at Yun Qingyi. But my daddy is fair-skinned, she declared proudly. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Wang Chu's face. Well, yeah, although your second uncle is tan now, but no need to elaborate. Yun Qingyi interrupted with a smile that was almost more pitiable than crying. I see now. Women are inherently creatures of double standards. His heart ached. After finally securing a week's vacation, he had even prepared a gift for Ye. And yet here he was feeling overshadowed. Don't be sad, second uncle. I'll lend you my facial cleanser later. You'll definitely get fairer after using it. Ye consoled. Noticing Yun Qingyi's gloomy expression, he paused, then managed a wry smile. What was he doing? Vying for affection with Ye's biological father. After all, he was merely the uncle. Well, I appreciate your kindness, Ye. However, I have brought you a gift. With that, Yun Qingyi rummaged through his backpack and produced a small box. Upon opening it, inside lay a jade pendant in the shape of a wolf's head, glistening in a vivid green hue. What is this? Wang Chu inquired, his eyes widening with surprise upon seeing the wolf-headed pendant. Although he was not well versed in jade, its color and texture were clearly exceptional. This is a talisman I discovered among the Changyun tribe. Their totem is the wolf. I fell in love with it at first sight, Yun Qingyi said, a gentle smile gracing his face. So, I wanted to give it to Ye, wishing her a joyful growth. Wang Chu's expression softened with gratitude. Thank you, second brother. This must be quite precious. Oh, it's nothing too extravagant. I traded 3 packs of compressed meat pies for it. Yun Qingyi flashed a bright smile. He spoke modestly. Though he withheld the fact that he had only 3 packs of compressed meat pies left after a week of outdoor training. He had subsisted on wild vegetables for an entire week to acquire this pendant. Thank you, second uncle. Ye was equally enchanted by the crystal-clear wolf-headed pendant. Once Yun Qingyi fastened it around her neck, her previously darkened face radiated joy. Are you finished? At that moment, Old Master Yun descended the stairs, casting a casual glance at Wang Chu and Yun Qingyi. The two exchanged an awkward glance, both feeling the weight of having nearly come to blows in front of the elder. Well, I didn't see you two before the fight, so I wasn't aware of your embarrassment. Old Master Yun remarked with a hint of annoyance. Who won? Wang Chu pondered for a moment before responding. I didn't lose. Then that means you lost? Old Master Yun glanced at Yun Qingyi. What a shame. The esteemed warrior of the special forces, and yet you lost? Truly disgraceful. Yun Qingyi's face flushed, though thankfully, the darkness of his skin helped mask his embarrassment. Let us eat first, Wang Chu. After dinner, I need you to accompany me for a visit. Understood, grandfather. Wang Chu nodded. After finishing their meal, Wang Chu intended to take Ye to kindergarten first. But Yun Qingyi insisted on taking her alone, saying he wished to fulfill a small desire of his. Given he had traveled a long way and brought Ye such a heartfelt gift, this request was not unreasonable. However, Wang Chu was also acutely aware that this second uncle clearly wanted to steer him away to privately inquire about Ye's matters. Daddy, you must come pick me up later. Ye's reluctant expression as she prepared to leave melted Wang Chu's heart. Half an hour later, Wang Chu and Old Master Yun set out in a car. Wang Chu, if I recall correctly, you majored in management during your university years? Old Master Yun inquired. Wang Chu nodded yes. Perfect. I currently have a project that I need you to handle. Old Master Yun said with a smile. This project is a collaboration between our Muyun Pharmaceutical Group and Haiqing. Are you confident in taking it on? Listening to Old Master Yun's words, Wang Chu's expression grew serious. Grandfather, what sort of project is it? It's the construction of a martyr's cemetery. A hint of nostalgia crossed Old Master Yun's face. Wang Chu was puzzled. Why would a pharmaceutical group be involved in building a martyr's cemetery in Haiqing? Had there been a significant battle in the area before? Yet, as a native of Haiqing, Wang Chu had never heard of such a thing. After some discussion, Wang Chu soon realized the truth. This was the very place where Old Master Yun had fought in his youth. In Haiqing, a valiant death squad had almost been entirely wiped out, managing to hold off tens of thousands of enemy troops and buy crucial time for the main force's retreat. With the passage of time, this piece of history had gradually faded into obscurity. Wang Chu was astonished to discover that Old Master Yun had once been a soldier on the battlefield in his youth. Instantly, he felt a surge of respect for the elder. Grandfather, rest assured, I will complete this task. Old Master Yun patted Wang Chu's shoulder and said, This project is not only a dream I had long ago, but it is also closely tied to Haiching's future. Hence, I can only entrust this task to you. Thank you for your trust, grandfather. Within half an hour, Old Master Yun brought Wang Chu to the government hall, where the secretary of Haiching was already awaiting their arrival. Old Master Yun, it is a pleasure to see you once again. Your complexion is radiant, and your vitality is not inferior to that of our youth. Secretary Sun certainly has a way with words. I am merely an old man. How could I possibly compare to you youngsters? Old Master Yin chuckled lightly and introduced. Wang Chu, this is Secretary Sun, the Secretary General of the Haiching Municipal Secretariat. Hello, Secretary Sun. Wang Chu nodded as he regarded the middle-aged man in his 40s standing before him. This is my granddaughter's husband, also a local of Haiching, Wang Chu. Oh, so he is the esteemed son-in-law. Indeed, a remarkable figure. Secretary Sun extended his hand, grasping Wang Chu's firmly. Old Master, Mr. Chun is waiting for you inside. And many prominent figures from Haiching's business community are eager to seize this opportunity to meet you and contribute to the Martyrs Cemetery project. The Mr. Chen mentioned by Secretary Sun is none other than Chen Qingshan, the head of Haiching. Old Master Yun turned to Wang Chu, saying, Wang Chu, assist me inside. Although Old Master Yun had once moved with great agility, he now required Wang Chu's support to enter. His intention was unmistakable, to elevate Wang Chu as his representative before the crowd. Secretary Sun had long since developed a keen perception. From Old Master Yun's subtle gestures, he discerned the high regard the elder held for this young man from Haiching, Wang Chu. It was highly probable that this project would be entrusted to him. Secretary Sun had already marked Wang Chu as a significant focus of observation. Meanwhile, the reception room was bustling with attendees, renowned entrepreneurs, dining moguls, real estate tycoons, and fashion magnates. They understood that the commencement of the Martyrs Cemetery project would serve as a quintessential case study for Haiching's future promotion. Any involvement in this project would undoubtedly benefit their enterprises, both in terms of policy support and corporate image. However, the project was organized by the Muyu Pharmaceutical Group from the capital city, and any ambition to participate would depend on the disposition of its leader. The head of Muyu Group certainly carried himself with great arrogance. In the crowd, a young man murmured in dissatisfaction, How long have we been waiting? They are still not here. Arriving late must make them feel important. If Wang Chu had been present, he would have recognized this disgruntled young man as Yang Wei. After all, he was associated with Muyu Pharmaceutical. A companion beside Yang Wei chuckled softly. They are part of a nationally and even globally renowned pharmaceutical group. For Haiching, they are akin to a treasure. Chapter 53. Seeking trouble. This place is stifling. I need to step out for a smoke and catch my breath, Yang Wei announced as he exited the conference hall. Meanwhile, halfway through their journey, Old Master Yun waved his hand. I am getting on in years, and my ailments are numerous. I shall visit the restroom first. Secretary Sun, you proceed to the conference hall. Wang Chu and I will join you shortly. Secretary Sun glanced at his watch and noted the time was indeed running late. He hesitated momentarily before acquiescing. Very well, I will go to the conference hall and inform Mr. Chun. With that, Secretary Sun hurriedly departed. Grandfather, let me assist you. Do you truly perceive me as an immobile old man? Old Master Yun waved his hand dismissively. I can manage on my own. You stay here and wait for me. Wang Chu touched his nose, resigned to comply. At that moment, Yang Wei spotted Wang Chu lingering alone, a look of surprise crossing his face. It was indeed a case of fate bringing adversaries together. He had been planning to confront Wang Chu, but here they were unexpectedly face to face. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand and approached with a sinister grin. Oh, who do we have here? Is it not Wang Chu? What brings you to this place? Wang Chu was taken aback to find this individual here. Hey, are you deaf? Did you not hear my question? Yang Wei's irritation grew as Wang Chu ignored him. Did he consider himself above responding? Do I owe you a response? Wang Chu sighed. If I were in your shoes, I would certainly refrain from appearing at this moment. Why? Yang Wei asked, momentarily caught off guard. Because it would only serve as a reminder that your fiancée was once my girlfriend. Wang Chu shrugged. Does that not unnerve you? Haha, what do I have to be unnerved about? You should be the one feeling awkward. You never even held her hand before I swept her away. Wang Chu interjected, we are both adults. Do you really think that is plausible? What? Yang Wei was momentarily stunned. In youthful romance, is there any couple that does not burn with passion? Did he genuinely believe that his 3-year relationship with Lin Xiaoyan was merely platonic, devoid of hand-holding or kissing? Enough. Yang Wei's eyes reddened. Gritting his teeth, you are lying. Xiaoyan's first time was undeniably mine. Wang Chu regarded Yang Wei with pity. Surely, you are not unaware of a procedure known as reconstructive surgery? Yang Wei was dumbfounded. Could it be that everything Wang Chu said was true? He had thought himself to be the one who had stolen her away. But now it seemed he had merely picked up someone else's discarded shoe. I refused to believe it. Yang Wei took a deep breath and continued. You think I am going to accept your words? Wang Chu shrugged. Believe it or not. Do you think I have any reason to deceive you now? My wife is beautiful, my daughter is lovely, and my family is happy. Would I have the time to concoct a lie for you? Oh, by the way. Wang Chu shot Yang Wei a half smile. You do not genuinely believe that Lin Xiaoyan is the type of exceedingly conservative girl, do you? Wang Chu's final remark shattered Yang Wei's fantasies. Indeed, if Lin Xiaoyan were truly so conservative, how could he have succeeded so swiftly? A surge of fury and jealousy ignited within Yang Wei. What a profound humiliation. No wonder Wang Chu had remarked that if he were in Yang Wei's position, he would never dare to approach. Was this not inviting disgrace upon himself? Enough, I do not wish to dwell on this. After all, you are engaged. Wang Chu feigned innocence. Let us pretend I said nothing. Wang Chu. Yang Wei ground his teeth. You are doing this on purpose. It is deliberate. Do not be like that. It is truly a coincidence. Wang Chu replied earnestly. However, you need not be so angry. Take care, your child may very well be yours. Yang Wei seized Wang Chu by the collar. Shut your mouth. Do you believe I will have you thrown out of here? Wang Chu pondered for a moment and replied seriously, I do not believe you can. Very well, you do not believe it, huh? Someone. Seeing the commotion, security personnel rushed over. I suspect this man is engaging in illegal activities at the municipal government. Yang Wei pointed at Wang Chu. I demand that you expel him immediately. The security guards exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. What are you waiting for? I am a representative from the investment promotion department. Here is my entry pass. Yet he does not possess one. Please, escort him away from the conference hall to avoid any negative repercussions. The security guards indeed found no entry pass on Wang Chu. Sir, are you also attending the investment promotion meeting? May I ask if you have an entry pass? Wang Chu nodded. Indeed, I am a participant of the meeting. But I do not possess an entry pass. Look at that. He lacks an entry pass. How could he possibly be a participant? Yang Wei said venomously. I suggest you take him to the Public Security Bureau for an investigation to uncover any schemes he might harbor. The security personnel instantly became tense. Secretary Sun had repeatedly emphasized the importance of this investment conference, insisting on rigorous security measures. Thus, Wang Chu, without an entry pass, suddenly became a person of significant suspicion. Please accompany us for an investigation. We kindly ask for your cooperation. One security guard stepped forward, speaking in a grave tone. Wang Chu furrowed his brow. I am a guest of Secretary Sun. Are you truly resolved to take this course of action? We kindly ask for your cooperation. The guard's face betrayed a hint of disdain. A guest of Secretary Sun? The audacity of the youth nowadays is astonishing. At that moment, Old Master Yun emerged from the restroom. What on earth is happening? Upon seeing Wang Chu encircled by security, displeasure flickered across his face. Wang Chu shrugged. They say I lack an entry pass and 1T allow me inside. Absurd. Old Master Yun fumed. Have Sun Chongqing come to see me. Sun Chongqing? Why does that name sound so familiar? A trace of confusion crossed the guard's face. Wasn't Sun Chongqing the name of Secretary Sun? Meanwhile, Yang Wei sneered. Oh, so a group has come to commit fraud? Truly an eye-opener. Old man, instead of enjoying your twilight years at home, you venture out to engage in such antics, which is rather unbecoming. Yang Wei's tone dripped with mockery. He had no faith that Wang Chu bore any relation to Secretary Sun. When he had previously schemed against Wang Chu, Yang Wei had thoroughly investigated. Wang Chu was merely the son of a wage earner, with a grandfather who toiled in the countryside. What pretense was he putting on here? Chapter 54. Misunderstanding Secretary Sun. Has Old Master Yun arrived? In the conference hall, Chen Qingshan couldn't help but inquire upon seeing Secretary Sun enter. Old Master Yun was the most significant figure at this conference. Individuals of his stature were even warmly greeted by senior leaders. Old Master Yun's presence in Haiqing, intending to establish a martyr cemetery under the banner of Mu Yun Pharmaceuticals, was indeed splendid news for the city. On a smaller scale, it presented an opportunity for collaboration between Haiqing and the Mu Yun Group. On a larger scale, as Haiqing was vying for the title of a nationally advanced civilized city, securing such recognition would greatly benefit its future development. The initiation of the Martyrs Cemetery at this juncture could effectively mark Haiqing as a red base. This was immensely advantageous for both Haiqing's local image and its candidacy as a civilized city. Thus, the entire city was placing great importance on this matter. Rest assured, Mr. Chun, I have just received word from Old Master Yun. He is on his way here with his granddaughter's husband. Secretary Sun smiled. I came specifically to inform you that the meeting is about to commence. Chen Qingshan nodded. That is excellent. I never imagined that Old Master Yun had fought valiantly against the enemy in Haiqing back in the day. We must cherish this legacy, you understand? Secretary Sun replied earnestly. Sir, I understand, and I know how to proceed. However, after a while, Old Master Yun had yet to arrive. Chen Qingshan and Secretary Sun exchanged glances, wondering what could be causing the delay. Just then, a security personnel hurried in and whispered something in Secretary Sun's ear. What? This is utterly outrageous. Secretary Sun exclaimed in shock. Old Sun, what has happened? Chen Qingshan inquired. Secretary Sun laughed nervously. Sir, there are some issues outside concerning Old Master Yun. I must attend to them immediately. Then please hurry. As Secretary Sun rushed out, he felt as if he might faint, for there were 7 or 8 security guards surrounding Old Master Yun and Wang Chu, with 2 of them tugging at Wang Chu. This scene elevated Secretary Sun's blood pressure. What were these ruffians up to? Stop it! Secretary Sun shouted as he rushed forward. What are you doing? Upon seeing Secretary Sun's arrival, the guards finally loosened their grip, their expressions bewildered. Old Master Yun, are you unharmed? Secretary Sun asked nervously. If Old Master Yun were to become enraged and leave, Secretary Sun's career would be over. Old Master Yun cast a calm glance at Secretary Sun and replied, I am fine. However, whether my granddaughter's husband is well remains to be seen. Secretary Sun inwardly lamented. Old Master Yun had placed the decision-making power in Wang Chu's hands. Wang Chu was a young man. If he were to be hot-headed and take offense, everything would be ruined. Pray tell, what is the situation here? The security guards were also rendered speechless. These 2 individuals were indeed esteemed guests of Secretary Sun. Had they offended such honored guests, they would be in grave trouble. They stammered through the events, and Secretary Sun's expression grew increasingly grim. Wang Chu, I sincerely apologize. It is my fault that this misunderstanding has arisen. Secretary Sun took a deep breath and spoke earnestly to Wang Chu. Wang Chu felt quite displeased, yet he understood that although it was the other party's blunder, he could not hold on to this grudge. After all, constructing a martyr's cemetery for fallen comrades was Old Master Yun's greatest aspiration. He could not let such a trivial matter deter him. Secretary Sun, it is quite all right. This is merely a misunderstanding. Wang Chu surveyed the scene and noticed that the instigator, Yang Wei, had vanished. I truly appreciate it. Let us proceed to the conference. Everyone is waiting eagerly. Secretary Sun exhaled in relief. As Wang Chu passed by Secretary Sun, he slipped a business card into Wang Chu's hand. This is my personal number. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in Haiqing, I will certainly assist. Wang Chu's expression shifted, and he tucked the card into his pocket, his face adorned with a warm smile. It seemed that despite Yang Wei's machinations, he had inadvertently gained Secretary Sun's favor. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Meanwhile, in the conference hall, Yang Wei was trembling with fear. Upon seeing Secretary Sun hastily approaching, he realized that he was in deep trouble. This old man truly might be a distinguished guest of Secretary Sun. Thus, he quickly slipped away while no one was paying attention to him. Moments later, Secretary Sun indeed entered with Wang Chu and the old man. To Yang Wei's astonishment, the old man and Wang Chu took their seats as representatives of Mu Yun Pharmaceuticals. Yang Wei was acutely aware of the theme and content of this conference. Everyone was to revolve around the representatives of Mu Yun Pharmaceuticals. Yet he could not fathom how Wang Chu had become one of them. This was intolerable for Yang Wei. For years ago, he could wield his power to toy with Wang Chu at will. However, now, as a representative of Mu Yun Group, Wang Chu was no longer within his reach. This must be a fabrication, undoubtedly a deception. Yang Wei continued to console himself. At this moment, Chen Qingshan spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the pillars of Haiqing. I am honored to introduce an esteemed guest, the founder of Mu Yun Pharmaceutical Group, Mr. Yun Zhengwo. All eyes turned towards the elder Yun, their expressions reflecting awe and admiration. Mr. Yun is a legendary figure in the business realm. 50 years ago, as the nation was in its infancy, grappling with numerous challenges and the populace suffering from ailments, he traversed the land seeking renowned physicians and established Mu Yun Pharmaceutical. After 5 decades of growth, Mu Yun Pharmaceutical has become the guardian of the health of the people across the land. Furthermore, since stepping back from the forefront of the industry a decade ago, Mr. Yun has seldom appeared in public, making today's encounter with this legendary predecessor all the more remarkable. Over 80% of those present were titans of industry, all well acquainted with Mr. Yun's illustrious achievements, their faces adorned with a hint of youthful admiration. As Chen Qingshan led the crowd, thunderous applause erupted, resonating for a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. Chen Qingshan continued, our collaboration with Mu Yun Pharmaceutical will initiate a theme event to revisit our revolutionary history, while also establishing a martyr's cemetery to honor our past and stay true to our original aspirations, thus fortifying our resolve to move forward. Chapter 55, the predecessor like many leaders. Chen Qingshan's opening remarks were rather dull, causing Wang Chu to feel drowsy. Finally, after 10 minutes, he concluded his speech, albeit with lingering enthusiasm. Next, it was time for Mr. Yun to address the audience. He took the microphone and succinctly articulated 2 points. The establishment of the Martyrs Cemetery is a personal aspiration of mine, and I am genuinely delighted to receive the support of the Haiqing government. In the future, Muyun Pharmaceutical will consider deeper cooperation with Haiqing. The chief coordinator of this Martyrs Cemetery project is this young man beside me, my granddaughter's husband, Wang Chu. After delivering these two statements, Mr. Yun stood resolute. Like an ancient pine on Mount Huangshan, Wang Chu, the son-in-law of Muyun Group, Yang Wei was utterly astounded. This country bumpkin had suddenly ascended to become the son-in-law of a prestigious family. The disparity was enough to send Yang Wei into a frenzy. The other entrepreneurs were equally taken aback. While news about Muyun Group was abundant, information about the Yun family was scarce due to their discreet nature in the industry. Many were unaware of who the Yun family's little princess was, let alone Wang Chu as the son-in-law. However, since Mr. Yun had chosen to present Wang Chu to the audience, it was evident he intended to cultivate this son-in-law's potential. If one could forge a good relationship with Wang Chu, wouldn't he that provide access to the grand vessel that is Muyun Group? Among the Haiqing business magnates, perhaps the one with the most complex emotions was Zhao Guangyao. Being a devoted father, he was acutely aware that his daughter harbored feelings for Wang Chu. After careful observation, he also recognized that Wang Chu was a young man compatible with his daughter's temperament. He had initially believed that with his daughter's beauty and the Zhao family's influence, a romantic relationship between them could blossom. However, he now thought, never mind, I should prepare my daughter for this when we return. Fortunately, their interactions have been limited, so she shouldn't fall too deeply, should she? Although the theme event to revisit revolutionary history was officially organized by the Haiqing government, the true orchestrator was Muyun Pharmaceutical, with the intention of encouraging participation from various sectors of Haiqing. Such opportunities for mutual benefit were rare. However, the only source of trepidation among the enterprises was that the list of collaborators was predominantly dictated by Muyun Group. After all, for Haiqing, as long as there were enough local enterprises involved, the specifics of participation mattered little. When the meeting reached a break, Wang Chu was instantly surrounded by numerous local magnates. Mr. Wang, here is my business card. I am the owner of Tiantong Construction Group in Haiqing. I hope to befriend you. Mr. Wang, I represent Feiyun Technology, and we aspire to contribute to the spiritual civilization of Haiqing, just like Muyun Group. Mr. Wang, I am the head of Dake Film and Television Company. Their enthusiastic smiles made Wang Chu reflect on the truth that power begets status, and status begets admiration. Yet, he understood that this position and influence were not his own, but rather bestowed upon him by Muyun Group and Mr. Yun. Thus, he remained humble, greeting each of the approaching dignitaries with graciousness. Soon, Wang Chu noticed Yang Wei in the distance. His countenance darkened. His expression shifted, and he turned to those around him, saying, "Excuse me, I have an acquaintance to greet." Navigating through the crowd, Wang Chu approached Yang Wei with a teasing smile. "Young Master Yang, we meet again." Yang Wei glanced at Wang Chu. His lips moved, but no words emerged, his expression growing increasingly grim. "You little rascal, Mr. Wang is speaking to you. Why the silence?" Yang Wei's father, Yang Wensi, smacked his son on the forehead, his tone mingled with disappointment. "Mr. Wang, do you know my son?" In Yang Wensi's eyes, Wang Chu was an equal. Despite Wang Chu being of similar age to Yang Wei, he responded with a light chuckle. "Indeed, I met Yang Wei 4 years ago, and we had our share of close exchanges. In a sense, I could be considered a predecessor to him." Yang Wensi's face brightened with joy. "So, Wang Chu has a good rapport with my son." He had always disapproved of his son's friendships with dubious characters, but now he was pleasantly surprised by this turn of events. "You little rascal, why haven't you greeted Mr. Wang yet?" Seeing his son remain silent, Yang Wensi swatted him again. Yang Wei's face twisted in frustration. He felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, as if this was the first time in his life he had felt so constrained. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly tell his father that his acquaintance with Wang Chu stemmed from an incident involving a romantic rivalry. "Uncle Yang, let it be. It's been a while since I've seen Yang Wei. It's only natural we feel a bit distant. After all, my current status is vastly different from before." Wang Chu smiled gently. "By the way, Uncle Yang, what are your thoughts on this event to revisit our revolutionary history?" Yang Wensi sighed. "I am in the clothing business. While I would love to contribute to Haiqing, it's complicated." Wang Chu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Since Uncle Yang is in the fashion industry, you should be eager to participate." Yang Wensi furrowed his brow slightly. "What do you mean by that?" "The event to revisit revolutionary history will surely entail producing a series of promotional videos, and the costumes featured will need to be custom-made. Wouldn't that be an opportunity for you, Uncle Yang?" At Wang Chu's suggestion, Yang Wensi's eyes lit up. Indeed, at first, he harbored some trepidation, uncertain as to how he could engage in the realm of architecture or film, given his lack of experience in these sectors. Yet, Mr. Wang, you have truly awakened him from his slumber with your insightful words. Our angel apparel shall certainly rely on your steadfast support. A smile illuminated Wang Chu's face. Uncle Yang, rest assured, I shall extend my care towards our angel apparel, considering my respect for Yang Wei. Once Wang Chu departed, an uncontainable smile spread across Yang Wenxi's face. How had he not contemplated this earlier? If the promotional video for the event commemorating our red history could showcase Angel Apparel's garments, it would not only enhance the brand's visibility, but also enrich its significance. More importantly, it could potentially attract government policy support and forge a connection with Muyun Pharmaceuticals, truly a multifaceted gain. Yang Wei, I had previously criticized your choice of friends, yet it seems my foresight was lacking. Wang Chu is indeed a remarkable individual. Listening to his father's effusive praise for Wang Chu felt like a series of slaps against Yang Wei's face. Chapter 56. Do not pretend the meeting continued to unfold, swiftly consuming the morning hours. By the latter part of the session, Elder Yin had retreated to the backstage for a respite, and Chen Qingshan accompanied him, leaving Wang Chu as the sole focal point of the gathering. Wang Chu, this exchange meeting primarily aims to familiarize some of our local business figures in Haiqing with you, whispered Secretary Sun in Wang Chu's ear. Although this event was initiated by Elder Yuan, I still hope to see numerous local enterprises participating. Wang Chu nodded. Secretary Sun, I understand, and I know how to proceed. Secretary Sun smiled, appreciating Wang Chu's local roots, as it indicated a vested interest in Haiqing's affairs. Our government aims to ensure a fair and just bidding process allowing quality enterprises to participate, he continued. I initially hoped Elder Yuan could lead the review committee, but considering his age, I did not wish to impose on him. Hence, Wang Chu, I hope you will take on this responsibility. What do you think? A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Chu's face. The authority over the review's fate was being entrusted to him. Accepting such a significant responsibility was an honor he could not decline. A smile graced his features as he realized this was an invaluable opportunity. Moreover, leading the review committee would make it much easier to manage Yang Wei. All right, I shall announce this news to everyone shortly and distribute the government documents. Secretary Sun nodded in agreement. As the meeting concluded, when Secretary Sun announced Wang Chu's appointment as the head of the review committee, the entrepreneurs of Haiqing raised no objections. Although Wang Chu was merely a young lad, he was the grandson-in-law of Elder Yuan, a fact that commanded respect. However, Yang Wei felt a pang of discomfort. He could hardly bear to reveal the truth to his father. Clearly, his father, under Wang Chu's influence, had developed substantial expectations for this event. The thought of his father investing great effort only to discover the truth later was unbearable. What a detestable Wang Chu. How had he managed to become Elder Yun's grandson-in-law? How had he managed to align himself with the formidable Muyun Pharmaceuticals? Ugh, a man living off others. How shameless. After the meeting, Chen Qingshan had intended to invite Elder Yun to lunch, but Elder Yun declined. Old son, why does the name Wang Chu sound so familiar? After Elder Yun departed with Wang Chu, Chen Qingshan furrowed his brow. Secretary Sun nodded. I found it familiar as well. Upon the meeting's conclusion, I realized that Wang Chu is the hero from the recent car accident. A look of realization dawned on Chen Qingshan's face. No wonder his name rings a bell. I recall someone from the city committee suggesting he be recognized as an exemplary figure, correct? We must expedite this matter. We ought to encourage such acts of bravery and selflessness. Secretary Sun understood the unspoken message. At that moment, at the Windmill Kindergarten, it was lunchtime. Yaya did not queue for the cafeteria, but instead retrieved her lunchbox. Yaya, did you bring your own lunch today? Teacher Yu approached with curiosity. Yaya proudly lifted her chin. Yes, my daddy made this especially for me, and it's delicious. Teacher Yu nodded slightly. She had discussed Yaya's picky eating habits with her father yesterday, and it was evident he had taken special care in preparing her meals. As Yaya opened her lunchbox, the excellent insulation kept the crystal dumplings and colorful beef tenderloin warm, releasing a delightful aroma. Wow, Yaya, your dumplings look beautiful. May I have one? A nearby boy gazed hungrily at the shimmering crystal dumplings, unable to resist swallowing hard. They were simply too stunning. Yaya quickly shielded her lunchbox with both hands. Her expression wary. No, Chuzi Xuan, these are specially made by my daddy. You snatched my toy this morning, so I want tea share. Yaya, we are best friends. Can't you give me just one? The boy, having been thwarted, was met with the pleading gaze of a cute girl who looked at Yaya with big eyes. Yaya hesitated, glancing between her lunchbox and her best friend. Her little mind raced, weighing the decision between the delicious food her daddy had prepared and the companionship of her friend. Ultimately, she made a difficult choice. Daddy made me 10 dumplings. But I only have one best friend, so Xiaoxian, you are my best friend, and I will give you one. But just one. Yaya raised her index finger decisively. Xiaoxian beamed with joy. As she bit into the dumpling, her eyes widened in astonishment. Yaya, your daddy's dumplings are truly amazing. I've never tasted anything so delicious. Despite the dumpling being filled with various vegetables, their flavors intertwined perfectly, tantalizing her palate and enveloping her mouth in a fragrant embrace. Yaya beamed with happiness. Her daddy-esque culinary skills had earned the admiration of her best friend, which brought her even greater joy than mere praise. Witnessing Xiaoshuan's delight, the surrounding children became increasingly interested in Yaya's dumplings. Teacher Yu quickly interjected, "Children, please line up. Our lunch today is also quite delicious and plentiful. I want dumplings. I want dumplings too. I want Yaya's dumplings. Yaya, I'll be your best friend from now on. Can I have a dumpling?" Teacher Yu nearly wept. Were the dumplings truly that delectable? Yu Haven't even tasted them. Why is everyone so fixated on dumplings? Children, I will have the kitchen prepared dumplings for you right away, all right? But first, let us enjoy our meal properly, shall we? Under the promise of Teacher Xiaoyu, the children gradually calmed down. The sumptuous meals prepared by the cafeteria, once tantalizing, now seemed unappealing as they awaited the steamed buns. Only Yaya was relishing both the buns and beef strips. Wow, the buns my dad makes are truly delicious. And oh, the dishes he prepares are equally delightful. My dad is the best. Teacher Xiaoyu cast a glance at the boastful Yaya, wishing to impart a piece of advice. Do not be arrogant. Arrogance invites calamity. Chapter 57. I disagree, grandfather. Where are we headed? After exiting the municipal government, Elder Yun mentioned taking Wang Chu to a splendid place, yet unexpectedly. The vehicle veered out of the city, heading towards the suburbs. This is Shuangshi town, a place where I once fought valiantly. Elder Yun's eyes brimmed with nostalgia and sorrow. It was here that nearly all my comrades perished. Wang Chu's heart trembled, although Elder Yun appeared nonchalant. His heart must be tumultuous. I shall introduce you to a comrade from my past. Today, we shall pay him a visit. Soon, they arrived at Shuangshi town, stopping once again in front of the previous farmhouse. Old Yun, regarding that matter you mentioned earlier, I still think it would be best to drop it, Yang Lao remarked as he came out upon seeing Elder Yun. Elder Yun waved his hand dismissively. Today, I am here to indulge in a feast. You must treat me to fine food and drink, and we shall discuss everything after I have satisfied my hunger. Yang Lao retorted, you, a billionaire tycoon, shamelessly coming here to mooch off me. Elder Yun swiftly countered, what do you mean by tycoon? Everything I do is for the health and lives of the people of our nation. Enough chatter. I intend to feast today. Wait here while I go gather vegetables. Despite the banter, Yang Lao picked up a basket and headed towards the vegetable garden. Wang Chu quickly approached. Young grandfather, why don't you take a break with my grandfather? I'll handle this. You? Are you capable? City folks typically can't manage this. Wang Chu smiled. Young grandfather, you underestimate me. I spent my childhood in vegetable gardens and have done my fair share of farm work. Allow me to show you my culinary skills today. What do you say? Very well, I entrust this to you. Yang Lao handed the basket to Wang Chu and returned to Elder Yun's side. Observing Wang Chu's swift movements in the garden, Yang Lao shot a glance at Elder Yun. Are you not going to tell me who this young man is? He is my grandson, Elder Yun replied casually. What a joke. Yang Lao scoffed. You could produce such a handsome and considerate grandson? Elder Yun's eyes widened. What of it? He is indeed my grandson and son-in-law. He counts as half a grandson. Your son-in-law is far more dashing than you were in your youth. Nonsense. Back in the day, I was the most charming among all. I received the most cloth shoes. Elder Yun boasted. I couldn't wear them all, so I gave you 2 pairs. Have you forgotten? Yang Lao's expression darkened. How was I to know about this? I say, old big head, you must speak with integrity. You cannot wear them and deny it. Elder Yun grew irate. While the two exchanged banter, Wang Chu had quietly entered the kitchen with the vegetable basket. Yang Lao's kitchen was quite rudimentary, with a single large pot being the most striking feature. It seemed a rustic meal was on the horizon. Dishes prepared over a wood fire always tasted superior to those made with gas, as the even heat of the wood pot allows for better cooking, while the burning wood imparts a subtle fragrance to the food. The resultant dishes are more aromatic and flavorful. Since Wang Chu possessed culinary skills akin to a master chef, cooking was no challenge for him. However, considering the advanced age of the 2 elders, he opted to prepare a simple mushroom and wild vegetable porridge, along with stir-fried pork with green beans, garlic eggplant, tofu soup, and sautéed bok choy. As the fragrant dishes were served at the table, both elders' eyes widened in astonishment. Young Wang, your culinary skills are quite impressive, Yang Lao remarked, a hint of surprise in his gaze. As a solitary elder, he usually settled for haphazard meals. Rarely did he enjoy such a variety unless his children visited. Please forgive my simplicity, young grandfather. Do sample the culinary creations of your younger generation. Wang Chu smiled. Yang Lao picked up his chopsticks, eager to taste, but was halted by Elder Yun. Only dishes? You're being too stingy. Where's the wine? I've given it up. Nonsense. I had some last time. That was secretly stashed. My daughter insists I quit drinking. Do you know the risks I face to hide a bottle? Elder Yun looked at him with disdain. A man who doesn't drink, is he even a man? Old big head, how did I never see you were this cowardly? No wine, huh? Good thing I brought my own. Elder Yun chuckled. Wang Chu, fetch that bottle of Mao Dai from the trunk. I believe I also have some braised chicken and sauced bones. Bring those two for my drink. Wang Chu nodded. Before long, Wang Chu returned with the Mao Dai, along with the 2 platters of delicacies. The aroma of the meat and wine wafted through the air, causing Yang Lao's throat to twitch. Old Yun, pour me a drink. Oh no, isn't someone trying to quit drinking? Elder Yun lifted his glass, savoring the fragrance of the wine. Seeing Elder Yun's demeanor, Yang Lao felt even more tempted. Forget quitting. Hurry, pour me a glass. At Elder Yun's suggestion, Wang Chu poured Yang Lao another drink. Slurp. Yang Lao's eyebrows seemed to dance with joy. What a fine wine, truly exceptional. Wang Chu interjected, Grandfathers, let us not just drink. Let us enjoy the food. After sampling each dish, Yang Lao's face displayed astonishment. These dishes are exceptionally delicious. In this day and age, young people who can cook like this are rare. Elder Yun beamed with pride. Though the praise was directed at Wang Chu, it filled him with greater joy than if it were directed at himself. After a few rounds of wine, the 2 elders felt slightly tipsy. Elder Yun seized the opportunity to say, Old Yang, you've spent a lifetime guarding the memory of your comrades. It hasn't been easy. Why not come to Beijing with me? I'll leave everything here to Wang Chu. We need not worry about the rest. Yang Lao fell silent, and after a moment, replied, Old Yun, I understand your intent, but I still oppose this matter. Elder Yun slammed the table. This is a good thing. Why would you oppose it? What a lofty stance you take. Wang Chu blinked, confused. What is happening? Just moments ago, everything was fine. Why are these 2 old fellows suddenly at odds? Old Yun, tell me, why did we risk our lives back then? Was it not for the future of our country, for our descendants to have a good life? Now that these aspirations have been realized, as the nation thrives and the people stand tall, why must we establish a martyr's cemetery? I, for one, vehemently disagree. Chapter 58 Persuasion. A hint of bewilderment flickered in Wang Chu's eyes. Why would anyone oppose the construction of a martyr's cemetery? A place where the sacrifices of nameless heroes could be immortalized? It eluded Wang Chu's understanding. Surely, a person who would stand vigil over the graves of comrades and erect memorials harbored no ill intentions. Suddenly, Wang Chu felt a nudge. He brushed it off at first, but the second nudge was more forceful. Confounded, Wang Chu glanced around, realizing there were only 3 individuals present. Surely, it could not be Old Yang attempting to gain his attention. A glance at Old Yun revealed him to be as steadfast as a meditative monk, unmoving. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon Wang Chu. No wonder Old Yun had brought him to meet Old Yang. The crux of the matter lay here. It was evident that Old Yang disapproved of the idea of constructing a martyr's cemetery. Thus, the task of persuading him fell squarely upon Wang Chu's shoulders. He felt somewhat exasperated. Why could they not communicate their intentions more directly? Thankfully, his quick wit spared him from misreading Old Yun's temperament. Ahem, Grandpa Yang, he began. I must admit I find myself perplexed. The establishment of a martyr's cemetery would be a profoundly meaningful endeavor for the valiant soldiers of the death-defying company. Surely, you wish for more people to remember and honor their sacrifices. Old Yang waved his hand dismissively. Honor? One cannot dwell perpetually in the past. Moreover, how many martyrs' cemeteries exist across the nation? They are merely superficial projects. As long as we live well and find joy in our daily lives. With foreign powers too intimidated to bully us, I believe both I and my fallen comrades find contentment in that. He sighed, a hint of bitterness creeping into his voice. In the face of the devastating national calamities we endured, how many brave souls have shed blood beneath this very soil? Countless warriors have laid down their lives in battles like ours. Millions have perished. It would be utterly unreasonable to establish a cemetery solely for our 100-odd comrades. If I were to pass on, my company commander and instructor would surely scold me. As he spoke, a shadow of nostalgia crossed Old Yang's face. Furthermore, to establish a martyr's cemetery would necessitate the relocation of graves. I do not wish to disturb them any further. Wang Chu fell silent, grasping the essence of Old Yang's sentiments. Yet, the establishment of the martyr's cemetery was not only a significant initiative for the Haiqing government, but also Old Yun's greatest aspiration in his twilight years. Wang Chu was determined to assist Old Yun in fulfilling this dream. After all, Old Yun was his most formidable ally. If he wished to win over the heart of his beloved and conquer her father, the support of Grandfather Yun was indispensable. Grandpa Yang, I believe we must adopt a dual perspective on this matter. Wang Chu asserted earnestly. Do you realize why Grandfather Yun is so keen on establishing the martyr's cemetery? Do you genuinely think he is merely seeking to assuage his regrets? Isn't that the case? Old Yang cast a skeptical glance at Old Yun. I know him well. He was flamboyant in his youth and has only become more so with age. Surely, He desires to construct a martyr's cemetery to flaunt to his fallen comrades in the afterlife. Wang Chu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at old Yang's peculiar perspective. Yet, observing old Yun's slightly awkward demeanor, perhaps there was some truth to it? In truth, Wang Chu hesitated before continuing. An increasing number of people are forgetting that chapter of history. Some even criticize our own nation, blindly idolizing foreign ideals, while others seek to absolve the war criminals of their past transgressions. What? Such things exist? Old Yang slammed his palm on the table, his previously murky eyes widening in disbelief. Wang Chu nodded solemnly. Indeed, there exists a faction within society that, while not dominant, prides themselves on being unconventional, continuously eroding the understanding of our youth. It is precisely due to such circumstances that Grandfather Yun has resolved to establish the Martyrs' Cemetery, a means to revisit the red history. Old Yun coughed lightly. Indeed, that's precisely it. You, Old Yang, are truly underestimating my character. How could I possibly be the person you describe? Wang Chu produced his phone, searching for relevant news articles, and began reading aloud to Old Yang. Before he could finish, Old Yang was already fuming. Grandpa Yang, I believe our new generation bears the responsibility to revisit history and appreciate the sacrifices made by our forebears. Only then can we truly cherish our current lives. To forget history is to betray it. What say you? After listening to Wang Chu's impassioned plea, Old Yang fell silent for a moment, finally exhaling deeply. Very well. If that is the case, I shall not oppose it any longer. After all, the funds come from you, Old Yun. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared on Old Yun's face. It seemed that calling Wang Chu over had indeed served its purpose. After their meal, Wang Chu expressed a desire to visit the cemetery of the death-defying company on the mountain. Old Yang initially intended to accompany him, but Wang Chu politely declined. Grandpa Yang, I can manage on my own. You and Grandfather Yun should rest. Wang Chu smiled. Surely, there are no wolves lurking about? Do not underestimate this mountain. Decades ago, there were indeed quite a few wolves roaming its heights, but after several government-led extermination efforts, they vanished. Still, do not take this lightly. Wang Chu chuckled. I understand. I shall not venture too deeply. Let Wang Chu go alone. Old Yang, Old Yun interjected. In our youth, we bore the weight of our heads on our shoulders and traversed through the most perilous terrains. What mountains and snowfields have we not crossed? With that, Old Yun turned to Wang Chu. This is Yimang Mountain, and it can be quite treacherous. Just visit and return promptly, understood? Yes, grandfather, I understand. However, under Old Yang's insistence, Wang Chu still took a machete with him as he ascended the mountain. Yimang Mountain was the largest in the vicinity of Haiqing, cloaked in dense foliage. Previous developers had sought to transform it into a resort, but it was later designated as a wildlife conservation area, dissuading numerous potential investors. Consequently, Yimang Mountain had evolved into a veritable haven for adventurers. Every year, countless outdoor enthusiasts ventured into its embrace, though many became lost within its confines. To address this, the city government had organized a specialized rescue unit known as the Hummingbird Rescue Team, specifically for those who trespassed into the wilderness. These were the details Wang Chu uncovered before embarking on his ascent. As for the beasts, he found no news to suggest their presence. Just as Wang Chu entered the mountain, on the opposite side of Yimang Mountain, a small team of 5 adventurers was struggling their way up. Unbeknownst to them, a furry little head peeked out from their backpack. Chapter 59, There Really Are Wolves. Qingwen, hurry up and stuff it back in. What if it escapes? One girl urged. But if we keep it confined, it will be very uncomfortable. The girl named Qingwen replied softly. Why not just release it? Are you joking? Are you suggesting we go back? We finally found it. We can't possibly let it go. A boy chuckled. And look how adorable it is. Qingwen glanced at the creature and sighed. It indeed looked quite cute, its fluffy form and wide, innocent eyes captivating her. Yet it was a wolf cub. Qingwen never anticipated that her classmates would possess such audacity, knowingly bringing along a wolf cub. The group of 5, comprised of 3 males and 2 females, were all students from Haiqing University. Their shared passion for sports, coupled with the allure of the breathtaking scenery of Yema Mountain, prompted them to seize the opportunity to embark on an adventure during their free time. In truth, only the leader of the group, a young man named Zhou Ji, had any experience in wilderness survival, thus the others merely followed in his footsteps. It was he who had discovered the little wolf cub. Qingwen felt a twinge of fear. It is often said that wolves are ferocious creatures. What if the wolf mother were to come after them upon discovering her cub had been taken? Zhou Ji provided a reassuring explanation to her concern. Fear not. This is Yema Mountain, where wolves have not roamed for decades. Furthermore, we are on the outskirts, near human habitation, so large wild beasts are unlikely to be present. Otherwise, the government would have intervened long ago. This wolf cub might very well be abandoned. If there were a pack of wolves, it is improbable that only one cub would be found, wouldn't you agree? The other four, lacking knowledge on the matter, gradually felt at ease after hearing Zhou Ji's confident assertions. Once we crest that small hill ahead and follow the path downwards, we shall descend the mountain, Zhou Ji declared with conviction after glancing at the map of Yima Mountain. His words brought a collective sigh of relief from the group. Although the thrill of an outdoor excursion brings about a unique sensation, the initial excitement had worn off, and fatigue was beginning to set in. After all, they were merely naive college students. Were it not for Zhou Ji's leadership, the others likely would have lost their way in Yima Mountain long ago. However, after laboriously making their way up the slope and over a small hill, they were confronted by an unsettling sight: a graveyard. Numerous mounds appeared before them, at least dozens in total. The three girls gasped in unison, unable to suppress their shock. The expressions of the two boys also revealed a hint of unease. In the desolate wilderness, the sudden emergence of so many graves would send chills down anyone's spine. Thankfully, it was daytime, with the sun high in the sky. Had they encountered this scene at night, they might have collapsed in fear. This place is eerie. Could we be encountering ghosts? One girl asked cautiously. Yes, indeed. I've seen movies where such occurrences lead to calamity. What should we do? I haven't even had the chance to fall in love yet, lamented another girl, her face clouded with despair. At that moment, Zhou Ji took a deep breath. Everyone, do not be afraid. This appears to be a cemetery. I have heard that in rural areas, many people, after losing an elder, seek a favorable location in the mountains to bury them. I believe this is one of those places. Really? The other four looked at Zhou Ji with curiosity. He swallowed hard and continued, that should be the case. However, this is also good news, indicating that we are nearing our descent. Just then, a rustling sound came from ahead, as if something was about to emerge. Instantly, the five held their breath, their faces grave with concern. Soon, a young man, appearing to be a few years their senior, stepped out from the opposite side. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a magical glow upon him, as though he had stepped out of a fairy tale. So handsome, one girl exclaimed. Oh my, I'm smitten. Another girl swooned at the sight, prompting a hint of jealousy from one of the boys. What's the matter? Are you no longer afraid he might be a ghost? He teased. Why fear? Even if he were a ghost, he would be a handsome one. Zhou Ji interjected. Slightly exasperated, keep your voices down. We wouldn't want to alert him. This young man was Wang Chu, who had indeed located the gravesite as per Grandpa Yang's directions. However, upon his arrival, he had heard faint voices emanating from the graveyard, startling him. Voices in the cemetery? Who's there? Show yourself. Wang Chu gripped his machete tightly, calling out. The voices immediately ceased. Moments later, 5 youthful figures emerged from the other side. Backpackers? Wang Chu thought to himself. He had unexpectedly encountered the fabled adventurers. Though these ones appeared rather young, barely in their 20s. Who are you? What brings you here? Wang Chu inquired in a low voice. Hello, big brother. We are students from Haicheng University, here for a visit. Zhou Ji stepped forward with a friendly smile. Do you know where we are? Right below is Shuangshi Town. You university students certainly have quite the nerve, Wang Chu remarked, surveying them. Aren't you afraid of encountering wild beasts? Zhou Ji chuckled awkwardly. What kind of wild beasts could there be? We Haven-T ventured into the depths of Yima Mountain. At that moment, Qingwen spoke up, Big brother. What is the story behind these graves? These. Wang Chu glanced at the nearby tombstone erected in memory of the brave souls who had perished for their country, and replied softly. These are the graves of martyrs from years past. Martyrs' graves? The 5 were taken aback, realizing that they were standing among the resting places of heroes from half a century ago. The ominous cloud that had hung over them dissipated in an instant. Wang Chu gently brushed his fingers over the worn inscriptions on the gravestones, his heart heavy with contemplation. Would anyone remember these individuals a century from now? After Grandpa Yang had passed, they would likely fade into the annals of history, forgotten, though they may never have sought eternal fame. It was only right that future generations honor their sacrifices. Wang Chu bowed deeply toward the graves. Moved by Wang Chu's display of respect, the 5 university students followed suit. Suddenly, Wang Chu's ears perked up. Do you have any other companions with you? Zhou Ji hesitated. No, we don't. Then what was that sound over there? He asked. Just then, several pairs of glistening green eyes emerged from the underbrush. They had encountered wolves. Wolves. Those are wolves. A look of terror spread across one girl's face as she screamed. 4 furry wolves emerged from the thicket, surrounding the 6 individuals, their eyes glinting with ferocity and rage. Wang Chu gasped sharply. Did we not consult the calendar before our outing? Grandpa Yang had assured me that there were hardly any wolves around here. Where did these 4 come from? Everyone, do not run. If we incite their aggression, we are finished. Zhou Ji managed to maintain a semblance of composure, his voice trembling. Yet the other 4, including the boy, were paralyzed by fear. After all, these were wolves, men-eating wolves. Having grown up in the city, They had only ever encountered wolves confined to zoos or those tamed by humans. When had they ever witnessed such savage wild wolves? This is all your fault, Zhou. They must be here for the wolf cub. One girl shrieked. Wolf cub? Wang Chu's expression shifted at the mention of those two words. Did you disturb a wolf den? Zhou's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. On our way, we encountered a beautiful little wolf, and I thought to bring it back to raise. Wang Chu was somewhat speechless. Did he really think a wolf cub could be casually taken away? Wolves are among the creatures in this world with the strongest sense of territoriality. If you take a wolf cub, it's only natural for them to come looking for it. However, it seemed that an ordinary person could hardly afford to raise a wolf, indicating that this young man hailed from an affluent background. But now was not the time for such considerations. Wang Chu extended his hand. What are you waiting for? Quickly return the wolf cub, or they will surely launch an attack on us. At that moment, one of the wolves suddenly lunged at Qingwen. For the wolf cub was nestled in the backpack right behind her. Qingwen was taken aback, her lovely face filled with terror. Panic consumed her mind with one thought. It's over. I'm going to die. The surrounding companions were equally paralyzed with fear, unable to even consider a rescue. After all, they were wolves. Who would dare to save someone from a wolf's jaws, risking their own lives? Just as the wolf was about to pounce on Qingwen, Wang Chu dashed forward, landing a punch squarely on the wolf's forehead. With a thud, the wolf was knocked to the ground. Wang Chu positioned himself in front of Qingwen and called out to the others. Come quickly, retreat down the mountain behind me. I will hold them off. This was not an act of heroism on Wang Chu's part. He had faith in his current abilities. Moreover, he wielded a machete. And there were only 4 wolves before him. He could maneuver either way with ease. The 5 students exchanged surprised glances at Wang Chu, astonished that this chance acquaintance would fight for their survival at such a critical juncture. However, Zhou hesitated, but the boy beside him pulled him back to safety. Soon, the others heeded Wang Chu's words, fleeing chaotically down the mountain. Seeing the others escape, the wolf pack grew restless, eager to bypass Wang Chu to pursue them. Yet instinct warned them that the figure blocking their path was a formidable and perilous opponent. Wang Chu took a deep breath, gripping his machete. If he could hold them off for a while, the 5 students might reach safety. Just then, a soft voice called from behind him. Big brother. Wang Chu turned abruptly. Why haven't you left? Qingwen bit her lip. I came back to give you this. She handed him the backpack, which contained the very wolf cub they had taken. The cub, sensing its parents nearby, emitted a whimper, visibly anxious. Wang Chu accepted the backpack, exhaling in relief. With the wolf cub in hand, the wolves would at least retain some semblance of rationality. Why aren't you leaving? Wang Chu asked, surprised to see Qingwen still there. This is dangerous. Qingwen bit her lip. What about you? It's dangerous here. You won't be in peril, will you? Wang Chu smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll be fine. In that moment, the wolves caught the scent of the cub and became agitated. A howl erupted from one of them, as though summoning something. Wang Chu's eyes narrowed, sensing that something was amiss. A rustling sound came from the underbrush, followed by the emergence of a massive alpha wolf, with many more glowing green eyes joining the fray. Wang Chu's heart sank. Had he unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest? He had initially thought there were only 4 wolves, but it was clear now that over a dozen had appeared. He hastily opened the backpack and retrieved the little cub. I have returned your child. Let us part ways amicably, without conflict, Wang Chu declared to the alpha wolf, placing the cub on the ground. The little wolf limped towards the alpha, who glared fiercely at Wang Chu, wary of any harm coming to its young. Finally, the cub reached the alpha, who softened its gaze and began to lick the cub's fur affectionately. Wang Chu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Do you still have the strength to run? He turned to Qingwen, only to find her face pale. I can't move. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears. Wang Chu sighed. It was a feat that the young girl hadn't broken down in tears at the sight of so many wolves. It's all right, I'm here. He patted her shoulder and gently said, hold my hand, and I will lead you to safety. Qingwen looked up at Wang Chu, and in the sunlight, he appeared to her like a valiant warrior clad in vibrant colors. In that moment, her heart found calm amidst the turmoil. Okay, she nodded, reaching out her small hand to grasp Wang Chu's clothing tightly. Wang Chu felt a sense of relief. It was not that he wished to be a hero, but at that moment, he could not abandon this girl to flee alone. Apart from the emotional turmoil he would face, Grandfather Yun would never forgive him if he found out. Now, he could only pray that the alpha wolf would lead its pack away. Otherwise, he had no means to confront this multitude of wolves. After licking the cub, the alpha wolf raised its head, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. A woo, a woo. With the alpha's low growl, the entire pack began to move, not away, but rather towards Wang Chu. Clearly, they had no intention of letting him go. They sought to make humans pay for their actions. Chapter 61. Lost in the wilderness, Wang Chu felt a bitter pang in his heart. It was evident that these wolves dwelling deep within the mountains, held no reverence for humans. On the contrary, he could clearly see anger reflected in their eyes. Run. Wang Chu grasped Qingwen's hand, identifying a gap and swiftly retreating. The alpha wolf let out a low growl, and the other wolves surged forward towards Wang Chu and Qingwen. It was over, this time. It was truly the end. Fear and despair clouded Qingwen's eyes. With so many wolves charging at them, how could they possibly escape? Furthermore, this forest was the wolves' territory. How could they outrun them? Big brother, you should run on your own. You can't escape with me. Qingwen bit her lip, expressing her dread. Wang Chu chuckled. A mere pack of wolves? What do they amount to? I promise to take you back, and I shall fulfill that promise. No more arguing. Just then, the closest wolf lunged toward them. Qingwen's eyes widened in terror. But at that moment, Wang Chu swung his machete with precision. The sharp blade sliced through the wolf's body with devastating force. The wolf emitted a heart-wrenching scream as its flesh was torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. In pain, the wolf howled on the ground, its gaze towards Wang Chu now filled with a mix of fear and trepidation. Wang Chu, endowed with extraordinary strength, wielded his sharp machete with confidence, believing he could take down the wolves one by one, provided they did not swarm him. However, while his display of prowess initially intimidated the pack, it simultaneously incited their ferocity. With a low growl, the lead wolf signaled the others to slow their pace, preparing to encircle Wang Chu from all directions. Should they succeed in surrounding him, his fate would be sealed. Run. We must not allow them to encircle us. Wang Chu urged Qingwen. Yet, being merely a girl and already fatigued from a morning spent in the wilds of Yema Mountain, Qingwen struggled to keep up, nearly stumbling as Wang Chu dragged her along. As the wolves closed in behind them, Wang Chu disregarded the distinction between genders. Pardon me, he exclaimed, hoisting Qingwen onto his left arm and sprinting through the underbrush. Though she weighed nearly 100 pounds, it was a trifling burden for him. In fact, carrying Qingwen only increased Wang Chu's speed. The lead wolf let out another growl, urging the remaining wolves to quicken their pace. Yet, to their astonishment, the distance between them and their prey only widened. Who is truly the master of the jungle here? Who is the real beast? The lead wolf, bewildered, realized that this two-legged creature was remarkably swift. However, wolves are renowned for their patience. As long as their quarry remained within the forest, they would pursue relentlessly. The moment Wang Chu and Qingwen exhausted themselves would be when the wolves launched their full assault. Wolves, after all, are among the most patient hunters in the world. With Qingwen in tow, Wang Chu darted through the foliage, resembling a live leopard. They ran for over 20 minutes before the wolves vanished from sight, prompting Wang Chu to finally halt. We are safe, for the moment. He exhaled, murmuring to himself. Big brother, could you please put me down? Qingwen, her cheeks flushed, whispered. It was the first time in her life that she had been carried in such a shy manner by a male. She felt as though countless ants were crawling over her body, particularly since Wang Chu's left hand was inadvertently resting on her rear to prevent her from slipping. My apologies, Wang Chu said, slightly embarrassed as he set her down. The moment she was released, Qingwen covered her blushing face with her hands, her gaze falling to the ground, unable to meet Wang Chu's eyes. Wang Chu himself felt a tinge of awkwardness. After all, he was already committed to another. His earlier actions had indeed been indiscreet, albeit driven by necessity. Nevertheless, he soon cast aside such trivial concerns, scanning the towering trees around them, his expression pensive. Qingwen, whose heart raced, was unsure how to confront Wang Chu. After a moment of silence, she could no longer contain her curiosity and looked up. She saw Wang Chu scrutinizing their surroundings, his face etched with unspoken worries. Big brother, what are you looking for? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Wang Chu pointed towards the trees and said, Do you not find this place somewhat familiar? Qingwen followed his gesture and examined the area closely, shaking her head. Not really. It feels quite strange to me. Really? Take a good look. It should seem familiar, Wang Chu insisted. I don't recognize it at all. This is my first time at Yema Mountain, so I'm not familiar with the area. Qingwen hesitated before admitting. Wang Chu sighed, then spoke gravely. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Huh. Qingwen blinked in surprise. Good news? The good news is, we are currently safe and have evaded the wolves' pursuit. And the bad news? She queried. The bad news is, I am also new to Yema Mountain, which means we are lost. Meanwhile, Zhou Ji and the others, halfway down the mountain, realized Qingwen was missing, their faces turning pale with alarm. I saw her just a moment ago. She wouldn't have gone back, would she? That's madness, going back to face certain death. I think I heard her say she wanted to return the wolf cubs. Did she really go back? The group's expressions darkened. They were all classmates and acquaintances, and if they left Qingwen alone on the mountain, they could not bear the responsibility if anything happened to her. However, returning posed its own dangers, as wolves roamed the area. I believe our priority now is to find someone to ascend the mountain and rescue them. One male classmate suggested. With just us, we cannot possibly save Qingwen and that big brother. Yes, I agree. Isn't Shuangshi town just below? Let us go to Shuangshi town and call the police for help. Zhou Ji's face reflected a tumult of emotions. Yet, he ultimately sighed. Let us head down the mountain first and hope that big brother can keep Qingwen safe. Despite his words, a sense of despair loomed over them. Being targeted by wolves, merely surviving was already a challenge. How could they hope to save someone else? Yet, they could only console themselves with such thoughts. Soon, they descended the mountain and spotted the townsfolk of Shuangshi below. At that moment, Elder Yang and Elder Yun were resting under the large locust tree at the entrance. Upon seeing the four young individuals emerge from the mountain in disarray, Elder Yun waved his hand. Children, you look weary from your journey. Would you like some water? Finally, they had encountered other people. Two of the girls, unable to contain their emotions, burst into tears. The elderly gentlemen were taken aback. I thought I was quite amiable just now. Why is she crying? Elder Yang exclaimed. It must be your unattractive visage that scared her. Elder Yun retorted indignantly. This place is very dangerous. There are wolves on the mountain. Zhou Ji urgently informed the kind elderly man. I must quickly find the mayor of Shuangshi town to prepare for this situation. What? Both Elder Yun and Elder Yang were taken aback. Wolves on Yema Mountain? How can that be? There have been no signs of wolves for over a decade. If there are wolves, what about Wang Chu? A look of concern flashed in Elder Yun's eyes. Did you see a young man around 25 or 26 years old? Zhou Ji hesitated. We did encounter a brother wielding a machete. If it weren't for him, we would have likely been devoured by wolves by now. Wang Chu encountered wolves? Elder Yun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he grasped Zhou Ji's hand tightly. What on earth is happening? Zhou Ji was taken aback by the old man's strength. Yet, seeing his anxious expression, it was evident that he was related to Wang Chu. With a pang of guilt, Zhou Ji recounted the sequence of events to Elder Yun. Elder Yun released Zhou Ji's hand, his face now grave. Although he recognized Wang Chu's formidable skills, he was still facing four wolves. Elder gentleman, you should find somewhere safe to hide. I must report this to the authorities. My classmates are still on the mountain, Zhou Ji declared before racing off with the others towards the town government. Old Yang approached, his expression intricate. Old Yun. Do not fret excessively. Young Wang Chu possesses a fortuitous destiny. Old Yun's complexion regained some color. Wang Chu is remarkably capable, and with a machete in his grasp. A mere four wolves pose no threat to him. Yang glanced at his old companion with concern. Old Yun took a deep breath. Moreover, he has acted commendably. In such a perilous moment, he chose to protect the students. He is indeed worthy of being my granddaughter's husband. Old Yun. There is no signal deep within the Yimang Mountains. If Wang Chu is driven into the depths by the wolves, he will be in grave danger. We must hasten to rescue him. Yang's words ignited a sense of urgency in Old Yun. He pulled out his phone. You rascal, where are you now? Grandfather, I'm drinking with my comrades. What's the matter? Yun Qingyi responded, utterly bewildered. Why did the old man sound so irate? Who had offended him? What are you drinking for? Your brother-in-law is in danger of being devoured by wolves. If you don't reach Shuangshi town within half an hour, you might as well not come home this year. Old Yun proceeded to make several more calls. Instantly, panic swept across the entire Haiqing. Old Yun's son-in-law was beset by wolves in the Yimang Mountains. Missing? Uncertain of his fate? Soon, under Mayor Chen's orders, a massive search and rescue team from Haiqing surged towards the Yimang Mountains. Special police, helicopters, and wilderness rescue teams. If Old Yun's son-in-law perished in Haiqing, it would spell trouble. Lost. We can use navigation. Qingwen blinked, her eyes bright. Wang Chu rolled his eyes. You clever little thing. Check if your phone still works. Qingwen pulled out her phone only to realize with dismay that there was no signal. What do we do now? Qingwen panicked. In this desolate wilderness, if something goes amiss, we would be utterly helpless. Big brother, are we going to die here? Terror flashed across Qingwen's face. Wang Chu chuckled softly. Rest assured, we won't die. What a joke. He had just married and reunited with his daughter. How could he possibly perish here? He wanted to watch Yaya grow up. He still had to win over Yun Qingyao. However, given the current circumstances, he indeed lacked a viable plan. After all, Wang Chu had little experience in wilderness survival. He couldn't even distinguish the cardinal directions. This was quite problematic. System. I urgently require assistance. Wang Chu fervently called out to the system within his mind. Yet, the system remained unresponsive, inciting his ire. How could such a trivial system ignore its host's summons? It was utterly outrageous. Despite his frustration, Wang Chu noted his remaining 400 joy points and resolved to take a bold gamble. System, initiate a tenfold draw. Beep. The system is conducting the lottery. Wang Chu inhaled deeply, hoping this tenfold draw would yield something to alleviate his current predicament. Beep. Congratulations. You have received a packet of miraculous vegetable seeds. Miraculous vegetable seeds? What on earth were those? Miraculous vegetable seeds, capable of producing vegetables rich in various vitamins. A top-tier ingredient coveted by chefs, priced at 5 joy points in the marketplace. Rubbish. Wang Chu grimaced. This was utterly useless to him. Beep. Congratulations. You have acquired basic guitar playing skills, available for experience point purchase. Beep. Congratulations. You have acquired basic guitar playing skills, available for experience point purchase. Beep. Congratulations. You have obtained basic composition skills, available for experience point purchase. Beep. Congratulations. The system expresses gratitude. Thank you for your patronage. Wang Chu listened to the system's notifications, feeling numb. What on earth had he drawn in this tenfold lottery? Guitar skills? Composition skills? Was the system endeavoring to push him towards the entertainment industry? Fortunately, at the conclusion of the tenfold draw, Wang Chu did acquire one relatively useful item. Miraculous pointer. Can be used to locate what you desire most. A pointer? This seemed potentially advantageous. Wang Chu mused internally. He examined the pointer in his hand, which was the size of half a chicken egg and featured only a single needle, nothing more. Was this truly effective? Wang Chu harbored strong doubts. But given that it was a system product, it should be of high quality. Yun Qingyao. The image of Yun Qingyao materialized in Wang Chu's mind. As expected, the pointer began to spin, swiftly indicating a direction. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind, located 576 kilometers away. Holy smokes! Wang Chu's eyes widened. Yeah. Next. The visage of Yaya appeared in his mind. The pointer shifted direction once more, accompanied by the familiar voice, located 27 kilometers away. Hiss. Wang Chu inhaled sharply. This was undoubtedly an exceptional tool for locating someone. Yun Zhangwo, grandfather Yun. Soon, the pointer adjusted again, located 3 kilometers away. Wang Chu's heart steadied. With this device, navigating out of the Yimang Mountains would be a mere formality. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the image of the pack leader flashed in Wang Chu's mind. The pointer shifted again, located less than 300 meters away. In an instant, Wang Chu broke into a cold sweat. Less than 300 meters? Did that mean the wolves were closing in? Chapter 63, Viciously Assaulting the Alpha Wolf Run. Wang Chu grasped Qingwen's hand urgently. Qingwen froze for a moment. Big brother. What's wrong? Wolves are coming. Wang Chu could not elaborate further, offering only a brief explanation. Wolves are coming? Qingwen was momentarily stunned. Why were the wolves returning? They were relentless. Rustling sounds soon surrounded them, the unmistakable noise of foliage being disturbed, accompanied by a strong, repugnant stench carried by the wind. There was no time left. Wang Chu glanced at Qingwen. Can you climb trees? Qingwen's face flushed. I'm a girl. Whether I can or not, just hurry up. Wang Chu felt somewhat dissatisfied. Can you? Yes. Good. There's a tree right here. Climb up, and I will buy you some time. Qingwen hesitated for a moment, then her eyes brightened. How had she not thought of that? Quickly, Wang Chu spotted a sturdy tree and urged Qingwen to ascend. As she climbed halfway, the wolf pack appeared, effectively blocking Wang Chu's escape route. Truly a cunning bunch. Wang Chu silently acknowledged. Big brother, hurry up. After Qingwen reached safety, she noticed Wang Chu surrounded by wolves. Her expression turning frantic. Wang Chu managed a wry smile. He wished to join her, but the wolves would certainly not grant him that opportunity. However, with his back against the tree and machete in hand, he prepared to confront the imminent danger. Originally, Wang Chu should have been anxious, facing a ferocious pack of wolves that even tigers would avoid. However, for reasons unknown, he discovered a profound tranquility within himself, even feeling a subtle yearning. Armed with superhuman strength, exceptional combat skills, and a formidable machete, he believed he could effectively defend himself against the wolves. After all, from a certain perspective, Wang Chu was never one to conform or cower. Otherwise, he would not have impulsively left the country for 4 years. Come, little wolves, and taste the might of your master. Wang Chu licked his lips and took a deep breath as the lead wolf, flanked by its pack, slowly approached him. It was acutely aware that this individual before it possessed tremendous strength. To slay him, they would need to attack collectively. Wang Chu counted the wolves surrounding him, 7 in total, each baring their teeth with fierce expressions. He realized he could not allow them to constrict his space. Otherwise, he would be left without room to maneuver. In an instant, he assessed the situation, capture the leader first. If he could subdue the alpha, would the rest of the pack not become less formidable? This thought ignited a spark of eagerness in Wang Chu's eyes. Conversely, the alpha sensed a chill run down its spine, perceiving a hint of malevolence in Wang Chu's gaze. At that moment, Wang Chu suddenly lunged toward the alpha. The pack was taken aback. Their prey, expected to remain passive, was launching a counterattack. However, they quickly regained their composure, and 2 wolves surged forward to flank Wang Chu. A cold smile curled upon Wang Chu's lips as he executed a powerful kick that landed squarely on the first wolf. His strength was astonishing, and he held nothing back. With a resounding thud, the wolf was sent flying, crashing into a nearby tree with a pitiful howl. The impact was so severe that the tree snapped. The wolf lay motionless on the ground, unable to rise. No sooner had he dispatched the first wolf than the second charged at him. Wang Chu swiftly withdrew, his machete slicing down hard upon the second wolf's skull. He exerted all his might into this strike, and with overwhelming force. The blade cleaved through half of the wolf's head, blood splattering everywhere, staining Wang Chu with the scent of death. In the blink of an eye, both wolves lay defeated at his feet. This shocking turn of events left Qingwen, who was anxiously watching from the trees, utterly dumbfounded, as did the other wolves in the pack. Wolves are intelligent creatures, and witnessing Wang Chu's ferocity instilled a sense of fear within them. The once composed alpha could not help but rise, its eyes betraying a flicker of caution. Who would have thought my big brother was so formidable? Qingwen's face reflected her astonishment. Her heart racing, she couldn't resist pulling out her phone. Although there was still no signal, she activated the camera, aiming it at Wang Chu, who was now locked in a standoff with the alpha. The lead wolf was noticeably larger and exuded a more imposing presence. It recognized Wang Chu's prowess, and sensing the fear that had overtaken the surrounding wolves, it realized it must take action. With a low growl, the alpha signaled for the others to step back, preparing for a confrontation with Wang Chu. Qingwen, perched in the tree, felt a rush of excitement as her hands trembled. Suddenly, the alpha lunged at Wang Chu. His eyes narrowed, and he swung his machete toward the incoming beast. Yet the alpha was cunning. Its attack was merely a feint. Understanding the threat posed by Wang Chu's weapon, it nimbly evaded the strike and attacked from the side. Wang Chu quickly retreated, narrowly dodging the alpha's assault. He marveled at the creature's agility. Indeed, the alpha was far more formidable than an ordinary wolf. If it were to bite him, it would surely tear away a substantial chunk of flesh. Wang Chu was determined not to let that happen. In this initial round, neither side emerged victorious, both recognizing the tenacity of their opponent. The alpha crouched low, poised to spring, while Wang Chu gripped his machete tightly, moving cautiously. Suddenly, Wang Chu's foot slipped, causing him to stumble and drop his weapon. The alpha's eyes gleamed. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With a low growl, it leaped toward Wang Chu's neck. But Wang Chu's eyes sparkled with cunning. Huh? I've been waiting for you to take the bait. With his exceptional combat skills, how could he possibly be tripped by mere stones? This was a deliberate feint. In that moment, the alpha, airborne, could not evade Wang Chu's counterattack. Indeed, as Wang Chu pivoted, he executed a flawless maneuver, appearing behind the alpha in an instant. The alpha, bewildered, found itself pinned beneath Wang Chu, struggling in vain to escape. Wang Chu's grip was ironclad. He relentlessly pummeled the alpha's head. In a display reminiscent of the legendary Wu Song battling a tiger, Wang Chu unleashed his fury upon the wolf. Qingwen, watching from the tree, could hardly believe her eyes. This was truly remarkable. Her gaze sparkled with awe. Wang Chu's fists were heavy and relentless. Despite the wolf's reputed toughness, after several blows, the alpha's head spun dizzily, emitting whimpers of surrender. Wang Chu had no intention of killing the alpha, recognizing that humans were the ones who had initially stolen its pups. After delivering a series of punches, he released the alpha. With its tail tucked, the alpha did not flee immediately, but instead prostrated itself before Wang Chu, displaying a posture of submission. Wang Chu sighed in relief. Seeing the alpha's compliance, he had no desire to exact further violence. Since you acknowledge that you are no match for me, I suggest you depart swiftly, he commanded, picking up his machete and looking down at the alpha. Though the wolf could not comprehend his words, it understood his intent. Cautiously, it retreated to a safe distance, and, with a final growl, the pack gradually vanished into the forest. Come down. They have left, and we must return as well. Wang Chu called up to Qingwen in the tree. She glanced down, her voice trembling slightly. I feel a bit weak and can't come down. With a hint of exasperation, Wang Chu climbed up to carry her down. Unbeknownst to them, nearly an hour had passed since their encounter with the wolves. We should hurry back. Your friends are likely worried sick. Wang Chu set aside Qingwen, smiling as he spoke. Qingwen nodded, gazing at Wang Chu's retreating figure, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face. However, she quickly caught up with him. Big brother, my name is Zhao Qingwen. What is yours? You were truly incredible just now. Despite Elder Yun's insistence on keeping the incident of the wolf attack a secret, word had spread among many, particularly those who held a keen interest in Wang Chu. After all, how could one conceal the mobilization of so many individuals to rescue him from the prying eyes of the observant? Wang Chu encountered wolves? This was indeed a source of great satisfaction. Upon learning this news from his father, Yang Wei was visibly exhilarated. Initially, He believed Wang Chu had latched onto the Yun family as support and felt powerless against him. But it seemed that Providence had not turned a blind eye after all. What a pity. Yang Wei's father, Yang Wenxi, wore an expression of regret. I had hoped to rely on Wang Chu to forge a connection for our Yang family with the Yun family, but who would have thought? Yang Wei feigned sorrow as he replied, well, it is what it is. By the way, has Wang Chu's body been found? He wouldn't have been devoured by the wolves, would he? I cannot say, his father replied. There is no concrete news yet. But let us hope Wang Chu has some luck on his side. Listening to his father, Yang Wei's lips curled in disdain. Wang Chu was merely an ordinary man. How could he possibly escape the pursuit of a pack of wolves? Wang Chu, you are doomed. Meanwhile, at a club in the capital, several prominent young elites gathered, each accompanied by a charming and alluring princess of the private box. By the way, Lin Zifeng, I heard you have been pursuing Yun Qingyao for a year now. How is that progressing? One young elite inquired. Indeed. With Lin Xiao's capabilities, has he not yet won over Yun Qingyao? It would be her good fortune to be noticed by someone like him. Lin Zifeng's lips twitched. This pack of curs truly knew no bounds. In truth, even within the circles of the capital, knowledge of Yun Qingyao's true identity was scarce. Had it not been for an accidental discovery, Lin Zifeng would have thought her merely an actress like everyone else. However, he had no intention of revealing her identity to them. After all, if he could not possess her, he certainly did not wish for anyone else to do so either. Moreover, should they learn of her true identity, they would undoubtedly pounce like ravenous wolves. Wouldn't that complicate his pursuit? Yet, at this moment, the image of Yun Qingyao kissing Wang Chu filled Lin Zifeng with jealousy and rage. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly investigated. Wang Chu was nothing more than an ordinary wage earner. How could he possibly win Yun Qingyao's affection? Why would she prefer a loser over him? Lin Xiao? What are you thinking? At this moment, a young elite beside him nudged Lin Zifeng, teasingly asking, have you already won over Yun Qingyao? Coming back to reality, Lin Zifeng forced a chuckle. Not yet, but it will be soon. He could not allow them to discover that he had lost to a mere commoner. How could he continue to hold his head high in the capital circles? Just then, Lin Zifeng's phone rang. Glancing at the message, he was taken aback. Wang Chu encountered wolves and is missing? A surge of joy filled his heart. Before he could even intervene, the other party was already dead? This was simply marvelous. Ha! Lin Zifeng could not contain his laughter. Lin Xiao, what are you laughing at? The others queried, confused. Lin Zifeng tucked away his phone and downed his drink. Because I suddenly feel that it won't be long before I completely conquer Yun Qingyao. Gentlemen, please enjoy your drinks. I have matters to attend to. After leaving the club, Lin Zifeng was brimming with confidence. He eagerly dialed Yun Qingyao's number. Sorry, the number you dialed does not wish to speak with you. Please do not call again. Damn. Lin Zifeng fumed. Yun Qingyao had actually blocked him? Fine, if you wish to block me, I shall ensure this news becomes public knowledge. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zifeng dialed another number. I need you to spread a rumor. Wang Chu from Haicheng was killed by wolves. I want this news to become a trending topic within an hour. The recipient of the call appeared bewildered. Who is this Wang Chu, Lin Xiao? Look it up yourself. Do I have to tell you everything? Lin Zifeng hung up irritably. Yun Qingyao, you accepted Wang Chu, did you? Then I shall make sure you open your eyes to witness the reality of his demise. A sinister smile crept across Lin Zifeng's face. Meanwhile, in Shuangshi Town, Haicheng, Yun Qingyi arrived, breathless. Grandfather, what on earth has happened? Elder Yun briefly recounted the events to Yun Qingyi. Stunned, Yun Qingyi's eyes filled with admiration. My brother-in-law is indeed a man. This is not the time for discussion. Quickly gather people and head into the mountains. We must find Wang Chu. Yun Qingyi nodded gravely. Understood. I will do my utmost. By the way, do not mention this to your sister yet. Elder Yun instructed solemnly. Let us first find Wang Chu before discussing anything further. Chapter 65. Coma. Before long, the search and rescue team arrived on the scene, along with special police forces, totaling over 100 individuals. Zhou Ji and the others were profoundly moved by the sight of such a formidable rescue operation. They had not anticipated that Haicheng would invest such significant resources into the search. Truly, it was a testament to the value placed on human life. As the rescue efforts unfolded, news of Wang Chu's attack swiftly ascended the trending charts across various platforms. Civilian hero besieged by wolves, fate unknown. It is reported that Wang Chu was surrounded by a pack of wolves, suffering a horrific fate. Was he provoking the wolves, or was it sheer arrogance? May the hero rest in peace. We honor Wang Chu. Netizens were astonished. Just that morning, the headlines had been dominated by news of a celebrity's secret affair. Yet by the afternoon, a name unfamiliar to many, Wang Chu, had taken over the spotlight. Who was this Wang Chu? Why did he seem so foreign? After reading the news, many netizens were left even more perplexed. It turned out Wang Chu was the hero from Haicheng who had saved lives. But how did he provoke a pack of wolves? Even if he had encountered them, Did it warrant such widespread attention? This is undoubtedly shameless hype. I watched his live stream yesterday, and now this happens? Truly, the heavens are envious of talent. I suspect this is the work of the celebrity, trying to overshadow his own scandal with the death of a hero. It is utterly inhumane. Why did Wang Chu provoke the wolves? Is he not endowed with extraordinary strength? Even those with innate power can fall. After all, even the mightiest bison can become prey to wolves. The debate surrounding Wang Chu reached an apex in an instant. At the filming site of Dianzhong Tai, Yun Qingyao had just completed her scene and was seated, perusing the script and lines for the next act. Beside her, Sister Chen's voice resonated with regret. Oh, what a pity. Yun Qingyao brushed her hair back, inquiring, Sister Chen, what is the matter? What are you lamenting? With a sigh, Chen replied. Do you remember the fan I mentioned yesterday? The one who said you were their ideal type? Wang Chu. A smile crept across Yun Qingyao's lips at the mention of Wang Chu. What about him? He is dead. Yun Qingyao froze, a ghastly expression overtaking her features. Sister Chen, that is not a funny joke. I'm not joking. He encountered wolves in the forest and was reportedly killed quite brutally. A thunderclap echoed in Yun Qingyao's ears. Her mind went blank, only one thought echoing. Wang Chu is dead? How is that possible? How could he die? She had finally met him. She had painstakingly improved herself. He had matured and taken on more responsibility over the past 4 years. She often daydreamed about their bright future together. But now, how could he suddenly be gone? Why was he in the forest, and how did he encounter wolves? A torrent of questions flooded Yun Qingyao's mind. No, I must call Grandpa and my second brother. I need to find out what truly happened. Abruptly, she stood up. But as she did, the world spun around her, and she collapsed. In her dazed state, she barely registered Sister Chen's panicked calls. All she could think was, Wang Chu, you must not die. Meanwhile, Wang Chu was walking back with Qingwen, free from the wolf's pursuit. Their pace lightened. Are you students from Haicheng University? During their conversation, Wang Chu learned their identities, his voice tinged with surprise. What a coincidence. I'm also from Haicheng University. Qingwen's eyes sparkled. So, Brother Wang Chu, you're our senior? That is wonderful. May I ask which department you're in? Just as Wang Chu was about to respond, he suddenly heard distant shouts. I think I hear someone nearby. Let us go check it out. It might be our rescuers. Wang Chu smiled and quickened his steps, while a hint of disappointment crossed Qingwen's face. She had hoped for more time alone with Wang Chu. When he shielded her behind him and remained unflinching during the wolf attack, her heart had already begun to flutter. What girl doesn't dream of their hero appearing like a radiant figure? Now, Qingwen increasingly felt that Wang Chu was her destined hero. Yet, she hesitated to directly ask him if he had a girlfriend. Initially, she intended to hint at it, but now they had encountered others so soon? Indeed, they had encountered the rescue team. Upon seeing Wang Chu and Qingwen, the previously anxious faces of the rescuers finally relaxed. Both were safe. Had anything happened to them, it would have caused a seismic reaction in Haicheng. Upon returning to Shuangshi town, when Yun Lao saw Wang Chu unharmed, the tension in his expression finally eased. You little rascal, you nearly scared me to death. Yun Lao approached and playfully punched Wang Chu, pausing before adding, but you did well. Wang Chu grinned. He knew that Yun Lao, who had once shed blood for the nation, would surely support his choice to save others. Yun Lao. At that moment, Chen Qingshan approached. A hint of apprehension on his face. I sincerely apologize. This was a lapse in our duties that caused you such great trouble. Yun Lao waved his hand dismissively. Mayor Chen, there is no need for such words. These things are beyond our prediction. Thankfully, it's all over now. So let us not dwell on it. Chen Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that Yun Lao would harbor resentment towards the leadership of Haicheng due to this incident. Such a rift would be devastating for the city. However, Chen Qingshan was resolute to promptly award Wang Chu a commendation for his bravery and establish him as a paragon of Haicheng's cultural spirit. Setting aside the fact that he was Yun Lao's grandson-in-law, his repeated acts of heroism were more than deserving of such recognition. Just then, a secretary approached, whispering something in Chen Qingshan's ear, causing his expression to shift. Yun Lao, I have one more request. Could we have Wang Chu cooperate with us for an official statement? The online uproar has become quite overwhelming. Chapter 66. Cultivating vegetables. When Wang Chu learned that the news of his perilous experience had become an online sensation, he found himself utterly speechless. He was neither a celebrated star nor a commanding entrepreneur. How could his affairs garner such widespread attention? Was it due to yesterday's live stream? Wang Chu was unaware that unseen hands were orchestrating the entire situation. Soon, the news of Wang Chu encountering the wolves and his safe return was officially released through Haicheng's channels, providing some reassurance to the public. As for any subsequent ripples, Wang Chu was unconcerned, for he was on his way to pick up Yaya from kindergarten. However, he cast a glance at his second brother-in-law in the passenger seat, feeling a mixture of exasperation and resignation. His second brother-in-law expressed serious skepticism regarding his heroic actions. Tell me, did you throw caution to the wind and confront the wolves because you thought the girl was pretty? Wang Chu, I acknowledge your strength. But you have no idea how formidable a wolf pack can be. It was sheer luck that you escaped this time. Otherwise, my sister would be left a widow. Are you listening to me? Although Yun Qing held Wang Chu's bravery in high regard, he would never condone such reckless behavior. After all, Wang Chu was now Yun Qing Yao's husband, thus Yun Qing Yi's brother-in-law. He hoped Wang Chu would avoid any perilous situations. Wang Chu rubbed his nose, recalling how Yun Qing Yao often described her second brother-in-law as hot-tempered. Yet, he now seemed overly nagging. Second brother, I understand, but you misinterpreted one thing. I didn't just escape the wolves. I gave the alpha a sound thrashing. Yun Qing scoffed. You think you can simply take on the alpha? You have no idea how much combat experience the alpha possesses. Even elite soldiers must tread carefully when facing an alpha wolf. Those with a fragile psyche lose their courage in the presence of an alpha's oppressive aura. You think you can just beat the alpha? Wang Chu added sternly. And you mustn't spill the beans in front of Yaya. Nor should you tell Qing Yao. Yun Qing languidly replied. Your exploits have become an online sensation. Do you really think my sister is blind to it? Wang Chu felt a slight headache, a situation that left him rather helpless. He could only wait until the evening to explain this matter to Qing Yao. Soon, the kindergarten day came to an end. Like the other parents, Wang Chu stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting. In a short while, the children surged out. Yu spotted Wang Chu at once and joyfully leaped into his embrace. Daddy, the meal you made today was absolutely delicious. Oh really? If you enjoyed it, I shall prepare it for you again tomorrow. Wang Chu's heart brimmed with joy. Could you perhaps make a little more tomorrow? Yu hesitated before asking. Wang Chu blinked. What's the matter? Was today's meal not enough for you? I prepared quite a bit for you today. Did you really not have enough? A hint of confusion flickered in Wang Chu's mind. Yu chuckled. That's because many of my classmates want to eat the buns you made. She then raised her finger. Xian is my best friend. And I promised her I would bring her a bun tomorrow. Chu Xian let me play with his favorite toy this afternoon, so I promised him a bun too. Zhao Ziluo gave me his stickers, and I promised him as well. And Yuan promised to bring her Barbie doll for me to play with tomorrow, and I promised her too. Wang Chu's mouth twitched. How many promises had she made? However, seeing the eager look in Yu's eyes, he could only nod. All right. I promise you. Yay. Yu cheered, wrapping her arms tightly around Wang Chu's neck. Daddy, you are truly the best. Just as Wang Chu was about to take Yu home, Teacher Yu approached. Yu's father, could you please wait a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Teacher Yu said. Today, our kindergarten received a notification that High City is organizing a citywide singing competition for kindergartens to foster a spirit of cultural civility. Since Yu has a lovely singing voice, our kindergarten has recommended her to participate in this competition. Wang Chu was somewhat surprised, but quickly came to terms with it. Given that Qing Yao had become a sensational star in the entertainment industry, it was hardly surprising that Yu had inherited some musical talent. Do you need me to do anything? Wang Chu inquired. Teacher Yu shook her head. No, I merely wanted to ask if you would be interested in participating. Wang Chu pointed at himself, astonished. Me? How do I resemble a kindergarten child? Teacher Yu chuckled awkwardly. I may not have expressed myself clearly. What I meant was, as Yu's father, would you be interested in performing on stage with her? Upon hearing this, Yu's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, Teacher Yu, is that really possible? Teacher Yu nodded. Indeed, if you could form a parent-child duo, it would certainly enhance the performance. Yu turned to Wang Chu. Daddy, let's participate in the competition together, shall we? Wang Chu pondered for a moment. That seems fine. I am quite looking forward to it. When does the competition begin? 3 days from now, at the City Cultural Palace. I hope we can rehearse the performance in the next 2 days. Is that all right? Wang Chu nodded. All right. After returning home, Elder Yin took Yu out for a stroll. Meanwhile, Wang Chu stood in front of the villa's garden, deep in thought. Previously, he had jokingly mentioned to Yun Qing Yao about planting vegetables here, but now, he genuinely harbored that intention. After all, he had a pack of magical vegetable seeds in his system backpack. Wang Chu was curious about what kinds of vegetables these miraculous seeds could yield. Ding! Yu's vegetable garden task has been issued. Plant vegetables in front of the villa to provide Yu with the necessary daily nutrients. Task reward. Randomly elevate the host's skills by 2 levels. Note: using magical spring water for planting will yield different effects. Wang Chu's mouth twitched. Planting with magical spring water? That would cost 5 joy points per bottle. How many bottles would be needed for such vegetables? Wang Chu felt a pang in his heart. Though the prospect of elevating his skills by 2 levels was enticing, the expenditure of joy points would undoubtedly be considerable. Oh well, let us consider it a contribution to Yu's health. Wang Chu took a deep breath and rolled up his sleeves. Planting vegetables in the highly coveted Ding Sheng Huayuan might just be a unique endeavor in High City. Chapter 67. Meeting Yun Qingyao when Elder Yun returned with Yu, he noticed a number of servants gathered in front of the garden, seemingly witnessing something extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Wang Chu had turned over the soil in the garden, transforming it into a small vegetable patch. Wang Chu, what is this? Planning to grow vegetables here? Elder Yun asked, surprised. Wang Chu wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded. Yes. I thought it would be nice to grow some fresh vegetables so that you can enjoy fresh produce every day. Elder Yun nodded approvingly and then looked at the surrounding servants. Are you all just standing around watching? Let my son-in-law do all the work alone. The servants exhibited expressions of trepidation. However, Wang Chu spoke up. Grandfather, I asked them not to help. After all, it's better for me to handle this personally. The servants sighed in relief. With Wang Chu's words, the elder would not be displeased with them. Yet, Yu developed an interest in gardening. She had only seen vegetable gardens in picture books and on television before, but now, discovering one right at her doorstep was quite fascinating. Pitter-patter. Yu dashed to Wang Chu's side. Daddy, will this garden grow lots of delicious food? Indeed. What does Yu wish to eat? Can you grow surprise eggs, Daddy? Yu asked with eager anticipation. Surprise eggs? Wang Chu's mouth twitched. That might be a bit difficult. Oh, can you grow chocolate or ice cream? That is probably not feasible either. Yu's face fell in disappointment. Then what can we grow that is delicious? Wang Chu thought for a moment. How about cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, and eggplants? With each suggestion, the expectation on Yu's face diminished. Once the vegetables grow, I can prepare even better meals for you. Wang Chu assured her. Better than the little buns? Absolutely. Finally, a glimmer of hope returned to Yu's eyes. Daddy, I can help you water them. After Wang Chu finished organizing the vegetable patch, the system finally chimed in with a completion notification. Ding. Congratulations, task completed. You have received the system reward. Composition skill elevated by 2 levels, obtaining intermediate composition skill. Looking at the system reward, Wang Chu felt quite speechless. An intermediate composition reward. He never intended to enter the entertainment industry, so what good was this skill? However, better than nothing. Since elevating skills by 2 levels would cost 20 joy points. After dinner that evening, Wang Chu browsed online for information. Although he had cooperated with the high city authorities to dispel the rumors, the effect was not particularly significant. Many people were beginning to question whether the previous sensational news was fabricated by High City and Wang Chu. After all, how could a normal person encounter a pack of wolves in the wilderness? The online discourse became tumultuous, yet Wang Chu remained unfazed. After all, Wang Chu is not a celebrity, nor does he rely on exposure to sustain his life. On the contrary, he harbors a strong aversion to being in the spotlight. As it brings no benefit to himself, Yun Qingyao, or Ye, he sincerely hopes that this situation will subside swiftly. Just as Wang Chu was about to turn off his phone, he glanced at the trending news, and his expression changed dramatically. Yun Qingyao had collapsed on set, allegedly due to excessive work pressure. He hurriedly clicked on the news and discovered that, just before the crew was to wrap up for the afternoon, Yun Qingyao had fainted on set and was subsequently taken to the hospital. According to the doctor's examination, it was merely a case of burnout and mental fatigue, and a period of rest should suffice. Although the news reported that there was nothing serious, Wang Chu still felt a twinge of concern. He dialed Yun Qingyao's number, but there was no answer on the other end. I must go see her. Wang Chu made a swift decision. However, what about Ye? After contemplating, he walked into Ye's room. Inside, Yun Qingyi was playing a stacking blocks game with Ye. It must be said that despite his fiery temperament, Yun Qingyi showed remarkable patience with Ye, and it was evident from his demeanor that he truly cared for his niece. Ye, Daddy has something to discuss with you tonight. Wang Chu resolved to speak honestly with her. Mama is feeling a bit unwell today, and Daddy needs to visit her. So I won't be able to spend the evening with you. Can you stay at home with Uncle? What happened to Mama? A look of concern crept onto Ye's face. She's just a bit fatigued, Wang Chu reassured her, then turned to Yun Qingyi, saying, Second brother, I'll trouble you with Ye today? That's not necessary. Ye is your child, but she is also my niece. Yun Qingyi replied, regarding Wang Chu with a newfound respect. How do you plan to get there? By car. Wang Chu responded immediately. There are no suitable flights right now, and it's only a distance of 500 to 600 kilometers. Driving will be more convenient. All right then. You can go with peace of mind. I'll take care of things here. Yun Qingyi nodded. He could see the unmasked anxiety and concern in Wang Chu's eyes. Although his initial impression of Wang Chu as Yun Qingyao's brother was unfavorable, he felt a sense of relief knowing Wang Chu genuinely cared for his sister. This indicated that he was not the irresponsible scoundrel he had presumed. After conferring with Yun Qingyi, Wang Chu wasted no time and took a Porsche from the garage. While a sports car could achieve greater speeds, he opted for the sedan, considering the possibility of shortcuts along the way. Soon, the silhouette of Wang Chu driving the Porsche vanished into the night, though he was unaware of Yun Qingyao's precise location. He possessed a miraculous compass that would guide him as long as he envisioned her. The nearly 600 kilometers would take at least 5 hours to traverse. It was already 7 in the evening, and by the time he reached his destination, it would likely be close to midnight. Yet, none of this mattered to Wang Chu, for he was eagerly anticipating reuniting with Yun Qingyao. As the car weaved through the streets under the night sky, the miraculous compass displayed a message, target location confirmed. Would you like to plan the optimal route? Yes, Wang Chu replied immediately. Planning the optimal route would cost 5 pleasure points. Wang Chu cursed under his breath, wondering if this system was particularly stingy. However, now was not the time to be frugal. With a chime, a complete route map materialized in Wang Chu's mind. After optimal route planning, the distance will reduce by 100 kilometers and the estimated time will decrease by 1 hour. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Spending those 5 pleasure points was indeed worthwhile. Chapter 68. Road racing. Although the optimal route had saved Wang Chu nearly an hour of travel time and over 100 kilometers, he still faced the daunting challenge of racing over 400 kilometers. Long-distance driving tests a driver's focus to its limits. It is impossible for a person to maintain extreme concentration for an extended period, as that would be excessively taxing on one's energy. However, Wang Chu was blissfully unaware of such concerns. His only thought was to reach Yun Qingyao as quickly as possible. On the highway, Wang Chu drove for a solid hour and a half before following the compass's guidance to exit onto a non-highway national road. It was now past 9 in the evening. Typically, Ye would be preparing for bed at this hour. Wang Chu sighed softly, realizing he still had half the journey ahead. I'll take a look. If I pass through Rongding City and navigate this winding mountain road, I can save a significant distance. Wang Chu took a deep breath and continued to drive, even though fatigue was beginning to set in. At that moment, the mountain road was bustling with activity, alive with a cacophony of voices. Today, 2 racing teams were vying for a spot in the prestigious Jiuzhou Racing Championship. Only the winning team would be eligible to represent the East China region in the national racing competition. The rules were straightforward. The representatives of each side would compete to see who could complete an 18-kilometer mountain course in the shortest time. Suqua, I can't believe your team would send someone as useless as you to compete. It's truly disappointing. A young man leaning against a Bugatti Veyron sneered, picking at his toothpick. This is a man's game, not something a sissy like you can participate in. Suqua, a handsome young man, clenched his teeth and glared at the speaker. Chen Feng, don't be so arrogant. I'll teach you a lesson today. Do you really think you're a racing god? Chen Feng chuckled lightly. A lesson? I'll be waiting for that. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. Your new girlfriend is quite alluring. Suqua fumed. Chen Feng, are you out of your mind? With that, Suqua lunged forward. But he was quickly restrained by those around him. Chen Feng spat out his toothpick. Calmness is a virtue of a true racer. You're still far from being a qualified one. Those surrounding Suqua urged him. The race is about to start. Doesn't it feel more fulfilling to crush him during the competition? Suqua spat vehemently at Chen Feng. I'll make you regret it. I'll be waiting. Before long, the race was set to commence. Both competitors were the cream of the crop from their respective teams, and the outcome of which team would advance rested heavily on their performance. Ready, go? With the sound of the starting gun, the 2 cars roared away like awakened beasts, quickly vanishing into the night. Every observation point along the winding mountain road was teeming with crowds, and a live commentary was provided throughout the event. Today's competition was a qualification battle between the Feilong and the Menghu teams, with Feilong represented by the rising star of the racing world, Suqua, who, despite his brief time in racing, had already triumphed over numerous heavyweight contenders. The representative of the Tiger Racing team is Chen Feng, a champion who has consecutively won 3 city battles. This time, his singular ambition is to seize victory at the Jiuzhou Racing competition. This marks their first encounter. Will the rookie, brimming with audacity, triumph over the seasoned veteran, or will the tiger vanquish the dragon at the foot of the mountain? We await the outcome with bated breath. In the live broadcast room, 2 commentators ardently discuss the unfolding race. Although this event may not hold significant weight, for the fans of the Flying Dragon team and the Tiger team, it is a matter of life and death. The racing circuit they are utilizing is a newly constructed mountain road, yet to be officially opened. One commentator explained, it is said that this winding mountain road features 9 curves and 18 bends, with the most perilous section being the 4 consecutive S-bends midway through the course. Those unfamiliar with the terrain may easily encounter mishaps. Currently, Suqua and Chen Feng have navigated the first bend, fiercely vying for supremacy, yet their abilities appear evenly matched. They have yet to unleash their full potential. It remains uncertain who will make the first move or if they intend to keep the suspense until the very end. Fans on both sides are fixated on the screen, fervently hoping that their favored team will emerge victorious. Just then, a voice reached the ears of the chief director on site. Not good. Chief Director, a vehicle has breached the track. Should we intercept? The director's expression shifted. They had meticulously secured the circuit. How could another vehicle have infiltrated? Immediately intercept. Identify the intruder and maintain communication. But it was too late. The vehicle had already dashed past. What a remarkably swift car. The chief director felt a buzzing in his head, realizing that another vehicle had entered the race. Yet, Su Qua and Shin Feng had already been racing for over 2 minutes. Surely, the vehicle approaching from behind would not pose much trouble for them, he mused. Nevertheless, he instructed, a new car has entered the track. Ensure that all records and safety measures are in place. Wang Chu felt a surge of curiosity as he followed the direction indicated on the map, discovering a throng of people lining both sides of the road. In the dead of night, what could such a large crowd be doing here? Thankfully, there were many people. If it had been just a few, their presence on this mountain road at such an hour would have been quite unsettling. Could there be an event taking place up the mountain? Wang Chu thought, yet did not dwell on it, instead proceeding directly onward, racing up the hill. His time was precious, and he could not afford to waste it. With a powerful roar, the engine of the Porsche surged past the crowd. Before they could discern the type of vehicle, all that remained was a blurred silhouette of the Porsche. Wow, how is this car even faster than Chen Feng's? Is this the Flying Dragon team's vehicle or the Tiger team's? It's astonishing. Did anyone get a clear look at what it was? No, it was too fast. I felt a gust of wind rush past. Do you think it could be a party crasher? No way. If it is, that would be incredibly entertaining. Along the route, Wang Chu noticed that almost every segment was populated, with many holding support signs. It dawned on him that he had seemingly entered a makeshift racing circuit. Chapter 69. A remarkable racer and unidentified vehicle entered the first bend at a speed of 136. It entered the second bend at a speed of 127. As it traversed the second segment, its average speed was recorded at 137. Hearing the monitoring personnel's announcements, the chief director was taken aback. How could a vehicle achieve such speeds on an unfamiliar track? Even the most skilled drivers from East China would struggle to match such performance. Are your measurements accurate? Could there be any discrepancies? The chief director's disbelief was evident. This is impossible. Our instruments have been calibrated, and we genuinely believe that this vehicle is faster than our 2 drivers. The chief director could not help but gasp in astonishment. These 2 drivers were already regarded as the finest in the city. Who could possibly surpass them? If this individual could represent the city in the Zhuzhou racing competition. With excitement bubbling within him, the chief director urgently instructed those at the finish line. By any means necessary, ensure that the unidentified vehicle is stopped. Meanwhile, the commentators were also apprised of the rogue vehicle's intrusion onto the track. What? This is unbelievable. These 2 racers are the strongest our city has to offer. One commentator exclaimed in astonishment. Let us check the latest updates from the front. The intruding vehicle was identified as the latest model of the Porsche Panamera, which, upon entering the track, maintained an average speed exceeding 130 km per hour. My goodness, this is simply unfathomable. It's worth noting that Su Qua and Chen Feng's average speed is around 90. This mysterious driver's average speed surpasses theirs by nearly 50%. Of course, while Su Qua and Chen Feng's speed may seem lackluster, it is due to the unfamiliarity of the track, the numerous bends, and the poor visibility at night that their average speed has been reduced. However, the unidentified driver faces similar challenges, indicating that this enigmatic racer possesses the potential to contend for the national championship. As the commentators expressed their astonishment, the audience watching the live stream was equally captivated. A shared question arose in their minds. Who is this individual? Could they close the gap and catch up to the 2 leading drivers? Given their current velocity, they might well catch up to Su Qua and Shin Feng within 3 minutes. Many were now eagerly anticipating the reactions of the 2 drivers once the Porsche overtook them. Yet, neither Chen Feng nor Su Qua was aware that an unexpected contender had entered their contest. Ahead lay the 4 consecutive bends. Given Su Qua's prowess, his speed would undoubtedly drop below 80 here. Otherwise, he would struggle to maintain control. Chen Feng was well aware of Su Qua's limitations on bends, while he himself excelled at navigating them at high speeds. Indeed, as they approached the 4 consecutive bends, Su Qua's speed diminished, while Chen Feng pressed the accelerator, pushing his speed up to 90. Although this pace posed a challenge, it was essential to instill despair in Su Qua, making him acutely aware of the gap between them. Chen Feng was determined not just to win, but to crush his opponent's spirit. As expected, with Su Qua slowing down, Chen Feng accelerated, shattering the previously balanced competition. Su Qua felt a tinge of panic. Did Chen Feng dare to accelerate through the bends? Was he reckless? Watching the distant taillights grow fainter, Su Qua felt an urge to floor the accelerator. Yet he resisted. He understood all too well that forcing a pursuit would only lead to catastrophic consequences, destruction for both car and driver. How infuriating. He had been outmaneuvered. Suqua cursed silently, feeling utterly helpless as he realized he could only muster his strength after navigating the 4 consecutive bends. However, at that moment, he sensed 2 brilliant beams of light approaching from behind. Stunned, he thought, is another vehicle really behind me? How is that possible? Has another racer joined the contest midway? Why wasn't I informed? Yet, there was no time for such musings, as the lights grew increasingly luminous, indicating the rapidly closing distance. A surge of anger welled up within Suqua. Did these people truly consider him an easy target, attempting to overtake? In their dreams, with a cold snort, Suqua maneuvered his vehicle to obstruct Wang Chu's path. Wang Chu, trailing behind Suqua, raised an eyebrow. How could this car, moving so sluggishly, dare to block the road? What an audacious thought. After honking his horn twice, he noticed that the other driver had no intention of yielding, which prompted a flicker of displeasure on Wang Chu's face. Was this what a racer was like? Such a lack of skill, yet still monopolizing the road? With a dismissive scoff, he pressed down on the accelerator. The Porsche let out a low growl as it surged forward towards Suqua's rear. Taken aback, Suqua wondered if this driver had a death wish. Before he could react, Wang Chu expertly maneuvered past him on the inside during the first bend. Impossible. This was utterly unimaginable. How could someone navigate a turn at such speed without skidding? It defied the laws of physics. Suqua watched in shock as the Porsche zipped past him. But soon, he realized that the opposing racer had cleverly utilized the drainage ditch beside the road to grip the inner tires, allowing for such a swift turn. But was this a feat achievable by mere mortals? The audacity and technique displayed were simply unfathomable. As he gazed at the vanishing taillights, excitement coursed through Suqua. If only he could learn from such a master, he would surely become a renowned racer himself. I've memorized your license plate number. I will find you. Meanwhile, at the forefront, Chen Feng had already passed the third bend and, glancing into the rearview mirror, noted that Suqua was completely out of sight. A smile crept onto his face. Defeating an opponent like Suqua brought him no sense of accomplishment. Chen Feng chuckled softly to himself. The championship was undoubtedly his. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a dazzling light appeared in the distance. Could Suqua really have caught up so quickly? How is that possible? Chapter 70. My name is Yang Wei. Regardless of Chen Feng's disbelief, the vehicle behind was racing toward him at an astonishing speed. Estimating the speed of the approaching car, a smirk formed on Chen Feng's face. To catch up with him, Suqua's speed had exceeded 110. At this rate, there was no way he could navigate the upcoming bend. Forcing the turn could lead to catastrophic consequences. If you seek your own demise, I won't hold back. Chen Feng turned his vehicle, granting a clear path for overtaking. Wang Chu had initially been concerned about whether the other driver would obstruct his way as well, but now it seemed he was being quite reasonable. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chu smoothly passed by Chen Feng, executing a flawless drift around the upcoming bend before swiftly disappearing into the night. Chen Feng stood dumbfounded. How could the other driver maneuver so effortlessly? Wait, that wasn't Suqua's car. Whose was it? Who possessed such remarkable skills? It was inconceivable. Chen Feng's expression darkened with fury. He yearned to pull Wang Chu from his vehicle. Yet, in that brief moment, Wang Chu had already left him in the dust. Wang Chu continued to overtake both Suqua and Chen Feng, leaving the spectators in utter astonishment. It was noteworthy that Wang Chu had only emerged 2 minutes into the race, meaning he had already gained a 2-minute lead over the top racers. This revelation left both the Flying Dragon and the Fierce Tiger teams in shock. The surrounding racing enthusiasts eagerly speculated about the identity of the driver in the Porsche. Before long, the finish line was teeming with fans. As the crowd eagerly awaited, the silhouette of the Porsche finally appeared. Wang Chu, faced with the throng, felt a frown creeping onto his brow. He couldn't simply push through and had to gradually reduce his speed. Hello, I am Qin Bei, the chief coordinator of this street racing event. May we have a word? As the car came to a halt, a middle-aged man appeared before the Porsche. Wang Chu pressed down his window. Apologies, but I'm in a hurry. Could you ask the people in front to clear the way? I need to get through. Upon seeing the young and unfamiliar face of Wang Chu, a glint of surprise flashed in Qin Bei's eyes. He considered himself quite seasoned in the racing circle. Yet this was his first encounter with Wang Chu. This indicated that Wang Chu was certainly not a newcomer to the world of racing. Did this mean he could potentially recruit Wang Chu into the esteemed racing community of Rongding City? The thought excited Qin Bei. Cough, cough. It's simply that they are overly enthusiastic. Could you please step out of the car for a brief discussion? Qin Bei inquired. At that moment, managers from both the Flying Dragon and Fierce Tiger teams rushed over. Greetings, I am the general manager of the Flying Dragon team. Here is my business card. Would you be interested in joining our team? Our offers are among the best in the industry. Don't listen to his nonsense. The benefits and capabilities of the Fierce Tiger team far surpass those of the Flying Dragon team. Choosing us would undoubtedly be your wisest decision. The general manager of the Flying Dragon team, fumed in response. Wang Chu listened to their bickering, his head spinning. I'm sorry, but I'm just passing through and not from around here. Could you please clear the way? I genuinely have urgent matters to attend to. We won't take up too much of your time. How about you leave us your contact information? We can arrange a time to discuss it properly? Qinbei pressed on. Wang Chu sighed softly. He knew that unless he resolved this matter promptly, they wouldn't let him leave. Fine, but I don't have a business card. You can note down my phone number. By the way, I'm Yang Wei. Let us connect tomorrow. Thinking he had secured Wang Chu's number, Qinbei and the two team managers finally relaxed. They had silently resolved to contact Yang Wei promptly the next day, ensuring they wouldn't give their competition a chance. When Wang Chu's vehicle disappeared once more into the night, Chen Feng finally arrived. Upon learning the events that had transpired, rage flickered in his eyes. High City Yang Wei, I'll remember you. Ah Chu. In High City, Yang's family. Yang Wei suddenly sneezed. Was someone cursing him from behind? Did you hear what I said clearly? You are driving me mad with your indifference. Yang Wei's father, Yang Wenxi, observed his son's bewildered expression and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. You are on the brink of marriage. You're no longer a child. Yang Weigon chuckled lightly. Dad, I already know what you mentioned earlier, but is it really necessary? What do you mean by is it necessary? Yang Wenxi replied, his tone laced with disappointment. Wang Chu is your friend, out of both sentiment and reason. You must visit him tomorrow after his miraculous escape from danger. This will enhance our family's prospects in securing the opportunity to revisit our red history. Do you truly understand? Upon learning of Wang Chu's miraculous survival after encountering a pack of wolves, Yang Wenxi was inspired to seize this chance for his son to cultivate a closer relationship with Wang Chu. While this intention was not inherently flawed, what Yang Wenxi was oblivious to was the fact that his son and Wang Chu were not friends at all. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Yang Wei's face as he muttered softly, what a pity. That pack of wolves was rather ineffective. What are you mumbling about? Yang Wenxi snapped. You should bring a gift tomorrow and strive to bridge the gap between you two. Yang Wei clenched his jaw, ultimately deciding to reveal the truth to Yang Wenxi. Dad, that's unnecessary. The reality is quite different. With that, Yang Wei recounted the entire sequence of events to Yang Wenxi. After listening to his son, Yang Wenxi was left dumbfounded. Are you implying that you are not friends with Wang Chu, but rather the one who stole his girlfriend from university? The girlfriend you mentioned is Lin Xiaoyan? So, not only will Wang Chu not assist us, but he might even seek vengeance? Observing his son nodding repeatedly, Yang Wenxi suddenly seized a nearby feather duster and hurled it at Yang Wei. You wretched boy, I warn you, if you cannot pacify Wang Chu, I shall disown you. How could I have given birth to such a wretch? Let me at you. I tell you, he continued, regardless of the method you employ, even if Lin Xiaoyan herself comes to apologize, you must eradicate Wang Chu's animosity towards us. Do you understand? If you fail, I shall have another child, and you shall inherit not a single penny of my estate. Do you comprehend? Yang Wei, feeling utterly constrained, replied, I understand, Dad, please don't hit me. I'm about to get married. I'm an adult now. I absolutely will not consent to the affair between you and Lin Xiaoyan. Chapter 71. A heartfelt confession. The route indicated by the navigation was indeed much shorter, saving over 100 kilometers compared to the current software. By 11 o'clock, Wang Chu had already arrived at the hospital where Yun Qingyao was staying, the First People's Hospital of Dahong City. However, since Yun Qingyao resided in a luxurious VIP suite, Wang Chu hesitated upon seeing several vigilant bodyguards at the entrance, quickly discarding the thought of forcing his way in. Although he was aware that these bodyguards were unlikely to be his match, his intent was to see Yun Qingyao, not to engage in any confrontation. Moreover, should their relationship become known to the outside world, it would only bring trouble to Yun Qingyao. He merely wished to care for her and avoid any unnecessary complications. Therefore, he had to be cunning rather than confrontational. Wang Chu strolled around the lobby for a while, memorizing the staff directory posted there, and then, seizing a moment when the medical personnel were distracted, he stealthily took a set of white coats meant for the laundry. Donning the coat and a mask, he realized that it would be challenging to identify someone solely by their eyes. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, he was pleased to see a convincing doctor's appearance and nodded in satisfaction. Clad in his disguise, Wang Chu approached the entrance of the VIP ward. Indeed, dressed as a doctor, he raised no suspicions with the bodyguards and strode confidently inside. It seemed their vigilance was lacking. What if someone intended to harm Yun Qingyao? Wang Chu shook his head and carefully pushed open the door to her room. He found Yun Qingyao lying on the hospital bed, her delicate brows furrowed, as if burdened by some distressing matter. A pang of sorrow gripped Wang Chu's heart, and he hurried to her side, taking her hand in his. Qingyao, I'm here. Perhaps sensing Wang Chu's voice, Yun Qingyao's tightly knitted brows began to relax. Gazing at the enchanting girl before him, Wang Chu was filled with compassion. What kind of strenuous work could have exhausted Yun Qingyao to this extent? Was it due to her frail constitution? Wang Chu stroked his chin, if that were the case. Perhaps he could offer her some miraculous spring water, known for its restorative properties. Exchanging for a bottle from the system, he carefully fed it to Yun Qingyao. Indeed, within 5 minutes, she let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. Wang Chu sighed in relief. Qingyao, are you all right? Yun Qingyao blinked, staring blankly at Wang Chu, her large eyes quickly welling with tears. Wang Chu, taken aback, hastily reached out to wipe away her tears, but she grasped his hand, allowing her tears to flow unchecked. Wang Chu, I'm so sorry, truly sorry. Wang Chu was momentarily stunned, confusion etched on his face. Sorry? Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? Has she done something wrong behind my back? A chill ran down his spine. No, that couldn't be. Yun Qingyao was not that kind of person, yet why was she suddenly expressing remorse? Noticing Wang Chu's silence, Yun Qingyao continued, her voice trembling. I shouldn't have rushed to film right after getting the marriage certificate. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have missed seeing you one last time. Missed seeing me one last time? Wang Chu felt a chill run through him, as if she were speaking of his demise. I know you must have a lot to say to me. And I too have much to convey. Wang Chu blinked. I think you might be misunderstanding something. Please let me finish. Yun Qingyao interrupted, taking a deep breath. I will raise Yaya well. I will tell her that her father is a remarkable man. I will care for your parents. Even though they are gone, I will be their daughter and ensure they are honored in their old age. Looking deep into Wang Chu's eyes with a heartbroken gaze, she confessed, I searched for you for 4 years. During that time, I almost gave up, but I never imagined that one day we would meet again. I once thought it was heaven's blessing that brought us together again, and we would surely lead a blissful life. But now it feels as though we are separated by death. Tears streamed down Yun Qingyao's face, each drop piercing Wang Chu's heart. He was astonished. He had never realized how profoundly and passionately she felt for him. You are the only man I have ever acknowledged in my life. Beyond you, I will never develop feelings for another. In another world, do not worry about me or the child. Unable to contain himself, Wang Chu felt a rush of warmth from her heartfelt declaration, though he was acutely aware that he was very much alive. As Wang Chu gazed into Yun Qingyao's heartbroken eyes, a profound ache enveloped his heart. Qingyao, I'm not dead. I'm truly alive. Wang Chu earnestly asserted. Look at me. I am genuinely here. Yet, Yun Qingyao merely shook her head, expressing, oh, how I wish that were the case, but for me, it may merely be a futile hope. Wang Chu found himself both amused and exasperated. How had this girl managed to entrench herself so deeply in despair, resolutely believing in his demise? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that Yun Qingyao had come across the news online, leading her to believe he had perished at the jaws of a wolf pack, hence her fainting spell? In that case, she was completely oblivious to the fact that he was alive. With this thought in mind, Wang Chu hastily exclaimed, I'm truly alive. If you don't believe me, check your phone. The rumors have been debunked. However, Yun Qingyao gazed at him with a dreamy expression. Yes, you are not dead. You have always lived in my heart. Frustration bubbled within Wang Chu. How could this be so difficult to clarify? He decided to forego explanations and pressed Yun Qingyao back onto the hospital bed, leaning in to capture her soft, rosy lips in a fervent kiss. In that instant, Yun Qingyao's entire being jolted, her eyes widening in disbelief. With a sudden slap, she pushed Wang Chu away, exclaiming, Who are you? Wang Chu, licking his lips with a satisfied smile, mused, so this is what a kiss feels like, sweet and delightful. An exquisite sensation. I am Wang Chu. He chuckled. Now do you believe me? I am very much alive. You're not dead? You truly live? Yun Qingyao touched her lips, still in disbelief. But the news claimed you were, she faltered. Those mere wolves, what can they do to me? Wang Chu nonchalantly replied. I never regarded them as a threat. But you were in Haiqing. How did you end up in Dahong City? Yun Qingyao questioned, still not fully convinced. The distance was nearly 600 kilometers. Surely, upon waking, she wouldn't have mistaken Wang Chu for a ghostly apparition. Well, Wang Chu chuckled sheepishly. I heard you had fainted, and that prompted my hasty arrival. Yun Qingyao glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight. How did you manage to come? If memory serves, there are no suitable flights at this hour. Impressive that you're aware of flight schedules. Wang Chu remarked with admiration. So you drove here? Wang Chu nodded yes. I took my family's Porsche and drove for nearly 5 hours. Suddenly, Yun Qingyao seized Wang Chu by the collar, forcefully pushing him onto the bed. Wang Chu, utterly stunned by her audacity, had not anticipated her sudden attack. As he realized what was happening, he worried about hurting Yun Qingyao and allowed her to have her way. Now pinned to the bed, Wang Chu found himself beneath Yun Qingyao, who looked down at him from her elevated position. Though her thighs were firm, Wang Chu felt an undeniable pressure emanating from her. Wife, what are you doing? He began, But before he could finish, Yin Qingyao pressed her lips heavily against his. To Wang Chu's astonishment, she even pried open his mouth. The bliss was so unexpected that he found himself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Qingyao, are you awake? I brought you some late-night snacks. Chen Jie entered, carrying 2 bags, only to freeze at the sight before her. On the bed, Yin Qingyao was still straddling Wang Chu, while Chen Jie stood at the doorway, her expression one of sheer shock. What did she just witness? The little princess of the Yun family, the most sought-after star, was seen in such a compromising position with a man? Yin Qingyao, equally startled by Chen Jie's entrance, quickly lifted her head to see Chen Jie's bewildered face. Chen Jie, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. She hurriedly explained, taking a deep breath. Chen Jie replied, Qingyao, you're still in the hospital, and there are many paparazzi outside. Moreover, considering your current condition. Wang Chu felt an immense wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet he remained pinned beneath Yin Qingyao, unsure of what to say. You two carry on. I'll take my leave. Oh, and I'll just leave the food here. Chen Jie choked out, suppressing her astonishment. While she wouldn't be surprised if someone intended to harm Yin Qingyao, she could never have imagined her behaving in such a manner with a man. This was beyond her comprehension. Chen Jie, don't go. This is a misunderstanding. Wang Chu called out, but Chen Jie had already deftly turned and closed the door behind her. In an instant, the room was left with only Wang Chu and Yin Qingyao. However, the once enchanting atmosphere had dissipated entirely. Shall we continue? Wang Chu looked at Yin Qingyao, who had ceased all further actions, unable to resist reminding her, I am ready. Yin Qingyao, both exasperated and amused, replied, What do you mean you're ready? Continue what? She slid off Wang Chu, covering her face with her hands. This is a disaster. My image is utterly ruined. In truth, Yin Qingyao would never normally behave in such a manner in a hospital. But this situation was different. Initially, she had believed Wang Chu had been devoured by wolves, and the emotional turmoil had been overwhelming. When she learned he was alive and had driven for over 5 hours to see her, her pent-up feelings had erupted uncontrollably, leading to the earlier incident. Fortunately, Chen Jie's untimely interruption had spared her from the unknown consequences that might have followed. Wang Chu awkwardly rose from the bed. So, that woman earlier is your manager, right? Should I explain? At this moment, Yin Qingyao regained her composure. Yes, Chen Jie is indeed my manager. As for explanations, perhaps it's best to leave that for later. I want to find a moment to tell her about your existence. With a sidelong glance at Wang Chu, a blush crept onto her cheeks. But please don't misinterpret what just happened. I am not a frivolous girl. I know. Wang Chu quickly replied, though his mind couldn't help but replay the earlier scene. Who would have thought that Yin Qingyao could be so audacious? Just then, a rumble echoed from Yin Qingyao's stomach, causing her to blush slightly. I haven't eaten anything since this afternoon. Wang Chu affectionately caressed her cheek. Perfect timing. Your manager brought late-night snacks, so you should eat something. But eating now might make me gain weight. Yin Qingyao hesitated, a hint of worry on her face. I wouldn't look good if I gained weight. Who says that? Wang Chu replied earnestly. My wife is beautiful no matter her shape, and besides, it's fine to eat once in a while. If you go hungry, I'll be worried. Wang Chu brought over the late-night snack. Here, let me feed you. A radiant smile graced Yin Qingyao's face. All right. The supper prepared by Sister Chen was quite simple, comprising a serving of vegetable salad and a bowl of congee with century egg and lean meat. Perhaps she considered the late hour and opted against greasy foods. As Wang Chu fed Yin Qingyao, he softly recounted his experiences from the day. Yin Qingyao propped her chin on her hands, enjoying the meal Wang Chu offered, her gentle gaze fixed on him. The most fortunate thing in the world is the joy of regaining what was once lost. In this moment, she truly felt that fortune. Soon, the small bowl of congee and the salad were devoured, and Yin Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu. Why don't you rest here for the night? Hearing this, Wang Chu was elated. Really? That's wonderful. I happen to feel a bit weary. After driving for nearly 5 hours, his energy was teetering on the brink of exhaustion. With that, he prepared to climb onto the bed. With a resounding thud, Yin Qingyao kicked Wang Chu off the bed. Who said you could sleep here? If Sister Chen sees this, I would be unable to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. You should sleep on the nearby caregiver's bed, she insisted, giving him a gentle push. Wang Chu felt a twinge of helplessness. Did she not realize she was already in the depths of the Yellow River? However, he refrained from arguing, content and satisfied that Yin Qingyao had acted so boldly. Aren't you going to sleep? Wang Chu lay down on the caregiver's bed, watching as Yin Qingyao pulled out a script from her bag. I just woke up and am not at all tired. Besides, I missed my filming this afternoon due to fainting. I need to review the script to make up for lost time. A glimmer of concern flickered in Wang Chu's eyes. You are already so famous. Why push yourself so hard? I've seen numerous articles about those young stars with big names. Because this is my passion. Yin Qingyao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, chuckling softly. Although I am currently quite popular, I am acutely aware that I am still far from the esteemed artists of previous generations. They committed themselves diligently to their craft. What right do I have not to take it seriously? Observing her earnest demeanor, Wang Chu felt a surge of astonishment. Though they were now married, his understanding of Yun Qingyao still had a long way to go. Nevertheless, it was evident that she was a precious soul deserving of his care and cherishment. Could you tell me about your film? Wang Chu could not help but inquire. Yun Qingyao set her script aside and pondered briefly before responding. In essence, it tells the tale of a woman who takes her father's place in the army. Faced with a shattered homeland and foreign invasion, she resolutely raises her spear to become a legendary female commander. Wang Chu furrowed his brow slightly. Is this story inspired by General Qin Hongyu? Qin Hongyu was a renowned female general in the history of the 9 provinces. Over 1,000 years ago, during the turmoil of the 5 barbarians, countless people from the Central Plains were slaughtered, leaving a trail of bloodshed and despair. The Central Plains were nearly decimated, littered with corpses and smoke. At this critical juncture, the once delicate Qin Hongyu took up the banner of resistance. She spent her fortune and fought valiantly for over a decade. Although ultimately captured and subjected to humiliation and death, she ignited the flames of battle in countless men. After half a century of struggle, the 5 barbarians were finally expelled from the Central Plains, allowing the history of the 9 provinces to endure. Even after a millennium, numerous sites still honor Qin Hongyu's legacy, revered by future generations. Yun Qingyao nodded affirmatively. Exactly, the character is modeled after General Qin Hongyu. Wang Chu's brow creased slightly. This presents a tremendous challenge. Portraying such a heroic figure and bringing this tragic history to the big screen requires immense courage from both the production team and the actor. After all, if Yun Qingyao fails to meet the audience's expectations, it would be a significant blow to her. Yun Qingyao sighed and nodded. Indeed, initially, Sister Chun did not want me to take on this role, but I was simply too enamored. I feel that portraying the life of such a legendary female general is a fulfillment of my life's ambition. While I acknowledge that perfectly embodying this historical figure is nearly impossible, I still wish to give it a try. Her eyes shimmered with determination and longing, radiating an inner light. Wang Chu was momentarily entranced. This version of Yun Qingyao was filled with charisma and brilliance. I support you. He inhaled deeply, speaking earnestly. Whatever you need, I will do my utmost. Your ability to care for Yeye is already the greatest support for me. A faint smile graced Yun Qingyao's lips. Isn't taking care of Yeye my responsibility? Don't you need me to do anything else? Wang Chu pressed on. Yun Qingyao playfully stuck out her tongue. Honestly, there isn't much I require. However, if you could compose a theme song for our Dianjiang Tai, that would be wonderful. I heard our director is currently troubled over the theme song. Wang Chu chuckled awkwardly. Compose? I'm not adept at that. Before he could finish, Wang Chu paused. He could compose. Hadn't he the system just upgraded his skills to intermediate composition? Perhaps he could utilize this to write a theme song. While composition had seemed a distant aspiration, with the system, everything became possible. To protect the homeland, a female general leading the charge, demonstrating that women are no less than men, Wang Chu murmured absent-mindedly, seemingly lost in thought. Noticing Wang Chu's silence, Yun Qingyao refrained from further conversation, returning to her script. After contemplating for a solid half-hour, Wang Chu's mind remained barren. He glanced at Yun Qingyao, who was still engrossed in her script, and quietly called out, "System, how many pleasure points are required to upgrade my composition skill to the maximum level?" Host's current composition skill is at intermediate level. It requires 50 pleasure points to reach the maximum. Wang Chu checked his pleasure points, finding he had over 380 left. Although he had recently spent some on a 10-time draw, Yun Qingyao had just contributed an additional 50 points upon seeing him. Thus, he had quite a surplus of pleasure points. Upgrade the composition skill to the maximum, Wang Chu boldly declared in his heart. Instantly, he lost 50 pleasure points, and his composition skill reached its pinnacle. At that moment, it felt as though a torrent of melodies surged through his mind. He slowly closed his eyes, envisioning the story of Qin Hongyu, as a melody began to crystallize in his thoughts. Suddenly, Wang Chu's eyes brightened. I've got it. Yun Qingyao jumped in surprise. What did you get? I have a concept. Wang Chu hastily explained, flipping over and grabbing a piece of paper, swiftly jotting down his thoughts. Yun Qingyao observed Wang Chu fervently scribbling away, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her heart. However, Wang Chu remained engrossed in his writing, and after more than half an hour had elapsed, he showed no signs of pausing. Unable to restrain herself, Yun Qingyao stifled a yawn, drowsiness washing over her. When Wang Chu finally exhaled and set down his pen, he discovered that Yun Qingyao had already succumbed to slumber, clutching the script in her hand. He approached her carefully, gently removing the script before covering her with a blanket. He bestowed a soft kiss upon her forehead, whispering, "Good night, my darling." Chapter 74. Love is the finest nourishment. The following morning, as sunlight streamed through the hospital room's window, illuminating the bed, Yun Qingyao slowly opened her eyes. The sunlight was splendid today, heralding yet another radiant day. She recalled that Wang Chu had visited her the previous evening. Reflecting on the events of yesterday, she felt as if she were in a dream. Turning her gaze, she noticed the caregiver's bed had been neatly made, but where was Wang Chu? Could it be that she had merely dreamed it all? At that moment, the door to the ward swung open, and in walked Wang Chu, carrying a large bowl of porridge. "This is my very own concoction of red date, longan, and black rice porridge. You must try it and let me know how it tastes." As Yun Qingyao beheld the steaming bowl in Wang Chu's hands, a tender light flickered in her eyes. Setting it on the bedside table, she took a small sip, and her eyes instantly sparkled. Delicious, truly exquisite. It's fragrant, soft, and melts in the mouth, with the sweetness of the red dates and longans perfectly intertwining in the porridge. It is absolutely delightful. A smile crept onto Wang Chu's face. "If you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you every day. Are you planning to steal the chef from this takeout place?" Yun Qingyao shook her head. Though Wang Chu claimed to have made it himself, she found it hard to believe. After all, they were not at home. Even if he wished to cook, there was no place for it. Moreover, could Wang Chu truly possess such culinary skills? She remained skeptical. "This is indeed my handiwork. I woke up early and found a nearby breakfast shop, utilizing their kitchen." Wang Chu retorted, somewhat indignantly. "Why don't you order a dish? I guarantee I can replicate the flavor you desire. Is this really your creation?" Yun Qingyao, seeing the sincerity in Wang Chu's expression, revealed a hint of surprise. Could it be that he possessed such talent? "Of course," Wang Chu replied proudly. "Since you've said so, I shall not be modest. Once I return home, you must ensure to prepare various delectable dishes for me," Yun Qingyao stated earnestly. A hint of adoration flickered across Wang Chu's face. "I hope to cook for you for a lifetime. Then let us make a promise." With that, Yun Qingyao extended her pinky. Wang Chu chuckled and linked his own pinky with hers. "Pinky swear, hang it up, for 100 years, we shall not change." After solemnly sealing their pact, Wang Chu observed Yun Qingyao's improved complexion and remarked, "You're feeling better now. I must return to Haiqing." Ah, a trace of reluctance crossed Yun Qingyao's face. She truly wished for Wang Chu to remain by her side, yet she understood that even if he desired to stay, she would have no time to accompany him. And what about Yaya? Surely, she could not leave Yaya alone in Haiqing. "Very well," Yun Qingyao sighed softly. Wang Chu settled beside her bed. "I will come to visit whenever I have the time, all right? Then it's settled. When I miss you, you must appear before me, okay?" Yun Qingyao said playfully. Wang Chu chuckled lightly. "All right, I shall take my leave now." "Wait." Just as Wang Chu prepared to rise, Yun Qingyao grasped his hand and gently pecked his cheek. "Travel safely." Wang Chu touched his face and pointed to his lips. "And what about here? Dream on. Hurry and go." Yun Qingyao playfully pushed him away. Wang Chu, aware of her bashfulness, did not press further, and yesterday's display had already made him aware of her feelings. "Then I shall take my leave." Wang Chu smiled and turned to depart. As Yun Qingyao gazed at the now empty hospital room, a sense of emptiness enveloped her heart. Even the porridge before her seemed to lose its flavor. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and her eyes brightened. However, it was Sister Chen who entered. "Has he left?" Sister Chen remarked, noting the disappointment on Yun Qingyao's face. "Could you at least feign some enthusiasm? Do you not wish to see me?" Yun Qingyao immediately donned a radiant smile. "Sister Chen, you worry too much. Never mind. You are the esteemed elder. I am but a mere agent. What right do I have to complain?" Sister Chen replied with a hint of sarcasm. "But you are still a major star. Can't you be a bit more reserved sometimes? And aren't you going to introduce me? Who is he, so I can prepare myself?" "Oh, he is Wang Chu, my husband," Yun Qingyao said with calm composure. "Husband?" Sister Chen jolted. "You mean the husband I think you mean?" Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes. "Of course. We have already registered our marriage." "My goodness." Sister Chen sat beside Yun Qingyao's bed, a look of anxiety crossing her face. "I do not oppose you dating, but registering your marriage? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? When did this happen? How come I know nothing about it?" Yun Qingyao blinked innocently. "Did I not return to Haiqing a few days ago? It happened during those 2 days." "Goodness." Sister Chen gasped, astonished at how swiftly events had unfolded. However, a sense of helplessness also welled within her. Despite being a top-notch agent, she knew that Yun Qingyao was no ordinary artist, while others might be oblivious. She was acutely aware. Yun Shangxingchen was established expressly for Yun Qingyao. For such a privileged child of a wealthy family to enter the entertainment industry, many of the unspoken rules were utterly irrelevant to her. For instance, artists are prohibited from dating. Whether Yun Qingyao wished to fall in love or concoct a public relationship was entirely beyond Sister Chen's control. It was solely dependent on Yun Qingyao's own desires. Yet as Yun Qingyao's agent, she found herself in the disheartening predicament of not even knowing when Yun Qingyao had registered her marriage. This sense of defeat was palpable. There were likely few in the entire entertainment industry who had sunk to such a level. Sister Chen, please do not be angry. Seeing Sister Chen's displeased expression, Yun Qingyao promptly apologized. I intended to inform you about this sooner, but I thought it best to wait until filming concluded. I will find a proper time to formally introduce Wang Chu to you, as you are my most respected elder sister. Though Sister Chen recognized this as Yun Qingyao's excuse, it still sounded pleasant to her ears. All right, but do you not fear that this matter might get exposed by the paparazzi or fans? You actually let him come here? A look of happiness graced Yun Qingyao's face. If it gets captured, then I shall boldly admit to it. I believe my fans will support me and send their blessings. You truly are naive. Sister Chen replied testily. This is your rising period in your career. It would be wise to keep this under wraps for now. Wait for a suitable opportunity to announce it. Oh, by the way, Director Chen asked me to inquire about your health. Are you well enough to continue filming? Yun Qingyao nodded. No problem. I feel better than ever. Observing the radiant expression on Yun Qingyao's face, Sister Chen couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, love is the finest nourishment. Chapter 75. The Great Deceiver. The filming schedule for the Dianjiang Tai was exceedingly tight. After filming was completed, a substantial amount of post-production awaited. Thus, to meet the scheduled release date, it was imperative to hasten the filming process and fulfill the tasks promptly. When Yun Qingyao fainted on set, Director Chen's heart plummeted. After all, Yun Qingyao was undeniably the leading lady of this production. Should she require an extended period for recuperation, the filming would be brought to a standstill. Hence, it was only natural for Director Chen to be in a state of anxious urgency. Fortunately, he soon learned from Sister Chen that Yun Qingyao could continue filming. No wonder she had achieved such remarkable success. Heaven truly rewards those who are diligent. Ready to commence filming. In Haicheng, Yang Wei locked eyes with Lin Xiaoyan. Shock flickered in Lin Xiaoyan's gaze. What did you say? You want me to apologize to Wang Chu? Yang Wei, have you lost your mind? Are you unaware of the nature of my relationship with Wang Chu? Yang Wei's eyes reflected his own frustration. I'm not foolish. Do you think I'm oblivious? Do you suppose I'm not feeling repressed? But what can be done now? Wang Chu has found favor with someone influential. What options do I have? Lin Xiaoyan took a deep breath. Disdain etched on her face. Wang Chu is nothing more than a parasite. I truly don't understand what you are so worried about. Does he have the power to retaliate against us? Yang Wei regarded Lin Xiaoyan with incredulity. What do you think? Lin Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief written across her features. He wouldn't dare, would he? Yang Wei, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. Lin Xiaoyan, it is imperative that you employ whatever means necessary to secure Wang Chu's forgiveness for our previous actions. Otherwise, my family will never consent to our relationship. But we are already engaged. Marriage can be dissolved. You don't genuinely believe that engagement holds any legal weight, do you? Lin Xiaoyan, filled with disbelief, retorted. Yang Wei. After 4 years together, how can you utter such words? For years together? Yang Wei sneered coldly. Are you about to claim that you gave me your first time? Isn't it true? I have only held hands with Wang Chu. We haven't even kissed. Who are you trying to deceive? Do you honestly think I believe your words? Yang Wei's face showed signs of impatience. Ever since Wang Chu referred to himself as a discarded shoe yesterday, the more Yang Wei contemplated it, the more he felt Wang Chu was right. Nowadays, young people in relationships for 3 years have likely completed what they needed to do. Furthermore, Lin Xiaoyan was undeniably beautiful. Unless Wang Chu had some physical ailment, how could he possibly have restrained himself for 3 years? Lin Xiaoyan was at a loss. She never expected to hear such words from Yang Wei's mouth. Yang Wei, irritated, said, enough. I'm leaving this matter to you. I don't care how you manage it. Just remember, you must ensure that Wang Chu no longer targets us. Lin Xiaoyan fixed Yang Wei with a deep gaze. Fine, I promise you. I will do my utmost. With that, she turned to leave, revealing a hint of resentment on her face where Yang Wei could not see. Yang Wei, you better not regret this. With a sigh of relief, Yang Wei relaxed. After contemplating all night, he still believed it was more suitable to leave this matter in Lin Xiaoyan's hands. On one hand, she was the root cause of the initial incident, and facing his former girlfriend, Wang Chu's heart would surely soften somewhat. On the other hand, to gain Wang Chu's forgiveness would undoubtedly subject Yang Wei to ridicule or even humiliation. As a wealthy heir in Haicheng, how could he endure shame from Wang Chu and still maintain his reputation in the city? Therefore, it was best to leave this embarrassing matter for Lin Xiaoyan to handle. Dingling. At that moment, Yang Wei's phone rang. Hello, who is this? What flying dragon team? Are you out of your minds? I have no idea what you're talking about. At the Daong preschool, the children were engrossed in games, yet Ye sat in a corner, her face clouded with unhappiness. Ye, come play with us. Ye, I brought my Barbie doll for you to play with. can you share 2 dumplings with me at noon? Yeah. Here's a transformer for you. As she observed the enthusiastic children around her, Yeye's gloom deepened. Yesterday, her father had gone to care for her mother, leaving no time to prepare dumplings. However, seeing the expectant gazes of her playmates, she felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain how to handle lunchtime. If she couldn't produce the dumplings, she would surely be mocked. Daddy, where are you? Yeye cried out desperately in her heart. At that moment, a little boy shouted, You've all been deceived by Yeye. She didn't bring any dumplings today. The boy, Sun Xiaoyu, had always been the center of attention among the children, but now he found his spotlight stolen by Yeye, and his heart brimmed with resentment. Upon hearing Sun Xiaoyu's words, a look of panic crossed Yeye's face. The other children, hearing Sun Xiaoyu, displayed signs of nervousness. Yeye, you promised. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Yeye, I brought my Barbie for you. You wouldn't really deny me dumplings, would you? Not keeping your promises is not good. I won't play with you anymore. Me neither. Yeye is a big liar. Yeye watched as her friends began to drift away, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. I'm not a liar. If you don't want to play with me, I don't want to play with you either. In a huff, she clutched her toy and retreated to a corner. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the teacher. What is going on? What are you all up to? Teacher Yu approached. The children hurriedly recounted the situation to Teacher Yu. Seeing Yeye's forlorn expression, Teacher Yu sighed inwardly. You've all misunderstood Yeye. She has prepared dumplings for everyone, but she wanted to surprise you. Teacher Yu smiled reassuringly. Really? The children appeared somewhat skeptical. Of course. Do you not believe Sister Yu? With Teacher Yu's assurance, the children joyfully surrounded Yeye once more. Yeye, we're sorry, we misjudged you. Yes, Yeye. Please don't be angry. Yeye, here is my toy, you can play with it. Seeing the children reconciled, Teacher Yu felt relieved. Now, it was time to buy those dumplings. At this point, she could only purchase some from a nearby dumpling shop to appease the situation. Chapter 76. Dumpling Catastrophe Before Long. Lunchtime arrived at the preschool. Teacher Yu hurriedly carried over more than 30 small steamed buns from the nearby dumpling shop, making her way back to the preschool. I must hurry, otherwise it will be too late. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Yumechi suddenly heard a man's voice behind her. Turning around, she was momentarily taken aback. Yeye's father? The voice belonged to Wang Chu, who was holding a 4-tier thermal box. Upon noticing the bun in Yumechi's hand, he expressed surprise. Teacher Yu, you enjoy buns? The corners of Yumechi's mouth twitched as she replied, Yes, well, Yeye's dad. What brings you here? Didn't Yeye mention yesterday that the children at kindergarten wanted to taste the buns I made? Wang Chu chuckled and said, I was busy with some matters yesterday, so I couldn't prepare any. That's why I made some this morning to bring over. Yumechi was momentarily speechless, a mix of bemusement and regret crossing her face. Had she known, she wouldn't have gone through the trouble of buying so many buns herself. Teacher Yu, could you please help me take this inside? I'm not sure how many children there are, so I made quite a few. Since you like buns, you should have some too. They should taste quite good. Oh, of course. Yumechi quickly accepted the thermal box from Wang Chu. Thank you, Teacher Yu. As she entered the kindergarten with the thermal box, she announced, Everyone, let's take a moment to thank Yeye's dad, as these buns were personally prepared for us by him. We should also thank little Yeye for her spirit of sharing, which allows us all to enjoy these delightful buns. Under Teacher Yu's guidance, applause erupted, and Yeye puffed up with pride. Thanks to the collaborative efforts of Teacher Yu and Yeye, each child in the class received a crystal bun. Finally, Yeye held up a crystal bun and said, Teacher Yu, thank you. I invite you to have a bun. Yumechi glanced at the bun in Yeye's hands, recalling the 30 to 40 buns still sitting in her office, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over her. However, faced with Yeye's heartfelt gesture, she could hardly refuse. Thank you, Yeye, she said with a smile as she accepted the bun. Once back in her office, confronted with such an abundance of buns, she fell into deep contemplation. With so many buns, it will take me days to finish them all. I fear I may develop an aversion to buns for the rest of my life. Nevertheless, she reasoned, since she had purchased them, they must be consumed. Wasting food was out of the question. After eating 3 buns, she began to feel quite full. 3 for 1 meal, 9 in a day. At this rate, I'll be eating buns for nearly 5 days straight. I might just lose my mind. Yumechi sighed. At that moment, another teacher walked in. Lu Jia, have you eaten? Would you like to join me? Lu Laosher smiled and replied, I've already eaten. But why did you buy so many buns? I didn't realize you loved them so much. The corners of Yumechi's mouth twitched. This was a tale of unutterable sadness. Yes, I really do enjoy buns, she managed to say, albeit reluctantly. By the way, there's a bun shop near my home that makes the most delicious buns. I'll bring you 2 tomorrow. Oh no, that is not necessary, Lu Jia. Yumechi's expression changed dramatically. Why not? Last time, I had something to attend to. And if you hadn't covered for me, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. Don't worry, those buns are absolutely delightful. Seeing Lu Jie's enthusiasm, Yumechi felt a wave of frustration. Why did Bun seem to be her nemesis? She was already overwhelmed with the ones she had. Staring at the remaining large bag of buns, she had no choice but to place them in the refrigerator for the time being. Just as she finished this task, she noticed a small head poking around at the office door. Yuzimo, what are you doing out there? Do you need something from the teacher? Yumechi couldn't help but inquire upon seeing the little boy lurking outside. Yuzimo hesitated before shuffling in. Teacher, may I ask if you finished your buns? Yumechi was puzzled. Aren't you full? You can still go to the cafeteria for more food. No. It's just that I didn't have enough. Yuzimo gulped. Yaya's crystal bun was just too delicious, and I remember Yaya giving one to you. Yumechi realized that this cheeky boy had his eyes set on the crystal bun Yaya had given her. However, logically, Yuzimo came from a well-off family. Why would he come over for just a bun? Could it be that this crystal bun truly possessed such magical allure? After all, children are children. Just as Yumechi was about to offer the bun to Yuzimo, another little head appeared at the door. Chu Zishuan, what brings you here? Upon seeing Chu Zishuan, Yuzimo's expression turned wary. Teacher, I'm not full yet. Can I have the bun Yaya gave you? Yumechi was taken aback. Was there yet another child yearning for a bun? Was there truly such an irresistible charm to the buns made by Yaya's father? I'm sorry, but that bun has already been eaten. Yumechi replied apologetically. If only one child desired it, she would gladly share. But with two wanting it, and only one bun to offer, it seemed unfair to choose between them. Moreover, what if other children hadn't had their fill? As a kindergarten teacher, Yumechi understood all too well. Once one child has something, others will invariably want it, regardless of whether they truly like or need it. The principle was simple. If someone else has it, I must have it too, and that is what truly matters. Hearing teacher use words, both boys left with disappointed faces. After they departed, a hint of confusion flickered in Yumechi's eyes. Earlier, she had observed the children's satisfaction while eating the buns. But how extraordinary could a single bun truly be? Perhaps these children had never experienced truly delectable foods, like spicy crayfish, hot pot, or barbecued delights. However, Yumechi now felt a peculiar itch in her heart, thanks to these two children. The crystal bun wasn't large. Perhaps she should sample its taste? With that thought in mind, she retrieved the crystal bun she had just placed in the refrigerator. The glistening bun certainly appeared appetizing. But was it truly as delicious as everyone claimed? She felt a surge of curiosity. As she took her first bite, she was utterly astounded. What a divine flavor. The bun's dough was firm yet elastic, perfectly sealing in all the savory juices of the crystal bun. And although it contained a variety of vegetables, their flavors did not overwhelm one another. Instead, they intertwined beautifully, offering a refreshing and delightful taste. As she savored it, Yumechi seemed to hear the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds in her ears, while the fragrance of grass wafted through her nose. The greasy sensation that had lingered after consuming 3 buns vanished in an instant, and her midday fatigue seemed to lift significantly. This crystal bun was simply exquisite, truly miraculous. Yumechi gazed at the remaining half of the crystal bun, a flicker of chagrin evident in her eyes. She should have devoured it the moment Yaya offered it to her. Now it had grown cold, and its texture was no longer as delightful as it had been. Had it just emerged from the steamer, the mere thought of its flavor caused a trickle of saliva to escape her lips. No, I am a teacher. How can I covet a child's bun? Carefully, Yumechi wrapped the leftover half of the bun, planning to savor it later at home after warming it up. It would undoubtedly be more delectable then. After handing the bun to Teacher Yu, Wang Chu felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, he had promised Yaya he would ensure she received the bun. If Yaya had not obtained it, it would have been a breach of trust on his part. Such a scenario was one Wang Chu would never allow to transpire. With the task finally accomplished, he decided to take a nap after returning home. Since last night, Wang Chu had slept less than 5 hours, the rest of the time spent traversing the roads. Even with his remarkable physical fitness, he felt an inexplicable fatigue descending upon him. At that moment, his phone rang. Wang Chu, it's Sun Chongqing. Upon answering, Wang Chu heard the familiar voice of Sun Chongqing. Uncle Sun, what brings you to call? Hearing Wang Chu refer to him as Uncle Sun filled Sun Chongqing's heart with a sweetness akin to honey. Haha, Wang Chu. I just wanted to inform you that this afternoon, there will be a commendation ceremony for acts of bravery at Ocean City South Ocean Square, where we will honor local citizens who have recently demonstrated valor. Don't be late. It starts at 3 o'clock. Wang Chu paused momentarily. Acts of bravery? Surely, I am not required to attend. How could you possibly think that? Sun Chongqing's tone turned slightly serious. Wang Chu, I understand you are not one to seek the limelight, preferring to perform good deeds anonymously. But consider this. Only by publicly celebrating your commendable actions can we inspire a more virtuous society. Don't you agree? Wang Chu was taken aback, indeed. His superior possessed a visionary insight that pierced through to the greater truths. Thus, by sharing your story, you can motivate others, What could be more meaningful than that? A sense of humility washed over Wang Chu. His aspirations seemed rather modest in comparison. Uncle Son, I understand, and I will be sure to arrive on time. May I inquire as to how long the ceremony will last? Is there something scheduled for this afternoon? Not particularly, but I must pick up my daughter from school later. What a wonderful father you are. Don't worry, it won't take more than an hour. That is reassuring. After resting for an hour, Wang Chu felt revitalized. By 2 o'clock, he set out in his car. Although the ceremony commenced at 3, arriving at least 10 minutes early was prudent. After all, only the truly renowned had the privilege of arriving last. Yet, Wang Chu did not consider himself among the illustrious. He chose not to drive an ostentatious vehicle, but instead opted for a sleek black Mercedes. Meanwhile, within the Ocean City Criminal Police Department, an atmosphere of tension and suppression permeated the air. Eagle, maintain vigilance. Cheetah Squad, prepare for a surprise assault in 3 minutes. It's South time to close the net. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 action. After extensive surveillance, they had finally reached the pivotal moment. If all went smoothly, they would apprehend both the criminals and the evidence. Captain Ma, we are absolutely prepared. Our team has been tracking them for over 6 months and has thoroughly mapped out their counterfeit drug manufacturing facility, so rest assured. One officer laughed confidently. Captain Ma, a lean man in his 40s, cast a scrutinizing glance at the officer. Do not underestimate your adversary. The very fact that they have managed to establish such an extensive network for the production and distribution of counterfeit drugs indicates they are formidable opponents. I even suspect that our operation has been a bit too smooth. Is that not a good thing? Another officer asked, puzzled. Captain Ma shook his head. It's hard to say. We will see what the outcome reveals. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Captain Ma swiftly answered. What is the situation up ahead? The suspects have escaped? Upon receiving the call, a complex expression crossed Captain Ma's face. Indeed, the suspects had fled. Contact the traffic police and set up checkpoints at all intersections. Seal off all entry points to Ocean City. And keep a close watch on a black Mercedes with the license plate 69966. The suspects may be armed. Under special circumstances, use lethal force. Commands were issued with unwavering clarity. The entire Ocean City Criminal Police Department sprang into action, intent on capturing the counterfeit drug syndicate. At this moment, at an intersection, Qin Fei was idly performing her duties. Once a member of the criminal police team, she had been reassigned to the traffic department 3 months ago due to a disciplinary violation. I hear the criminal police are active again. Too bad my skills cannot be put to use. Qin Fei gritted her teeth. Old Ma, how could you demote me over such trivial matters? You will regret losing me. With me around, how could they escape? Soon, orders crackled through her earpiece. Her expression shifted. The suspects have fled? They're driving a black Mercedes? License plate 69966? Just then, a black Mercedes sped past her. Qin Fei's eyes narrowed. What a stroke of luck, as if the heavens themselves have delivered this opportunity. She was certain that the Mercedes that just zoomed past was the very vehicle reported in her earpiece. Once she apprehended the suspect, what excuse could old Ma possibly have to keep her from returning to the criminal police team? Swiftly mounting her motorcycle, she revved the engine, its low growl echoing through the air as she pursued the fleeing Mercedes. Chapter 78. A misunderstanding. Wang Chu was enjoying a leisurely drive when he suddenly sensed something amiss. A police motorcycle was rapidly approaching from behind. What was happening? Why were they pursuing him? Had his vehicle's insurance expired? Wang Chu pondered. However, he dismissed any further thoughts. If the insurance had indeed lapsed, he could simply renew it, could he not? Black Mercedes in front. Please pull over for a routine inspection. Qin Fei blared her horn. Wang Chu pulled over to the side of the road. Qin Fei parked her motorcycle in front of the Mercedes and approached Wang Chu's driver's side. Get out of the vehicle for a routine inspection. Wang Chu was somewhat perplexed. Was it really necessary to exit the car for this check? Miss, is that really necessary? I can just show you my driver's license. With that, Wang Chu prepared to retrieve his license. Qin Fei's expression shifted. The driver was clearly uncooperative. Did he intend to draw a weapon? Do not move. If you do, I may have to discharge my firearm. Qin Fei promptly drew her gun, her demeanor serious as she addressed Wang Chu. Wang Chu was taken aback. Was it not merely a routine inspection? Was drawing a weapon truly necessary? This was not some foreign land. Miss, are you perhaps overreacting? Wang Chu found himself in a rather absurd predicament, caught between laughter and tears. I am not your enemy, he asserted. Enough with the chatter. Open the car door, place your hands on your head, and comply with my instructions. Qin Fei cast a glance at Wang Chu, then at the back seat of the car, only to discover that he was alone within. The young man was quite handsome, yet regrettably, he was engaged in theft. A pang of sorrow flickered in Qin Fei's heart. Wang Chu sighed, resigned to her demands. He opened the car door, placed his hands behind his head, and stepped out slowly. As he emerged, Qin Fei advanced and seized him, inquiring, "Where are the others? What have you done with them?" Wang Chu appeared utterly bewildered. "Officer, I assure you, there has been a mistake. Surely, there is some misunderstanding?" "A misunderstanding? What could someone like you possibly have in common with me?" Qin Fei retorted with a cold laugh. "If there is indeed a misunderstanding, you can explain it to our task force. Be honest." Wang Chu furrowed his brow. Although he was uncertain of the circumstances, he was convinced that this female officer had apprehended the wrong individual. "You might want to contact your superior. If you have indeed made an error, it would be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it?" However, Qin Fei dismissed his well-meaning suggestion, perceiving it merely as a stall tactic. "I cannot have apprehended the wrong person. I advise you to disclose the location of the others, or you shall face dire consequences." With that, she forcefully nudged Wang Chu. Her voice icy. Wang Chu felt exasperated. Had this officer lost her senses? While he was willing to cooperate with the police, it did not imply that he would passively accept her accusations. If only this well-endowed officer could converse with him civilly, he would be eager to rectify the misunderstanding. Yet, she remained adamant that she had not erred. The clock was ticking towards 3 o'clock, and the commendation ceremony was about to commence. "I know Secretary Sun Changqing from the municipal office. My phone is in my pocket. You may call him." Qin Fei interrupted him. "I do not know any Secretary Sun. What about Mayor Chen Qingshan of Haiqing? Surely you know him?" "I am unfamiliar with anyone named Chen Qingshan." With a mocking smile, Qin Fei prepared to report to her superior that she had apprehended a suspect when, suddenly, she felt a tremendous force emanating from Wang Chu. In an instant, she found herself subdued, with Wang Chu pressing against her from behind. "You dare to assault a police officer?" Qin Fei exclaimed in shock. "I suggest you surrender. We have laid a trap from which you cannot escape. I have committed no crime. Why would I flee?" Wang Chu shook his head. "The reason I restrained you was to facilitate a calm conversation. Regardless of your orders, I am not a criminal. Surely, police apprehensions require evidence?" Evidence. We certainly have that." At that moment, a voice crackled through Qin Fei's earpiece. "We have located the suspect's vehicle, which is fleeing towards Changhai Road." Qin Fei froze. "They have discovered the suspect's vehicle? Then what is this? Is your license plate number 69,966? Wang Chu rolled his eyes. "What's 69,966? My license plate is 69,699. What?" Qin Fei struggled to the front of the car, only to see Wang Chu's plate reading 69699, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. How could she have misread the license plate? This was mortifying, truly humiliating. Qin Fei felt a burning flush on her face, realizing she had indeed apprehended the wrong person. Wang Chu observed her reaction with a calm demeanor. "What's wrong? Have you now realized your mistake?" "I am so sorry," she stammered, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her tone. "I told you, you were mistaken. But you refused to listen," Wang Chu remarked, a hint of sarcasm lacing his words. "Fortunately, I am capable. Otherwise, if you had taken me in, how would your colleagues perceive you?" Hearing this, Qin Fei felt a wave of dread. If the true criminal remained at large while she had wrongfully detained an innocent citizen, she might never return to the Criminal Investigation Unit. "I am truly sorry. I was just too anxious." Qin Fei's face bore a pleading expression. "If you could forgive my error, I would agree to anything. Just please don't report me." Wang Chu regarded her thoughtfully. "Anything, as long as it is within reason." "I could agree, but I will not comply with any unreasonable demands." "Unreasonable demands? Such as what?" Wang Chu chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Qin Fei instinctively clutched her chest, stepping back in alarm. "Enough. I am not interested in you. I am curious about the individuals you are pursuing." Qin Fei hesitated. "If I disclose that information, it would violate protocol." "Very well, I shall report you then." "What kind of person are you?" Qin Fei exclaimed, nearly stomping her foot in frustration. "I didn't do it on purpose. How can you be so cruel to a defenseless woman?" "Defenseless woman?" Wang Chu's lips curled in disbelief. Had he not been enhanced by a strength-inducing pill, he would indeed not stand a chance against this female officer. "I can only tell you that they are involved in counterfeit drugs, with preliminary estimates of their operations involving hundreds of millions. Of course, these are minor matters. The key issue is that they severely endanger public health and safety." "Counterfeit drugs? Is that not encroaching upon my wife's family's market?" Wang Chu's expression turned grave. "You must capture them." Chapter 79. Further threats. Qin Fei sighed. "We wish to apprehend them swiftly, but alas, they have already escaped." "Escaped?" Wang Chu frowned. Incredulity etched on his face. How could they have managed to elude such a meticulously laid trap? "Where have they fled?" he pressed. Qin Fei's expression shifted suddenly. "Why would I reveal that to you? It's classified information. Do you believe you have shared many secrets with me? If you refuse to disclose, I would not hesitate to file a complaint against you." Qin Fei gritted her teeth in frustration. "You are a grown man, yet you threaten a woman. Do you not feel any shame?" Wang Chu pondered for a moment, then shook his head earnestly. "No, but if you were to tell me." I might actually be able to assist you. Qin Fei scrutinized Wang Chu, skepticism written across her face. Really? I only know that they fled towards Shanghai Road. Wang Chu's brow furrowed deeply. Shanghai Road leads to the most complex shantytown in Haiqing. Once they infiltrate there, locating them will be exceedingly troublesome. Qin Fei's face fell. She was acutely aware of the situation, and her anxiety mounted. However, I can assist you, but you must provide me with some basic information, such as their appearance, names, and the vehicle they drive. I only know they are driving a black Mercedes with the plate 69,966. Qin Fei replied weakly. As of now, I am merely a traffic patrol officer. I do not have access to further information. Wang Chu retrieved a directional device, feeling a mix of uncertainty. Could they trace a black Mercedes with the plate 69966? In no time, the device began to spin, ultimately pointing in a specific direction. The distance to Wang Chu is a mere 11 kilometers. Remarkably effective. A joyful expression illuminated Wang Chu's face as he glanced at Qin Fei and urged, "Get in the car. I'll take you to apprehend them." A flicker of doubt crossed Qin Fei's features as she responded, "Do you truly know where they are? You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? If you don't want to go, then don't." Wang Chu retorted with irritation, "I have numerous acquaintances in Haiqing, and I am quite familiar with the Shanghai Road area. If you don't believe me, so be it. I can go alone." "I believe you," Qin Fei hastily exclaimed. "Just don't report me." Wang Chu winked, initially intending to reassure her that he could simply head to the Ocean Square, but to his surprise, the girl misunderstood his intentions. "All right then, let us go. I can ride my motorcycle right behind you," Qin Fei timidly suggested. "Are you worried they won't notice the police car tailing me?" Wang Chu said, exasperated, "Could you think before you speak?" "Oh," Qin Fei pouted, climbing into the vehicle. For reasons unknown, ever since meeting Wang Chu, she felt as if her intellect had diminished. As the clock approached 3 o'clock, the star of the upcoming commendation ceremony, Wang Chu, had yet to arrive, causing Sun Changqing to become increasingly anxious. Is Wang Chu still not here? After confirming with the staff multiple times, he decided to call Wang Chu for an update. "Uncle Sun, I'm currently dealing with an urgent matter and may be delayed. Please proceed without me. I'll hang up now." The call connected. But Wang Chu's succinct reply was followed by a disconnection. Sun Changqing was taken aback. He could not believe Wang Chu had hung up so abruptly. When he called back, the system's voice informed him, "Sorry, the user you are trying to reach is unavailable." Sun Changqing's lips twitched. "Oh, my ancestor. You truly are a piece of work. Make sure to turn off your phone later. What if it rings during the operation?" Wang Chu, with an air of experience, replied to Qin Fei. She blinked. "Aren't we just supposed to find them? Why turn off the phone? Wouldn't it be easier to just tie them up once we do?" Wang Chu regarded her as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Qin Fei was taken aback. "You plan to charge in alone and capture them? How could it be alone? I have you with me." Wang Chu smiled. "With your fierce spirit, they surely stand no chance against you." Qin Fei was astonished. "Just the two of us?" "Indeed. Didn't you dare to stop me earlier all by yourself? Believe in yourself. You can do this." Wang Chu encouraged. "But they may have dangerous weapons. I think we should notify the task force if we find them. If you're afraid, just get out. I'll go alone." Wang Chu's eyes glinted with disdain. "Who is afraid?" Seeing the derision in Wang Chu's gaze, Qin Fei felt displeased. "I'm merely concerned for your safety. After all, you're just an ordinary person. Rest assured, I will not rest until I apprehend those counterfeit drug dealers." Wang Chu gritted his teeth, his eyes reflecting determination. From their earlier conversation, he understood that the primary target of these counterfeit drug dealers was the products belonging to Mu Yun Pharmaceutical. This not only jeopardized the market for Mu Yun Pharmaceutical, but also threatened its reputation and credibility. After all, if the medications purchased by the public proved ineffective, they would be unable to discern their authenticity. They would lay all blame squarely on Mu Yun Pharmaceutical. Thus, for Yin Qingyao's sake, Wang Chu felt compelled to bring these criminals to justice. Now that he possessed the power-enhancing pills and superior combat skills, dealing with a few counterfeit drug dealers would be a walk in the park. However, Qin Fei found herself in a dilemma. If her superiors learned she had endangered an ordinary citizen, she would undoubtedly face consequences. Yet she could not report this situation. After all, she herself had doubts about Wang Chu's ability to locate them. The fact that the suspects had evaded the police's extensive net suggested they had their own exceptional capabilities. Reporting this would surely lead her superiors to question her sanity. Fine, I want to believe he can truly find them, Qin Fei thought to herself. However, she soon realized that Wang Chu was driving in the wrong direction. This isn't Shanghai Road, is it? Indeed, it is not. Wang Chu nodded. The counterfeit drug dealers are not located on this stretch of Shanghai Road. Impossible. My colleagues saw them enter Shanghai Road. That was merely a diversion. Trust me, the path I'm taking is absolutely correct. If I'm wrong, I want to hold you accountable for pointing your gun at me earlier. What do you say? Qin Fei scoffed, realizing this man only knew how to threaten people, lacking any semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Just 10 minutes later, astonishment painted Qin Fei's face. Upon arriving at an old residential area, she spotted a black Mercedes not far ahead, its license plate matching 69,966. Incredible. Qin Fei appeared as though she had seen a ghost. The entire criminal investigation unit had failed to pinpoint the suspect's location, yet Wang Chu had succeeded. How did you manage that? Qin Fei cast a disbelieving glance at Wang Chu. He shrugged. Just luck. I suppose my fortune is simply exceptional. Humph. Qin Fei scoffed. Can you concoct a more believable story? I even suspect you might be in cahoots with them. Whether I am or not, you will soon find out. Let us get ready to act. No. Qin Fei gasped, quickly clutching Wang Chu's arm tightly. You can't go. I'll contact the task force immediately and have my colleagues seal off this area. You mustn't proceed. You really don't need to worry about me. I'll be fine. Wang Chu replied with a hint of exasperation. No, absolutely not. If I let you go, I will never be able to face the police again. Qin Fei stood firm. Wang Chu sighed. Fine, I'll heed your wishes and not go. Hurry and contact your colleagues. By the way, could you let go of my arm? At that moment, Qin Fei realized she was gripping Wang Chu's arm so tightly that it was causing her discomfort. Ugh. Qin Fei felt her cheeks flush, mentally scolding herself, and then pretended to casually contact Lao Ma. After a while, Qin Fei hung up, relieved. I've informed the task force. Our team will arrive shortly. We just need to keep an eye on them. Just then, 3 men emerged from a nearby corridor. Their expressions tense as they approached the black Mercedes. This is bad. They're about to escape. Wang Chu's expression shifted as he spoke solemnly. Qin Fei, witnessing the scene, wore an anxious expression. What do we do? Our colleagues want to arrive for another 5 minutes. We don't have time for that. I'll have to think on my feet. A faint, cold smirk played at the corners of Wang Chu's mouth as he pressed down on the accelerator. Wang Chu, what are you doing? You need to remain calm. Qin Fei exclaimed, startled. However, there was little she could do, forced to watch helplessly as Wang Chu drove straight into the rear of the opposing vehicle. With a loud crash, the 3 men inside the car were jolted in surprise. Stay in the car and don't come out. Wang Chu instructed firmly. No way, they are dangerous individuals. I am the one negotiating with them, and besides, your police uniform will only alert them. After uttering this, Wang Chu stepped out of the car, his face adorned with a broad smile. I sincerely apologize, truly. I mistook the accelerator for the brake and accidentally bumped into your vehicle. I am genuinely sorry. The 3 men wore expressions of dismay. How on earth do you drive? Did you buy your license? Wang Chu feigned remorse. I assure you, my license was not purchased. I learned under Coach Nen. But that is of little consequence. I see that I've caused significant damage to your car, but fret not. I shall compensate for all losses. His demeanor was disarmingly humble, promising accountability. Even though the counterfeit drug dealers were visibly agitated, they found themselves at a loss for words. No need for compensation. Just move your car. We have urgent matters to attend to. One of the men asserted. Wang Chu frowned. How can that be? I, Yang Wei, am not the type to shirk responsibility. Rest assured, I will contact my insurance agent immediately. The compensation will be resolved in no time. I told you, no compensation is necessary. Are you thick-headed? The man replied, annoyance creeping into his voice. Leave, and don't waste my time. Wang Chu furrowed his brow and retorted, my dear young brother, that is where you are mistaken. I indeed accidentally collided with your vehicle, but it was not intentional, and I am not evading responsibility. What do you mean by that? Let me tell you. A gentleman can be slain, but cannot be humiliated. I, Yang Wei, am a man of integrity, unwavering in my word. Am I so desperate for money? Name your price. If I frown even once, I am no hero. A middle-aged man nearby frowned. Xiao Wang, stop dawdling. Just name a number so we can resolve this quickly. Our time is limited. Xiao Wang nodded. All right, since you are quite affluent, how about 1 million? Can you manage that? Wang Chu chuckled coldly. Is that all? No problem. But you will have to wait a moment. I currently do not have that much in my account. I will have my secretary transfer the funds right away. Forget it. Young man, I can see you didn't do it on purpose. Let us just consider it a friendly encounter. The earlier speaking middle-aged man suggested with a smile. We're not short on money, so let us not dwell on this matter. We have important business to attend to and cannot waste any more time. Therefore, let us part ways here. Upon hearing this, Wang Chu's expression softened. He gave the middle-aged man a thumbs up. This uncle speaks with class. Good, in that case, I, Yang Wei, will consider you my friends. Here is my phone number. Once you're done with your business, I would be delighted to treat you to a meal. After leaving his number, Wang Chu began to reverse his car. Yet, feigning the clumsiness of a novice driver, he abruptly backed up and with a loud bang, collided with a nearby trash can. This guy must have bought his license. Xiao Wang in the front seat scoffed. With this driving skill, he dares to hit the road. What a death wish. due to a large truck obstructing much of the road ahead. They had no choice but to wait for Wang Chu to maneuver his vehicle before they could proceed. Observing Wang Chu's awkwardness in the rearview mirror, the occupants grew increasingly impatient. Xiao Wang, go help him back the car out. We can't afford to waste any more time, the middle-aged man ordered sternly. Grumbling, Xiao Wang exited the vehicle and approached Wang Chu's car. Get out, I'll handle it. Upon reaching the driver's seat, Xiao Wang was met with the sight of Qin Fei in her police uniform seated in the passenger seat. Boss, this is bad. It's the cops. With a sudden thud, Wang Chu swung the car door open, striking Xiao Wang squarely on the forehead, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 81. A disappointment. This is troublesome. They figured it out. We must act now, Wang Chu declared before dashing toward the Mercedes ahead. Wait for me, Qin Fei shouted in astonishment. Meanwhile, the occupants of the Mercedes realized the unusual situation behind them, quickly understanding that their adversaries aimed to stall them. However, with a train blocking their path ahead and Wang Chu's car behind them, they found themselves with no avenue for escape. Atao, take him out, and then we'll swap to his vehicle. The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with cold determination. The burly man beside him nodded and stepped out, striding toward the oncoming Wang Chu. This muscular figure wore a sinister grin, making Wang Chu appear slender and feeble in comparison. A guy like him? One punch will do the trick. He dismissed Wang Chu entirely. As Wang Chu threw a punch, the burly man retaliated without hesitation. A sharp crack echoed as their fists collided. Staring at his twisted arm in shock, the burly man was incredulous. How could I lose this power struggle? He thought. How can someone with such a slight frame possess such strength? After a brief moment of astonishment, excruciating pain surged through him, and he let out a wretched scream. His features contorted in agony. How irritating. Wang Chu did not relent, seizing the opportunity in the burly man's moment of shock. He delivered a knee strike directly to the man's face. The tremendous force knocked the burly man out cold. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground. The middle-aged man inside the car gazed at the scene with a glint of malice, then drew a gun from his clothing and opened the car door. Are you a police officer? The middle-aged man questioned Wang Chu, scrutinizing him. But you lack the aura of a policeman. I am not a police officer. Wang Chu replied with a charming smile. Oh, if you're not a police officer, why are you blocking my way? We have no enmity. Why obstruct me? No enmity? What a joke. Who says we have no conflict? A sinister grin appeared on Wang Chu's face. Even if we had no personal vendetta, your ilk, those who peddle counterfeit drugs, are deserving of eradication. Is that so? You wish to be a hero? Unfortunately, heroism is not so easily attained. With that, the middle-aged man raised his hand, preparing to fire at Wang Chu. Wang Chu had long sensed the danger of the man's hand movements. As soon as the man lifted his arm, Wang Chu sprang forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Bang! The gun fired. But the bullet soared into the sky, for Wang Chu had delivered a swift kick that sent the gun flying. By the time Qin Fei arrived, Wang Chu had already subdued everyone present. You are truly remarkable, Qin Fei exclaimed, her eyes wide in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. One was a robust and imposing figure, while the other was a menacing individual wielding a firearm. Yet both were subdued by Wang Chu single-handedly. Who exactly is this Wang Chu? And how could he possibly possess such prowess? Moments later, the criminal investigation team arrived and apprehended all the counterfeit drug dealers. As the middle-aged man was escorted to the police car, he cast a penetrating glance at Wang Chu. Young Wei, I remember you. Wang Chu snorted in response. What is the matter? Are you looking to cause me trouble? Remember, I am Wang Chu of Tianshi Apparel, and I shall not change my name or my lineage. The counterfeit drug dealers were taken away. A middle-aged detective approached. Good day, I am Captain Ma of the criminal investigation team. I have already learned about the situation from Qin Fei. Without your intervention, we would have indeed allowed these criminals to escape. Wang Chu waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for pleasantries. This is simply our duty as citizens of Haiqing. Mr. Yang, you truly embody noble integrity, Captain Ma remarked. Wang Chu quickly corrected him. I am Wang Chu, not Yang. But just now with such criminals, can we still speak candidly? Wang Chu chuckled. Captain Ma smiled, appreciating Wang Chu's alertness. Mr. Wang, your vehicle was damaged in the pursuit of these criminals. We will certainly apply for a commendation for your bravery and compensate for your losses. Hearing this, Wang Chu suddenly recalled something. The commendation ceremony for bravery is later today. Captain Ma, could your team transport me to Yuanyang Plaza? No problem. I will have Qin Fei take you there. At the commendation ceremony at Yuanyang Plaza, the atmosphere became painfully awkward. The honoree of the event had yet to arrive. Sun Changqing was as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. He repeatedly dialed Wang Chu's number, only to be met with the relentless notification that the phone was switched off. Oh my dear ancestor, why must you turn off your phone at this moment? Hurry and turn it back on. If you don't, I truly have no idea how to explain this to the throngs of reporters and media below. To promote Wang Chu's act of bravery, Haiqing had gone to great lengths, inviting not only local media, but also renowned journalists from across the nation. And yet, Wang Chu had left everyone hanging. What could this possibly mean? If it were merely local media, it might be manageable. But dealing with national media was beyond Sun Chongqing's capabilities. Thankfully, the host on stage continued to speak enthusiastically, but the main character would eventually have to make an appearance. As time dragged on, the astuteness of the reporters would surely begin to notice something amiss. Finally, perhaps due to Sun Chongqing's fervent prayers, Wang Chu returned his call. Wang Chu, where are you? You mustn't stand me up. Upon hearing Sun Chongqing's anxious voice, a hint of embarrassment crossed Wang Chu's face. Uncle Sun, I apologize. I happened to apprehend a few counterfeit drug dealers on my way here, and am now hurrying to Yuanyang Plaza. Sun Chongqing's forehead was adorned with a row of question marks. What? You caught a few counterfeit drug dealers on your way? What kind of operation is this? Well, no time to waste. I should arrive in about 20 minutes. I'll personally apologize then. Sun Chongqing glanced at the clock. 20 minutes later. It would be nearly 4 o'clock. All right, speed up. I'll do my best to keep the situation stable. After hanging up, Sun Chongqing furrowed his brow. What exactly was going on with these counterfeit drug dealers? Seconds ticked by. The reporters on site began to sense that something was amiss. Why was the host still rambling endlessly? Where was the main character? Surely, Wang Chu hadn't truly failed to show up? This would be quite the spectacle. It was a possibility. Otherwise, the host wouldn't be droning on with such aimless chatter. Below, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Chapter 82, Apology at Last. Under Sun Chongqing's eager gaze, Wang Chu finally arrived on the scene. Wang Chu, what on earth is going on? The reporters outside are nearly at their breaking point. Wang Chu felt a twinge of shame. Uncle Sun, I truly apologize. I was delayed on the road. What's this about catching counterfeit drug dealers? Sun Chongqing pressed. Allow me to explain, interjected Qin Fei, who had been by Wang Chu's side. She promptly narrated the sequence of events to Sun Chongqing. After hearing her account, Sun Chongqing's eyes lit up. Initially, he had pondered how to address the reporters, especially after keeping them waiting for so long. But unexpectedly, Wang Chu had presented him with a significant boon. Collaborating with the police to dismantle a counterfeit drug manufacturing ring and capturing the primary suspects was a feat far more perilous than his previous rescues at the accident site or saving individuals from a wolf den. Excellent, excellent. Sun Chongqing exclaimed thrice, then turned to Wang Chu. Prepare yourself. I'll explain the situation to the reporters. I'm certain they will be eager to hear this sensational news. Wang Chu nonchalantly nodded. Once Sun Chongqing departed, Qin Fei glanced at Wang Chu. Her expression tinged with awkwardness. I never imagined you truly knew Secretary Sun. Indeed, I mentioned it before, but you didn't believe me. Wang Chu chuckled lightly. I apologize. Qin Fei hesitated. I still haven't formally apologized for mistakenly apprehending you. Wang Chu waved his hand. Forget about it. Just be more attentive in the future. If there's essay next time, you might not encounter someone as magnanimous as me. Qin Fei felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave to report back. Wang Chu nodded. Then I want to see you off. Qin Fei seemed to hesitate for a moment, but ultimately turned and left without saying anything further. Meanwhile, on stage, Sun Chongqing stepped forward. Dear friends in the media, first and foremost, I would like to extend my apologies on behalf of the organizing committee for keeping you waiting for so long. Due to unforeseen circumstances, our honoree for the commendation, Mr. Wang Chu, has arrived nearly an hour late. As those words fell, the crowd erupted in chaos. Initially, everyone thought it was merely a theoretical possibility that Wang Chu would stand them up, but now it seemed he had truly done so. This was utterly disrespectful to everyone present. While it was true he had performed acts of bravery on 2 occasions, saving 2 individuals at an accident scene and rescuing 5 college students in the wilderness, such accomplishments did not grant him the right to toy with all the reporters and media. This was excessive. Had Wang Chu truly become so arrogant? One could hardly fathom how Haiqing could consider such a person as their ambassador for spiritual civilization. It was downright ludicrous. If this news got out, Haiqing would be ridiculed. The murmurs below grew louder, yet Sun Chongqing maintained an air of calm, a gentle smile gracing his lips. However, there was a reason for this. To demonstrate respect to everyone, I have decided to explain the situation to you all in advance. Sun Chongqing spoke slowly. On his way to the event, Wang Chu assisted the Haiqing police in successfully apprehending a key member of a counterfeit drug manufacturing gang. It is precisely due to this incident that he arrived late. Of course, on behalf of Wang Chu and the organizers, I sincerely apologize for his tardiness. But I hope everyone can understand and support his commendable actions. At that moment, all the reporters' dissatisfaction evaporated. They could hardly believe their ears. What? Wang Chu apprehended drug traffickers en route. Many astute journalists discreetly dialed their contacts to confirm the news. Moments later, their eyes sparkled with eager anticipation, clearly having uncovered the answers they sought. Regarding this matter, my understanding is rather limited. Let us await the police announcement for further details. Observing the heightened interest among the crowd, Sun Chongqing smiled and declared, "Our commendation ceremony for acts of bravery officially commences." The entire ceremony was divided into two segments. The first involved Sun Chongqing publicly detailing Wang Chu's recent heroic deeds, presenting him with a Medal of Valor, and announcing his appointment as the ambassador for Haiqing's spiritual and cultural image. This surprised Wang Chu, as he had not been previously informed about the ambassador role. However, standing on stage, he found it inappropriate to decline outright. The second segment consisted of a press interview, where journalists were not only intrigued by Wang Chu's previous life-saving actions, but also by the recent apprehension of counterfeit drug dealers. Nevertheless, Wang Chu had already received a subtle hint from Sun Chongqing to remain silent regarding today's events, much to the reporter's chagrin. After an exhausting hour, it finally concluded. Wang Chu felt as though the muscles in his face had grown rigid from maintaining a forced smile. It had been quite a torment. "Wang Chu, you performed admirably today," Sun Chongqing remarked with a smile as he approached Wang Chu after the event. Wang Chu, somewhat resigned, replied, "Uncle Sun, you never mentioned anything about this ambassador role to me." Sun Chongqing responded, "Didn't I? Oh, I mentioned it to Old Yun, and he had no objections. I assumed you were aware." He patted Wang Chu on the shoulder, adding, "With great power comes great responsibility. As a resident of Haiqing, contributing to its development is something to be proud of, wouldn't you agree?" Wang Chu shrugged, "All right. But I'm not sure how to fulfill the role of an ambassador properly." "No worries, I'll reach out to you if anything arises," Sun Chongqing reassured him. "This ambassador role doesn't entail specific duties. It's more of a title and an honor. I hope you can contribute even more to Haiqing." Wang Chu nodded, relieved that he wouldn't be burdened with any chaotic tasks. "Uncle Sun, I must take my leave now." After glancing at the time, a look of urgency crossed Wang Chu's face. "Is something the matter?" Seeing Wang Chu's anxious expression, Sun Chongqing's demeanor grew serious. "It's nearly 5 o'clock. My daughter has already finished school, and I must hurry to pick her up." Chapter 83. Mommy, I'm hungry. At the Windmill Kindergarten, school had just let out. "Goodbye, teacher. Yuyue, your little buns are delicious. Will I be able to have them again tomorrow?" "Goodbye, teacher. Yuyue, could you ask your daddy to make us more tasty treats tomorrow?" Due to the lunchtime crystal buns, Yuyue had become the little star of the class. Each child eagerly greeted her as they left, hoping for more crystal buns the next day. Yuyue raised her little head, a smug expression adorning her face. "Making little buns is quite troublesome. It takes my daddy a long time to prepare them. You might not be able to have them tomorrow," she declared to her friends. Disappointment flickered across their faces, but Yuyue secretly reveled in her pride. The culinary delights crafted by her father were meant solely for her enjoyment. She wouldn't allow him to cook for so many. "Daddy can just make delicious food for me, and maybe for mommy too. That's enough." At that moment, Teacher Yu approached. "Yuyue, your father called earlier. He is stuck in traffic and may take a while to arrive. Would you like to play with me for a bit?" Yuyue's eyes lit up as she eagerly nodded. "Teacher Yu, can I really?" "Of course. I now formally invite Yuyue to my home as a guest. How does that sound?" Following Teacher Yu, Yuyue arrived at her cozy apartment, her big eyes brimming with curiosity. Although the one-bedroom apartment was small, it was exceptionally tidy. "Yuyue, please make yourself comfortable and look at some picture books while I tidy up." Teacher Yu placed her tote bag on the table. Yuyue curiously peered into the bag, which was filled with buns, and asked, "Teacher Yu, why did you buy so many buns? Do you really like them?" Teacher Yu's lips twitched slightly, as this question touched a sensitive nerve. "Yes, the teacher loves buns," she replied, taking a deep breath. "I'll put the buns in the fridge first, and then cut some fruit for you, okay?" "All right." Although Yue was fascinated by the small room, she opened a picture book and sat patiently beside the sofa. From the kitchen, Teacher Yu glanced at the scene in the living room and was taken aback. Yue, usually lively at kindergarten, was unexpectedly calm and adorable. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Is that Daddy?" Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she jumped up from the sofa. Teacher Yu walked to the door and opened it, only to find a neighbor standing there. "Aunt Chun, is there something you need?" Teacher Yu inquired curiously. Aunt Chun's eyes crinkled into a crescent shape as she smiled. "Xiao Yu, I have wonderful news, truly wonderful news." A puzzled expression crossed Teacher Yu's face. "What is this wonderful news? Did you win the lottery?" "Not me, but you." Aunt Chun chuckled. "I've never bought a lottery ticket. What are you talking about? Though you may not have bought a ticket, that doesn't mean you can't win. Xiao Yu, let me tell you, that boy from the Lao Sun family has taken a liking to you." "The boy from the Lao Sun family?" Teacher Yu was baffled. Are you referring to that good-for-nothing, Sun Qingkai, you mentioned earlier? Aunt Chen's face flushed with slight embarrassment. Oh no, we never called Sun Qingkai a good-for-nothing. You simply don't know that the Lao Sun family has 3 properties now thanks to the recent redevelopment, with Haiqing's soaring property prices. Each unit is worth several million. While he may not be the most handsome, he is an honest and straightforward young man, though he lacks grand ambitions. Isn't that preferable? In the future, you will be able to take charge of the Sun family. Yumechi, caught between laughter and tears, gently declined Aunt Chen's proposal. Aunt Chen, let's not go there. I barely know Sun Qingkai, and I've only just started my career. I have no intentions of seeking a boyfriend at this moment. Ah, my dear I must chide you. Aunt Chen replied, her tone earnest and heartfelt. Work is one thing, and life is another. These two aspects do not conflict. Only by resolving life's challenges can one devote oneself wholeheartedly to work, don't you think? As for your unfamiliarity with each other, that is hardly a significant obstacle. I can arrange a meeting for you both to get acquainted. Yumechi furrowed her brow slightly, pondering whether Aunt Chun was genuinely oblivious or simply not comprehending her words. Aunt Chun, I don't think that is necessary. My schedule is quite hectic. Not at all. Just find an evening that suits you to meet. Aunt Chun interjected. My dear, opportunities like this are fleeting. Why hesitate? Yumechi felt torn, contemplating a subtle way to refuse Aunt Chen's insistence. Just then, Yaya approached. Mommy, I'm hungry. Please hurry and make me something to eat. Mommy? Both Yumechi and Aunt Chen froze in astonishment. However, Yumechi quickly regained her composure. Are you hungry? I will prepare your meal shortly. Now go study. Be a good girl. Yaya nodded obediently and turned to leave. Aunt Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? Are you married? Suppressing a laugh at Aunt Chen's shocked expression, Yumechi shook her head and replied, I am not married, but that does not preclude me from having a child. Gasp. Unwed and with child? Aunt Chen gasped, unable to contain her shock. Are the youth nowadays so reckless? Aunt Chen, you are now aware of my situation. I truly have no interest in dating at this moment. My daughter is hungry, and I must prepare her meal. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Oh no. Not at all. My apologies, goodbye. As Yumechi closed the door, she finally burst into laughter. Yaya, you are incredibly clever. How did you think of this plan? Yaya blinked innocently. Because teacher you doesn't tea like that Andy, and I really am hungry. Chapter 84. The Scoundrel Outside. Aunt Chen walked to her front door, still in a daze. This barely in her early 20s, already had a 3-year-old daughter. Did this not imply she had given birth during her university years? The current crop of college students was truly incomparable to those of the past. At that moment, a young man emerged from Aunt Chen's home. Aunt Chen, how is my matter progressing? Have you spoken to Yumechi? Xiao Sun, patience is a virtue. You is a lovely girl, well employed, and given your lack of acquaintance, she is unlikely to agree so readily. Wouldn't you agree? Sun Qingkai frowned. Aunt Chen, did you inform her about our family's 3 redevelopment properties? Of course I did, but young ladies must maintain a certain decorum, don't you think? Decorum? Does she really think herself a goddess? Does she look down on me and think I lack a respectable job? Sun Qingcai's eyes widened in indignation. Aunt Chen hastily reassured him. She never implied that. Even if I lack a formal job, every brother on the street calls me Brother Sun when they see me. Aunt Chen sighed, realizing the futility of her efforts, but she is unaware of that. This will not do. I must speak with her directly. If I, Sun Qingkai, have set my sights on her, that is her fortune. How could she possibly refuse? He declared, striding towards Yumechi's rental apartment. Aunt Chen rushed to stop him. What are you doing? You cannot. Don't worry. She claimed not to know me, so I shall introduce myself. Sun Qingkai shrugged off her grip. Aunt Chen grew frantic. You must consider, she already has a daughter. What? A daughter? She is no longer a virgin? Sun Qingkai was taken aback. Why have I never seen her before? I cannot say. Perhaps the daughter was with her father. They must have separated by now. Then this simplifies matters. A sinister grin spread across Sun Qingcai's face. I initially thought she was a pure maiden. Instead, she is merely a used item. This will make things even more manageable. With that, he marched towards Yumechi's abode. Aunt Chen opened her mouth, but chose to remain silent. Once Sun Qingkai had set his sights on her, it seemed inevitable that Yumechi would face his advances. Ugh, what a scoundrel! Upon reaching the kitchen, Yumechi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She knew her culinary skills were rather mediocre. After tasting Wang Chu's crystal buns, she feared her own cooking would not appeal to Yaya. What would you like to eat, Yaya? Let me check if there is anything in the kitchen that you fancy. Yaya blinked. I want the food made by Daddy. Yumechi felt a twinge of dismay. What's wrong? Do you look down on Teacher Yu's cooking? I assure you, my dishes are far superior to your father's. My father's cooking is the best. Yaya declared emphatically. Of course, I devour everything Teacher Yu makes. Yumechi recognized Yaya's words as a comfort. Judging by Wang Chu's impressive culinary skills, Yumechi felt her own expertise was limited to boiling noodles. Then I shall prepare a bowl of seafood noodles for you. Just as she was about to roll up her sleeves and get to work, there came another knock at the door. Could it be Aunt Chin again? A hint of irritation crossed Yumechi's face. Upon opening the door, she was confronted by a young man with a small tuft of green hair, his gaze fixated on her with an unsettling hunger. And who might you be? Yumechi asked, her heart racing with caution as she attempted to close the door. But he pushed it open, wearing a trademark smirk that exuded mischief. Xiaoqi, you just claimed we weren't acquainted, so here I am to make your acquaintance. Perhaps we might have a more in-depth discussion later. Who are you? If you do not leave, I shall call the police. Yumechi's heart pounded with fear, yet she summoned her resolve to respond sternly. She understood that with such a rogue, one must project strength to instill fear. Call the police? For what? I merely wish to get to know you. Is that a crime? Yumechi's boldness failed to intimidate Sun Qingkai, who forcefully shoved the door open. As a mere woman, Yumechi could not match his strength. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sun Qingkai. I presume Aunt Chin has already informed you? As he stepped closer into her apartment, a lewd expression crept across his face. No wonder you are a beauty. Your room carries a delightful fragrance. Upon learning that this young man was Sun Qingkai, Yumechi's initial fear began to dissipate. Aunt Chin had mentioned it to me before, but I am currently not in search of a boyfriend. I believe there is no necessity for us to get acquainted. Yumechi has unequivocally expressed her stance. What? Do you look down upon me? Sun Qingcai's countenance darkened. Yumechi furrowed her brows. This is not a matter of respect. We are strangers, and I am not interested in a romantic relationship at this moment. Even if you are exceptional and wealthy, what relevance does that hold for me? Are you perhaps unappreciative of my position? You should consider it a privilege that I am even interested in you, yet you continue to prattle on. Are you out of your mind? Sun Qingcai replied with growing impatience. I had thought you were still a pure maiden, but who knew you were just a worn-out shoe? It is fortunate that I do not disdain you, yet you dare to disdain me? Let me tell you, the women I, Sun Qingcai, have set my sights on have never escaped my grasp. Why don't you put that to the test? You might want to inquire how my associates refer to me, Brother Sun. If you continue to be ungrateful, believe me, with a single call, I can ensure you can no longer survive in Haiqing. Hearing Sun Qingcai's threats made Yumechi tremble with rage. How had she encountered such a rogue? You are a villain. You shall not bully others. At that moment, Yaya stepped forward, grasping Yumechi's hand, and earnestly declared, I will protect you. A warm current surged within Yumechi's heart. Is your refusal to comply due to this little brat? Sun Qingcai sneered at Yaya. Then I shall take the liberty of being a cheap father in front of your daughter today. With that, Sun Qingcai moved closer, intending to lay hands on Yumechi. Yumechi was startled and shouted loudly, Help! Someone, save me! Shout all you want. Who around here does not know the infamous reputation of Sun Qingcai? Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. Yumechi quickly pulled out her phone, intending to call the police. However, Sun Qingcai lunged forward, snatching the phone and smashing it to the ground. With a crack, the screen shattered into countless pieces. Sun Qingcai grinned maliciously. I advise you to recognize your situation. Otherwise, I shall not show any mercy. Yumechi gasped. Her large eyes filled with terror. Yet, instinctively, she shielded Yaya behind her. Sun Qingcai, do not act impulsively. Do not commit an act you will regret. Chapter 85. I will call my brothers right now. My father will be here soon. He will surely defeat you. You villain. Yaya, peeking from behind Yumechi, spoke confidently. Sun Qingcai scoffed. Oh, no wonder you didn't want me to stay longer. It seems your old flame is on the way. Yumechi, exasperated, retorted, do not speak nonsense. What's wrong? Are you afraid your old flame might misunderstand? Whoever it is, I will ensure he enters upright and leaves horizontally. Little brat, do you idolize your father? Today, I'll show you that your father is nothing but a coward. My dad is not a coward. He is the greatest hero and will certainly defeat a villain like you. Yaya remained resolute. Is that so? A great hero? Do you believe he can come to your rescue now? Sun Qingcai approached Yaya. Terrified by Sun Qingcai's menacing demeanor, Yaya cried out, Daddy, save me. Do you think your father is Ultraman? Just then, a deep and furious voice resonated from the entrance. Take another step forward, and you will not like my response. Standing in the doorway was Wang Chu, who had hurriedly arrived. He had received a shared location from Teacher Yu earlier, but had quickly vanished, causing him concern. Upon rushing to the vicinity, he had heard Yaya's cries for help, which horrified him. Yaya was his precious child. Should anything happen to her, how could he possibly go on living? Thus, he quickly followed the sound. Fortunately, although the situation was dire, his daughter had not been harmed. Daddy. Upon seeing Wang Chu arrive, Yaya's eyes sparkled with joy. Daddy is indeed a hero. When I called for him, he appeared just as expected. Yaya, are you all right? As Yaya rushed towards him, Wang Chu quickly embraced her. anxiously assessing her condition. Yaya shook her head. I'm fine, Daddy. It was Teacher Yu who protected me. Daddy, this is a big bad guy. Chase him away and protect Teacher Yu, please. Sun Shinkai was now sizing up Wang Chu. Upon seeing him, a flicker of inferiority crossed his eyes. With that physique and charm, how could such a handsome man exist in this world? No wonder Yumechi was disinterested in me. It turns out her ex-husband is so dashing. Damn it, a pretty boy. After the moment of self-doubt, an overwhelming jealousy surged within Sun Shinkai. So, you are Yumechi's old flame? Sun Shinkai huffed coldly. Let me tell you, Yumechi is mine now. If you come around again, be wary of me breaking your legs. Wang Chu furrowed his brow. He had not yet had the chance to inquire who this fellow, whose face resembled a car crash scene, was, yet he was already speaking. Teacher Yu, what is going on? To be prudent, Wang Chu addressed Yumechi. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Yumechi's face. Before she could explain, Yaya interjected. Daddy, this bad guy is harassing Teacher Yu. Let us drive him away. Observing Yumechi's expression, Wang Chu seemed to understand. They were being harassed by a petty thug. I do not care who you are. Were you not just attempting to harm my daughter? Wang Chu regarded Sun Shinkai with a calm demeanor. If you sincerely apologize to my daughter and Teacher Yu, and they forgive you, I may consider letting your previous actions slide. Otherwise, today's events will not conclude so easily. Sun Shinkai seemed to find this an immense joke. Bursting into laughter, apologize? Do you know who I am? With that, he lunged forward, attempting to grab Wang Chu by the collar. Wang Chu frowned. With his left arm holding Yaya, he swiftly countered, knocking Sun Shinkai's hand away, then delivering a precise strike to his elbow, followed by a slap across his face. The fluidity of his movements was breathtaking. With a resounding slap, Sun Shinkai was stunned. This pretty boy actually dared to hit him? Incredible. You dare strike me. I will end you. Sun Shinkai retrieved a spring knife from his pocket, aiming to stab Wang Chu. Yumechi gasped, unable to fathom that Sun Shinkai could be so deranged. Wang Chu snorted coldly, executing a swift kick that landed squarely on Sun Shinkai wrist, sending the knife flying. Immediately, Wang Chu delivered a powerful kick directly to Sun Shinkai's chest. With a thud, Sun Shinkai, a man weighing over 150 pounds, was sent sprawling out the door by Wang Chu's kick. Sun Shinkai grimaced in pain. Fine, you have some skill. Don't run. I will call my brothers right now. Wang Chu chuckled coldly. All right, I am curious to see who you can summon. Just wait. Sun Shinkai fled, scrambling and rolling away. A trace of concern etched itself upon Yumechi's face. Yaya's father, you should hasten to leave with Yaya. I have heard that Sun Shinkai has always been inept. And recently, he seems to have associated with some unsavory characters. These individuals are utterly oblivious to the consequences of their actions. Wang Chu glanced at Yumechi. We are leaving, but what about you? Do not worry about me. I plan to stay at my relative's house for a few days. I believe that after a while, they will no longer pursue me, Yumechi responded. Wang Chu shook his head. No, this situation must be resolved. It poses a constant threat. Moreover, consider this my expression of gratitude for what transpired earlier today. Yumechi paused. Are you referring to helping me deliver the buns to the kindergarten? That was nothing, if I am not mistaken. The buns you purchased at noon were meant for Yaya, correct? A hint of amusement flickered across Wang Chu's face. Yumechi's expression shifted to one of alarm. How did you know? Who buys so many buns at once? Even the greatest bun enthusiast would not consume that quantity in one sitting. Wang Chu chuckled lightly. I almost let Yaya down. You were merely compensating for my oversight. Were you not? This should not be too difficult to comprehend. Yumechi's cheeks flushed, and she nodded. Therefore, allowing me to assist you with Sun Shinkai should serve as my token of gratitude. However, if Sun Shinkai rallies his unruly friends, Wang Chu contemplated for a moment. Indeed, my circumstances have changed. I cannot act impulsively. But if he can summon his associates, can I not call upon my own? Wang Chu retrieved his phone and dialed a number. What are you up to? I need your assistance. Chapter 86. I can hardly wait at a night market stall in Haicheng. 3 girls awaited their barbecue. Feier, I heard you made significant contributions to this recent apprehension. I reckon the Bureau might reinstate you to the criminal police squad. Qin Fei sighed in resignation. I wish. However, I inquired with old Ma tonight, and he informed me that my punishment is still in effect. Another girl stifled a laugh. Who told you to have such a fiery temper? You've brought this upon yourself. But I also heard that a handsome guy was with you during the operation. Qin Fei's mind conjured the image of Wang Chu. What handsome guy? Just a reckless fool. Really? Qin Fei dismissed it nonchalantly. TSK, why the blush? Do you fancy him? One teased. Your expression raises serious suspicions. By the way, do you have his contact information? We should invite him out. After all, we work together, and we can't just pretend we don't know him. The 2 close friends urged. Qin Fei, slightly irritated, retorted, I see you two are merely envious of his looks. I never realized you were like this. It's never too late to discover. Even if you aren't eager, you must think of your good friends. At that moment, Qin Fei's phone rang. She glanced at it, straightened up, and gestured for her friends to be quiet before answering. On the other end, Wang Chu's voice came through. What are you doing? I need your help. I'm out right now. What do you need? Qin Fei asked, her tone calm. Oh, some thugs are causing me trouble. Can you come over to help? Wang Chu asked. Unabashed, Qin Fei's lips quirked. Come on, I've already clocked out. Besides, I'm just a traffic officer now, not a public security officer. Your job title doesn't matter. These thugs won't care whether you're off duty. Wang Chu chuckled. Besides, we're familiar with each other. If you choose to ignore this, I won't hold back when I take action. Wait, Qin Fei interjected, suddenly recalling Wang Chu's formidable skills. If he were to unleash his talents, it could lead to quite the scandal. Haiqing's ambassador of spiritual civilization in a brawl with street thugs. Such headlines would undoubtedly send reporters and media into a frenzy. If it came to that, Wang Chu's responsibility would be uncertain, but she would undoubtedly bear the consequences. I'll be there shortly, she sighed, conceding that perhaps she was paying for the misunderstanding from earlier. Who are you talking to? You look rather pale, her friends inquired. Qin Fei glanced at them, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Aren't you both eager to meet that handsome guy from earlier? He's in trouble now. Are you going to lend a hand? The two friends, blinded by their interest, immediately rolled up their sleeves. Let us go. What are we waiting for? It's our duty as police officers to combat crime. All set. Wang Chu ended the call with a grin. Yu Meiqi exhaled in relief. She could tell that Wang Chu had reached out to a police acquaintance. With that, all would soon be well once Wang Chu's friend arrived. Daddy, I'm hungry. Yaya whined, rubbing her little belly. Wang Chu turned to Yu Meiqi. Ms. Yu, may I borrow your kitchen? A hint of worry lingered on Yu Meiqi's face. Why don't we eat out instead? Are you still concerned about Sun Chenkai and his friends? Wang Chu smiled. Yu Meiqi nodded. Rest assured, I worry they might not come at all. We must eradicate danger in its infancy, Wang Chu confidently asserted. Yu Meiqi felt a sense of helplessness. She could not fathom where Wang Chu derived such unfounded confidence. If his friend arrived in time, all would be well, but if not, the situation could become perilous. Thus, the safest course would still be to leave promptly. After all, a gentleman should not linger beneath a precarious wall. Yet Wang Chu radiated unwavering confidence, a most peculiar circumstance. In the end, Yu Meiqi's kitchen was commandeered by Wang Chu. Meanwhile, Yu Meiqi entertained Yaya with games. Don't worry, Ms. Yu. Daddy will protect us, Yaya reassured, sensing Yu Meiqi's lingering apprehension with her innocent voice. Yu Meiqi forced a smile, realizing she had been comforted by a 3-year-old. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. All right, since Yaya has said so, I shall fear nothing. Let us continue playing. In the kitchen, as Wang Chu listened to Yaya's joyous laughter from the living room, a gentle smile graced his face. If only Yin Qingyao were there to share in the moment, the scene would be utterly perfect. He wondered how she was faring and contemplated a video call later that evening. Recalling Yun Qingyao's boldness from the previous day made a smile bloom on his face. The ingredients in Yu Meiqi's kitchen were sparse, so Wang Chu settled for a simple dish of mushroom and shrimp noodles. When the noodles were served, the aroma wafted through the room. Gulp! Yu Meiqi stared at the noodles in Wang Chu's hands, unable to resist swallowing hard. Come, teacher Xiaoyu. Why not sample my culinary skills? The rich, fragrant broth instantly ignited Yu Meiqi's appetite. She took a small sip of the soup, her eyes transforming into crescent moons. It's simply exquisite. Daddy Yaya, your cooking is truly exceptional. With pride, Yaya lifted her little face. Wang Chu chuckled, but suddenly, his ears perked up. They're here. Is it your friend? Yu Meiqi promptly inquired. Wang Chu shrugged. Fortunately, it's Sun Chenkai who has arrived. Yu Meiqi was taken aback. How could Sun Chengsai's arrival be considered fortunate? With a loud bang, Sun Chenkai stormed in, accompanied by 7 or 8 ruffians. What is this delightful aroma? Is this the scent of the dish that bullied my brother's son? One of the ruffians, entering through the door, was halfway through his sentence when he was captivated by the fragrance of the noodles. It smells incredible. I'm famished. Which delivery service provided these noodles? Sun Chengsai's expression darkened. These unreliable fools had seemingly forgotten the purpose of their visit. Ahem. He cleared his throat and pointed at Wang Chu. Pretty boy. If you kneel before me now and sincerely apologize, I might consider letting you off. Otherwise, enough with the nonsense. Let us get to it. Wang Chu cracked his knuckles. I can hardly wait. Chapter 87. We are the victims, Yu Meiqi gasped, grasping Wang Chu's hand. What are you planning to do? Of course, I'm going to deal with these ruffians. Wang Chu replied matter-of-factly. You? Alone? There are 7 or 8 of them. Yu Meiqi exclaimed anxiously. Haven't you called for help? Oh, you mean my friend? I merely asked her to help clean up afterward. I'm not truly counting on her. Wang Chu shrugged. Rest assured, these small fry don't pose a threat to me. Upon hearing Wang Chu's words, Sun Chengkai and his entourage were infuriated. How arrogant. This pretty boy is utterly insufferable. Today, we must ensure he leaves empty-handed. Indeed, how dare he underestimate us? Brothers, let us show him what we're made of. Sun Chengkai's companions roared. Wang Chu swiveled his neck. Are we in for a fair duel or a brawl? Sun Chengkai narrowed his eyes. Brothers, let's save time and all attack at once. Let us take care of this pretty boy first. He was still wary of Wang Chu's prowess. Wang Chu gave Sun Chengkai a thumbs up. A scoundrel is indeed a scoundrel, always finding grandiloquent justifications. But I appreciate it. It allows me to deal with you without remorse. Arrogant. Sun Chengkai huffed. Although he acknowledged Wang Chu's skills, he firmly believed that no matter how skilled one might be, they still feared a knife. After all, could he truly take down 8 men at once? Thus, Sun Chengkai brimmed with confidence. At his command, his companions charged toward Wang Chu. The small living room, already cramped, became even more congested with their sudden influx. Though the space was limited, making it difficult to unleash their full combat potential, Wang Chu required little finesse against such a rabble. Bang, bang, bang. Their attacks revealed numerous openings. With a few simple kicks, Wang Chu sent them all sprawling to the floor. Beside him, Sun Chengkai's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing a monster. How is this possible? 8 men, all on the ground in less than 20 seconds. This level of combat prowess is unheard of. I'm truly disappointed. This is simply pathetic. Wang Chu sighed, turning to the trembling Sun Chengkai. You should have known my strength. I expected you to bring some capable fighters, but it seems. Here, Wang Chu scrutinized Sun Chengkai with a knowing glance. I wonder if you failed to inform your friends of my true capabilities? Sun Chengkai's face turned awkward. He indeed hadn't mentioned that. After all, he thought, no matter how formidable Wang Chu was, could he really stand against 8 burly men? But now, the men who had been groaning on the floor cast furious glances at Sun Chengkai. Had they known Wang Chu was this powerful, they would never have come seeking their own demise. Sun Chengkai was enveloped in fear, oblivious to how Wang Chu's words had sown discord among them. Now, it's just you left. I offer you 2 choices. Either I beat you into submission, or you apologize to teacher Yu, promising never to harass her again. And I will let you leave. Sun Chengkai was taken aback. Just an apology? Nothing else? Just an apology. Wang Chu replied, amused. Of course. You could opt for the first choice. I just warmed up. I'm sorry, I was blinded by foolishness. I promise I will never bother you again. Sun Chengkai, in a display of humility, turned to Yu Meichi. Please forgive me. Yu Meichi, initially stunned, found herself at a loss for words. As a multitude of individuals had barged in, she felt a sense of despair. However, now witnessing Wang Chu, akin to a superhero, defeating the villains, she felt as if she had stepped into another world. Moments ago, Sun Chengkai had been so arrogant. Now, his face wore only fear and unease. Teacher Yu, what do you think? Wang Chu asked. If you don't forgive him, I can help you deal with him further. Sun Chengkai panicked. Teacher Yu, I apologize. Please have mercy. Don't hold a grudge against me. If you're still unsatisfied, you can hit me, or I'll do it myself. He then slapped himself across the face. Enough, enough. You may leave. Yu Meichi inhaled deeply. Just don't disturb my life again. Absolutely, I promise I won't. Sun Chengkai assured, like a humble servant. Yu Meichi glanced at Wang Chu. Let them go. I don't wish to see them any longer. Wang Chu nodded slowly. Just then, the tardy Qin Fei entered with her team. Don't move, we are the police. But upon entering, Qin Fei froze, taking in the sight of the sprawled bodies in the small room. It was evident that Wang Chu had indeed taken action. Officer, quickly apprehend him. He has injured our men. He is a thug. Sun Chengkai lunged toward the police. You must protect me. Qin Fei bore an expression of helplessness. This fellow was clearly one of the ruffians Wang Chu had mentioned. What on earth had transpired for Wang Chu to instill such fear in them? Wang Chu, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to wait for us to handle it? Qin Fei exclaimed, exasperated. Wang Chu raised his hands in surrender. I had no choice. You arrived too late. But your timing is perfect. You can take care of the cleanup. Sun Chengkai's heart raced. Officer, you must not take just his word for it. We are the victims. Qin Fei cast a displeased glance at Sun Chengkai. You claim to be a victim, do you? If our investigation is accurate, you have connections with the city's loyal and righteous society, correct? Sun Chengkai's heart skipped a beat. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? You shall soon find out. Take them all away. In no time, the police apprehended Sun Chengkai and all his accomplices. Wang Chu turned to Qin Fei. Do you need me to assist in taking a statement? Naturally. The necessary procedures must be followed. Qin Fei glanced at Wang Chu. However, let's postpone it for today. Could you come by tomorrow to provide a statement? We shall not intrude upon you further. Wang Chu blinked, sensing an incongruity in Qin Fei's words. Once they wrapped up, it dawned on him. Could this girl have misunderstood something? Chapter 88. Theme song with Sun Chungkai taken away, the farce reached its conclusion. Furthermore, once they were released, Sun Chingcai's companions would undoubtedly express their dissatisfaction with him. Given his ability to single-handedly confront 8 opponents, this would likely deter them from harassing Yumechi any further. Thank you, Daddy Yaya. I truly do not know what I would have done without you. Relief washed over Yumechi's face, as if she had survived a calamity. Wang Chu smiled gently. You are a remarkably kind-hearted girl, deserving of the world's tenderness. Had you not volunteered to look after Yaya for a while, I could not have assisted you. Every action and consequences faded. Yeah, let us return home and bid farewell to Teacher Yu. Yaya grasped Wang Chu's hand and waved at Yumechi. Goodbye, Teacher Yu. As Wang Chu and Yaya disappeared into the night, a soft warmth flickered in Yumechi's eyes. I truly wonder what kind of girl could be worthy of Wang Chu. Yaya's mother is indeed quite enigmatic. Returning to the dining table, the tantalizing aroma of noodles filled the air. Yumechi slapped her cheeks lightly. Wake up. He already has a child. There's no need to overthink. Let's eat. Daddy, I did wonderfully today. I even received a little red flower. Yaya exclaimed. Daddy, the crystal dumplings you made today were absolutely delicious. All the children in my class loved them. Some even want more tomorrow. Wang Chu chuckled as he drove. Oh, did Yaya agree? Then Daddy shall make more for you tomorrow. No need, Daddy. Yaya did not agree. Oh, why not? Because cooking is hard work for Daddy. From now on, you only need to cook for Mommy and me. Then why did you agree to your classmates' request yesterday? That's because I want everyone to know my daddy is the best daddy in the world. Yaya declared proudly. Wang Chu's heart trembled, for some reason. Hearing those words made his nose tingle with emotion. Yaya, Daddy will never leave you again. Never. Hee. Daddy, how was Mommy yesterday? Didn't you go to see her? Yaya suddenly asked. Can I video chat with Mommy tonight? Wang Chu took a deep breath. Mommy is fine now. After dinner and studying tonight, we can chat with her. Okay. Soon, Yaya's melodious laughter resonated throughout the car. Meanwhile, on set, Yun Qingyao felt an unprecedented sense of vitality. Despite a day filled with arduous filming, she still felt an abundance of energy after the shoot. Since waking up that morning, she had felt as light as a feather. Could this be the power of love? The thought of Wang Chu traveling tirelessly through the night for over 5 hours to reach her city filled her heart with sweetness akin to honey. Qingyao, wait a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Director Chen approached her as they wrapped up. Yun Qingyao blinked. Director, is it because my daytime filming didn't go smoothly? Not at all. Your performance today has been fantastic, significantly advancing our filming schedule. I'm not here concerning the shoot. I want to discuss the theme song. Yun Qingyao nodded. She had heard that the theme song for this production had yet to be finalized, and it seemed Director Chen was troubled by this matter. However, did he intend to leverage her connections? Yet, if Director Chen, a well-known figure in the industry, lacked the necessary contacts, what could she possibly contribute? Once everything was tidied up, Director Chen approached Yun Qingyao again. Qingyao, I've reviewed the theme song you wrote for our production, and it is simply marvelous. Yun Qingyao was taken aback by the excitement radiating from Director Chen. Director, wait a moment. The theme song I wrote. Are you mistaken? When did I write a theme song? She inquired hastily. Director Chen chuckled. Qingyao, your manager has already submitted the song you wrote to me. There's no need for modesty. Yun Qingyao was flabbergasted. When did she ever write a song? Did she perhaps have a habit of sleepwalking and composing music? I wanted to ask you to record a demo, so we can truly appreciate the song's charm. Once your demo is ready, I will share it with Teacher Lu. If it meets approval, we will adopt it as the theme song for our production. A look of distress crossed Yun Qingyao's face. Qingyao, I understand your filming schedule is demanding, but this song is incredibly fitting for our production. On behalf of the entire crew, I thank you for producing such a wonderful piece amidst your busy schedule. Even after Director Chen left, the astonishment on Yun Qingyao's face lingered. It felt as though she had traversed into another realm. When had she ever written a song? Had Chen Jie given it to Director Chen? No. I must ask Chen Jie about this matter. Just then, Chen Jie approached. Qingyao, I just received an invitation to renew your endorsement with Might. Your current contract is about to expire. Yun Qingyao seized Chen Jie's arm. Let's set aside the endorsement for now. Please tell me how this theme song situation came about. A smile spread across Chen Jie's face. What's wrong? Are you feeling shy? Since you've already written it. Why keep it hidden? Yun Qingyao nearly cried. What do you mean since I've already written it? Where did you get the theme song you gave to Director Chen? When you were discharged this morning, I found the sheet music on your desk while packing your belongings, so I showed it to Director Chen. The sheet music on my desk? Yun Qingyao found it somewhat amusing. Did this piece just fall from the sky? Suddenly, a contemplative expression crossed her face. She recalled Wang Chu mentioning something about having an idea before she fell asleep. Could it be that he was the one who wrote that song? How could that be possible? Chen Jie, could you please return the draft to me? Yun Qingyao decided she needed to see what kind of song had garnered Director Chen's high praise. Here it is. Chen Jie retrieved the draft paper from her bag. Upon recognizing the familiar handwriting above, Yun Qingyao realized that it undoubtedly belonged to Wang Chu. She had seen his script during the registration process. However, after reading the entire song, she felt utterly disheartened. Was this truly penned by Wang Chu? How could that be possible? After all, who among us is the actual singer? Yun Qingyao was well aware of her own capabilities, feeling both self-assured and confident. Yet the moment she finished the song, she fell into a state of despondency. The composition, both in melody and lyrics, was beyond anything she could ever create. Chapter 89, Collaboration? Meanwhile, Wang Chu remained blissfully unaware of the significant misunderstanding that Yun Qingyao had encountered. He was presently captivated, alongside Ye, as they gazed at the transformed vegetable garden within the estate. Just yesterday, Wang Chu had merely sown the seeds, and now the garden was brimming with bountiful produce. The vegetables therein were strikingly different from the ordinary. The stems stood as tall as a person, resembling miniature trees, adorned with an array of vegetables, cucumbers, tomatoes, eggplants, and peppers. Many of these vegetables typically required trellises for support, yet here, they thrived without any aid, their appearances tantalizingly appealing. As if enhanced by a filter, the entire courtyard was suffused with the fresh aroma of various vegetables. How astonishing! In the span of just one day, they had blossomed and borne fruit. Wang Chu inhaled sharply. He plucked a cucumber, vibrant and fragrant, its tip still adorned with a delicate yellow flower. With a crisp bite, the cucumber's juices flooded his mouth, a refreshing flavor intertwined with a hint of sweetness. After swallowing, he felt an invigorating lightness throughout his body. This was remarkably delicious. In sheer astonishment, Wang Chu devoured the rest of the cucumber in quick succession. "Daddy, I want to eat too," Ye exclaimed, watching him relish the cucumber, her mouth watering. Wang Chu smiled gently and handed her a cucumber. Impatiently, she took a bite, her little face lighting up with satisfaction. "Daddy, this cucumber is so delicious. I've never tasted one this good," she said, her cheeks puffed out adorably. "Delicious as it is, you can only have one for now. I'll prepare some food for you shortly. We can eat together, all right?" Ye nodded eagerly. News of the vegetable garden's rapid growth within a single day left the entire villa astounded. Many speculated if the son-in-law was performing magic. Otherwise, how could the vegetables have grown so remarkably in such a short time? "I witnessed them bloom and bear fruit within an hour," someone exclaimed. "Do you think our son-in-law possesses magic? I've never seen anything like this." As Wang Chu prepared to showcase his culinary skills in the kitchen, Aunt Wang approached him, her expression tinged with concern. "Aunt Wang, what troubles you? You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Chu inquired, his concern evident. "Should you rest for a moment?" "Thank you for your concern, dear son-in-law. I am quite well, but there is something I wish to discuss with you." "Please, go ahead." "Dear son-in-law, the vegetable garden you cultivated yesterday has seen remarkable growth, hasn't it? Many in the household are astonished, and some are even frightened," Aunt Wang remarked. A faint smile crossed Wang Chu's face. It was understandable that everyone would react with shock or fear at such extraordinary occurrences. "Aunt Wang, these seeds were gifted to me by a friend abroad. They are the latest variety of vegetable seeds, which account for their extraordinary growth." He then produced some seeds to show her. "You might want to try them too, but they require special spring water for irrigation to thrive rapidly." "Ah, I see." Aunt Wang's expression shifted to one of relief. "That reassures everyone. I apologize for troubling you, dear son-in-law." Wang Chu chuckled lightly. "Not at all." Though the matter was swiftly resolved, a sense of foreboding lingered in Wang Chu's heart. The products of the system were undoubtedly extraordinary. They were bound to attract various forms of attention, and he would need to exercise greater caution in the future. Moreover, the rapid growth of the vegetables must be attributed to the miraculous spring water. But did this spring water possess the same effects on other plants? This wondrous spring water could slightly enhance human health. Could it also be utilized to improve the vitality of plants? If so, could it be harnessed to cultivate rare species of flora? The thought ignited a spark in Wang Chu's eyes. If he could cultivate endangered plants like the light-leaf fern and yulong fern on a large scale, it would be tremendously lucrative. However, considering Yun Qingyao's substantial wealth, he quickly dismissed the notion. His wife was already so affluent. Why should he toil for more? Being a devoted father was a fulfilling pursuit in itself. Furthermore, those endangered plants were protected by the state. Even if he wished to cultivate them, he would have no access. Not to mention, privately cultivating protected species would be illegal. As a law-abiding citizen, he could not partake in such illicit activities. After much contemplation, he decided it was best to embrace his role as a father. As for the miraculous spring water, it would serve to cultivate new vegetables, ensuring that Ye remained healthy. After all, that was its most significant purpose in this world. Before long, the meals were prepared. Utilizing the vegetables from the garden, Wang Chu crafted a feast that was unparalleled in flavor. The quality of top-notch ingredients simply cannot be replicated with seasonings. Yaya, perhaps genuinely famished, relished every bite. "Daddy, this vegetable soup is absolutely divine. Can I have another sip?" she exclaimed. "And this spinach meatball is so delicious. May I have one more? Daddy, can I bring the vegetable soup to school tomorrow?" Initially, Wang Chu had been concerned about Yaya's pickiness with food, but it seemed that the system-grown vegetables had perfectly resolved that issue. After their meal, Yaya dashed off to play, while Old Master Yin sought out Wang Chu. "Grandfather, what can I do for you?" Wang Chu asked, pouring a cup of tea for the elder. A hint of curiosity on his face, as he noticed Old Master Yun's hesitant demeanor. "Wang Chu, I've heard that a friend of yours overseas provided these vegetable seeds, which grow exceptionally fast. Is that correct?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Wang Chu. Could it be that the elder had uncovered some inconsistency? Wang Chu chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, grandfather, what of it? Are you concerned about the vegetables?" Old Master Yin interrupted. "I'm not doubting the vegetables' quality. However, if they can cultivate such extraordinary produce, it suggests they possess advanced genetic modification technology. I believe the Muyu Group should consider a collaboration with them. What do you think?" "Collaboration?" Wang Chu was taken aback. Chapter 90. Devotion to the Country Grandfather. "I don't quite comprehend what you mean," Wang Chu inquired cautiously. The tales he had previously spun for Aunt Wang were merely fabrications intended to assuage everyone's concerns. How could Old Master Yin suddenly reminisce about collaborating with them? This seemed utterly incongruous. "Allow me to explain," Old Master Yin replied, sipping his tea with an air of nonchalance. "Wang Chu, as you are aware, our Mu Yun Group operates within the pharmaceutical sector, where the cultivation of medicinal herbs constitutes a pivotal aspect. As a leading pharmaceutical enterprise in the country, we possess numerous cultivation bases. However, progress in nurturing rare herbs has been rather stagnant. Thus, Wang Chu began to understand. Old Master Yun had observed that within a single day, not only had the vegetables in the garden sprouted and blossomed, but they were also of new varieties. He realized that these seeds must have been meticulously cultivated. Therefore, an institution capable of producing such seeds would undoubtedly possess formidable genetic modification technologies, prompting him to seek collaboration to advance the cultivation of rare medicinal herbs. One must commend Old Master Yun. Despite his retirement from active involvement, his foresight and discernment were unparalleled. However, he was destined for disappointment, as Wang Chu truly lacked such connections. Moreover, he was uncertain whether the remarkable transformation of the vegetables stemmed from the seeds or the spring water, rendering him hesitant to make any claims. What if Old Master Yin pressed him for details regarding the cultivation? Wouldn't that expose everything? "Grandfather, this matter is rather perplexing." Wang Chu feigned a troubled expression. "I haven't been in contact with that friend for quite some time." Old Master Yin scrutinized Wang Chu for a moment before calmly remarking, "Oh, by the way, Wang Chu, I have already informed the Di Jingyun family about your relationship with Qin Yao." Instantly, a shiver ran down Wang Chu's spine, and a forced smile appeared on his face. "Grandfather, you have already mentioned it?" Old Master Yin nodded. "Indeed, I introduced you as my grandson-in-law yesterday, and this matter cannot remain concealed. It is better for me to disclose it proactively than to have them come seeking answers." With a hint of caution, Wang Chu inquired, "Did you inform my father-in-law?" "Yes, precisely. He is currently engaged in negotiations with the 3 major medicinal herb merchants in Dijing and cannot come over. But he assured me he would make a visit within the week." Wang Chu swallowed hard. "And what is my father-in-law's stance?" "Wang Chu, our Qin Yao is the treasured pearl of the Yun family. You, unexpectedly, caused our precious one to become pregnant 4 years ago and then vanished without a trace." "Grandfather, there were extenuating circumstances." Wang Chu's face betrayed a hint of bitterness. "You should understand." "Should I? What good does that do? The crux of the matter is that my son has a notoriously fiery temperament. I recall him stating that if he ever caught the scoundrel responsible for Qin Yao's predicament, he would deal with him most severely." Wang Chu's heart sank. It seemed his father-in-law harbored considerable resentment towards him. It was only natural for a father-in-law to grow increasingly displeased with a son-in-law, especially given the circumstances surrounding Yun Qin Yao's premarital pregnancy. Surely, his father-in-law would not let him off lightly. "Grandfather, you must assist me." Wang Chu's eyes were filled with earnestness. Old Master Yin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Resolving this issue, while not insurmountable, does require some effort. Please, enlighten me." Wang Chu promptly moved behind Old Master Yun, eagerly massaging him. "All you need to do is demonstrate your capabilities and value to him. If you can help him resolve an urgent matter, he will likely come to believe that you are capable of providing happiness for Qin Yao." Wang Chu halted, realizing the roundabout nature of the advice. "So, grandfather, you mean that if I can facilitate a collaboration between my friend and Mu Yun Group, thus aiding in the cultivation of rare medicinal herbs, I may stand a good chance of winning over my father-in-law. Indeed, you are a teachable lad. Wang Chu gritted his teeth. Rest assured, grandfather, I shall handle everything. Though Wang Chu made this promise to old Master Yun, he felt no certainty within himself. At present, he needed to ascertain whether the miraculous spring water genuinely possessed the ability to enhance plant growth and could increase the success rate of cultivating rare herbs. Only with this confirmation could he feel assured. With that in mind, Wang Chu retrieved a bottle of spring water and cautiously made his way into the garden, which was adorned with an array of greenery and blossoms. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he poured the spring water into several pots of flowers and plants. The efficacy of the water would reveal itself by the events of the following day. At that moment, Wang Chu's phone suddenly rang, startling him. Upon checking, he saw it was a video call from Yun Xingyao. He hurried back to the villa and answered the call. Why did you take so long to respond to the video? In the video, Yun Xingyao was clad in a sheer nightgown that accentuated her flawless figure, causing Wang Chu's heart to race. I was occupied with some matters and couldn't conveniently answer the video call. Not conveniently answer? Noticing Wang Chu's slightly flushed face and labored breathing, Yun Xingyao's expression shifted. In an instant, she seemed to grasp the implications. What an unashamed fellow. Indulging in such activities at home. Could this be what defines a man? Yet, amidst her chiding thoughts, images of Wang Chu's well-built physique flooded her mind, igniting a warmth within her. Had she truly fallen under Wang Chu's spell? Taking a deep breath, she quelled her rising heat. Wang Chu, I have something to ask you. Wang Chu nodded. Coincidentally, I have something to discuss with you as well. Please, go ahead. Yun Xingyao pondered for a long while before deciding to inquire directly about the song. Was it truly penned by him? That was why she had rushed to freshen up after dinner to send him a video. Were you in my hospital room yesterday writing a song? Yun Xingyao asked. Feigning nonchalance, Wang Chu smacked his forehead. I nearly forgot. After finishing it last night, I saw you were already asleep, so I didn't want to disturb you. In the morning, I was in a rush to prepare breakfast, which is why I forgot to mention it. Yun Xingyao was taken aback. So the song had indeed been written by Wang Chu? A wave of disappointment washed over her. Wang Chu, intrigued, asked, what did you think of the song once you heard it? Clearing her throat, Yun Xingyao replied, it was decent, but you didn't include a title. What is the name of your song? Wang Chu smiled slightly. It is titled Devotion to the Country.